Chapter 1. Famished. The soft, white belly rumbled with hunger as she pressed her hand against her throat, which had been pierced. Just as she was about to let out a cry, she bizarrely discovered that her neck was as smooth as ever. What? Her neck shouldn't be devoid of a gaping wound. Oozing with crimson blood, surely the injury would still be gushing? No, this isn't meant to gross anyone out. The truth was, Bai Ruansuan was an unfortunate soul who had met her demise from a skewer piercing her throat while indulging in grilled skewers. As an exceptional chef at a prestigious modern hotel, Bai Ruansuan had taken a day off, thinking that since she had nothing else to do, why not find some amusement and prepare a delightful feast of grilled skewers for herself. Oh, the delectable horse meat skewers, sprinkled with cumin and chili, sizzling and dripping with oil. What a fragrant delight. And then disaster struck. The unfortunate Bai Ruansuan had her throat punctured by a bamboo skewer and collapsed, bleeding profusely. And just like that, she was done for. But wait, isn't it strange that I'm not dead? How can I still feel my own body? Bai Ruansuan, slowly coming to her senses, was taken aback as she touched her neck in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Ultimately, she reached a conclusion. She was still alive. Otherwise, how could her neck remain intact? Surveying her surroundings, she stood in stunned silence for 3 seconds before realizing that something was amiss. This was not her home. A spacious cave measuring 300 square meters, with dry straw neatly piled to form a bed 2 meters wide, barely accommodating her when she sat upon it. The entrance was small, only half a meter high, not even large enough for some of the bigger animals to enter. Bai Ruansuan felt an uneasy premonition in her heart. Could it be that she had traversed through time? And furthermore, that she was residing in a cave. Clearly, this was the era of prehistoric civilization. Yet, there were no polished stone tools or bone implements in sight. The interior was astonishingly empty, save for 2 half-eaten plump potato mushrooms and nothing else. This must be a notably primitive age. Bai Ruansuan gazed at the potato mushrooms, then at her own unusually fair skin, which was evidently not her own body, and began to piece together what had transpired. She had soul transmigrated into the body of a woman who had mistakenly consumed raw mushrooms. Eating a few poisonous mushrooms wouldn't lead to death, but considering she was dead, she must have consumed more than just those 2 bites. Bai Ruansuan sighed inwardly. It was truly tragic. Prehistoric humans lacked common knowledge and failed to discern what was edible and what was not, leading to their untimely demise. Well then, since she had inherited this body, she would live on in her stead. Just as this thought took flight in Bai Ruansuan's mind, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into her consciousness. She began to understand this place she had traversed to was called the Beast World continent. The native inhabitants of the Beast World continent were beastman beings who were originally animals but could transform between animal and human forms at will as they leveled up in their cultivation, possessing intelligence equivalent to that of humans. This body belonged to a solitary white cat beastman, also named Bai Ruansuan. The beastmen of the Beast World continent were ranked in levels, ranging from 1 to 10, with higher levels representing greater prowess. However, these ranks were of little consequence to Bai Ruansuan, for she was merely a level 1 novice. At this very moment, the Beast World continent was experiencing an unprecedented famine, where not a blade of grass could be found. Consequently, many wild beasts had perished from starvation. With no wild vegetables to forage, numerous herbivorous beastmen, or omnivorous beastmen, had also succumbed to hunger. Bai Ruansuan, being solitary and of weak ability, had gone days without food and, in a moment of desperation, had recklessly consumed the notorious poisonous mushrooms known throughout the Beast World continent. And that was how she met her end. Bai Ruansuan fell silent for 3 seconds. This was hardly poison. Mushrooms were simply inedible when raw. Cooked mushrooms were delightful. Think of mushroom soup, sautéed mushroom slices, mushroom stew, and grilled mushroom skewers. Well, perhaps not that last one. Yet, the beastmen of the Beast World continent had no custom of consuming cooked food. In fact, the vast majority were quite fearful of fire. Bai Ruansuan's eyes gleamed with realization. Now that she had traversed to this desolate, unfamiliar land, her immediate priority was to survive, to endure this famine. The most crucial element for surviving the famine was food. Since the beastmen of the Beast World continent were unaware that cooked mushrooms were edible and non-toxic, there must surely be an abundance of mushrooms, untouched by other beastmen. If she ventured outside, she could gather some mushrooms, roast them, or boil them. That would suffice to temporarily satiate her hunger. Perhaps she might even discover other food items that the beastmen of the Beast World continent did not realize could be consumed when cooked. Bai Ruansuan gazed at the small cave entrance, a sudden clarity washing over her. No wonder the entrance was so small. The original inhabitant was quite clever. With her low strength and solitary existence, she was vulnerable to attacks. By making the entrance smaller, larger beastmen or wild animals could not intrude. As for smaller creatures that might enter, the original inhabitant could handle them. The only danger came from smaller beastmen. However, when the original inhabitant ventured out, she would conceal her cave with foliage, preventing others from discovering her hideaway. How astute! Transformed into a fluffy little white cat, Bai Ruansuan nimbly darted out of the cave. Learning from the original inhabitant's past actions, she meticulously concealed the entrance to her cave with thick underbrush before feeling secure enough to venture out. With a heart full of concerns, Bai Ruansuan cautiously observed her surroundings. This was her first time outside. The sky of the beast world was different from that of the modern world. It resembled the bright blue skies of an anime, unmarred by blemishes, as clear as a mirror. Had she not spotted an eagle with a wingspan of 3 meters soaring overhead, she might have truly believed herself to be dreaming, witnessing a fairy tale world. As she watched the agile eagle, Bai Ruansuan quickly ducked behind a large, thorny tree with broad, green leaves. Such a massive eagle. Though she was a wild beast and still a level 1 beastman, the size disparity was daunting, and Bai Ruansuan feared that the eagle might easily devour her whole. Hiding was the wisest course of action. Once the eagle had flown far away, Bai Ruansuan exhaled a sigh of relief. In the air around her lingered an unfamiliar, pungent odor, sharp and overwhelming. She hadn't noticed it before, but now it invaded her nostrils. Bai Ruansuan sneezed and turned to follow the source of the scent. After walking approximately 100 meters, the pungent aroma intensified, prompting her to sneeze multiple times as she covered her nose and looked toward the origin. There, a cluster of flat, green leaves, thick as leeks, stood erect in the soil, their roots as thick as 2 leeks, resilient against the wind and rain, exuding a sharp fragrance. These leaves were large, planted in the ground, and though there were only a few, they occupied about a square meter of space. Bai Ruansuan stared in astonishment at the robust leaves, examining them closely, finding them oddly familiar. Her eyes brightened as she carefully plucked a small piece and scrutinized it. Isn't this chives? How could it have grown so large? Bai Ruansuan meticulously searched her memories, connecting the towering chives, the eagle with a 3-meter wingspan, and the potato mushrooms she had just encountered. While the potato mushrooms were not as grand as the former, several of them combined would easily weigh a pound. Bai Ruansuan realized that in this world, all living beings were larger than before, roughly 3 times their usual size. However, Bai Ruansuan's appetite had never been substantial. If converted to rice, she could only consume 2 bowls of plain rice, accompanied by some vegetables. At most, she could manage 3 bowls, still within the realm of a normal human's appetite. So, in summary, if she were to find food in the beast world, she could sustain herself for quite a while. Such towering chives, vibrant and green, were likely to have been overlooked by the beastmen. Bai Ruansuan's dwelling had always been in a remote forest, far from populated areas where beastmen congregated. However, due to the severe famine in the beast world continent, many beastmen, desperate for food, would venture into dangerous territories. Every time Bai Ruansuan stepped outside, she would see chives. Other beastmen would also spot them. Though the aroma was slightly unpleasant, in times of scarcity, anything edible would suffice. Bai Ruansuan mused, sneezing once more. But chives are toxic. Or rather, these chives are toxic when eaten raw. Thus, they had never been harvested. Bai Ruansuan scrutinized the chives of this beastly realm. They bore a striking resemblance to modern chives, albeit slightly larger in size. In contemporary settings, raw chives pose no toxicity. However, those of the beastly world are indeed poisonous. It appears that the botanical characteristics of this realm diverge from those of the modern world. One wonders if cooking them would render them safe for consumption as well. Bai Ruansuan plucked the chives, which were remarkably long and heavy, weighing over a pound collectively. She intended to take them home and cook them to ascertain their edibility. Of course, it was imperative that she did not test the poison on herself. Instead, she planned to scavenge for some small rabbits or hens by the roadside, which would suffice. With a swift motion, she tore them in half for easier handling. Along the way, she gathered an assortment of mushrooms, abundant in variety and appearing quite delectable. Bai Ruansuan's stomach growled, prompting her to discreetly wipe away her saliva. The weather here is capricious. Devoid of distinct seasons, it is entirely plausible for a heavy rain one day to be followed by snow the next. This rapid climatic shift contributes to the swift growth of vegetation in the beastly realm, yet their lifespan remains tragically brief. The prehistoric orc civilization lacked methods for long-term food preservation, relying solely on drying, which, combined with the erratic weather, is one of the reasons for the scarcity of food in this land. Perhaps the heavens favored Bai Ruansuan, as the previous day's rain had coaxed forth a delicate layer of mushrooms. These grayish, plump fungi sprouted from a thin layer of damp, sticky earth, glistening with moisture. A few mushrooms clustered together, exuding an endearing charm. Though these mushrooms were only half the size of Bai Ruansuan's palm, they were considerably larger than the typical specimens of the beastly realm, sufficient for a hearty pot of mushroom soup. On this excursion, Bai Ruansuan returned with over 3 pounds of large mushrooms and more than a pound of chives, a bountiful harvest indeed. After depositing her finds, she ventured forth again in search of some hens. Her intentions were twofold: to test for poison and to satiate her hunger. In Bai Ruansuan's recollections, chickens were commonplace in the beastly realm, often seen wandering freely. They were safe to consume, yet the orcs had seemingly overlooked them for the following reasons. 1. Raw chicken has an unpleasantly sour and astringent taste, making it difficult to swallow. 2. They're covered in feathers. 3. Their small size leaves one unsatisfied. 4. Most importantly, they carry an unpleasant odor. Bai Ruansuan found herself bemused. These shortcomings did not deter her in the slightest. If raw chicken was unpalatable, she would simply cook it. The abundance of feathers could be dealt with by plucking them. As for their size, half a chicken would suffice for her appetite. Finally, the orcs' method of consuming chickens gobbling them down without preparation would hardly enhance their flavor, as they likely ingested feathers and entrails along with the meat. Bai Ruansuan's spirits soared at the thought of the plump chickens in the beastly realm, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. Yellow braised chicken, fried drumsticks, red braised chicken chunks, kung pao chicken, and chicken stewed with mushrooms danced through her mind. She was on her way. The chickens frequently frolicked near the small river, and Bai Ruansuan's cave was a mere 10-minute stroll from that spot. The river in this realm stretched long and wide, its surface veiled in a shimmering mist that refracted into a spectrum of colors, resembling a melted rainbow, truly a sight to behold. Most importantly, the water was crystal clear. With excitement, Bai Ruansuan dashed forward, recalling how to scoop up a handful of water to drink. It was deliciously sweet. Along the riverbank, a plethora of aquatic grasses thrived, slender and tall, reaching about half her height. Their tips curled slightly, resembling tiny snails adorned with emerald shells, and they too radiated colorful vapor, appearing lush and inviting. In her days of hunger, Bai Ruansuan had once sampled this watergrass while devoid of toxins. It possessed a peculiar taste akin to a concoction of 10 bitter herbs blended with equal parts Sichuan pepper and an extravagant amount of sugar, all compressed until it erupted on the tongue. In simpler terms, it was horrendously unpalatable. It baffled her how such vibrant watergrass could be so visually appealing yet taste so dreadful. Nevertheless, this peculiar vegetation served as the staple diet for chickens and rabbits in the area. Seated upon a soft, grassy cushion by the water, Bai Ruansuan sipped her drink while observing the nearby chickens. 1, 2, 3, 7. There were easily a dozen wandering about. These chickens were quite substantial, each weighing at least 10 pounds, with robust legs and glossy black-red feathers, indicating a well-fed existence. Remarkably, this was not yet the feeding time for these chickens. It seemed that chickens were indeed plentiful in this realm. Bai Ruansuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she noted that the rotund chickens seemed unfazed by her presence, strutting confidently before her. Sweet and sour chicken chunks, cola-flavored chicken wings, Orleans-style grilled drumsticks, a KFC family bucket, cold shredded chicken noodles, and goji berry drunken chicken soup all filled her mind. She was utterly famished. It was imperative that she capture some of these chickens post-haste. Suddenly, an elderly hen nestled among the watergrass, clucking excitedly for a moment. With a slight squint of her soft, white eyes, she approached for a closer inspection. Goodness, a freshly laid chicken egg. The eggs here are impressively large, twice the size of modern eggs. Filled with joy, she realized that these eggs could be consumed. Boiled eggs, egg custard, scrambled eggs, all delightful delicacies. Most importantly, she had chives at home, perfect for making chive scrambled eggs. As she rummaged through the nearby aquatic plants, she stumbled upon another egg. Previously, she had simply plucked a large, umbrella-like leaf from a nearby banana tree, and upon carefully examining the leaf, she found it remarkably thick, capable of holding several eggs without breaking. After tidying the leaf into the shape of a small basket with a base, she was able to fit all the eggs inside. With ample space remaining, it appeared she could fit a dozen more eggs. Thus, she continued her search and discovered several more, almost effortlessly. Counting them up, she found she had gathered a total of 27 eggs. These substantial eggs weighed together around 10 pounds. She cleaned the eggs in the river water before carefully wrapping them up. Finally, she dispatched 2 plump chickens. 27 eggs plus 2 chickens. What a triumph! The remaining chickens, blissfully unaware, were chosen deliberately. She had knocked out the solitary ones, leaving the others oblivious to the bounty in her hand. That a devious grin spread across her face. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Gathering a pile of relatively dry twigs, she took her provisions home. For modern-day Bai Ruansuan, these items were quite heavy, totaling around 40 pounds. However, in this beastly realm, she felt her strength had significantly increased since her arrival. Carrying 30 to 40 pounds felt akin to handling just 10. This must be due to her newfound Orsish bloodline and status. After a recent rain, many branches were damp, which prolonged her gathering efforts. Eventually, she found a flat stone slab suitable for even heat distribution, perfect for roasting. Before returning to her cave, Bai Ruansuan felt as though she had forgotten something. Oh dear. She halted mid-step, smacking her forehead as realization dawned upon her. She had yet to see her own reflection since arriving here. Swiftly, she concealed her gathered items in a hidden spot and made her way to the riverbank. The crystal-clear water reflected her delicate figure. A youthful girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, stood before her. Long, wavy chestnut hair cascaded down to her waist, softly clinging to her form. Her petite face, round and cherubic, resembled that of a doll, with large, bright amber eyes that sparkled like feline orbs, exuding a hint of languorous charm. Bai Ruansuan glanced at her arms, marveling at their porcelain-like fairness. Goodness, this body is truly exquisite. How utterly adorable. In modern times, she would undoubtedly be considered a goddess among homebodies. Unable to resist, she pinched her own cheek. Marveling at the silky texture of her skin, she was elated to have transformed into such a lovely girl. Who wouldn't desire to be a beautiful maiden? Recalling the process of friction fire for documentaries she had watched in her former life, she set about attempting it herself. After considerable effort, she finally succeeded in igniting a small flame. Breathing a sigh of relief, she carefully arranged twigs to build a fire, which roared to life. She fashioned a simple triangular branch support to hold her stone slab securely in place. Smoke wafted gently from the cave's entrance, ensuring ventilation and preventing carbon dioxide poisoning. 2 eggs cracked onto the now heated stone sizzled, quickly forming a golden membrane that released an enticing aroma. With a rudimentary spatula, jagged and rough at the edges, Bai Ruansuan scrambled the eggs, then tossed in her freshly washed chives, chopped into segments. The chives softened under the heat, clinging to the golden egg curds, creating an appetizing sight. A rich, Unique fragrance wafted through the cave, announcing the completion of her chive, scrambled eggs. Wiping the beads of perspiration from her forehead, she smiled. Thanks to her swift cooking, the pan remained unburnt and ready for reuse. She set aside a few portions of her chive, scrambled eggs, and tossed them to one of the chickens on the ground. The two chickens, now awake, stared bewilderedly at the dim cave. Food! The chickens squawked with delight, eager to eat. Bai Ruansuan quickly intervened with one of them. If they devoured everything and then collapsed, her efforts would have been in vain. One would suffice for testing, while the other could serve as her stockpile. The trial chicken had never tasted such a delectable dish as chive scrambled eggs, and it eagerly gobbled up the food. Bai Ruansuan watched in awe as the chicken devoured its meal with astonishing speed, swallowing her saliva in anticipation. Soon, she would indulge herself, just a little longer to wait. Though there was no salt available, the limited environment made it a blessing to fill her stomach. The aroma of the chive scrambled eggs was utterly irresistible. Bai Ruansuan stomped her feet, yearning for the dish just within reach, and turned away with an expressionless face. 2 hours later, the chickens displayed no adverse effects. In fact, they appeared even more energetic than before. Bai Ruansuan let out a breath of relief, reheating the now cooled chive, scrambled eggs before devouring them ravenously. Although the flavor was not as exquisite as the first serving, it was still quite delightful. All the food in this beastly realm was free from chemical contamination, entirely natural and additive-free, without hormones. The eggs were particularly vibrant, yielding golden yellow curds that filled her stomach with warmth. Paired with the soft, refreshing texture of the chives, the dish was wonderfully satisfying. Even without salt or other seasonings, the subtle saltiness of the eggs and the fresh greens made for a delectable meal. Starving, Bai Ruansuan polished off every last morsel of the chive scrambled eggs, leaving not a crumb behind. Yet, she still felt a tinge of regret. Having gone so long without proper meals, this serving had only filled her to about 60%. Enough for now. Overeating after prolonged hunger could be perilous. Gazing at the remaining handful of chives and 2 eggs, she anticipated another round of chive scrambled eggs tomorrow. How delightful. Next on her agenda was to roast some mushrooms and test them on the chickens for toxicity. Typically, roasting chives would suffice to determine edibility, as the flora of this realm was known to be toxic when raw but safe when cooked. However, due to the unpredictable nature of the local vegetation, Bai Ruansuan decided to exercise caution and roast some mushrooms as well for the chickens to sample. This time, she only roasted a few mushrooms, ensuring the fire remained alight, given the significant temperature fluctuations between day and night in this realm. It was wise to keep a small fire. Most importantly, starting a fire through friction was excruciatingly laborious. With the fire still burning, she could prepare breakfast with ease the following day. After 2 hours, the chicken that had consumed the mushrooms showed no signs of distress. Bai Ruansuan felt reassured. It seemed all was well. Fashioning a few ropes from grass, she secured the chickens to prevent them from soiling the area, ready to lay down for the night. Suddenly, a distinct sound rang out, akin to a chime. The chive scrambled eggs dish had activated the Beast World culinary system. The dish earned a point value of 5, automatically credited to her attribute panel for her to review. The roasted mushrooms, however, fell short in point value for redemption. The Beast World culinary system? Points? Bai Ruansuan recalled having read numerous novels prior to her arrival here. Realization struck. She had acquired the system nearly every protagonist in such tales possessed. How extraordinary! Bai Ruansuan was just about to mischievously smile to celebrate her newfound beauty when it suddenly dawned on her that she was now a stunning woman. As a beauty, she had to constantly be mindful of her image that in her previous life. Bai Ruansuan was undeniably a beauty as well, bearing a resemblance to her current form, albeit lacking in refinement and with skin that was not as flawless. However, Bai Ruansuan could only be described as a modest beauty, while her current body could certainly be deemed as enchanting and captivating. As she pondered this, 3 ellipses unexpectedly appeared in her mind. The Beast World Gourmet system was a serious entity, and based on its non-professional assessment, it concluded that host Bai Ruansuan might not possess the intelligence required for the binding conditions of the system. Therefore, the system requested permission to assess her IQ. Bai Ruansuan retorted. Are you intentionally belittling me? She huffed. Get to the point that if you don't speak up, I'll just go to sleep. According to the conventions of traditional time travel novels, the system's first appearance was bound to include an introduction to its functionalities. The system confirmed, indeed, I am the traditional unfortunate system. Ahem, let me get back on track, that I shall introduce myself. I am the Beast World Gourmet System, codenamed Baozi. Baozi, another food system? Are you literally a Baozi? Bai Ruansuan mused, and indeed, she was correct. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the three ellipses reappeared in her consciousness, accompanied by a semi-transparent, soul-like Q-version Baozi figure that suddenly materialized before her. Bai Ruansuan stared in astonishment. Your true form is a Baozi? Yes, the Baozi system replied with an air of arrogance, lifting its small head that was squished by its Baozi folds, resembling a cartoon character from an animated series. Looking quite comical, Bai Ruansuan gazed at the chubby Baozi system and oddly swallowed. The Baozi, backing away slightly, remarked, Young lady, do temper your excitement. I seem to recall you just had a meal. Is your appetite this robust? Seeing Bai Ruansuan's sparkling eyes, the Baozi system hurriedly continued. Let me briefly explain my utility. A gourmet system. You simply need to prepare delectable dishes commonly found in the human world on the Beast World continent, or invent new dishes that are unheard of in the human realm. Each dish you create will be automatically rated by my system. The rating will depend on the points earned, with a minimum score of 4. Essentially, the goal is deliciousness. As long as your food is scrumptious, even if it's just a simple dish, I will ensure you receive a rating, Bai Ruansuan replied. That is unnecessary. I don't have a peculiar fondness for unappetizing dishes. What can those points be used for? The Baozi furrowed its brows, sensing something amiss with Bai Ruansuan's previous statement, but proceeded to answer her question. They can be exchanged for items in the system mall, as well as for lottery draws and sign-ins that I must tell you. The system mall has everything. My predecessor was a system, and their host once thrived in the beast world, exchanging for a submarine to explore the underwater realm. The system mall was indeed a treasure trove. However, access to items in the mall depended on one's level. The higher your level, the more items you could redeem. Conversely, a lower level would yield fewer options. The Baozi elaborated on this. Bai Ruansuan absorbed the information, contemplating, so, my immediate tasks are to level up and cook. Correct. Enhancing your strength can only happen once you acclimate to the beast world and endure this period of famine. After all, the original host was starved to death, and she has endured a tough existence here for so long that I am the beast world. Increasing strength typically involved engaging in battles, which undoubtedly required considerable physical stamina. This necessitated consuming copious amounts of nutritious food. Thus, it would be prudent to ensure a few days of sustenance before contemplating strength enhancement. Yet the urgency of increasing strength loomed large. The famine in the beast world could persist indefinitely, and Bai Ruansuan would inevitably need to venture out to forage for food. If the famine extended or worsened, she could encounter malicious orcs while searching for sustenance. The consequences could be dire. In a slightly better scenario, all her food could be stolen. In the worst-case scenario, not only could her food be taken, but due to her exceptional beauty, she might also be captured by the tribe. Centuries ago, the beast world saw a scarcity of females, often resulting in polyandrous arrangements. Although the number of females had increased significantly, certain impoverished regions still lacked them. Most critically, exceptionally beautiful females like Bai Ruansuan were rare. Even among larger tribes, such a girl must always safeguard herself when venturing outside. Bai Ruansuan resolved to swiftly gather some food in the coming days and store it diligently. She still had 25 eggs left, and those plump chickens could be kept for a while. That should suffice for a time. However, aside from the eggs, the chickens would have to be preserved until the last moment. After all, chickens have a long shelf life and can survive several months with minimal care, provided they remain healthy. Bai Ruansuan reflected that she needed to pick the mushrooms and chives. The weather in the beast world was unpredictable, and mushrooms could spoil overnight. Chives, while resilient, could perish if the weather shifted dramatically, such as with hail, rendering them entirely inedible by the next day. Oh, right, Baozi, if I pick the chives and mushrooms this early, aside from drying them, is there any other method to preserve them? Yes, the Baozi chuckled. As a first-time system binder, if you prepare 10 different dishes, The system will reward you with a newbie gift pack. What does it contain? The Bowsy could not divulge too much, but mentioned. It includes a 10 square meter space that can store all perishable items in optimal freshness indefinitely. While 10 square meters was not enormous, it would certainly suffice for the host at this stage. Wouldn't it? Preparing 10 distinct dishes didn't seem overly challenging. Bai Ruansuan composed herself. Tomorrow, she would seek out food that was difficult to store, such as chives and mushrooms. Gathering 2 or 3 more types of food would complete her goal. As she prepared to sleep, just when the Bowsy thought Bai Ruansuan had no further queries, she suddenly sat up with a serious expression. What's wrong? The Bowsy, sensing her tension, furrowed its brow anxiously. Nothing much. Just wanted to ask what feeling you have. Get lost. That night was restless for Bai Ruansuan. She experienced a nightmare, dreaming that she choked to death while eating. The next day, unable to shake off the sleepiness, she rose with dark circles under her eyes, feeling like a fragile paper doll. For a considerable time to come, her dining table would likely be devoid of skewers. The orcs of the beast world did not wash their faces or comb their hair in the morning, but they would routinely transform back to their original forms, licking their fur with their tongues. Although Bai Ruansuan had adopted some orc habits after her transformation, she still found it peculiar that cats would lick their entire bodies after grooming. Although the original owner was quite fastidious about cleanliness and had never engaged in such practices, it was nonetheless impossible for Bai Ruansuan to groom herself entirely. Thus, she set out early in the morning to wash her face by the Rainbow River she had visited the previous day. Casually plucking some grass to brush her teeth, as she washed, she contemplated how to devise a means of storing water in the cave for her morning and evening ablutions. Washing her face in the river was no trouble, but bathing posed a risk. Encountering a large beast or some orc could prove troublesome. As Bai Ruansuan walked along the riverbank, she gathered a handful of aquatic plants to take back to the cave as feed for the chickens. Upon returning, she found the 2 plump chickens, having been tied up all night without a stroll and sleeping poorly in the unfamiliar environment, looking rather droopy. Moreover, they had not enjoyed a familiar and delectable meal that morning. At that moment, they suddenly spotted their beloved delicacy. The 2 bedraggled chickens, once freed from their bindings by Bai Ruansuan, immediately dashed toward their treat. Observing their enthusiastic feast, Bai Ruansuan couldn't help but feel perplexed. Was there something amiss with their taste buds? The aquatic plants had such a peculiar flavor. How could the chickens enjoy them so much? At that juncture, the Bowsy system cheerfully emerged to explain. The chickens of the beast realm have a different taste structure compared to modern chickens. They cannot discern bitter or spicy flavors, and their sensitivity to normal food is quite diminished. Thus, for these chickens, the aquatic plants tasted akin to a sweet steamed bun. Understanding this, Bai Ruansuan paid no heed to the 2 chickens. She retrieved her treasured pot from the previous day and prepared another dish of scrambled eggs with chives, while also roasting some mushrooms. The delightful aroma of eggs mingled with the earthy fragrance of mushrooms wafted through the air, causing the chickens to fixate on the enticing scent with wide, eager eyes. They clucked excitedly at Bai Ruansuan, who, with a mischievous grin, picked up a golden piece of egg and circled around the chickens before finally bringing it to her own mouth. Looking at her seemingly oblivious host, the Bowsy system was at a loss for words, contemplating a thorough IQ assessment for her. Was this truly a sound approach? Today's objective was clear: to find a diverse array of food. Bai Ruansuan deliberately ventured further afield. She discovered that the forest she inhabited boasted not only tropical banana trees and a wide river, but also a dense bamboo grove nearby, and beyond that lay a vast desert. Bai Ruansuan found herself speechless. The weather here was capricious, and the terrain bizarrely varied. After estimating the area of the different terrain she had just encountered, she concluded that it could only be about half the size of a small county. Nevertheless, she resolved to seek food near the river first, for as the saying goes, water is the source of all life. This area nurtured a plethora of life forms. In contrast, the vitality of the soil in other regions was evidently waning, with many patches of land no longer supporting grass. However, the vegetation near the river thrived abundantly. Bai Ruansuan's attention was immediately drawn to the plump fish in the river. These fish were largely ignored by the orcs of the beast realm, being covered in scales, having a pungent odor, and possessing spines. Eating fish was less appealing than eating chicken. Consequently, The river teemed with fish, not only in great numbers, but also in size, with even the smallest weighing a considerable amount. Curiously observing Bai Ruansuan's reflection in the water. Much like the chickens, they showed little fear of humans. Bai Ruansuan promptly waded into the river and, despite her lack of fishing experience, managed to catch a fish within 2 minutes. The fish, clearly a larger version of a carp, wriggled energetically in her grasp, almost escaping her hold. Excitedly, she exclaimed to the Bowsy system, since the orcs rarely eat fish, even in extreme weather when the river freezes. I can still procure fish. They will become a staple in my long-term food storage. This is like a natural ice cellar. Bai Ruansuan gathered some sturdy grass from the roadside and wove it into a makeshift cord to string up the fish. Dante questioned how she suddenly acquired the skill to weave. It was an essential skill for the inhabitants of the beast realm. Looking at the fish, she pondered her home cooking conditions, realizing that she could only pan-fry it due to limited resources. Yet without salt, pan-fried fish would not be enjoyable, and lacking other seasonings would likely result in a fishy taste. Thus, she decided to search for seasonings. The Bowsy system interjected appropriately, reminding her that if she needed seasonings, they were available in the system shop, and at a relatively low price. Bai Ruansuan smacked her forehead in realization that, of course, the system shop had everything one could need. Seasonings, while not urgent but nonetheless essential, could simply be exchanged from the shop. Upon opening the system shop, she found a limited but useful selection of items. Sewing kit, 2 point salt, 1 pound 1 point, pepper, 1 pound 1 point, emissary 1 pound 1 point, cooking oil, 1 pound 1 point, oyster sauce, 1 bottle 1 point, soy sauce, 1 bottle 1 point, cold medicine, 1 bottle 5 points, fever medicine, 1 bottle 5 points, Yunnan Bai Yao, 1 bottle 10 points, bandages. Seeing the various medicines listed, Bai Ruansuan felt a pang of anxiety in the beast realm. While she could manage without salt and other essentials for a time, being injured without any medicines would be a far more precarious situation. Hence, medicine was of utmost importance in the beast realm, and also the most costly in the system. Bai Ruansuan decided against redeeming any of the other seasonings, opting only for salt, saving the rest of her points for future medicinal needs. She then continued her journey in search of new food sources. Along the riverbank, she found an abundance of plants and stumbled upon lotus roots in a muddy wetland. These roots were deeply embedded in the earth, and Bai Ruansuan rolled into the muck, exerting great effort to unearth several that were not overly large, but still over a meter in length and as thick as her waist. Bai Ruansuan gasped in astonishment. The lotus roots in the beast realm were indeed colossal. Whether stir-fried into slices or processed in a powder, they were delicious. However, in modern times, it took 10 pounds of lotus to produce a single pound of powder, making it quite resource-intensive. In the beast realm, lacking tools would likely lead to even greater waste at a time when food was scarce. Who would have the leisure to make lotus powder? Filling her belly was the priority. Clutching the plump lotus roots, Bai Ruansuan had already decided on her lunch menu. Roasted lotus slices, fried bird eggs, roasted mushrooms, and grilled fish. 4 dishes in total. While she could have made a more diverse array of dishes, the Bowsy system indicated that only dishes reaching a certain quantity would yield points. Thus, Bai Ruansuan had to settle for a simpler meal to sustain her for now. By midday, after a long search for food, Bai Ruansuan returned with a significant haul. A large portion of lotus root, 17 chicken eggs, and 3 bird eggs. Starting a fire consumed a considerable amount of time. Bai Ruansuan glared at the Bowsy system, exclaiming, "I truly have to question your system. Why must such an essential tool as a lighter only be unlocked when I reach level 2? By then, I could have easily started a fire with a wooden drill." In an uncharacteristically serious tone, the Bowsy system replied, "You will eventually encounter other orcs. If they ask you to start a fire to cook, will you be able to produce a lighter?" Bai Ruansuan was momentarily taken aback. Bowsy was indeed correct. This was the beast world. If one were to rely solely on the system while disregarding the rules of this realm, it would only be a matter of time before one met with misfortune. Therefore, using a lighter to indulge in a bit of laziness was not a fault, but one must also familiarize oneself with the art of fire-making through friction. Bai Ruansuan gazed at the pot set upon the rack, sighed, and placed the freshly cleaned fish onto it. With a sizzle, the fat from the fish began to render, filling the air with a rich, savory aroma as the fish was cooked to a crisp perfection. The fragrance was both refreshing and incredibly potent. Bai Ruansuan inhaled deeply, utterly captivated by the delightful scent. The quality of the meat in the beast world was truly exceptional. Yes, she flipped the fish to its other side. A similar delightful sizzle ensued. She allowed the fish to continue cooking on one side, while cracking 3 small bird eggs to fry alongside. The bird eggs, diminutive in size, smaller even than chicken eggs from her past life, were just enough to fill a single plate, ensuring that Bai Ruansuan could indulge without the concern of elevated cholesterol. However, she resolved not to consume eggs every day. With a sigh, she reflected on the chicken eggs she had collected over the past few days, vowing to refrain from eating them unless absolutely necessary. Having eaten eggs nearly every meal for the past 2 days, it was time for a change. The 3 bird eggs were quickly cooked. Finishing ahead of the fish, Bai Ruansuan prodded the fish. The surface had cooked through, yet the center required further grilling. She sprinkled a touch of salt atop it, satisfied with the fried bird eggs. The culinary score for the fried bird eggs was 4, with the points automatically credited to her attribute panel for her review. The grilled fish scored 6, and those points too were deposited into her attribute panel. The grilled lotus slices garnered 5 points, as did the grilled mushrooms, both credited to her panel as well. Bai noon. Bai Ruansuan had prepared an abundance of food, leaving some uneaten, which was fortuitous for the 2 chickens that had been watching her hungrily from aside. They were soon filled to satisfaction, clucking contentedly. Bai Ruansuan watched the chickens with a furrowed brow. Although they were a food source, they could not remain cooped up in her cave indefinitely. The cave was beginning to smell. Yet, placing them outside would risk attracting unwanted attention from other beasts. After contemplating her options, she decided to excavate a small cave adjacent to her own, complete with a gated entrance. Bai Ruansuan, possessing commendable digging skills as a beastman, had previously excavated the large 300-square-meter cave herself. Consequently, within an afternoon, she successfully created a cozy dwelling for 6 or 7 chickens. During the past few days, she had been learning the art of basket weaving, which conveniently allowed her to craft a nesting area for the 2 hens that ensure the continuation of the chicken lineage. She ultimately retrieved a rooster from the riverbank. Ideally, if they could breed within the cave, it would be splendid. If not, she could always keep the rooster for meat. Thus, her provisions were set. Should she manage to raise the chickens successfully, she could expand their nesting area. The choice to start with only 3 chickens was not due to laziness, but rather caution. As it was her first attempt at poultry raising, she feared the possibility of losing them. She would first test her skills with these 3, while freely consuming any others. The thought of the chickens by the river made her salivate. Yellow braised chicken rice had been her favorite dish in her previous life. However, to prepare it, she needed a stew pot, which she currently lacked. The remainder of her afternoon was dedicated to basket weaving. This skill, quietly imparted by the Bowsy system, came at no cost to her, filling her with delight as she quickly mastered it. Since arriving in this new world, Bai Ruansuan had become remarkably adept, learning to weave baskets in just one afternoon, producing work of exquisite quality. In contrast, in her past life, it would have taken her 3 days to grasp such a skill, let alone create something so artisanal. It must be attributed to the original owner's talent. The original Bai Ruansuan, being of a weaker constitution, would have found survival in the beast world exceedingly challenging without such finesse. That evening, while fetching water grasses for her 2 chickens, Bai Ruansuan stumbled upon several wild fruits not far from the riverbank. They resembled small apples, their flavor a tangy blend reminiscent of sour sand pears, with a hint of sweetness and an alluring aroma. With her basket in tow, she joyfully filled it with these fruits, which could serve as a natural vinegar for seasoning. Bai Ruansuan had originally intended to collect more eggs by the river. Chicken eggs were delectable, and while bird eggs tasted quite similar, they contained less egg white than yolk and had a slightly fishy flavor, yet they remained a viable food source. She gathered them and stored them in her cave. Even in the hottest summer, chicken eggs could be preserved for at least 10 days, providing ample opportunity to prepare numerous dishes. At that point, she could create a designated space for the eggs. As they were a nutritious commodity, more was always better. Fortunately, although some beastmen might discover that chicken eggs could be eaten raw, the less pleasant taste and liquid consistency rendered them less filling. Even in remote forests where some tribal beastmen sought food, chicken eggs were not their first choice. allowing them to remain in existence today. Bai Ruansuan had been frequenting the river, collecting eggs, and had amassed a total of 42. Consequently, the nearby supply was nearly exhausted. She wandered slightly farther from the riverbank. Baozi had been trailing her all along. During the day, when Baozi had no tasks, it would either accompany Bai Ruansuan or venture off to explore other parts of the beast world. Returning once it had had its fill of adventure, It would even inform her of regions frequented by wild beasts, advising her on whether she could confront them or should avoid such encounters. Baozi shared everything, even where food might be buried, such as the bamboo grove Bai Ruansuan had recently visited, which was abundant with fresh bamboo shoots that could be harvested for preservation. Occasionally, Bai Ruansuan worried, wondering if Baozi, as a system, was divulging too much information. She suspected that the Baozi system had some ulterior motive. Was there truly such a benevolent system in existence? Baozi honestly replied, I have indeed revealed a bit too much. The main system reprimanded me for it recently. Bai Ruansuan fell silent for a moment. Then please refrain from sharing so much. What if you get dismissed? Baozi shook its noodle-like head, unbothered. The current overseer of the system realm is my father. Bai Ruansuan mused, so, this is a young master experiencing life as a commoner. How fortunate for me to have encountered a young master who has descended from the heavens to enjoy life. Surely, my days will be more comfortable than those of an ordinary host. It seemed she ought to hold on her dear Baozi tightly. Just as Bai Ruansuan was about to speak, she heard rustling in the grass ahead, followed by an unusual grunt. The ground trembled, and she steadied herself, alertly gazing in that direction. The roar erupted. It was a hostile and aggressive howl of a wild beast. The night in the beast world was rife with creatures prowling for food. In the darkness, Bai Ruansuan could discern nothing, only a massive shadow, akin to an elephant, looming over the underbrush, rapidly approaching her. Baozi urgently exclaimed, That is a wild boar. Run, host. That beast is 10 times your size. You cannot defeat it. It has already spotted you. As it turned, it witnessed its hapless host transform into a white cat, sprinting away at great speed. Baozi lamented, Wait for me. It had never expected that the host it cared for so dearly. The one it always alerted to dangers while sharing the joy of discoveries would abandon it in such a critical moment. How disheartening. What nonsense are you spouting? As if that wild boar could see you. Bai Ruansuan projected her thoughts to Baozi from a distance. Hurry back to the cave. Baozi. It seems so. Therefore, Baozi did not flee moments ago. Bai Ruansuan felt the increasingly pungent scent of blood and the labored breaths behind her, and she was nearly certain that it was a wild boar that had been starving for quite some time. In the beastly realm, nightfall often brings forth various creatures in search of sustenance. However, these beasts are typically formidable and challenging to confront, such as lions and tigers. Their presence is unmistakable, and with Bai Ruansuan's keen sense of smell, alongside Baozi who remained by her side, evading them is entirely feasible. This is precisely why Bai Ruansuan dared to venture out even as dusk approached. Naturally, she would not have the audacity to linger out any longer. This wild boar, however, was an exception. It dared to roam during the night. Was it not afraid of being devoured by lions and tigers? Logically speaking, wild boars are merely large in size, a creature Bai Ruansuan could contend with. Yet this particular boar, perpetually in a state of hunger, had become nearly frenzied, its strength equivalent to that of 2 wild boars. Damn it! What cursed luck was this? How had she encountered such a wild boar? Although Bai Ruansuan, delicate and small, could run slightly faster than the boar. The latter's size dwarfed hers by 10-fold. Not to mention, Bai Ruansuan had reverted to her original form. Bai Ruansuan exerted herself to run forward. She dared not return to her den, for if she did, the famished boar would likely wait outside, lurking. Its presence was not inherently terrifying, yet should any large beast pass by, the boar might lash out in a frenzy, attracting even more formidable predators with the scent of blood. Bai Ruansuan could not afford to take that gamble. Utilizing the 2 nearby trees, she leaped upwards, ascending into their branches. Wild boars cannot climb trees, and a frenzied white cat roared fiercely at the blood-red-eyed boar below. The boar bellowed, crashing into the very tree Bai Ruansuan was scaling. At the moment the tree began to topple, Bai Ruansuan propelled herself upward once more, leaping to the nearest tree. the boar crashed into this tree as well. The birds of the forest took flight, and a cacophony of large trees began to fall one after another. The beastmen of the red scorpion tribe emerged to hunt, having searched all day without success. They unexpectedly encountered the young leader of their arch-rivals, the silver fox tribe. They were in pursuit of the silver fox tribe's young leader, their chase continuing until twilight. It was imperative they return to their tribe by nightfall, as darkness was the domain of wild beasts. For beastmen, failing to find a suitable place to shelter during the night would render them prey. The beastmen of the red scorpion tribe harbored great admiration for solitary beastmen, whose formidable strength allowed them to survive independently without tribal protection. That if they could locate some of these lone beastmen and claim their lairs as their own, the provisions accumulated by those solitary dwellers would become theirs. Observing the commotion in the distance, the beastmen of the red scorpion tribe paused in confusion. What could be causing such a ruckus? Surely, there must be a clash between the formidable beasts of the forest. The sound of multiple trees snapping was indicative of tremendous power. It must be a pack of wolves or a pride of lions. It was unlikely that such noise could arise from a mere skirmish. Upon hearing this, the beastmen of the red scorpion tribe immediately tensed. Should a wolf pack and a lion pride be engaged in battle, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos in the forest. They needed to return to their tribe swiftly and report this occurrence to their leader. They must urge the tribe to bolster their defenses. The beastmen of the red scorpion tribe declared, "Let us hasten back." Yet some hesitated. After all, they were in the midst of pursuing the isolated young leader of the silver fox tribe. The silver fox and red scorpion tribes had long been at odds, engaging in a perpetual cycle of mutual hostility for years, neither side gaining an advantage. If their esteemed young leader were to be captured, the red scorpion tribe would bask in triumph. At the very least, it would severely weaken the silver fox tribe. The ones responsible for capturing the young leader would earn accolades. Within the tribe, not only would they secure sustenance, but they would also ensure their survival. Thus, it was exceedingly difficult for them to relinquish such an opportunity. The leader of the red scorpion tribe scoffed, "Those who wish to follow me back to the tribe may do so. Those desiring glory should remain in the forest." But what if it were not a wolf pack fighting? What if it were merely a few fierce beasts engaged in a minor scuffle? This was uncertain. Perhaps one of you should scout ahead? Instantly, silence fell among them. Should it indeed be a brawl, those who ventured forth would likely never return. Although those present were renowned hunters of the tribe, all at least level 3, they were still facing a horde of ferocious beasts. They traveled in packs, and their sheer numbers could easily overwhelm even the strongest among them. Once their presence was detected, they would be torn to shreds. Reluctantly, the beastmen of the red scorpion tribe complied and withdrew. Meanwhile, Bai Ruansuan was drenched in sweat. She was exhausting the boar's strength. The boar, possessing immense power and size, could easily snap several trees with a single charge. It was worth noting that those trees had stood in the forest for at least a decade or two. The smallest ones were beyond Bai Ruansuan's grasp. Yet, no matter how strong it was, it could not withstand such depletion. Bai Ruansuan continued her evasive maneuvers. Over 20 trees had already collapsed beneath her. In the realm of animal hunting, moderation is key. The boar's energy was now nearly spent. It recognized its inability to capture the elusive prey before it and should have retreated. Yet, the boar was relentless. It pursued. Damn it, how infuriating. Bai Ruansuan was exasperated. If this continued, she would soon have no strength left to expend. That a solution had to be devised. That moment, she was quite close to her den, and she suddenly glimpsed a tree beside it. This tree was exceptionally thick, requiring 3 people to encircle it. Its trunk was enveloped in a shell as hard as a walnut's, with broad leaves and a white stem, adorned with green, spiny leaves that resembled steel needles. Each about the length of a finger, their tips sharp and menacing. Should one pierce the skin, it would be akin to impaling oneself with rebar. Bai Ruansuan's eyes sparkled with realization as she surveyed the tree beneath her. Although it was not quite adjacent to the spiny tree, her current form was too small and her jumping ability insufficient. She risked falling. This method was indeed perilous. Yet, given the dire circumstances, there were no other options left. Bai Ruansuan summoned her inner strength. Tensing her body, Below her, the wild boar roared, its head bloodied, crashing into the tree. Bai Ruansuan leveraged the force of its impact to spring forth onto the darkened sky. The moon cast a silvery glow upon the white cat, enveloping her in a gentle radiance that caressed her delicate fur, rendering her ethereal. Hidden behind the tree, a bloodied little silver fox gazed up at the sky with wide, innocent eyes, unblinking. Bai Ruansuan succeeded. She had leapt onto the tree. Although it was laden with thorns, the tips at the top had yet to fully develop, and Bai Ruansuan carefully avoided them. The boar continued to ram into the tree, branches splintering and raining down, causing it to become drenched in its own blood. The boar bellowed in fury, vowing to persist in its assault. From her elevated vantage point, Bai Ruansuan observed as the sturdy tree began to give way under the relentless blows. As the spiny tree collapsed, the boar attempted to evade, only to find itself confronted by Bai Ruansuan's sudden attack. Instinctively, it tried to dodge, but was forcefully knocked down beneath the fallen tree, with each struggle to free itself. The thorns embedded deeper, inflicting unbearable pain. Soon, the ground was stained with the stench of blood. Bai Ruansuan struck with ferocity. The boar succumbed. Bai Ruansuan absorbed the energy emanating from the boar, feeling a slight enhancement in her own strength. Baozi, observing from a distance, noted that she had sustained no significant injuries, merely fatigue, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Rushing over, Baozi urged, "Running, you must clean this up quickly, lest the scent of blood attract larger predators." "I know." Bai Ruansuan rested for a mere 2 minutes before immediately springing into action, tirelessly gathering the blood-soaked soil and discarding it far from her dwelling. As for the wild boar, covered in bristles, she initially contemplated disposing of it. After all, how could she manage so many spikes? Yet, the thought of savoring delicious braised pork compelled her to endure. Thus, Bai Ruansuan wielded her spiritual energy, shaping it into a blade to dismember the creature, expelling the blood with a wave of her power before ultimately transporting the remains to her cave. Exhausted, she collapsed, drenched in sweat, feeling grimy and sticky, lacking the strength to tidy up. All she desired was to return to her cave and enjoy a restful slumber. Baozi nodded. "You go ahead. I will keep an eye on the outside." All right. Suddenly, a chilling howl startled Bai Ruansuan, prompting her to scan the surrounding underbrush. That sound, so close. Who was it? How had she failed to notice until now? Such a masterful concealment spell. It couldn't be a beast. They lacked such cunning. Perhaps it was an orc? But that would be even worse than a mere beast. Anger surged within her as she cursed silently. Was this figure merely waiting for her to exhaust herself before making a move? Instinctively, she prepared to flee, only to hear a hoarse voice call out, "I am not a bad person." Bai Ruansuan halted, turning to face the source of the voice. It was not the pleasant timbre of his voice that caught her attention, nor the pitiable tone, but rather the weakness that resonated within it. He must be injured. How intriguing. She parted the grass to reveal a small, bloodied fox, looking like a drenched chicken, with one of its legs broken. She regarded him coolly. Bad people always claim they are not. Inyu gazed up at Bai Ruansuan with timid eyes, his fox-like gaze brimming with moisture. Bai Ruansuan paused, taken aback by the sight of this male fox on the verge of tears. She hadn't bullied him. "I am hurt," he lamented softly. Bai Ruansuan assessed him, sensing a hidden depth in his aura. Despite his injuries, he radiated a certain presence, dignified yet unassuming. Clearly, he was of considerable skill and held a respectable position within his tribe. "Oh, and," Inyu whispered, "so, could you take me in?" "I eat very little." "Absolutely not," Bai Ruansuan replied without turning, heading back to her cave. What an absurd notion, a stranger appearing out of nowhere. Who could tell if he was friend or foe? Did he think this was a tale of heroism? This was a world of beasts, fraught with danger. She would not be lured by mere appearances. You, don't go," he pleaded. "Wait, I can agree to your conditions. I can provide you with plenty of food. My father is the chief of the Silver Fox tribe. I'm the little chief. Woe is me. Why aren't you listening? If you save me, there are countless benefits." Inyu, the little chief, was gifted, handsome, and charming. Being the youngest son of the Silver Fox tribe chief, he had grown up without a care, reaching 17 years of age without anyone daring to cross him. Even his father had been reprimanded by his grandmother just days prior for scolding him. This time, he had snuck out to avoid an arranged marriage with the daughter of the neighboring Eagle tribe chief. Unexpectedly, upon arriving in the forest, he was ambushed and gravely injured, staring death in the face. After so long in the beast world, despite being well protected in Navi, he was not foolish. He understood that she had no obligation to save him. Yet the thought saddened him. Inu reflected on his predicament, feeling quite foolish on the brink of death. How could he not feel sorrow? Suddenly, Bai Ruansuan lifted him in her arms and could see that moment. He was but a small fox, weighing merely a few dozen pounds. Though she had no intention of rescuing him, the fact that he was the chief's son compelled her. If this little fox perished at her doorstep, it would spell disaster for her. The Silver Fox tribe was one of the most powerful in the vicinity, and as a level 1 beastman, Bai Ruansuan stood no chance against an invasion from them, of course. Had she known that Inu had run away without his family's knowledge, she would not have bothered. But ignorance was bliss, and Inu was no fool. He kept his mouth shut, snuggling into Bai Ruansuan's embrace as they entered the dark cave together. With his pale fur, he murmured, "Sister Ruansuan, you smell so good." Despite being filthy, Bai Ruansuan was no better off after her recent scuffle. However, there was no water stored at home, only the large leaves she had used earlier to collect some water to quench her thirst. There was hardly enough for a sip, let alone a bath. Yet her immediate concern was to find something to eat to stave off hunger. Had it not been for this unforeseen incident, she would have indulged herself with a feast of at least 4 dishes that evening. What a pity! As for bathing, that would have to wait until tomorrow. Gently, Bai Ruansuan placed the little fox on her sleeping mat, then pulled the grass from outside to secure the cave entrance tightly. She feared the approach of larger beasts that might catch sight of them. Cats could see in the dark, regardless of fire, but she was uncertain about foxes. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to light a fire. Instantly, the cave transformed from pitch black to a dim glow. The poor little gray fox licked its dry lips, its small tongue flicking out. Its eyes, recently weeping, glimmered with a rosy sheen. Bai Ruansuan instinctively averted her gaze. Enchanted by its cuteness, was this truly a male fox? Oh my heavens! She handed Inu the water wrapped in leaves. Remember to save a few sips for me. Inu nodded gratefully, sipping the water in small gulps. Appearing quite obedient, albeit a bit filthy, Bai Ruansuan observed the grass mat beneath the little fox, which had initially been neatly arranged, but was now smeared with mud and spattered with blood. Her lips twitched in dismay. Despite her exhaustion, she felt compelled to assist the little fox by examining his injuries. "What is your name?" "Sister. I am called Inu. I am Bai Ruansuan. How curious. You are truly named Bai Ruansuan." The little fox, Inu, seemed to avert his gaze from her, his cheeks reddening for reasons unknown. Bai Ruansuan engaged him in light conversation. Holding on to her energy as she checked his wounds, she discovered that while he appeared severely injured, with blood everywhere, he suffered no serious harm, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. However, several wounds were still bleeding and needed to be addressed. Bai Ruansuan casually exchanged some items from her system store for Yunnan Baiyao and bandages. She needed these supplies for herself anyway. Using them on him now wouldn't hurt. Inu watched with wide, curious eyes as Bai Ruansuan applied the medicine, sparkling with admiration. "Are you a shaman? You know medicine too? How amazing! These strange powders and delicate skins have already made me feel so much better. They hardly hurt at all now." Inu was a level 4 beastman and easily recognized that the beautiful sister before him was a considerably weaker level 1 beastman. Yet, it was remarkable that such a seemingly frail individual could thrive alone in the vast forest, managing to stay safe even in times of famine. If her strength was lacking, she must possess other talents. Coupled with her intelligence, able to hunt wild boars and staunch bleeding, Inu's admiration for her grew. Could it be that this sister was a shaman? Only the shaman truly suits Bai Ruansuan. Bai Ruansuan understands that a shaman is a mysterious figure in the tribe, skilled in medicine and divination, serving as the spiritual leader of the community. In modern times, they might be referred to as a spiritual healer. Bai Ruansuan is not one, yet she cannot openly state this. Otherwise, how would she justify the medicine she has prepared? Thus, she remains silent, neither confirming nor denying. Inyu becomes increasingly convinced that the beautiful lady before him is indeed a shaman. Shamans are typically proud and aloof, so it is only natural for her to ignore him. Moreover, Sister Ruansuan's medicine is so wondrous. It is entirely reasonable for her to disregard him. With gleaming eyes, Inyu gazes at Bai Ruansuan like a loyal foxdog. Bai Ruansuan thinks to herself, what on earth is a foxdog? What a peculiar descriptor. After assisting Inyu with his bandaging, Bai Ruansuan is troubled. Glancing at Baozi, with a grave expression, remarks, the injury doesn't appear too severe. You can simply realign it for him. But you can't do that, can you? Bai Ruansuan nods, realizing she indeed cannot. Then suddenly, the little fox extends its dark claws, and with a sharp crack, it realigns its own leg. Bai Ruansuan exclaims in astonishment. Baozi, is it possible to do that? Bai Ruansuan is taken aback. How do you possess such skills? Inyu proudly lifts his head, declaring, I learned from the shaman of our tribe. Bai Ruansuan nods, somewhat impressed. It seems that the shamans in Inyu's tribe are quite formidable. In the beastly novel she had previously read, those shamans only knew a bit about herbs and nothing more. Those novels are misleading. If that is the case, perhaps she should apprehend all those authors upon her return, leaving only Baba. Returning to the matter at hand, after Bai Ruansuan finishes applying medicine to Inyu, she feels a wave of energy wash over her, dispelling her fatigue. She decides to roast some meat. Retrieving her small pot, she places it on the rack, waiting for it to heat up. Once warm, Bai Ruansuan skillfully slices the meat with her sharp claws. Given the scarcity of water, she exercises caution, ensuring she cuts only the innermost parts of the meat, avoiding any contact with the dirt. To expedite the cooking process, she slices the meat into thin pieces. First, she lubricates the pot with the fat rendered from the meat before placing the delicate slices onto the stone pot. The aroma of the cooking meat fills the air, the sizzling fat popping as the meat gradually cooks, its edges curling slightly and acquiring a tantalizingly crisp appearance. Whetting the appetite, the savory scent wafts into Inyu's nostrils. Seeing the meat roasting over the fire, Inyu is taken aback. Can we eat that? Bai Ruansuan reassures him, of course. It tastes infinitely better than raw meat. Just wait and see. Inyu quietly distances himself from the fire. In the beastly world, fire is not regarded as a benevolent element. Rather, they fear it, unsure of its origins. Fire can cause injuries, and even the mightiest beastmen seldom survive its wrath. Thus, aside from the tribal sacrifices, shamans who invoke fire to honor the deities are the only ones who dare to engage with it. Having been rescued by Ruansuan, Inyu feels immense gratitude and cannot ask his benefactor for anything. Her willingness to shelter him is enough. Observing Inyu's trepidation, Bai Ruansuan's gaze softens. In truth, fire is not as terrifying as it seems. When wielded properly, it can become a powerful ally. Inyu does not fully grasp this. But watching Bai Ruansuan handle fire so adeptly, he simply nods in agreement. The thinly sliced meat cooks rapidly, and the enticing aroma fills the cave. Bai Ruansuan has chosen to roast the meat in the farthest corner of the cave, near the grass mat, ensuring that even if the fragrance wafts out, it won't attract any wild beasts. However, she must hurry to cook it, as the air inside the cave needs to circulate. Once the meat is ready, Bai Ruansuan sprinkles a bit of salt on top and feeds it to Inyu, who winces as the hot morsel touches his tongue, but then opens his eyes wide in excitement, exclaiming, Sister, this is delicious. I want more. This truly is the best food he has ever tasted in this world. He cannot believe the meat has no hint of gaminess, with a subtle salty flavor and an intoxicating aroma. How has it achieved such a delightful taste, full of juicy richness? Bai Ruansuan cannot help but pat the little fox's head. Smiling brightly, It brings her joy to see the child relish the meal she prepared. She continues to slice the meat, feeding Inyu until he is nearly full, while she herself has only had a few pieces. Feeling somewhat shy, Inyu says, Sister, you should eat too. I can manage on my own. As he speaks, he cautiously reaches for the meat with his fingers. Bai Ruansuan shakes her head, offering him a pair of chopsticks. That could burn you. Use these to poke the meat, blow on it, and then eat. Okay, soon. Inyu discovers the technique. Bai Ruansuan has been roasting for a while now, and if she continues, the air in the cave might run out. So, she retrieves 4 eggs, cracking them into the pot. Inu gasps. Those are go-go beast eggs. I've tried these before, and they were terrible. He cannot fathom why sister would want to eat those. Did he eat too much earlier? Does she think there isn't enough food? If there isn't enough to eat, he would gladly share his portion with her. After all, she has taken him in. He cannot bear to see her go hungry. Watching Bai Ruansuan, Inu feels a pang of guilt, but quickly realizes he is overthinking, because this go-go beast egg smells incredible. It has a different aroma compared to the meat, yet it competes with it. How could something so fishy as a go-go beast egg possibly compare to meat? Yet, astonishingly, it truly is just as fragrant. Moreover, it is curious that the egg, which initially resembled water, transforms into a large yellow mass when placed over the fire. It is undeniably appetizing. As Inu gazes at the golden, sizzling egg in the pot, he cannot help but drool. Before long, the eggs are done cooking, and due to the oil used, the aroma is fully released, leaving them tender and moist. Inu stands in shock. I never imagined go-go beast eggs could smell this good. Bai Ruansuan remains silent, merely sprinkling salt over the fried eggs, intensifying their fragrance. This time, Inu applies his newfound skill, expertly picking up a small piece with the chopsticks, blowing on it gently, and tasting it. So delicious, it is even better than it smelled. The flavor resembles that of beast milk, though less sour, with a barely perceptible milky sweetness, fresh and incredibly tender, gliding smoothly over the palate. The crispy exterior adds a delightful crunch, making it utterly delectable. Inu is so overwhelmed with happiness that he feels tears welling up. As the youngest son of the Silver Fox tribe leader and possessing great talent, he has never lacked for food throughout his life. He could indulge in as much beast meat as he pleased, should he desire. Though many other beastmen in the tribe often go hungry, such as the nature of the beastly world, those who are strong may act as they wish, while the weak must endure hunger. Thus, Inu finds himself among the fortunate ones, having tasted a variety of foods, yet not every dish is suitable for his palate. Living as a solitary beastman is no easier than life in a typical tribe, and he initially thought Bai Ruansuan might not have much to offer. But to his surprise, both the roasted meat and the go-go beast eggs have brought him boundless delight. The food is simply exquisite. In fact, compared to what he previously ate in the tribe, it is utterly incomparable. Inu believes that even if he were to die now, he would willingly go, for he has tasted such heavenly dishes. This life has already been more than enough. Bai Ruansuan gazed at the figure of Inu and instantly recognized his fondness for food. Silently, she divided the eggs among him, allowing herself only a modest portion. She feared that indulging further might lead to gallbladder inflammation, so it was best to let Inu enjoy them. After all, he was recovering from an injury, necessitating an increased intake of nourishment. And eggs were indispensable. Observing Inu relish his meal, Bai Ruansuan found his twitching gray fox ears quite amusing, prompting her to reach out and pet them gently. Unbeknownst to Inu, who was lost in his culinary delight, his pace slowed when he noticed Bai Ruansuan's restraint, his demeanor turning cautious. Bai Ruansuan, captivated by the innocence in the childish eyes, could not help but stroke his forehead. That I've had my fill of that. I've eaten quite enough lately and can't manage more, she explained. Understanding dawned upon Inu, who then sighed in relief and continued to eat. Bai Ruansuan continued, Don't be deceived by the gluttonous beast's voracious appetite. We are unaccustomed to its flavor, yet it is indeed highly nutritious that you've sustained an injury, and you must replenish your strength, so eat well. All right, both Bai Ruansuan and Inu soon found themselves satisfied. They had yet to clear the table, as Inu had lost quite a bit of blood today due to his injury. Tea that moment. Having feasted heartily, sleep beckoned. Bai Ruansuan glanced at the soiled grass mat and resignedly permitted him to rest. Planning to gather fresh grass the following day, she pushed aside the bushes obstructing the cave entrance, allowing the cave to breathe and welcoming the fresh air for the wild beasts outside. She had no time to worry. Baozi was keeping watch, and Bai Ruansuan promptly fell into slumber. However, as midnight approached, an unexpected visitor arrived. Inu awoke slightly before Bai Ruansuan, alertly observing the surroundings from a distance. A series of menacing roars echoed as a robust, fearsome tiger leapt gracefully from the forest, Its magnificent form rivaled that of Bai Ruansuan's initial appearance. Bai Ruansuan gently pressed down on the little fox's head, whispering, "Sleep now. It cannot enter here. Perhaps it is merely passing by." Inyu nodded obediently. Though Bai Ruansuan closed her eyes, she could not succumb to sleep. A cat's eyes glimmer brightly in the night. Should that tiger catch sight of her luminous gaze, it might perceive her as prey and venture in. While it was unlikely to enter, the latter half of the night would render both her and Inyu sleepless. Fortunately, the tigers soon departed, proving to be nothing more than a passerby. Both Bai Ruansuan and the barely sleeping Inyu released a sigh of relief, finally able to rest soundly. Bai Ruansuan slept on the makeshift grass mat she had divided from beneath Inyu. After all, the mat was solely composed of grass, and converting a double bed into two singles was merely a matter of separation. That night, perhaps due to her earlier injury, she felt an unusual chill within the cave. The following day, Bai Ruansuan awoke with a sneeze. Inyu, concerned, looked at her anxiously. "Sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Bai Ruansuan replied, gently with a smile. Not only was she touched by Inyu's attentiveness, but she also seized the opportunity to prepare more dishes with him around. The previous day's roasted meat had already counted as one of 10 dishes, combined with the 6 previously made. She was left with a mere 4 to go. Early that morning, she ventured to the riverbank to wash some lotus roots, utilizing the fat from a wild boar to create stir-fried lotus root with meat. Although the dish was seasoned solely with salt, the wild world's lotus roots were profound in flavor. Once prepared, they boasted a crisp and sweet texture, enhanced by the savory meat, making it particularly appetizing. The system, observing the delectable lotus roots Bai Ruansuan had prepared, could not resist drooling and cheerfully remarked, "This dish is worth 8 points, host. May I have a taste?" "You may, but dear system," Bai Ruansuan replied while washing mushrooms for mushroom stir-fry. "Even if I wish to share, it seems you cannot partake." Baozi, being a virtual entity in this realm, could not enjoy any food. Aware of this fact, Baozi felt dejected upon hearing Bai Ruansuan's words, as if the moisture from his pork and scallion filling was being drawn out by his sorrow. This host was truly mischievous. Bai Ruansuan proceeded to prepare mushroom stir-fry. The umami of the mushrooms astonished Inyu. Though he seemed unaccustomed to the flavor, scrunching his little mouth and opting to pick out the meat instead, Bai Ruansuan raised an eyebrow at the little creature's pickiness. "Eat properly," she admonished firmly. Inyu's lips pouted in further protest, yet the next moment he was instantly cured by the new dish Bai Ruansuan had prepared. She finally chopped the meat, mixing in a bit of mushrooms and chives for flavor, adding a pinch of salt to create a meat filling. She then sliced the tender lotus roots into large thin pieces, placing them on the stove to roast, stuffing the meat filling inside. Once cooked, she brushed a layer of egg wash on top to prevent the filling from spilling out during consumption. Bai Ruansuan had seasoned the meat filling slightly more than usual, so there was no need to sprinkle salt on the egg wash. Inyu gazed at the golden exterior of the stuffed lotus root, brimming with filling, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Sister Ruansuan, what is this? It looks delicious." "This is called a lotus root box," she replied. The system, observing the lotus root box, beamed and said, "Well done. That's worth 10 points." Noticing Inyu's keen interest in the lotus root box, Bai Ruansuan decided to make several more. The final dish was wild fruit wrapped in meat, where the sweet and sour wild fruits nestled within thick slices of meat, complemented by chives, created a delightful balance of flavors without being overly rich. Inyu indulged until his belly was round. After they finished dining, Bai Ruansuan had completed her 10 dishes. The system chimed in joyfully. "Host, you are simply incredible. Your current points stand at 61. The novice gift pack has been placed in your space, and you can access it with a mere thought." With Inyu still by her side, Bai Ruansuan planned to sneak into her space once she ventured out to gather food, preparing to search for sustenance and collect some wood to craft more chopsticks and bowls. Inyu expressed his desire to accompany her. Bai Ruansuan, noticing his limping leg, hesitated for a moment before deciding against letting him join. However, Inyu insisted he could be of assistance, with his sharp fox claws adept at crafting. Be it whittling chopsticks or fashioning spatulas and bowls, Bai Ruansuan readily agreed, realizing she was still unskilled in using her little cat claws. Thus, she entrusted the task to Inyu, while Inyu recuperated in Bai Ruansuan's cave. He soon neared full recovery. Bai Ruansuan marveled at his swift healing. After all, it typically took 100 days to recover from serious injuries, yet he had nearly healed in just a few days. Truly astonishing. Although Inu still moved with some difficulty, he was now able to walk. During these days, Inu enjoyed ample nourishment, brimming with energy but lacking an outlet for it. He took to assisting Bai Ruansuan with various intricate tasks in the cave, crafting numerous bowls and chopsticks, and fulfilling her requests by creating spoons and spatulas for cooking. The kitchenware was now complete. Eager to venture outside, Inu, now able to walk, was thrilled to accompany Bai Ruansuan. Suddenly, an idea struck her. During my battle with the wild boar a few days ago, I toppled several trees. These trunks are rather sturdy and would make excellent furniture. Why don't you help me move those trees into the cave? Although Inu did not comprehend the concept of furniture, he noted Bai Ruansuan's excitement and deduced that it likely resembled the bowls and chopsticks he had previously crafted, items fashioned through meticulous effort. In the span of an hour, Inu successfully transported the required trees into the cave. After assigning tasks to Inu, Bai Ruansuan set off to the distance in the days that followed. Aside from foraging for food, Bai Ruansuan sought a type of clay suitable for making pots, akin to ceramic clay. Eventually, her perseverance bore fruit when she discovered the desired clay near a bamboo grove. The basket she carried on her back was lined with large leaves, ensuring that the clay remained concealed, and she filled the basket with several dozen pounds of it to take home. Observing the burden Bai Ruansuan carried, Inu found it curious. What do you need all that clay for? Are you planning to plant something? Bai Ruansuan shook her head. Once I have completed my tasks, you shall see. She handed 2 pears, which she had gathered from the bamboo grove, to Inu. Fruits were quite rare in this place, and during her stay, she had only come across some wild berries and these pears. Although pears were scarce, they were notably large, each weighing around 2 pounds. The 2 of them could share 1 pear, providing sustenance for an entire day, while the other would be saved for later. Having spent considerable time with Inu, Bai Ruansuan had discerned her eating habits. Inu's appetite was roughly 3 times that of Bai Ruansuan, capable of consuming 6 or 7 bowls of rice. The system calculated points based on the dishes prepared, regardless of whether they were new recipes or not. Consequently, Bai Ruansuan had been experimenting with a variety of dishes recently, resulting in a substantial increase in her points, which had now amassed to 100. What shall we eat today? Bai Ruansuan inquired of Inu, who was about to respond when a raindrop fell. They exchanged a glance and hurried into the cave. The sky rumbled with thunder, and soon a torrential downpour began. Observing the rainwater seeping into the cave, Bai Ruansuan decided to cover the entrance with some grass. Inu, having learned to kindle a fire, promptly set up a fire pit to dispel the dampness. Given the circumstances, the fire would likely need to burn continuously until the rain ceased. During her days in the cave, aside from foraging for food and practicing her skills, Bai Ruansuan had also fashioned a small window for herself. This diminutive window, no larger than a fist, was too small for mice or rabbits to enter, thus eliminating the need for her to cover it. The window leaked very little, requiring no maintenance. With the fire burning, she no longer needed to worry about whether the entrance was obstructed. Observing the current weather, it seemed likely that a heavy downpour was imminent. Inu remarked, to which Bai Ruansuan nodded in silent agreement. In this beastly realm, rain often persisted for extended periods. Typically, a rainfall lasted no less than 3 or 4 hours. Given the ferocity of this storm, it could easily last half a day or even longer. However, this was of little consequence, as Inu had returned with 3 rabbits and 5 chickens, and there was still a fresh lotus root and 2 pounds of mushrooms, along with a slab of cured meat in the cave. Bai Ruansuan marinated 2 chickens and 3 rabbits, intending to roast them for added flavor. Meanwhile, she sought mushrooms with meat and fried a few eggs to provide Inu with a hearty snack. The chickens and rabbits would roast slowly. There was no rush. Inu could easily consume 2 chickens and 2 rabbits by himself, and recently Bai Ruansuan had found little in the way of fresh vegetables aside from leeks and lotus root, mostly relying on fish, meat, and eggs, which had become quite greasy. Thus, she was satisfied with just 1 rabbit. Now, she craved something stewed. Bai Ruansuan looked at the clay she had brought back, kneading it into a sturdy pot before placing it over the fire. She was unsure how long this would take, but her impatience was palpable. After finishing his meal, Inyu felt somewhat cold. Fortunately, he and Bai Ruansuan had set aside some animal hides for warmth. Anticipating rain or snow, in truth, if they were cold, they could simply transform into their beast forms, which would alleviate the chill. However, Bai Ruansuan felt that with the frequent rain and snow in this realm, relying on transformation during such weather would diminish much of the enjoyment. Therefore, she and Inyu had gathered a substantial amount of animal hides, primarily from wild rabbits and small creatures. Even so, this was sufficient, for most animals in this realm were quite large. A rabbit was roughly the size of a dog. Thus, with the accumulated hides, they could stitch together 2 blankets of double bed size. With the rain falling and nothing else to do, Bai Ruansuan said, "Inyu, could you help me make a few wooden barrels?" Recently, she had exchanged some coin for needles and thread from the system's marketplace, and now was the perfect opportunity to use them. While there were needles and thread in the beast realm, they were made from bones and shredded animal hides. Inyu, though surprised by the fineness of the needles Bai Ruansuan had produced, harbored no suspicions as Bai Ruansuan mended the blanket. Inyu sat nearby, watching attentively. Inyu had been recovering well lately and could now assume a human form at that moment, with his silver hair and sparkling eyes reminiscent of a fawn. His cherubic cheeks added to his charm as he gazed intently at Bai Ruansuan, resembling an adorable little puppy. Although Bai Ruansuan was aware that most denizens of the beast realm were strikingly beautiful, the close proximity to such captivating features made her cheeks flush, prompting her to shyly retreat and say, "You need to peel the bark off those trees and hollow out the wood, ensuring the edges are thin and smooth. That will create the barrels." "All right, sister," Inyu replied. His craftsmanship was a delight to behold. Perhaps it was due to the elegance of his hands, but Bai Ruansuan found it immensely pleasing to watch. The trees Inyu collected were robust, the thinnest of which could not be embraced by a single person, resulting in large barrels. After a moment of thought, Bai Ruansuan concluded that she needed 3 wooden barrels, 1 for water, 1 for other food, and 1 for miscellaneous items. Additionally, she planned to construct a shelf, using scraps of animal hides as rope to secure the joints, allowing for the storage of various items. Finally, she intended to create a bath barrel, which would be fashioned from the largest log. Judging by its girth, it would easily accommodate 2 individuals. Bai Ruansuan did not particularly enjoy bathing with others. She preferred the spaciousness and comfort of a large bath barrel. Inyu listened to Bai Ruansuan's requests, somewhat bewildered. She understood that he likely had little experience with such tasks, so she explicitly explained what was expected. As for the rest, she would manage on her own. Although Inyu had initially come to Bai Ruansuan's aid, he had since contributed significantly to their efforts. He was diligent, never causing trouble for himself. However, there seemed to be some mystery surrounding Inyu. While his injuries had mostly healed, he had not mentioned anything about leaving. Since he remained silent, Bai Ruansuan chose not to bring it up either. If Inyu did not wish to depart, he would continue to assist her. In any case, Bai Ruansuan saw no disadvantage in this arrangement. By nightfall, Inyu had crafted 2 smooth wooden barrels, though a few rough spots remained. Bai Ruansuan planned to rise in the middle of the night to secretly sand them down, especially the interior of the barrels, which required careful attention. With Inyu's barrels completed and Bai Ruansuan's blanket stitched together, her handiwork was commendable. Although the stitching appeared somewhat coarse due to her eagerness, it was tightly woven and unbreakable. They had replaced the thatch on their beds, and the 2 paused their tasks to test the warmth of the new blanket, finding it exceedingly cozy. Inyu was particularly delighted, exclaiming, "This looks truly beautiful." There are no visible signs of mending, of course. This thread is modern. Bai Ruansuan mused inwardly, stretching her limbs. The silver moon also stretched lazily. She and Inyu were both engrossed in their tasks, one stitching a quilt, the other engaged in crafting, resulting in particularly sore necks. The gentle stretch aids in maintaining one's physical well-being. The rain continued to fall, intensifying with each passing moment. Bai Ruansuan peered through the window, noting that water had begun to accumulate outside. The cave was damp. Despite their fire, the vastness of the cave rendered it somewhat ineffective. Bai Ruansuan glanced at her surroundings with concern, fearing that in a few days, water droplets would begin to seep from the cave walls. That moment, Nothing could be more delightful than a warm bowl of soup. Bai Ruansuan gazed longingly at the clay pot she had set aside in the corner of the cave, waiting to cool down, realizing it would not be usable until the following day. Dinner that evening consisted of a makeshift meal, prompting Bai Ruansuan to forego eating, while Inyu relished his food. He particularly adored eggs, consuming them nearly every day. Although Bai Ruansuan felt a tinge of worry, the system assured her that, given Inyu's constitution, consuming 4 eggs was roughly equivalent to a regular person eating 2. Furthermore, since Inyu was still in recovery, she decided to let him be. That day, Bai Ruansuan did not sleep well, although it was not particularly cold. The following morning, Inyu awoke to a tantalizing aroma. The rain persisted, albeit lessening slightly, but the outside world bore witness to significant water accumulation, likely from the previous night's downpour. Noticing that their cave entrance remained unsubmerged, Inyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister, what are you making?" he inquired curiously, eyeing the round, chubby figure atop the fire. A large pot adorned with plump ears and a squeezable lid, crafted by Bai Ruansuan the day before, suitable for boiling, stewing, or stir-frying. She added chopped chicken to the pot. She mused that if this pot proved functional, her little stone pot could finally retire with honor. Recently, Bai Ruansuan had replenished all her seasonings, so she decided to prepare a chicken soup, enhancing its flavor with a touch of mushrooms. The soup took an eternity to cook, leaving Inyu in a state of anxious anticipation. The wait felt interminable. As he squatted beside the pot, intoxicated by the heavenly scent, feeling as if he might transcend to another realm. The aroma was simply divine. The fragrance of the meat mingled with the freshness of the chicken and the earthy notes of the mushrooms, creating a delightful symphony of flavors that wafted throughout the cave. By the time the soup was ready, the chicken was nearly disintegrated, its essence infused into the broth, which shimmered with a milky white hue and delicate yellow oil droplets. Bai Ruansuan took a sip, nodding in satisfaction. The seasonings were perfect, and the aroma was irresistible. She skimmed off the excess oil into a small wooden bowl to save for future stir-fries. Drinking chicken soup in the morning could be somewhat greasy, especially since the chicken was well-fed and prone to being oily. Thus, skimming it off was a healthier choice. The enticing scent of the chicken soup made Inyu feel ravenous. Bai Ruansuan served him a bowl. And indeed, he found it even more delectable than his beloved eggs. The stewed chicken was flavorful, falling off the bone despite Bai Ruansuan's minimal use of salt. It had been cooked long enough to render it tender and succulent, melting in his mouth with every bite. The meal was splendid for both Bai Ruansuan and Inyu. In addition to the chicken soup, Bai Ruansuan also grilled some lotus root slices, sprinkling them with a barbecue seasoning. Inyu, unfamiliar with such an odd powder, found the lotus root delightful but was curious about its origin. Bai Ruansuan chuckled. "Oh dear, I've forgotten where I got it. As long as it tastes good, that is all that matters." Inyu pondered for a moment, but refrained from asking further. Perhaps it was a herb that Sister Ruansuan, as a shaman, had encountered. It was certainly not a topic to pry into. Their meal was utterly perfect. The system's notifications chimed continuously. Mushroom chicken soup is worth 10 points. The acquired points have been automatically credited to the host's attribute panel. Please check at your convenience. Grilled lotus root slices are worth 5 points. The acquired points have been automatically credited to the host's attribute panel. Please check at your convenience. The rain continued to fall, and Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of frustration. Their food supplies in the cave were dwindling, and if the rain persisted, she and Inyu would have to brave the elements to forage outside. Lacking raincoats, they risked catching a cold. The system had provided a beginner's gift package, which included a 10 square meter space, a 10-kilogram bag of rice, 50 points, and access to the sign-in interface. Within Bai Ruansuan space were the accumulated provisions of 60 eggs, 30 bird eggs, 10 kilograms of pork, 3 chickens, 50 kilograms of chives, 25 kilograms of fish, and 30 kilograms of mushrooms. There was enough food, but it could not be accessed so directly. Therefore, it was best if the rain ceased. Sighing, Bai Ruansuan opened the sign-in interface. Host Bai Ruansuan, sign-in successful. You have received a basic energy stone for cultivation. Bai Ruansuan's heart leapt with joy. Her journey in cultivation had always faced obstacles. Absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens was notably more difficult for her than for ordinary beastmen. Coupled with her original host's lackluster talent, she had remained a first-level beastman. Since her arrival, the nourishment she had received had slightly accelerated her training speed, but the improvement was marginal. Bai Ruansuan estimated that with her current body's aptitude, achieving second-level beastman status would likely require another year, a painfully long duration, after which the opportunity might be lost. Fortunately, she had the system. The latest sign-in page appeared quite considerate, seemingly aware of her plight, and promptly granted her an energy stone for cultivation. Energy stones were highly coveted among the beastmen of the Beast World continent, as they contained vast amounts of energy essence, facilitating direct energy absorption. For someone like Bai Ruansuan, who struggled with innate abilities, the stone's enhancement could equate her daily cultivation progress to that of 3 days' worth. Such energy stones were rare and typically accessible only to beastmen from large tribes. Bai Ruansuan felt immensely fortunate to have obtained one through sign-in. Gazing at the energy stone, Bai Ruansuan decided to meditate and begin her cultivation that very night. The rain persisted throughout the night, and Bai Ruansuan cultivated diligently, utilizing nearly half of the energy stone. There was still enough for another half-day of use. Inu observed Bai Ruansuan, who was engrossed in her meditation, and sighed, "Sister is truly hard-working." However, he noted that her level remained low, suggesting her innate talent might not be exceptional. Bai Ruansuan had discreetly hidden the energy stone within her clothing for continued use, ensuring that Inu would not discover it. She was uncertain whether Inu had ever used an energy stone, but given his background, it was likely he had. Thus, Bai Ruansuan chose to avoid any risk. After sharing a simple meal with Inu, she felt increasingly anxious and asked, "Inu, I truly lack talent in cultivation. My progress is perpetually stagnant. Might you provide me with guidance?" "Of course," Inu replied, his face turning crimson as he shyly nodded. He had just completed crafting a wooden tub and frame and was in search of something to occupy himself with. Thus, he began instructing Bai Ruansuan. "First, let us sit cross-legged and envision the spiritual energy flowing towards you. Then grasp the energy that resonates most closely with you. Spiritual energy consists of various elements, such as water and fire. For ordinary beastmen, it suffices to absorb it all at once. However, those with exceptional talent are different. They tend to be more attuned to a particular element and should focus on that one first, only seeking others once the chosen element is depleted." Bai Ruansuan listened, sensing something amiss. "So, I need to grasp the spiritual energy?" "Yes, Sister Ruansuan, what's wrong?" Inu gazed at her with his sparkling eyes. Bai Ruansuan offered an awkward smile. "I long to understand why my cultivation is lacking." "Why? I have never attempted to grasp the spiritual energy. I merely sit in meditation, allowing it to enter my body on its own." Inu wore a look of astonishment, and Bai Ruansuan mirrored her shock. It dawned on her why she had been so weak. It was not a deficiency in her innate talent, but rather a flaw in her cultivation method. Upon reflection, this realization seemed quite reasonable, considering that the original owner of her body had lived in the forest. With little interaction among other beast folk, and the methods of cultivation she had acquired appeared to have been learned through trial and error. With this newfound understanding, everything fell into place. However, if one could reach the first level of cultivation without harnessing spiritual energy, it was clear that her talent was indeed commendable. Following Inu's guidance, Bai Ruansuan eagerly commenced her training. By afternoon, she opened her eyes just as the rain had ceased. The cave was damp and chilly, yet Bai Ruansuan felt little of it. She emerged from her warm bedding of animal skins and excitedly circled around the cave twice. How incredible! At her current pace of cultivation, she would only need 2 months to break through to the second level. Moreover, her sign-in interface might yield energy stones. With this, her training speed would increase even further, perhaps requiring even less than 2 months. Having activated her sign-in system for 3 days, Bai Ruansuan found that she had received energy stones with each sign-in. She had just used one, leaving her with 2 large energy stones and 1 small one, enough to sustain her for 4 days. This equated to at least 10 days' worth of training. Observing the rain had stopped outside, Bai Ruansuan decided to wait for the water to seep away before venturing out to procure some food. Perhaps she might find some leeks or other vegetables to celebrate. This thought. Bai Ruansuan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that in modern times, celebrations typically involved feasting on meats. Yet here she was, contemplating a vegetable feast. Inu also expressed a desire for chicken soup. Previously, they had acquired a few chickens and rabbits, and now only one chicken remained. Bai Ruansuan set about preparing the soup while planning to search for more food. Seeing Bai Ruansuan laboring away, Inu quickly joined her, bringing out some leftover scraps from his woodworking. Bai Ruansuan observed Inu's somewhat naive demeanor and sighed. "We should keep those. They could be used for firewood, right?" However, Inu dragged out a tree covered in thorns. This was the very tree Bai Ruansuan had used to slay the wild boar. Yet it was of no use to Inu. He had brought it in haphazardly, and after examining it, deemed it unfit for any purpose. It was indeed a pity. Even for burning, its spiny exterior made it difficult for Bai Ruansuan to handle without getting pricked. Inu exerted considerable effort to drag the tree, which weighed several hundred pounds. Naturally endowed with immense strength and not lacking in beastfolk prowess, he found even an object weighing over 200 pounds to be no challenge. The tree likely weighed over 300 pounds. As the tree scraped against the ground, it left behind a layer of white dust, accompanied by unpleasant sounds, and clumps of mud and thick gray bark fell away, scattering debris everywhere. The sight was rather troublesome to clean up. Bai Ruansuan rubbed her forehead, worried that Inu might tire himself out, and hurried to assist him. However, Inu shook his head and resisted, and in their back and forth, they inadvertently broke the tree. Inu exclaimed, "This is actually quite convenient, sister. It makes it easier for me to move it now." That he was correct. It was indeed more manageable. Bai Ruansuan nodded and instructed him to go ahead while she fetched a basket. Upon her return, she was met with a remarkable sight. The robust tree, encased in a hard, thick bark and covered in thorns, revealed a soft, vibrant core reminiscent of freshly watered cabbage. Its tender, pale green interior resembled cabbage, bursting with vitality and freshness, almost begging to be bitten into. Bai Ruansuan held her breath in awe, while Inu continued to haul it outside. She called out, "Wait, Inu, come over and see what I've discovered." Bai Ruansuan exclaimed, filled with delight. Encased within this grand tree was a cabbage. It looked exactly like a cabbage. Inu was bewildered. He turned to find Bai Ruansuan crouched down, examining the crisp, tender core of the cabbage. Bai Ruansuan observed it for a while, even plucking a few leaves to smell. My goodness, it truly is cabbage. Cabbage growing inside a tree. This was indeed an edible food source. Inu was thrilled. Having spent time with Bai Ruansuan, he knew she was familiar with many foods that other beast folk were unaware of, so he accepted this revelation without much skepticism. Yet he still gazed at the ugly, thorny tree with disbelief. "Can this really be edible? Are you sure you're not joking?" Bai Ruansuan nodded affirmatively. The plants in the beast world exhibit vastly different forms, many differing greatly from modern varieties. For instance, there were leeks as tall as herself. Given such bizarre growth, it seemed plausible for cabbages to sprout from a tree. Bai Ruansuan planned to take a few cabbage leaves to feed the chickens. Testing for poison first. If it truly was cabbage and safe to eat, there could be hundreds of pounds of cabbage within this tree. Discovering a cabbage tree could secure their food supply for the year. Moreover, cabbages could be pickled. Thus, there was no need to store them in her system space, which would save room. Bai Ruansuan instructed Inu to dispose of the other refuse while she crouched in the cave to stir-fry some cabbage for the chickens. The refreshing aroma wafted through the air as she gazed at the sought-ed cabbage, which was tender and green, exuding a delightful fragrance that made it look quite appetizing. One of Bai Ruansuan's favorite dishes in her past life was cabbage. Whether stir-fried, braised with vermicelli, or in dumplings filled with pork, that had always held a special place in her heart. In a world abundant with meat, being able to savor delicious cabbage was truly a luxury. Having not eaten vegetables in a long time, Bai Ruansuan, now salivating, sighed as she fed it to the chickens. 2 hours later, the chickens appeared unaffected. They eagerly devoured an entire plate of sought-ed cabbage, their bellies round and content. Bai Ruansuan felt relieved and happily jumped up. Cabbage for lunch! How wonderful! She had something delicious to eat once again. Inu returned after collecting the litter, and Bai Ruansuan gazed at the prickly and hard-shelled cabbage tree on the ground. Furrowing her brows, the outer parts of the cabbage were relatively easy to extract, but delving deeper, proved to be a challenge. She would need Inyu's assistance to craft a stone axe capable of felling trees. However, given the thickness of the outer shell, it was clear that she could not accomplish this alone. It would require Inyu's strength. Upon discovering that this new food was edible, Inyu was elated and promptly set out in search of stones to make the axe. Meanwhile, Bai Ruansuan busied herself by extracting some of the exposed cabbages. These cabbages possessed large, expansive leaves, and as Bai Ruansuan worked to retrieve them, she ensured not to break them too finely, in comparison to modern cabbage leaves. They were approximately twice as long. Bai Ruansuan pulled out the wooden barrel that Inyu had previously crafted for her, which was conveniently suitable for storing cabbages. Each barrel could hold up to 100 jin, and although she had 3, one was designated for water, leaving her with only 2 for storage. Observing the 2 barrels silently, Bai Ruansuan realized that they would not suffice for the abundant cabbages. She would have to ask Inyu to make more barrels. Furthermore, since the cabbages had been harvested, they would not keep well. After some contemplation, Bai Ruansuan decided to store 50 jin of cabbage in her space, reserving some for their consumption while the majority would be set aside for pickling in a sauerkraut. To pickle the cabbage, she would need a large vat, and, in the absence of wooden barrels, she could make do with alternatives. However, the most crucial consideration was temperature. The ideal temperature for fermenting sauerkraut ranges from 5 to 15 degrees, and given the fluctuating temperatures of the beast world, it seemed this would pose a problem. Shaking her head, Bai Ruansuan decided to set aside these concerns for the moment and focus on extracting all the cabbages first. Once Inyu completed the axe, they worked together to dismantle the entire cabbage tree. Bai Ruansuan cautioned, Inyu, be careful not to prick yourself on the thorns of the cabbage tree. This food is called cabbage, now I understand. Sister Ruansuan, Inyu replied. The two continued to extract cabbages while chatting, and by noon, they had not yet finished. With only a small portion remaining, they likely would not complete the task until evening. Bai Ruansuan scrunched her nose and suggested Inyu take a break while she went to the river to catch a couple of large fish. Knowing that Bai Ruansuan intended to cook, Inyu kindled a fire in advance and patiently waited in the cave. In the past few days of rain, aside from training and eating, the two had little else to occupy their time. So they had constructed a rudimentary kitchen in the cave that consisted of a long, sturdy wooden table, secured at the corners with sharp thorns from the large tree, solidly positioned in front of the small window Bai Ruansuan had made. Leaning against the cave wall, the table was impressively long, seemingly able to accommodate 7 or 8 pots, with one section featuring a hollowed-out circle for placing a pot directly over the fire. Bai Ruansuan had even fashioned some bricks from clay beneath it to prevent the wooden table from catching fire. This setup proved to be quite convenient. Bai Ruansuan regarded the sharp thorns. Although they were remarkably hard, only slightly less so than stone, they were still wood. For such joints, it would be better to use iron nails for stability. Bai Ruansuan resolved to discreetly nail the table together with iron nails when Inyu was not around. A smooth, round countertop was crafted by Bai Ruansuan herself. Her skills were not exceptional, and progress was slow. Over the past few days, she had managed to create only this small item, along with 2 small round stools for their meals, which Inyu had made. Bai Ruansuan inquired of Inyu, "Shall we have the fish roasted or stewed today?" "Stewed," Inyu replied, knowing that stewing meant using the new pot Bai Ruansuan had crafted. The dishes prepared in that pot were exceptionally delicious, especially the chicken soup, so she anticipated that other foods would be equally delightful. Bai Ruansuan meticulously cleaned the 2 large fish, tossing one into the pot. First, she seared it dry to create a golden crust on the surface, then quickly flipped it to prevent sticking, allowing some clear oil to be released. Afterwards, she added seasonings, with no scallions, ginger, or garlic available. She resorted to other spices to mask the fishy odor. Thus, Bai Ruansuan decided to prepare a sweet and sour fish. She added an appropriate amount of salt, 13-spice seasoning, soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, and some sugar, followed by 3 large bowls of cold water. The pot bubbled and boiled, releasing an enticing, tangy aroma. Inyu watched the pot, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his nose, yet strangely captivated by the scent. Bai Ruansuan encouraged Inyu to rest, but he remained busy crafting several new large barrels for storing the cabbages. The cabbages on the ground would fill 3 barrels, but Inyu aimed to create a few more. Ideally 8, as Bai Ruansuan might need additional barrels for storing other foods in the future. Silently working, Inyu contemplated the Inhu tribe and fell into a moment of silence that if only Sister Ruansuan would choose him. He longed to remain by her side. He had no desire for an arranged marriage, yet he was uncertain about Bai Ruansuan's thoughts on wanting him to stay. Bai Ruansuan was fortunate. Both fish she selected contained roe, a sizable golden mass that delighted her. She extracted the roe from the belly of the other fish and placed it into the pot, covering the pot. She let it simmer gently to infuse the flavors. Meanwhile, she removed the skin from the fish that wouldn't go into the pot, carefully separating the flesh. Fortunately, the fish she caught had relatively few bones, all of them large, so she minced the extracted meat. Seizing the opportunity while the little fox was distracted, she quietly added a few handfuls of starch along with some salt and pepper, forming 2 meatballs the size of dumplings. After about an hour of preparing the meatballs, the fish was ready. Bai Ruansuan first presented the sweet and sour fish on a plate, then cleaned the pot, adding a spoonful of lard extracted from wild boar to fry the fish balls. Once they had taken shape, the creamy white fish balls, each with a slightly charred exterior, were tender and fragrant, bursting with flavor upon contact. Bai Ruansuan nodded in satisfaction. She had made about 10 jin of fish balls, each weighing around 20 grams, totaling 25 balls per j. In the pot. She placed 2 jin of fish balls, along with the 3 jin of washed cabbages, stirring them together until cooked, then adding 4 large bowls of clear water and seasoning. The cabbage fish ball soup was ready after about 10 minutes of boiling. While the soup cooked, Bai Ruansuan retrieved the small stone pot she had previously crafted. During her visit to the bamboo grove, she had discovered a fair amount of clay, but had only brought back 1 basket. Bai Ruansuan had utilized half of it to create the paper pot and bricks, and with the remaining clay, she fashioned other pots. Since she often roasted food, she crafted a roasting pot. However, the clay pot was not as effective as a stone pot, so Bai Ruansuan resigned herself to find a large, smooth stone, which she polished for quite some time until it transformed into an aesthetically pleasing roasting pan with a 3-centimeter raised edge and a smooth interior. The effort had certainly tested her delicate, sharp claws. The pot heated quickly, and Bai Ruansuan added a spoonful of lard before starting to fry the meatballs. Soon, she had filled the pot to the brim. The fried meatballs emitted a delightful aroma. With their golden, crispy crust enveloping the tender, succulent fish meat, they were utterly devoid of any fishy taste, allowing the rich, fresh fragrance of the fish to shine through. Inyu snuck several bites. Bai Ruansuan couldn't help but laugh, patting Inyu on the head and serving him a bowl first. Thus, the cabbage fish ball soup, sweet and sour fish, and fried fish balls were completed. Finally, Bai Ruansuan presented a plate of cabbage. She had tried it and found that even raw, cabbage was edible. This realization made Bai Ruansuan marvel at having finally encountered a vegetable that could be consumed raw since her arrival in the beast world. Inyu, drawn in by the aromatic spread, swallowed hard and asked, "Sister Ruansuan, isn't there any dish to accompany the cabbage?" Bai Ruansuan demonstrated how to enjoy the meal by placing a bit of the fried meatball and the braised fish atop the cabbage and rolling it up to eat. Inyu's eyes lit up. The crisp, tender cabbage combined with the delectable dishes inside created a delightful balance of flavors, both refreshing and savory. It was simply wonderful. The two of them feasted heartily, nearly clearing the entire table. By the end, only half a plate of fried meatballs remained, with the other 2 dishes reduced to a small portion. Inyu, with twinkling eyes, asked, "Sister Ruansuan, can we have soup again tonight?" Bai Ruansuan nodded, acknowledging that she too had not had her fill. The food was indeed delectable. Alas, it was a testament to her exceptional culinary skills. The dumpling system, perched on the table with its back towards Bai Ruansuan, was sulking silently while reciting the points. The cabbage meatball soup is worth 15 points. The points will automatically be credited to the host's attribute panel. Please check it at your convenience. The sweet and sour fish is valued at 11 points, and the points have likewise been credited. The pan-fried fish balls are worth 14 points, and the points have been added as well. Please verify your attribute panel. Bai Ruansuan chose to ignore the dumpling system, which had become obsessed with food, and decided to take a brief rest with Inyu before resuming their tasks in the afternoon. Bai Ruansuan thought to herself that Inyu could do as she pleased. After all, this was primarily her home, while Inyu was perpetually on the move. Thus, It seemed unlikely that Inu would be enthusiastic about helping her. Yet, Inu maintained a dutiful demeanor. Although Bai Ruansuan had previously considered it beneficial for Inu to assist her, she ultimately felt content as long as Inu chose to remain. However, after spending the past few days together, Bai Ruansuan had grown more familiar with Inu and naturally didn't want her work. Consequently, she said, "Inu, you need not feel obligated to assist me constantly. I merely helped you out of convenience, and my motives were not entirely selfless." Inu paused, turning her head with tears welling in her eyes. "Sister Ruansuan, why do you say such things? So, do you wish for me to leave?" Bai Ruansuan felt a sense of unease at Inu's expression, which struck her as oddly unsettling. She ran a hand through her hair in mild frustration. "It's not that I want you to leave. It's just that as the little leader of the Silver Fox tribe, you will inevitably depart from here." Upon hearing this, Inu's face broke into a radiant smile. "As long as Sister Ruansuan doesn't drive me away, I will stay by your side forever." Bai Ruansuan nodded and resolved not to bring up the topic again. However, she couldn't shake the worry that, given Inu's status, she would not remain outside indefinitely. After all, the Silver Fox tribe would not approve. Whether the tribe could locate Inu was merely a matter of time, and it was clear that the oblivious child, focused solely on consuming eggs and soup, was unaware of this reality. But so be it. Ignorance was bliss. Bai Ruansuan and the dumpling system continued to gather cabbage throughout the afternoon. The delicate and precious little leader, Inu, had never performed such laborious tasks before. But her high cultivation level and recent hunting experiences had endowed her with good stamina. Moreover, she had grown accustomed to assisting Bai Ruansuan with furniture making, despite her hands feeling a bit sore. Bai Ruansuan prepared a plate of stir-fried cabbage for Inu that evening, reheating the leftovers and pan-frying the dumplings, resulting in yet another delightful meal. That night, the two slept soundly, by the time the sun was high in the sky the following morning. Bai Ruansuan and Inu struggled to rise. Inu's task for the day was to create a large barrel for storing cabbage, while Bai Ruansuan was to seek out peculiar plants, perhaps ones that bore cabbages within their trunks, much like the cabbage trees. Bai Ruansuan made her way to the riverbank as usual. If there were no food to be found there, she would catch some shrimp from the river to store in her space. Whether grilled shrimp, shrimp paste, or fresh shrimp and fish congee, all would be delightful options. However, shrimp were far scarcer than fish in the river, so it would require considerable effort. Bai Ruansuan walked, she pondered. And upon reaching the riverbank, she found the area particularly muddy due to recent rains. Thankfully, her shoes, woven from dry grass, kept her feet from getting wet. Bai Ruansuan sighed in relief. The Rainbow River remained as enchanting as ever. Enveloped in a shimmering array of colors, gazing at the scene before her, Bai Ruansuan felt her mood lighten. The water plants along the banks swayed gently, and had they not grown unusually tall, Bai Ruansuan might have believed she was in the picturesque waters of Jiangnan rather than a perilous wilderness teeming with beasts. Sensing two lions nearby drinking from the water, Bai Ruansuan's heart skipped a beat, prompting her to flee immediately. If she could level up to level 2, she would likely be able to acquire 2 lion pelts directly. Thus, she retreated in the opposite direction toward the bamboo grove they had visited earlier. The grove was abundant with bamboo shoots, which she could harvest to stir-fry. Bai Ruansuan quickened her pace toward the grove, just as she bent down to gather the bamboo shoots from the ground to fill her basket. A flash of black and white startled her. Who was that? Bai Ruansuan sprang to her feet, alert and scanning her surroundings with a furrowed brow, only to find no one in sight. Meanwhile, the bamboo shoots she had intended to collect had mysteriously vanished. What could it be? Bai Ruansuan whispered to the system. The dumpling, equally bewildered, gazed after the fleeting figure, having been taken by surprise while enjoying a chive and egg dumpling for breakfast. Yesterday evening, it had spent the night gaming with a neighboring apocalypse system, and had woken up late, missing breakfast. It had to settle for the dumpling. The dumpling, momentarily distracted, had seen nothing. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, it said, "I'm not sure either, but I can assure you that there are no animals here that pose a threat to your safety. Feel free to gather." This was based on the dumpling's previous visit to the grove. If there were any threats, they must have come from elsewhere. "Very well," Bai Ruansuan replied, albeit cautiously. She gathered a few bamboo shoots and swiftly made her way back home. Between the bamboo grove and her home, lay another patch of forest, where low shrubs grew abundantly, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet Bai Ruansuan desired nothing more than the ordinary. She approached the shrubs to inspect them closely. The dense foliage was lush and healthy, devoid of insects. After examining for some time, she found no abnormalities and decided to dig beneath the shrubs, as some food, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes, might be buried in the soil. Thus, she wouldn't overlook the underground bounty. With a determined huff, she began to dig, only to encounter a hard clump of earth. Bai Ruansuan paused, unearthing the obstruction to discover an odd network of roots beneath the shrubs, connecting numerous clumps of soil, each exceedingly fluffy, perhaps weighing 30 to 40 pounds. Bai Ruansuan carefully unearthed the clumps and inspected them closely. To her astonishment, each was encased in a hard shell. They appeared to be peanut shells. Excited at the prospect, Bai Ruansuan surveyed the surrounding shrubs, her heart racing. If these were peanuts, it would mean an abundance, much like the cabbages. Furthermore, peanuts were clearly more advantageous than cabbages, as they could be stored for extended periods, were nutritionally rich, and could be pressed for oil. The only downside was that peanuts offered limited culinary uses, primarily as snacks or desserts. But that was acceptable. The key was that they were edible. The peanut shells here were notably large, 3 to 4 times the size of regular peanuts, elongated and resembling green beans. Bai Ruansuan eagerly pried open a peanut shell, anticipating the sight of the plump, red peanut inside. However, upon opening it, a multitude of small, white, round granules, akin to yellow soybean size, tumbled out. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback, her heart sinking in disappointment. What on earth was this? She had expected peanuts. Sighing, she contemplated turning back. She couldn't fathom how something so similar to peanuts could grow in such an odd manner. But what could it be? Bai Ruansuan mused. Since she had already uncovered it, she might as well investigate. Perhaps it could be something to feed the chickens. She squatted down to pick up several of the white granules that had fallen to the ground, examining them closely. To her astonishment, the half-transparent, white granules, roughly the size of soybeans, had a white core inside that resembled rice. Bai Ruansuan took a whiff, and the alluring aroma of rice wafted through the air. It was unmistakably the scent of rice. The dumpling was equally shocked, rolling its plump body around the small granules in excitement, then stopping to exclaim, "Oh my goodness, host! This is rice, beast world rice." With a confirmation from the Bowsy system, Bai Ruansuan was so overwhelmed with excitement that she was on the verge of tears. As a descendant of the flower-growing nation, she found herself transported to a desolate and unfamiliar land, where she nearly faced starvation and cold. If one were to ask her what she yearned for most at this very moment, it would undoubtedly be rice. Grateful to her ancestors for discovering the edibility of rice, Bai Ruansuan gazed at the brambles surrounding her, elated to the point of weakness in her legs, and plopped down onto the ground. She resolved not to rise, instead rolling back and forth in the muddy earth, delighting in the dirt that clung to her. Bowsy thought she had lost her mind, with a proud shake of her head. Bai Ruansuan declared with satisfaction, "Oh, how I love the earth, and my ancestors as well." With the presence of rice, everything felt right. Rice as a staple was of utmost importance. Next, Bai Ruansuan and her companions could prepare dishes like huangmin chicken rice, fried meatballs, omelet rice, shrimp and fish porridge fried rice, and chicken wing rice wraps, among various other dishes that paired beautifully with rice. They could even craft delightful desserts such as rice cakes and lotus powder sweets. Bai Ruansuan was absolutely ecstatic. She dashed home like the wind, pulling along the diligent emu, and together they filled their baskets with a bountiful harvest of peanut shells. They had utilized 3 barrels for storing cabbage, leaving only 1 barrel available, so they could temporarily bring back just 100 pounds of rice. Bai Ruansuan estimated that each thicket could yield between 20 to 40 pounds of rice, and there were at least dozens of such thickets. Thus, rice would certainly not be in short supply. However, she and Inu could not immediately access it, given the unpredictable weather of the beast realm. The rice could spoil, so it was wiser to store it with the husks intact. The two had a hasty meal at noon, only for rain to begin pouring outside once more. Bai Ruansuan retrieved a solar lamp from the system shop and carved out some grooves in the cave wall to place the lamp inside. "What is this, Sister Ruansuan?" "It's beautiful." The lamp, glowing a warm yellow and resembling a small orange, illuminated the cave with a comforting light. "This was left to me by my shaman master," Bai Ruansuan casually remarked. "Oh, so it's a shamanist artifact. And oh wonder, it's so wondrous. You mustn't tell anyone," Bai Ruansuan warned, noticing the off-filled gaze in Inyu's eyes. The little fox tribe leader had never encountered anything so extraordinary. Realizing its significance, she thought to herself that if others discovered this, it might spell trouble for Bai Ruansuan, who seemed rather vulnerable. With a serious expression, Inyu promised, "I won't say a word." "I will protect you, Sister Ruansuan." Bai Ruansuan affectionately patted Inyu's head, saying, "Thank you, my dear Inyu." Outside the cave, the rain poured relentlessly. Bai Ruansuan prepared a meal for Inyu, and they both ate lightly before settling down for an afternoon nap. Wrapped in a blanket, Bai Ruansuan couldn't help but frown. "Inyu, don't you think it's getting colder these days?" Inyu shook her head. "I don't feel that way." "All right then." Bai Ruansuan tightened her blanket, feeling a slight chill. Previously, during the rain, she had felt warm under the blanket, but now it seemed less so. How peculiar! However, in the beast realm, weather could change abruptly, and it was likely that even if it didn't rain today, the temperature would still drop. Bai Ruansuan soon fell into a peaceful sleep. Both were exhausted from their training and work, and their slumber was deep and sweet. Bai Ruansuan even slept more soundly than Inyu, who, after grinding wood for over half an hour, awoke her. Stretching luxuriously, Bai Ruansuan's hair fell softly around her rosy cheeks, creating a charming and lovely visage. Inyu, blushing, averted her gaze. "Sister Ruansuan, you're awake?" "Yes." Bai Ruansuan glanced outside, where thunder rumbled and rain continued to pour, creating a cacophony that stirred unease within. The rain seemed to intensify, and Bai Ruansuan sighed. "If we hadn't gathered a good amount of food lately, we might have had to brave the rain outside." Inyu nodded gravely in agreement. Suddenly, Inyu furrowed her brow. "Sister Ruansuan, do you hear that noise outside?" "Noise?" Bai Ruansuan paused, straining to listen to the sounds beyond the cave. She could discern low, continuous growls of beasts, an unsettling chorus that sent a shiver down her spine. Bai Ruansuan felt a jolt of fear. The noise seemed alarmingly close and suggested the presence of more than just one or two wild animals. "There must be at least." Bai Ruansuan glanced at Inyu, who quickly reassured her in a hushed tone. "Sister Ruansuan, there's no need to panic, that I will protect you." Bai Ruansuan patted Inyu's head, urging her to remain quiet. Peering through a small window, she surveyed the scene outside. The rain fell incessantly, like pearls strung on a broken thread, and many surrounding trees had been uprooted, clearly the result of Bai Ruansuan's earlier encounter with the wild boar. The greenery was diminishing, drenched by the relentless downpour, casting a gloomy atmosphere. Under the tall broadleaf trees, several wild beasts roamed restlessly, and even Bai Ruansuan could sense their agitation. What were they so uneasy about? Retracting her gaze, Bai Ruansuan reminded herself that this was none of her concern as long as the beasts did not discover them. It wasn't that Inyu couldn't handle them, but rather that it was unnecessary. They had more pressing matters to attend to. "Inyu, what is it, Sister Ruansuan?" Bai Ruansuan surveyed the spacious cave, where their bedding was placed at the far left, and a shelf occupied the right side. The cooking table stood outside, surrounded by several large barrels for convenience. "I want to dig a cellar," Bai Ruansuan declared. Inyu's eyes widened. "What's a cellar?" "A cellar is a place for storing things underground, where temperatures are low, making it ideal for preserving food without spoilage." If a modern person were present, they would be utterly baffled, as cellars are typically warmer and used by northern households to protect vegetables and food from freezing in autumn and winter. Bai Ruansuan was initially perplexed as well, until the Baozi system informed her that the deeper one excavated in the beast realm, the cooler the temperature became. The weather in the beast realm was notoriously unpredictable. One day it could be below freezing, the next sweltering at 30 degrees. However, snow was rare, and rain and heat were more commonplace, keeping temperatures mostly between 10 to 20 degrees. In such conditions, preserving food was a considerable challenge. Thus, Bai Ruansuan had been pondering this for some time and eventually decided to excavate a cellar. Storing food in the cellar would also allow for pickling vegetables. This way, the shelf life of food would be greatly extended, alleviating the burden on her limited space. After all, Bai Ruansuan's system space was merely 10 square meters, far too small for her needs that a large-scale preservation cellar would be incredibly convenient. Following the system S guidance, Bai Ruansuan planned to dig a cellar beneath her cave, aiming for an area of 300 square meters. The temperature there would consistently range from 3 to 8 degrees, comparable to the preservation layer of a refrigerator, which typically hovers between 3 to 10 degrees. If successful, Bai Ruansuan could amass a mountain of food. The beast realm was currently facing famine, with many edible resources depleted, and even grass was in significantly shorter supply. When one's life is threatened, ingenuity knows no bounds. It was entirely possible that one day, these food sources might be discovered as edible, or that they could be cooked over fire. Bai Ruansuan had indeed considered whether the discovery of these food items by the beast folk would pose a threat to her existence. The answer was likely no. The beast folk of this realm tended to be social creatures, rarely living in solitude like Bai Ruansuan. Their territorial awareness is quite pronounced. They will undoubtedly scour their own territory for food before venturing out. Therefore, Bai Ruansuan's side is unlikely to suffer greatly. However, one cannot be entirely certain. Bai Ruansuan scratched her head, contemplating the possibility that those orcs might discover some effective method for storing food and take away all the provisions from her side. It would be wise to store some food, just in case. Without further ado, she set to work. The entrance connecting the cellar to the floor where Bai Ruansuan resided is a long stone staircase. The cellar is approximately 2 meters high, illuminated by solar lights hung by Bai Ruansuan, ensuring it is neither pitch dark nor overly bright. When she wishes to descend, she simply presses the switch at the top of the staircase. The stone steps have been somewhat smoothed by Bai Ruansuan's efforts, though they remain rough enough to prevent accidental slips. Inyu's wounds have healed completely, yet his digging abilities do not match those of Bai Ruansuan. He is always eager to assist, so Bai Ruansuan decided to send him out hunting, specifically targeting beasts with thick fur. Recently, Inyu's brought back a considerable amount of warm pelts, piled beside the cave, sufficient to make at least one blanket of that quality. Having never encountered a staircase before, Inyu was astonished to see such a structure connecting a significant height, exclaiming that it appeared far safer than a ladder. The Silver Fox tribe has ladders, notably at the high altar in the center where the bonfire is lit, necessitating the use of a ladder for access. However, those ladders seem perilous. If a particularly robust orc were to climb, they would wobble precariously, leaving Inyu terrified. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruansuan secretly scoffed to herself, concluding that Inyu might have a fear of heights. Regardless, their cellar has finally been completed after much effort. Bai Ruansuan was overjoyed. Inyu had crafted 10 large barrels. Following her instructions, he moved the 3 barrels that previously held cabbage down to the cellar. Bai Ruansuan worked swiftly, managing to pickle all the cabbage within a day. Finally, she secured the lids. 2.5 barrels of cabbage remained. But in the past few days, Bai Ruansuan and Inyu, fearing spoilage, had hastily consumed some, leaving just over 2 barrels. This time, she pickled 2 barrels and decided to use the remainder for cooking. In addition to the 2 barrels of sauerkraut, a large barrel containing 100 pounds of rice was also placed in the cellar. Next, Bai Ruansuan's task involved gathering the rice into 10 barrels. She pondered whether 10 barrels would suffice. Perhaps they would not be enough. However, Bai Ruansuan did not intend to harvest excessively. Taking half and leaving half seemed most prudent. One cannot strip the land bare. Leaving some ensures the ecosystem's health, allowing for sustenance in the coming year. The completion of the cellar was a cause for celebration. That evening, Bai Ruansuan prepared 4 fried eggs, simmered chicken soup, braised a fish, and fried about 10 large shrimp. The river shrimp were impressively large, meaty, with the smallest being as long as Inyu's hand and as thick as 3 fingers. Inyu devoured a third of the meal, leaving a small portion behind. Bai Ruansuan listened to the incessant notifications from the Baozi system ringing in her ears, grinning. Now, she could finally establish her footing in this beastly world in the days following the establishment of the cellar. Bai Ruansuan felt invigorated. The rice filled just over 6 barrels, totaling more than 700 pounds, enough for them to last 2 years. Finally, she could focus on her cultivation without worry. However, she still needed to venture out to gather other vegetables. A diet consisting solely of rice would not suffice. One day, while practicing her flexibility by hanging from a tree stump, Bai Ruansuan felt she might be on the verge of a breakthrough, perhaps needing to enter seclusion soon. Over the past month, she had grown quite close to Inu, so she decided to trust him to assist her in guarding during her breakthrough. Just as Bai Ruansuan descended from the tree, she spotted several strong young orcs, their bodies adorned with silver patterns, eyeing her warily. Startled, she quickly concealed herself, only to see the orcs part the grass and press a stone knife against her neck. "Who are you?" they demanded. The moment they laid eyes on Bai Ruansuan, they froze, their faces flushing. This female is truly beautiful. However, seeing a lone female lurking about raises suspicions about her intentions, following the knife's edge. Bai Ruansuan noticed that the leader of the orcs bore more pronounced silver markings than the others, with silver hair and a cold demeanor, strikingly handsome. He bore a resemblance to Inu. Bai Ruansuan quickly surmised his identity, about to speak when Inu came rushing from a distance, forcefully knocking aside the knife and shielding Bai Ruansuan behind him. Inu's eyes blazed with fury. "Brother, what do you want?" In Xiong raised an eyebrow at Inu. Well, finally decided to show yourself, did you?" On the day Inu left home, In Xiong, as his elder brother, had been ordered by the chief of the Silver Fox tribe to search for him. They had been searching for nearly a month without success. Later, In Xiong speculated that his younger brother might be hiding in the forest, prompting a thorough search of the vicinity until he finally caught a whiff of Inu's presence. Yet he could not fathom how this mischievous little brother managed to evade capture for so long, leaving behind almost no trace. It seemed as though Inu only emerged every few days. However, as In Xiong observed the delicate female protected behind Inu, he raised an eyebrow, coming to a realization. Could it be that Inu had encountered a solitary female orc? Yet that seemed unlikely. Solitary orcs were usually robust males. Even if they were females, they would likely be formidable. The female before him appeared to be only level 1. Even if she were solitary, she could not possibly protect Inu so effectively. "Sister Ruansuan is my friend. Brother, I won't allow you to harm her." Inu remained vigilant. While In Xiong's brow twitched, he sensed that if Inu were armed, a conflict between the two brothers might ensue rapidly. In Xiong scoffed. She was lurking in the grass. "How am I to know who she is?" Bai Ruansuan sheepishly scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I didn't mean to. I was merely practicing." In Xiong nodded slightly toward Bai Ruansuan, then looked at Inu, a smile in his eyes. "Shouldn't you return home, my dear brother?" "I won't go back." "Not going back? What will you do here? Surely you don't intend to cohabit with this solitary female orc?" Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brow. "I am not a solitary orc. I hail from the distant northern tribe, the White Cat tribe that I came here to gather medicinal herbs with my master, but we became separated." "Gathering herbs? Master?" The expressions of the Silver Fox tribe orcs shifted to one of respect, realizing she was a healer. Inu, knowing Bai Ruansuan was spinning a tale, nodded in agreement. "Yes, I met Sister Ruansuan in the forest. At that time, she and her master saved us, and we have been recuperating here ever since." "And where is your master?" "He is out on business," Bai Ruansuan stated calmly, not betraying any signs of anxiety. She could not allow the Silver Fox tribe to discover that she was solitary. She had no idea what kind of people they were, so she must remain cautious, ensuring she appeared formidable. Moreover, having saved Inu, their time together had been remarkably harmonious. Something beyond the capabilities of an ordinary level 1 ORC, as the saying goes. Possessing treasures invites trouble. It was wise to concoct an excuse first. In Xiong raised an eyebrow, contemplating the situation. If it were just Bai Ruansuan and Inu, they could not possibly sustain such a leisurely existence, appearing not the least bit starved. There must be some greater influence guiding them. It seemed that Bai Ruansuan was not to be underestimated. She likely had a respected healer backing her. A healer is the spiritual leader of a tribe, and being a disciple of such an individual would grant her considerable status. Even if she were not currently in her tribe, it would be unwise to offend her. "Where have you been staying recently?" In Xiong inquired. Bai Ruansuan took the initiative to lead them to her cave. Upon arrival, In Xiong glanced around at the peculiar decorations within the cave, including the yellow-orange lights that emitted their own glow, narrowing his eyes in curiosity. Additionally, there was a lengthy stone staircase that seemed to connect to the depths below. In Xiong and several orcs were among the most distinguished members of the Silver Fox tribe, possessing considerable rank. The chieftain, fearing that the matter of Yu's potential departure would reach their rival. The Red Scorpion tribe had selected only the tribe's most loyal orcs for this task. These orcs enjoyed a good standing within the tribe. Having encountered numerous remarkable items, they were nonetheless unacquainted with the strange artifacts present in the cave, which exuded an air of the extraordinary. The lengthy staircase appeared to lead down into the earth, leaving them to wonder what purpose it served. Observing the bizarre arrangements and designs, In Xiong was nearly convinced that Bai Ruansuan was indeed a shaman. With a formidable master, it seemed improbable that an ordinary solitary orc could have created such wonders. The orcs from the Silver Fox tribe, akin to unsophisticated bumpkins, fumbled around in the young woman's cave, prompting In Xiong to furrow his brow and urge them to exercise caution. If the shaman were to return unexpectedly and find them treating her cave in such a manner, she would likely be displeased. Shamans often possessed rather peculiar tempers. Bai Ruansuan smiled at In Xiong. "Please, make yourselves comfortable." In Xiong nodded and, seemingly casually, inquired, "What is your name, young lady? May I ask?" "I'm Bai Ruansuan," she replied. "My master has gone out for a couple of days, claiming to gather medicinal herbs. Our underground ice cellar is specifically designed to store various herbs. It took considerable effort to excavate. It should be utilized properly. So, the subterranean space was a repository for herbs." Immediately, In Xiong dismissed his desire to explore further. He knew, not lacking in wit, quickly grasped her brother's intentions and rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Brother, I won't be leaving with you, so you might as well get on with it." The orcs exchanged astonished glances, and Bai Ruansuan, too, was taken aback. Was Inu truly resolved to remain here? In Xiong's expression darkened with anger. Ruansuan and her master are merely temporary residents here. They will leave eventually. If they do, who will protect you? With your sheltered disposition, you would likely perish from hunger in no time. That I refuse to return for an arranged marriage. The orcs cleared their throats awkwardly, and Bai Ruansuan's astonishment deepened. So, the reason for this boy's reluctance to return home was due to an arranged marriage. The term was rather novel. It was surprising that such customs had already arisen in the Orcish realm. When Bai Ruansuan first arrived, she had been destitute and found no food or tools in her cave, leading her to assume that this world was quite primitive. However, seeing the exquisitely crafted stone knife in In Xiong's hand, along with the concept of arranged marriage, it seemed the Orcish society was developing rapidly. It appeared that once her own strength increased, she would need to venture to the external tribes to keep pace with the times. Perhaps she might uncover some valuable treasures. In Xiong scoffed. "You still entertain thoughts of an arranged marriage? The Eagle tribe is barely surviving, on the brink of extinction, and their strength is no match for our Silver Fox tribe. Thus, Father has declared there will be no marriage alliances." Inu was momentarily stunned. Then a wave of joy washed over her, followed by a furrowing of her brow. How can the Eagle tribe be on the verge of extinction? Bai Ruansuan, overhearing this, was equally taken aback. In Xiong sneered. Naturally, it was during their time of famine that the Red Scorpion tribe conspired with several outsider tribes to devour the Eagle tribe. "What? How could this happen? I've barely been in the tribe for a short while, and already outsiders have arrived." In Xiong explained. "You are unaware of the situation. We orcs consume a great deal, and food is becoming increasingly scarce. Stronger orcs from other areas have been forced to migrate, and those who manage to survive along the way possess considerable strength. Several tribes can easily swallow up a smaller tribe like ours." A heavy silence fell over them. The Orcish realm was a world governed by the law of the jungle, yet Bai Ruansuan had grown accustomed to a rather sheltered existence in the cave, protected so well that she had forgotten the brutality of the outside world. Inu, initially pleased by the prospect of avoiding an arranged marriage, now found the news to be anything but joyous. It was, in fact, a devastating blow. The arrival of external tribes, particularly those with hostile intentions towards the Silver Fox tribe, could very well ignite a war. Previously, it was merely a matter of Inu's personal sacrifice, but now it threatened the very survival of the Silver Fox tribe. Consequently, Inu had no choice but to return as the young leader of the Silver Fox tribe, though he would not inherit the chieftaincy. It was still the steadfast In Xiong who was deemed the most suitable leader based on age and strength. Nevertheless, among the younger generation of orcs, Inyu held considerable sway. His return was imperative for maintaining morale within the tribe. Inyu felt a sense of duty that he could neither refuse nor would he wish to. The cave fell into an immediate silence. Bai Ruansuan, observing Inyu's sorrowful countenance, understood that he would be leaving. A conclusion she had anticipated. She gently stroked his head. "I hope we will meet again someday." Inyu turned his back to his brother, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Bai Ruansuan. Indeed, Sister Ruansuan had lived in this forest all her life, so if he missed her, he could simply sneak over to visit her. Bai Ruansuan announced, "Tonight, I shall prepare some delicious food for you." In Xiong instructed the other orcs, "Go hunt. We cannot trouble young Ruansuan. You all hurry along and bring back some tender rabbit meat. Cut it well before serving." What they considered a delicacy was likely just some succulent, choice cuts of meat. Bai Ruansuan shook her head in dismay. "It's quite all right. I shall prepare it myself. And no need to hunt. What shall we eat then, grass?" The orcs of the Silver Fox tribe instantly wore grim expressions. Bai Ruansuan, unable to explain, simply stated, "Wait until I prepared it, and you will understand." Inyu's eyes widened as he pulled Bai Ruansuan closer. "Sister Ruansuan, if this gets out, what will you eat or drink in the future?" If the orcs of the Silver Fox tribe discovered that cooked food posed no danger, they would surely rush to forage for food. Such a situation could endanger Bai Ruansuan. Although Inyu was himself an orc of the Silver Fox tribe and wished to share the knowledge of food preparation with them, he understood that this knowledge was Bai Ruansuan's discovery, and she might not appreciate it being shared so freely. Everyone harbored a degree of selfishness. Why should she share the fruits of her labor? Food was far too precious at this time. Bai Ruansuan smiled. "Do not worry, I know what I'm doing. Just wait to enjoy it." Bai Ruansuan kindled a fire. In Xiong and the other orcs stared in bewilderment at the roaring flames. Their expressions filled with fear that moment. No one dared to question Bai Ruansuan's identity as a shaman's disciple. After all, among orcs, only shamans or their apprentices wielded fire with such skill. Typically, no ordinary orc would engage in such frivolous activities. Bai Ruansuan washed the mushrooms she had gathered with Inyu the previous day, then plucked a chicken from the riverbank, preparing to make a comforting chicken and mushroom stew. The orcs continued to gaze at her in confusion. They recognized the clucking beast. Covered in feathers, it was hardly appetizing. Some orcs had previously gone to great lengths to pluck the feathers, only to find it equally unpalatable. Offering them this dish would be no better than feeding them grass. These orcs held respectable positions within the tribe, and although the recent famine had made survival challenging, they could still afford basic meals. At this moment, their faces darkened in dismay. In Xiong's expression was equally grim. Observing the expressions of his brother and the other orcs, Inyu realized they must have misunderstood and hurriedly sought to explain, only to find In Xiong looking at him with reddened eyes. "Have you all been eating this lately?" "Pretty much, and more." Inyu was baffled. Why was his brother crying? He then saw In Xiong sigh. "It's my fault. Had I known, I would have brought you home sooner. I never imagined you would endure such hardship here. Look at what you've been eating." Previously, he had been raised in the tribe like a precious gem, and now he was consuming this foul dish. You're able to stomach such revolting fare now. However, just moments ago, In Xiong assured herself that she had not misjudged. Inyu was indeed salivating. Inyu, eager to explain, was interrupted by the astonished exclamations of the other beastmen from the Silver Fox tribe. "Oh my goodness! What is this? How could you possibly include poisonous mushrooms in the mix?" Poisonous mushrooms? In Xiong was taken aback, swiftly drawing her stone knife and aiming it at Bai Ruansuan. Her expression was fierce, radiating the oppressive aura of a fifth-level beastman. In an instant, Bai Ruansuan felt a sharp pain in her chest. Nearly spitting blood, that moment. She found herself unable to move, yet her gaze remained fixed on In Xiong, her spirit unwavering. Surprised, In Xiong remarked, "If you do not wish for Inyu to leave, we can simply discuss it. There is no need to resort to poisoning us." Bai Ruansuan exhaled in relief, realizing the misunderstanding. Furrowing her brow, she explained, "The mushrooms are toxic because you have chosen the wrong variety, and they are meant to be eaten raw, hence their toxicity, that if you do not believe me, I will be the first to taste them once they are prepared, at last." Inyu comprehended the sudden shift in In Xiong's demeanor and quickly reassured her. This is true. I have been consuming these mushrooms recently. I am perfectly fine. They are quite delicious. With a lingering skepticism, In Xiong sheathed her knife. Observing In Xiong's cautious stance, Bai Ruansuan was not surprised. After all, In Xiong was an outsider, and, as the soon-to-be leader of the tribe, a degree of vigilance was understandable. Given In Xiong's esteemed status, it would be foolish to trust others too readily. Otherwise, he would have long since met his demise. How could he lead his tribe to prosperity under such circumstances? Therefore, Bai Ruansuan said nothing further, merely instructing Inyu to fetch her well-behaved chicken from the cave nearby. Adding now, watch closely. Bai Ruansuan first sought Ed the mushrooms, and once they were cooked, she tossed the fragrant morsels to the chicken. The chicken, delighted by the delicious mushrooms, pranced around joyfully. In Xiong and the other beastmen from the Silver Fox tribe watched wide-eyed, fixated on the chicken. After consuming a few mushrooms, one would typically exhibit signs of poisoning. Excessive consumption could even be fatal. Yet this chicken had eaten its fill and displayed no adverse reactions whatsoever. Bai Ruansuan chuckled softly at the sight. While she could have tasted the mushrooms herself to prove their safety, it would likely have been less convincing than using a chicken as a shaman. The beastmen would undoubtedly suspect she possessed antidotes. It was at that moment that In Xiong and the others recognized Bai Ruansuan's good intentions, feeling a sense of embarrassment wash over them. In Xiong promptly apologized. I sincerely apologize, Miss Ruansuan. We have wronged you. Bai Ruansuan shook her head and suddenly beckoned In Xiong to come closer. In Xiong hesitated for a moment, glancing at the fire below, but eventually approached, careful not to get too close. Observing his reaction, Bai Ruansuan found it entirely normal and smiled. Just watch how I do it. While the chicken was testing the mushrooms, Bai Ruansuan had already prepared the chicken by blanching it. At this moment, Bai Ruansuan retrieved lard and placed it in the pot, sought the chopped chicken pieces until they turned golden brown, then adding soy sauce to enhance their color. Next, she poured in water, salt, monosodium glutamate, a blend of 13 spices, and oyster sauce for seasoning, letting it simmer. Before Bai Ruansuan added the seasonings, the beastmen were already captivated by the rich aroma wafting from the pot, emanating from the chicken. The beastmen were astonished. Wasn't the gurgling beast supposed to be foul-smelling? How could it smell so delightful? If gurgling beast tasted this good, they would happily feast on it. Bai Ruansuan smiled knowingly. I understand that most beastmen do not favor gurgling beast, but I believe my method can transform it into something delectable. Thus, I prepared gurgling beast for you. Her words elicited immediate shame from those who had previously thought Bai Ruansuan might be deliberately dismissive. This truly was a case of underestimating her capabilities. To make gurgling beast taste this exquisite undoubtedly required immense effort and skill, not to mention the daunting fire she had to wield. Moreover, this was certainly a unique recipe that Bai Ruansuan could have kept to herself. Instead, she chose to let In Xiong observe, showcasing her generosity. Internally, Bai Ruansuan thought it impossible to allow them to watch for free. She wasn't foolish. Ultimately, it was primarily for Inyu's sake. Inyu relished chicken, but had little affinity for mushrooms. Having consumed meat exclusively, he was likely deficient in vitamins. Bai Ruansuan decided to prepare a mushroom dish for him today. Later, she intended to make some oil-braised prawns, a chicken soup, Inyu's favorite, pan-fried eggs, and a soup with cabbage meatballs and braised lion's head. These were all dishes Inyu adored. Bai Ruansuan busily flitted in and out of the cave, filling the air with a medley of enticing aromas. In Xiong finally understood why Inyu had been drooling earlier. Such fragrant food could make even their father salivate uncontrollably. In Xiong recognized that Bai Ruansuan intended for him to watch closely, revealing no intention of keeping secrets. Thus, he remained attentive to her culinary process that, if possible, he could teach the beastmen from his tribe to replicate her methods, significantly enhancing their meals. Most importantly, In Xiong noted the presence of fish. Gurgling beast, eggs, prawns, mushrooms, and other foods they typically did not consume. Additionally, there was cabbage. What kind of vegetable was that? In Xiong had never encountered it before. Yet he understood that all these ingredients were edible. How could they be edible? It must be related to the fire, for the source of the delightful aroma. It likely stemmed from Bai Ruansuan's pot. Yin Xiong felt a surge of excitement. What did this signify? It meant that the gurgling beasts nearby could also be consumed. The Silver Fox tribe was on the verge of a culinary bounty. Chicken stew with mushrooms, braised lion's head, oil-braised prawns, cabbage meatball soup, lotus root smoked chicken soup, and fried eggs were all on the menu. A total of 6 dishes. Yin Xiong and the other beastmen from the Silver Fox tribe were left in awe. What were these dishes? They had never seen anything like them. How could such delectable food emerge for what had previously been little more than foul-smelling, gurgling beasts and fish? Yin Xiong's hands trembled with excitement as he continued to watch Bai Ruansuan cook. If cooking gurgling beasts and fish could yield such delightful results, then surely the Silver Fox tribe could enjoy similar meals. The anticipation was palpable as Yin Xiong and several other beastmen from the Silver Fox tribe could barely contain themselves, hastily indulging in the food. They savored every bite, their satisfaction evident. Yin Xiong, 2. Lost composure, filling his belly to capacity. After the meal, his expression was complex as he engaged in conversation with Bai Ruansuan. You have managed to make such ordinary food taste so exquisite that I am truly impressed. Their exchange was more than mere conversation. Bai Ruansuan smiled. These ingredients are inherently delicious. They are gifts from the beast God. It is simply that we do not know how to appreciate them. Could you enlighten us, Silver Fox tribe, on how you achieve this? Yin Xiong implored. Such ordinary food, not to mention making it taste this good, is no easy feat. Yin Xiong gazed at the delicate and beautiful female before him with a bitter expression. Bai Ruansuan smiled. Why should I divulge my secrets to you? Miss Bai, let us speak candidly. You and your shaman master journeyed a great distance to gather herbs in this forest, where dangers lurk in the form of ferocious beasts. If you could share your methods of food preparation with us, you would be welcome in our tribe anytime, and we would ensure your utmost comfort and protection. Furthermore, your cellar is filled with invaluable medicinal materials. If other tribes were to covet your herbs, it could pose a significant threat, Yin Xiong added with a slight smile. Bai Ruansuan also smiled in response. Yin Xiong first made clear the stakes, then extended an olive branch, before subtly warning her about potential threats from other tribes. A clear attempt to use the herbs as leverage against her. Bai Ruansuan's expression turned cold. She had anticipated the possibility of being constrained. But she would not be coerced, if we are to negotiate. Let us do so with sincerity. Otherwise, we risk mutual destruction. If I were to remain obstinate and refuse to reveal my methods, you would still find yourselves a loss. Would you not? After all, you have observed my process for quite some time now and have yet to learn anything. Regardless, even if you have watched, you have still failed to grasp the techniques. Bai Ruansuan continued, my master and I may be outside the tribe's jurisdiction, but the White Cat tribe will eventually seek us out for retribution. In the end, my master and I have little more than our lives at stake. However, you all are under threat from the entire tribe. That a sudden chill ran down Yin Xiong's spine and cold sweat broke out. The petite female before him spoke with remarkable audacity. It felt as if she had already faced death and emerged unscathed. He merely intended to provoke her with words, yet she boldly laid bare the entire situation. Such a temperament could only be nurtured by a shaman. Yin Xiong, capable of both humility and assertiveness, apologized to Bai Ruansuan, saying, what I just said was merely a jest. Please do not take it to heart. Miss Ruansuan, I assure you, my intentions are sincere. Should you be willing to share the methods of food preparation with me, our tribe will certainly offer generous rewards in return. Bai Ruansuan replied, there is no need for rewards. I require only one condition. What is it? I wish for you to refrain from entering this forest to plunder my resources, and to protect this area for 1 year. Yin Xiong was taken aback. Miss Ruansuan intend to reside here for a year. Indeed, this condition was not excessive, and Yin Xiong nodded. We shall also send orcs to ensure your safety throughout the year. Once you and your master have gathered the medicinal herbs, we will personally escort you back. That won't be necessary. Bai Ruansuan immediately declined, thinking to herself that the mention of a master was merely a fabrication. Should they provide an escort, her ruse would be exposed. The reason she specified a year was that after that time, it was uncertain whether she would still be living nearby or even within the beast realm. It was a mere pretext to placate Yin Xiong and his in any case. After negotiating with Yin Xiong, she would essentially be regarded as half of the Silver Fox tribe Zork. If she encountered any danger, she could invoke the name of the Silver Fox tribe for protection. This was Bai Ruansuan's true objective. As for her little cave, she was currently at level 1 and could hardly defend it. It was better to let those orcs benefit, tending to their own little plot of land, thus deterring any thoughts of encroaching upon this forest. This way, she would retain some resources for herself. In truth, this forest was quite rich in resources. She could also cultivate some vegetables. Furthermore, there were other edible plants they had yet to discover. She kept the staple food, rice, to herself. The Silver Fox tribe's attention was currently focused on her methods of food preparation, and they would not be fixating on other vegetables for the time being. Bai Ruansuan warned, do not divulge this information to other tribes, even your allied tribes. Yin Xiong nodded in agreement. Food was of paramount importance, and they would not share it with other tribes. Bai Ruansuan continued, those foods are quite simple to prepare. Do not be deceived by the limited variety you currently see. It is merely that your methods are incorrect. If you learn to utilize fire, you can essentially create any dish. However, to replicate the taste of my dishes would be improbable. Nonetheless, it is possible to achieve satiety. Yin Xiong listened in confusion, still struggling to comprehend. As Bai Ruansuan anticipated, culinary skills were often a mystery, even to many modern men, let alone the primitive beasts of this world who could not even kindle a fire. He had merely observed Bai Ruansuan cooking. If it were so easy to grasp, it would indeed be remarkable. Thus, when Yin Xiong attempted to cook and failed, Bai Ruansuan opted to teach them how to roast food, roasting go-go beasts. Mushrooms, meats, fish, and shrimp would suffice as long as they were cooked through. One crucial point was gutting the animals and removing their entrails. As long as it was cooked, it could be consumed. And so, they agreed on the terms of cooperation. 3 days later, Yin Xiong departed with a cheerful demeanor. Bai Ruansuan embraced Yin Yu and offered a few words of caution to Yin Xiong, whose expression stiffened. I am his brother. Can I not take care of him? Rest assured, Miss Bai. Bai Ruansuan quietly told Yin Yu, when you return to your tribe, the food may not be to your liking. That I have tucked some salt into your clothing. Just add a little when you eat. It will taste delightful. Okay, Sister Ruansuan. I will miss you. I will come to see you often. The day after Yin Yu's departure, Bai Ruansuan achieved a breakthrough and became a level 2 beastman. Even without Yin Yu, the system's Baozi could still provide her protection, though it was not as effective as Yin Yu. Upon realizing Bai Ruansuan's sentiments, Baozi became exasperated. What do you mean I am not as useful as him? This system's Baozi is thin-skinned and stuffed with ample filling, soft and adorable. How can I not be as useful? Bai Ruansuan lifted her eyelids to glance at Baozi and suddenly smiled. I do not find you particularly useful. What proof do you have? What do you want me to do to prove it? Give me a bite. Let me see if you are indeed thin-skinned and stuffed with filling. Scram! A sudden snowstorm swept in, and when Bai Ruansuan noticed, the outer wall of her cave near the entrance had already turned as cold as ice. During this time, she had frequently ventured out to hunt, primarily targeting animals such as cattle and sheep, which provided excellent hides and succulent meat. The hides could be stripped for clothing. The meat could be preserved in the cellar or stored in the system's space, if there were no storage options. She would simply cure it with salt to make jerky, hanging it in the cellar for long-term preservation. Bai Ruansuan's collection of pelts had piled up into a mountain. However, pelts were quite versatile, and having an abundance of them was not particularly surprising. Bai Ruansuan could distinctly feel that the weather was growing increasingly colder. She had previously worn a strapless top and a short fur skirt, but now she needed to don longer garments. The strapless design would surely leave her freezing. Using soft white rabbit fur, Bai Ruansuan clumsily fashioned a long-sleeved top. It was quite unattractive, yet wearable as for the lower half. She originally intended to create long pants, but no matter how she dismantled and reassembled them, the result was unsatisfactory. Even with the design blueprint from the Baozi system, Bai Ruansuan remained utterly baffled. Eventually, in frustration, she simply crafted a white fur skirt in exchange for a thin pair of cotton pants from the system's market. However, relying solely on the system's clothing for her wardrobe was not a sustainable solution. Over the past few snowy days, she had clumsily learned to sew, wasting countless pelts before finally mastering the art of making pants. Bai Ruansuan even sheared some wool from the sheep she had acquired, spun it into woolly yarn, and combined it with yarn sold in the system's space to knit sweaters and pants, since knitting sweaters and pants was a skill she had possessed since modern times. Her creations turned out exceptionally well, even more attractive than the fur skirts she had previously made. She also stitched a cloak from pure white fox fur, a gift from Inu after a successful hunt. Its pristine color was beautiful on a regular day. She wore the woolen top and pants beneath the cloak. When venturing outside, she would don the cape. Thus, her clothing situation was resolved. Recently, due to the frequent snowfall, the cave walls had become permeated with cold winds. Despite Bai Ruansuan's efforts to block the entrance with grass and warm the walls with candles, a layer of white frost and moisture clung to the cave walls. The humidity within the cave was quite heavy. This was one downside of dwelling in a cave. During rain or snow, the moisture became unbearable. Fortunately, Bai Ruansuan had crafted a large wooden bed, even larger than a modern double bed. The ground was adorned with several thick layers of animal skin blankets, topped with a plush fur quilt that provided a comforting warmth. Bai Ruansuan only needed to shift the large bed a little further away from the cave wall. And during her slumber, the dampness would pose no threat. She felt fortunate that, at this very moment, she was not resting upon a straw bed, for that would have been a dire predicament. The cave was excessively humid, and Bai Ruansuan feared the possibility of insects infesting her space. Thus, she had specifically purchased insect repellent from the system's marketplace, diligently spraying it within the cave each day, as for her cellar. The temperature there remained unaffected by the warmth above, consistently maintaining its coolness, which was a relief for Bai Ruansuan on snowy days. She had little desire to venture outside, for the cold was biting, and the risk of catching a chill was ever present for snowball fights. She believed she would partake in such merriment once she had grown stronger. Since Inu's departure, Bai Ruansuan had immersed herself in her training to the point of obsession. If she ventured out, it was merely to forage for lotus roots or mushrooms. Recently, she had discovered 2 new vegetables and a type of fruit. The vegetables were potatoes and sweet potatoes, while the fruit was apples. Both potatoes and sweet potatoes were easily stored, and she had unearthed them in the bamboo grove, carefully placing them in a basket to carry back home. In her cellar, she had 7 barrels of rice, 2 barrels of pickled vegetables, and 3 additional barrels available. Recently, she had felled trees to craft 2 more barrels, leaving her with a total of 5. The potatoes and sweet potatoes filled 3 barrels, while the apples occupied 1. Even with such modest quantities, Bai Ruansuan was quite pleased. The current inventory of her cellar included 700 pounds of rice in 7 barrels, 200 pounds of pickled vegetables in 2 barrels, 200 pounds of potatoes in 2 barrels, 100 pounds of sweet potatoes in 1 barrel, and 100 pounds of apples in 1 barrel. Speaking of apples, Bai Ruansuan's discovery had been quite serendipitous. A few days prior, she had crafted a weapon using the thorns from the cabbage tree and bamboo from the grove. By pressing a switch, the thorns could be projected from the bamboo tube, effectively dispatching chickens or rabbits. This weapon was reusable, albeit only 2 or 3 times before it ceased to function. The cabbage tree was not uncommon in the nearby forest, and Bai Ruansuan had taken the effort to gather cabbage. But acquiring the thorns was simpler. She merely had to chop them off with an axe. On one occasion, she had exerted too much force, causing some hard, grayish lumps to fall from the cabbage tree. When these hit the ground, they shattered, revealing white flesh encased in a vibrant red skin. Bai Ruansuan never imagined that cabbage could grow on trees, nor that apples could share the same peculiar habitat. Enveloped in that grayish wood-like coating, she scratched her head, pondering that the apples might have been growing for half a year or even a year, remaining unspoiled, perhaps due to the protective coating. Consequently, she plucked the apples, choosing those still encased in their protective layer. 100 pounds of apples, approximately 30 to 40 in number, will be placed into her wooden barrel to see how long they could be preserved. Should any show signs of spoilage, she could simply transfer them to the system space. However, Bai Ruansuan estimated they could last at least a month. After a busy morning, she finally returned home with her bounty. There were still some sweet potatoes and potatoes left in the bamboo grove, and she took the opportunity to gather some bamboo shoots as well. Just then, a wild boar appeared, adding to the commotion. Bai Ruansuan decided to deal with it outside, ensuring the blood was drained there, as cleaning up inside would invite predatory beasts, increasing her danger. Once the boar was dispatched, she promptly took it to the river for thorough cleaning before bringing it home to prepare it for cooking. Deep within the forest, a black and white figure flitted past. Baozi floated in midair, smiling as he said, "Wanyan, let us go home and retrieve your thorn gun." The thorn gun, fashioned from the thorns of the cabbage tree, was already familiar to Bai Ruansuan. Upon hearing Baozi's words, she raised an eyebrow, quickly comprehending, and hurried home. The graceful figure draped in a white fox cloak suddenly vanished, leaving the black and white ball of fluff twisting its body, its pupils dilating in confusion. "Where is everyone? Where's Sister Xiang Xiang?" The plump creature pouted, feeling disheartened at the thought of having frightened Xiang Xiang away previously, only to have her disappear again, feeling a twinge of sadness. The plump creature longed to return. In the cave, Bai Ruansuan exchanged glances with Baozi, who shook his head, prompting her to set down the thorn gun. The weapon was about the length of 2 handguns, appearing as an ordinary bamboo tube, with a bamboo sheet sealing one end, leaving only a small opening for the thorns to be shot out. The other end featured a button switch that controlled the thorn cartridge. Once the thorns were loaded and the button pressed, Bai Ruansuan could propel them with her spiritual energy. Bai Ruansuan had often wondered why the beast folk of this world refer to their power as spiritual energy rather than beast energy. Was it perhaps because the latter sounded unappealing? It was only later that she learned from Baozi that all beast folk absorbed the power of heaven and earth, essentially the condensed spiritual energy of the world. This spiritual energy acted like a spring, providing Bai Ruansuan with considerable convenience. Without it, the thorn gun would merely be a child's toy, ineffective for serious use. "What was that just now?" Bai Ruansuan inquired. Baozi furrowed his brow. "Just a little panda. Only a few months old. It surely couldn't pose a threat to you." Bai Ruansuan sighed in relief, but Baozi added, "However, that little panda is not to be underestimated. The pandas of this realm do not merely feed on bamboo, as they do in your world. They are omnivorous and are also known as iron-eating beasts, possessing considerable strength. Adult pandas are formidable fighters, akin to the mythical steeds of your legends." Bai Ruansuan gasped, her expression turning grim, her cat-like ears standing on end. "Then I would be in grave danger. Fear not. It is still quite young and poses no threat to you." The combat prowess of young pandas differs vastly from that of their adult counterparts. Yet, she realized that the panda was indeed the very black and white figure they had seen in the forest before. "What? So this panda has been tracking me?" Bai Ruansuan was incredulous, unable to fathom how she could encounter the same little panda twice in such a vast forest. She caressed her thorn gun, aware that Inu had not been around lately. She was preparing to exchange for some poison from the system's marketplace and intended to harvest more thorns from the cabbage trees, some to be poisoned, and some left untainted, as the poisoned ones would undoubtedly possess greater lethality, directly capable of incapacitating animals. However, Bai Ruansuan primarily used the thorn gun for capturing smaller, edible prey, which is why she had previously refrained from using poison. Now, she aimed to procure some means of self-defense. An ordinary juvenile panda was no cause for alarm, but its parents would undoubtedly be fearsome. With over 100 thorns already collected, she knew it would not be sufficient. In the afternoon, she planned to gather more. First, however, she resolved to enjoy a hearty meal, especially since she had just brought home a wild boar. Bai Ruansuan was preparing to stew a pig's knuckle and also to make some braised pork. Clearly, she would not be able to consume all of it by herself, so she intended to save some for dinner. Additionally, she thought of simmering a pig's trotter which, once cooled, could serve as a delightful snack in the coming days. Indeed, a chilled pig's trotter is often more delectable than one served hot. The main advantage was that Bai Ruansuan could afford to prepare one less meal in a few days. As this thought crossed her mind, she involuntarily recalled Inu. A melancholic sigh escaped her lips. With Inu absent, her meals had become increasingly lackluster. It had been several days since that rascal returned to the tribe, and she wondered about the current state of affairs there. Their tribe's circumstances were rather dire at present. The plump little creature waved its dark, clawed paws, its nose twitching as it rolled around the ground, voraciously devouring bamboo shoots. To its surprise, it had discovered bamboo shoots in this area, albeit smaller than usual. Nevertheless, they were quite tasty. This morning, the little creature had spotted the fragrant sister and had eagerly wished to greet her, only to forget about its own meal in the process. How delightful it was to find food here! After filling its belly, It would seek out the fragrant sister once more. Suddenly, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. The scent of savory soy sauce mingled with that of braised pork, creating a mouth-watering fragrance that lingered for miles. The little creature's mouth watered uncontrollably as it cautiously approached the source of the delectable aroma. The cave's entrance. The round, black and white figure sniffed the enticing scent. Drool pooling on the ground. The fragrant sister was holding something peculiar, an object with a handle that she was stirring in a plump, ashen-colored pot. Whatever was inside exuded an irresistible aroma. Meanwhile, Baozi was at headquarters attending a meeting, leaving Bai Ruansuan blissfully engrossed in her cooking, utterly unaware of the greedy little creature eyeing her braised pork. Suddenly, a stone flew into the cave. Bai Ruansuan immediately turned her gaze toward the entrance, finding it eerily empty. Yet, she sensed that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Grabbing her weapon, she stepped outside to survey her surroundings, seizing the opportunity while Bai Ruansuan was distracted. The little creature darted inside, its body wriggling as it nimbly climbed onto the table. Gazing at the bubbling, ruby-red braised pork, its vibrant color and tender texture made it quite appetizing. The little creature's mouth watered. It craved the dish, but belonged to the fragrant sister. Thus, it settled for licking the spatula instead. Bai Ruansuan, realizing the truth, thought, "This is indeed a panda cub. But why is it licking my spatula?" The little panda, entirely black and white, was slightly larger than an infant, its short, fluffy fur and pudgy paws grasping the spatula handle as it licked the greasy remnants, drool dripping from its mouth. The familiar scent enveloped the little creature, causing it to freeze. Its round, dark eyes wandered sideways, only to spot Bai Ruansuan holding a bamboo stick, her expression one of astonishment. "Oh no," it thought, "I've been caught." In an instant, the little creature's eyes glistened with tears, looking up at Bai Ruansuan with a pitiful gaze. Bai Ruansuan mused that after being immunized against Enu's little silver fox for so long, she would not fall for the antics of this little chubby panda. Maintaining an air of calm, she raised her weapon and inquired, "What are you doing here?" As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Ruansuan felt slightly deranged. Although the beast world was home to beastmen, other wild animals could not possibly understand her words or respond. More shockingly, the little panda spoke in response. "Humph, fragrant sister. I did not mean to steal your food. I merely wished to lick it. I didn't eat any, so please don't be angry." The panda cub's voice was high-pitched and childlike, reminiscent of a 3-year-old. Bai Ruansuan stood frozen, stepping back until her back pressed against the damp cave wall. But at that moment, she could not concern herself with it. She immediately called out to the system. "System, what kind of bizarre creature is this? How can it speak human language?" Baozi, just returning from a meeting, received Bai Ruansuan's message and hurriedly played the audio. IT was taken aback, immediately suspecting that the little panda had returned to find her. Though it was unclear what the creature intended, IT did not seem like a good sign. Baozi quickly materialized beside Bai Ruansuan, only to witness the chubby panda speaking to "Oh my, how can this panda talk?" It hastily searched the Beast World Biological Encyclopedia, which stated, "King of the iron-eating beasts, capable of consuming anything, highly intelligent, and able to speak human language to higher-level individuals can shapeshift." Goodness, not only can it speak, but it can also shapeshift? This little panda might very well be the king of the iron-eating beasts. Baozi glanced at the book in its hands, then at the incessantly chattering panda, silently crossing out the word possibly. After all, what ordinary panda could speak human language? This was undoubtedly the king of the iron-eating beasts. Relieved, Baozi conveyed the information to Bai Ruansuan. She raised an eyebrow, regarding the seemingly harmless little panda before tentatively asking, "So, you wish to eat this food, correct?" The panda vigorously nodded, its rotund body jiggling comically. Bai Ruansuan relaxed, stepping away from the wall and managing a small smile. "Then why were you following me in the forest?" "Because you are the fragrant sister," the little panda replied, a hint of joy in its voice. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback. "What do you mean by fragrant sister?" "Me." The little panda, oblivious to any implications, chimed in. "You smell delightful, and I like the fragrance you carry. Plus, you are quite beautiful." Bai Ruansuan fell silent for a moment. If this were not a little panda, She might have suspected flirtation. She wondered why she could not perceive any fragrance about herself. Curiously, she took a whiff of her own self. Ugh. 2 days without a bath had left her a tad odorous. Bai Ruansuan wrinkled her nose in distaste, while the little panda elaborated, insisting it bore no ill will. Listening to the little panda's incessant chatter, Bai Ruansuan gradually understood. This little panda had been orphaned at birth, surviving on the juice from a type of water plant by the riverside, and had grown up feasting on bamboo shoots in the forest. The other pandas in the bamboo grove feared it for reasons unknown. With these traits, Bai Ruansuan discerned that this was indeed the king of the iron-eating beasts. To her astonishment, she had fortuitously encountered the very creature. She poked the little panda, causing it to pause its nibbling. Just then, the system chimed with a notification. Task issued. Tame the king of the iron-eating beast cub. Reward: 100 points mysterious gift pack. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback. What kind of strange task is this? Why has it never appeared before? The system replied calmly. What do you think I went to headquarters for? It was to upgrade our system, of course. Bai Ruansuan conceded. That makes sense. However, she was reluctant to tame the little panda. Was it truly harmless? It appears that she holds a deep fondness for her, being both adorably foolish and charmingly cute. However, in a perilous, beastly world, she cannot afford to place her trust in the panda too readily. Bai Ruansuan scratched her head, pondering that she could not easily trust this little panda. Yet she also recognized the necessity of not offending it. Thus, she decided to share a portion of the braised pork she had prepared, accompanied by a bowl of rice. Previously, Baozi had informed her that this little panda would eat anything, so she was confident it would enjoy her offerings. Recently, Bai Ruansuan had acquired a special pot for steaming rice and another for simmering soups, both capable of stewing vegetables. The pork knuckle and braised meat were stewed together, resulting in the knuckle being tender and succulent. Although the flavor did not rival that of the braised pork in terms of being appetizing, it offered a lingering taste that was deeply aromatic. The little chubby ball, though small in size, consumed a considerable amount, finishing 3 bowls of rice and nearly half a basin of braised pork, followed by a small bowl of knuckle meat dipped in garlic sauce. The chubby creature was so overwhelmed with delight that it seemed on the verge of tears. It had never tasted such delicious food before. How could such exquisite flavors exist in the world? The dishes crafted by Sister Xiang were truly delectable. After finishing its meal, the little panda settled comfortably in the cave, refusing to leave, its eyes occasionally darting towards the pot. Bai Ruansuan thought to herself, what other options does she have? If she drives it away, she fears it might harbor resentment and seek revenge once it grows larger as for eliminating it. That seems unnecessary. She adheres to the principle of non-aggression. Thus, Bai Ruansuan allowed the panda to play freely in the cave. As night fell, the knuckle and braised pork were completely devoured by the little panda. Observing the panda with greasy lips, Bai Ruansuan silently offered a glass of freshly squeezed apple juice. She had prepared the juice by crushing apple pieces in a cup with a rolling pin, resulting in a delightful beverage. The panda's eyes sparkled with delight. This drink was exquisite, akin to the juice from the riverbank's aquatic plants. It slurped it down eagerly. During their meal, heavy snow began to fall outside, causing the cave to grow colder. The little panda's belly round and full. It shivered and burrowed into Bai Ruansuan's embrace, saying, Sister Xiang, can I sleep with you tonight? Bai Ruansuan, with a hint of exasperation, replied, no, we don't have straw here, and this little chubby panda stubbornly refuses to sleep on the grass. Ultimately, the little panda ended up sharing Bai Ruansuan's warmth for the night. The next morning, the panda awoke early, and Bai Ruansuan gently cradled the fidgeting cub in her arms, frowning as it declared, I need to relieve myself. Then you should go, she encouraged. The little panda stealthily exited the cave to dig in the snow and do its business. Afterward, it rolled around outside, cleaning itself off before returning to the cave. Bai Ruansuan was already awake, preparing porridge. Turning to the panda, she asked, by the way, don't you have a name? The panda thought for a moment, shook its head and replied, I don't have a name, but my friends all call me Little Fatty. Then we shall call you that for now, Little Fatty, Bai Ruansuan decided, finding the name fitting for its round figure. The porridge was soon ready, and Bai Ruansuan retrieved the pig trotter she had simmered the day before, adding a touch of sugar to the white porridge before serving it to the panda. Having relished the apple juice from yesterday, she prepared another glass for little Fatty, along with some fresh apple slices. Delicious, delicious, the panda exclaimed, munching away and once again filling its belly. Bowsy chimed in. The sweet white porridge has a dish point value of 4. And the points earned have automatically been credited to the host's attribute panel. Please check it yourself. The pig trotter has a dish point value of 12, and those points have also been credited to your panel. The host currently has a total point value of 5,000, and a mysterious grand gift package has been issued. Please take note. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback, not realizing her points had accumulated to 5,000 unnoticed. Following her usual routine, she checked in, but today's reward was unusual. 500 milliliters of panda milk. Bai Ruansuan paused momentarily, contemplating what this meant. Did it imply that the little panda before her still required milk? Bowsy, with a dumpling filled with pickled vegetables, added, yes, according to the growth habits of pandas, it must remain on milk until about 10 months old. However, the king of the carnivorous beasts, to ensure ample nutrition and greater strength as it matures, should remain on milk until 1.5 years old. In any case, this little fatty is only 3 months old and needs to drink more milk. Therefore, you will need to frequently visit the system's shop to exchange for some panda milk. At a friendly price, 500 milliliters costs 2 points. Currently, it drinks about 500 milliliters a day, and you can gradually increase this as it grows. That if you find yourself short on points, cow's milk is an alternative, although it requires a larger amount. Bai Ruansuan rubbed her head in thought. I haven't even agreed to adopt this little panda yet, and you are already sending me panda milk. Bowsy withdrew its head, saying, what about the point rewards? You don't want them? Bai Ruansuan hesitated, deciding to observe little Fatty a while longer. She patted the panda's head, and after finishing breakfast, she prepared to make a wooden barrel. The snowfall outside had significantly diminished, and she believed it would cease shortly. Having used up all her wooden barrels, she needed to craft new ones for storing food. With the snow falling, it would take at least half a day for the snow to melt. During this time, she intended to create a few more barrels. Little Fatty curiously watched as Bai Ruansuan worked on the barrels, instinctively wanting to nibble on one due to its panda nature. Bai Ruansuan playfully scooped up the little troublemaker and set it aside, continuing her task. As the morning passed, Bai Ruansuan became adept at her craft, successfully making 2 barrels. She then retrieved the panda milk to feed little Fatty, who eagerly drank it all, seemingly experiencing panda milk for the first time. Bai Ruansuan felt a wave of sentimentality wash over her. Suddenly, a scratching sound echoed from outside the cave, making the air feel as though it had frozen. And a chilling sensation swept through, reminiscent of wind and snow, yet more akin to hail in the midst of storm. Hail? Bai Ruansuan was startled. Everything had been fine just moments ago. Why the sudden hail? She peered outside but saw no hailstones. The snowfall continued, albeit much lighter. Just as she had anticipated, it was all rather perplexing. Returning to the cave, she grabbed an apple and shared it with the little panda. Both munching away. Little Fatty rubbed its feet and said in a soft voice, Sister Ranfan, I want to go out and play. Go ahead, Bai Ruansuan replied without looking up. The little panda, feeling somewhat guilty, stepped hesitantly toward the cave entrance, where it spotted a colorful carrot with a vibrant leafy top, its round, tender face and clear, bright eyes standing out against the snowy backdrop. What brings you to this female beastman's dwelling? The water plant spirit, living by the river, was well aware that the cave housed a peculiar occupant, as this female often fished and foraged. It was indeed odd. Other beastmen usually avoided the river's fish and shrimp, deeming them filthy. Yet she was different. This sister is the one I mentioned to you before, Sister Xiangxiang. Her food is all so delicious, little Fatty exclaimed, offering a small piece of pig trotter it had saved. The water plant spirit shook its head, gazing at the panda with a hint of affection. Little Fatty, I don't eat meat. I only consume vegetables. You should eat it yourself, but it's so tasty. Cold and refreshing. You should try it. No, little Fatty, you should keep it for yourself. Just remember, when you visit someone else's home, be polite and eat whatever they offer without saving anything for us. The little panda, with determination in its eyes, declared, I'm not just visiting. I plan to stay in this sister's home forever. The water plant spirit nearly delivered a playful punch to the little panda. You chubby little one. How can you trust this female? so easily without knowing if she's good or bad. Little Fatty grinned widely. Sister Xiangxiang not only has delicious food, but also panda milk from the moment of its birth. The little panda, though devoid of parental companionship, was never alone. The watergrass spirit and some of their friends constantly remained by its side. When the little panda was but an infant, the watergrass spirit had discovered a mother panda who nurtured the little one for half a month. The little panda came to know the taste of panda milk, which filled its body with invigorating strength. The panda milk that Sister Ro had just brought was remarkably similar to what it had previously consumed. Panda milk? The watergrass spirit was taken aback. This was an exceedingly vital substance. The nourishment from maternal milk was crucial for the panda's growth and strength. Should the nutrition fall short, the panda would grow to be weak in combat. Thus, from a moment of the little panda's arrival into the world, the watergrass spirit had been diligently seeking pregnant mother pandas in hopes of procuring some panda milk. However, tragically, their efforts had been in vain. The mother pandas in the bamboo forest were either without partners or had already birthed numerous offspring, rendering them incapable of producing more. How had the female in the cave been found? The watergrass spirit promptly declared, "In that case, you shall remain beside that female beast that I will protect you from nearby." That female was only at level 2. The watergrass spirit, with a gentle touch on her cool face, found wielding ice elemental power as effortless as breathing. The female's speed could hardly match hers. If that female dared harm the little chubby one, the watergrass spirit would freeze her to death. In the afternoon, Bai Ruansuan carried the little panda on her back and ventured into the bamboo forest in search of food. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground, concealing much of the grass and forcing the animals to hide in their burrows. Bai Ruansuan's decision to venture out was far from wise. Nevertheless, she pressed on, driven by a newly issued task from the system. Task 2. The host must safely endure 3 months of the impending cold wave, which would last for half a year. Reward: 1,000 points. Bai Ruansuan thought, what an unexpected turn of events. Having just settled into this beastly world, she had hoped for a longer survival, only to find the difficulty escalated. Despite the recent weather fluctuations, the trend had been a gradual drop in temperature, which Bai Ruansuan perceptively noted, leading her to speculate on potential changes in the weather of the beast realm. Little did she anticipate the arrival of a cold wave. The beast realm had experienced cold waves before, with temperatures plunging below -30 degrees, and at times, even reaching -50 with famine looming and the cold wave approaching. Many lives would likely be lost. The Silver Fox tribe was also facing external threats, putting Inu in peril. It was imperative that she find a moment to relay this crucial information to Inu. Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brow and quickened her pace. Although 3 months seemed ample time for preparation, the conditions that would arise with the cold wave remained uncertain. The importance of preparing for the cold wave hinged on 3 factors: food, warmth, and weapons. Begin with food. Bai Ruansuan had just conducted an urgent inventory of her supplies. In the cellar. 100 pounds of rice, 7 buckets. 100 pounds of pickled vegetables, 2 buckets. 100 pounds of potatoes, 2 buckets. 100 pounds of sweet potatoes, 1 bucket. And 100 pounds of apples, 1 bucket. Additional food included 1 wild boar, 12 eggs, and 3 live chickens. The system space was already at capacity, with the following provisions: 160 eggs, 50 bird eggs, 100 pounds of fish, 30 pounds of shrimp, 30 pounds of pork, 50 pounds of leeks, 15 chickens, 20 rabbits, and 50 pounds of mushrooms. Bai Ruansuan had accumulated a substantial amount of food. If consumed judiciously, it would be sufficient. However, the variety was lacking. It was impractical to subsist on the same few items daily. Thus, Bai Ruansuan set out to discover a wider array of food. Moreover, anything that could be dried would be dried to create space for fresher produce. Next, concerning warmth, Bai Ruansuan had estimated that the animal skins in her cave were insufficient. She would need at least half again as many to safely weather the cold wave. This assessment was made without considering any unforeseen circumstances or the need for clothing. Therefore, over the next 3 months, she must venture out to hunt and accumulate more animal skins. However, Bai Ruansuan pondered, was there truly no cotton in the beast realm? If only a small amount existed. That would simplify many issues. Bai Ruansuan resolved to prioritize the search for food while simultaneously seeking cotton. Once her food supply was secured, she could focus on hunting. Should she find cotton before exhausting her food? Hunting would become unnecessary. The third point concerned weapons. Bai Ruansuan could not think of everything at once, but one thing was certain. When the cold wave struck, many wild beasts would be left hungry, leading to an exodus of large predators and potentially triggering a beast tide. In such circumstances, without formidable strength, Bai Ruansuan would need to prepare numerous spears, simple yet effective weapons, to protect herself. Other tools, such as stone knives, would also require preparation. However, when the cold wave arrived, Bai Ruansuan intended to stay in her cave. If a confrontation arose, it would likely be due to beasts attacking from outside. For her safety, she generally avoided close combat. Thus, the stone knife would be of little use. Bai Ruansuan walked through the snowy terrain. The crunch of dried twigs beneath her feet echoed in the stillness. Surrounding her were towering trees, their dense green leaves forming an expansive canopy overhead, casting shadows that blocked the sunlight. Large clumps of accumulated snow would occasionally tumble from the branches, each potentially as large as Bai Ruansuan's head. She carefully sidestepped and continued forward, eventually discovering a peculiar bamboo plant. The edges of the bamboo were yellowed, suggesting a lack of water, and it appeared significantly thicker than ordinary bamboo. Bai Ruansuan, drawing on her experience, swiftly cut a piece from the bamboo, releasing a cascade of powdery substance that was faintly yellow and fragrant. Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brow as she examined it, exclaiming, "What on earth? Is this flour?" How could flour grow inside bamboo? The most astonishing aspect was that it required no milling. It was already in a usable form. Yet if vegetables could grow on trees, and even apples could sprout from cabbage trees, why on earth was flour growing inside bamboo? Bunzi chuckled. "Host, this is not flour. You may refer to it as sweet powder. In essence, it tastes much like flour, only slightly sweeter, imbued with a hint of bamboo's fragrance, making it rarer and more delectable. That I observe that this entire bamboo grove contains only this small amount of sweet powder. Nevertheless, even this modest quantity can yield several dozen pounds, sufficient for a delightful treat. The sweet powder grows within this bamboo. The bamboo before me stands 2 to 3 meters tall and is notably robust, undoubtedly containing a substantial quantity of sweet powder. Dumpling soup, chive, and egg dumplings. Flatbreads, buns, noodles, and possibly even some oilteen noodles could be prepared at oilteen noodles. Since arriving in this beastly realm, I have seldom indulged in sweet treats, and even the consumption of fruit has become a rarity. Thus, at this very moment, I hurriedly return home to fill a small wooden barrel, previously crafted by Inu, with sweet powder, working diligently and swiftly completing the task. Inu often engages in small jobs during his leisure, and this barrel is exquisitely made, adorned with a carved flower on its exterior and capped with a rounded lid. Upon returning to the cave with the sweet powder, I, along with the little panda, scoured the vicinity and unearthed over 10 gean of garlic before heading home. That I was quite excited upon discovering the garlic, as during my time in this realm, I had not encountered any of the usual seasonings such as scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, or cinnamon. I decided to reserve the garlic to prepare garlic sauce, pickle some vegetables, or simply enjoy it raw. The garlic resembles modern garlic in appearance and size, except it grows from trees. In the evening, I prepared a bowl of minced meat dumpling soup for the little panda and simmered sweet and sour ribs. The little panda was nearly overwhelmed by the enticing aroma and quickly devoured the meal. Outside the cave, a water-grass spirit, lounging in the snow, suddenly froze in place. She could not consume meat and had no interest in braised pork ribs or similar dishes, yet the soup appeared remarkably delicious. The water-grass spirit silently touched her belly and shook her head. She was not a little panda and could not lick the spatula, so she resolved to endure the craving. With her eyes closed, she turned away, pressing her nose against the ground to avoid the tempting scent of the dumpling soup. A cold wave warning was issued. The little panda officially passed the probationary period and was accepted by me into my circle. On the 6th day, Inu fortuitously arrived, bringing with him 2 splendid animal hides. The vibrant red color and glossy fur felt as luxurious as mink, but this was a whole piece of fine hide. Unlike the stitched-together mink fur, with little experience, I could not immediately identify the type of hide. Inu smiled. opting not to disclose its origin, and instead directed my attention to the black and white little panda in the cave. Exclaiming, "Is this a panda? Sister Ruansuan, how did you come to raise a panda?" The little chubby one was officially named by Pang Pang. Being raised by me, the panda naturally took my surname, complemented by its previous name and the arrangement of my name, making Bai Pang Pang the most fitting choice. The little panda curiously regarded Inu with its big, dark eyes, exuding an adorable charm. Inu, utterly enchanted, scooped it up into his embrace. Bai Pang Pang sensed Inu's kind nature and nuzzled against him. Sweetly calling, "Brother," startled, Inu nearly dropped Bai Pang Pang. Observing the panda's pitiful expression and Inu's astonished demeanor, I could not contain my laughter. It's all right. Inu's eyes were filled with inquiry. And I, feeling no need for secrecy, shared openly, as Inu was one of us. "Goodness," Inu sighed, "Sister Ruansuan, your fortune is truly remarkable. I must say, however, that your luck appears somewhat lacking." I pondered Inu's words. For when he arrived, I was in the midst of crafting a lovely nest for Bai Pang Pang. Clearly, the panda would be residing in my cave from now on, and it would not do for us to share the same bed indefinitely. Therefore, I planned to gather some bamboo to create a cozy little nest, perfect for sleeping in warmth during the cold, covered with animal hides as needed. Yet I wondered how much better Inu's craftsmanship must be compared to my own. "Ah, I see," Inu remarked. "However, I merely stated such out of courtesy. I could not possibly allow him to engage in such laborious tasks on his rare visit." Inu shook his head, promptly taking over the task from my hands, cheerfully stating, "I have completed the tasks my brother assigned me," and he specifically mentioned that I could stay a bit longer. Seeing the evident weariness etched upon Inu's face and the scar that had mysteriously appeared, I sighed. The scent of blood could not be concealed. I nodded with a smile. "If that is the case, please help me create one, and remember to make it larger. Do not be fooled by Pang Pang's current small size. It will grow immensely." The nest I crafted for Bai Pang Pang would serve its purpose for at least a year. After contemplating for a moment, Inu fashioned a nest comparable in size to my own, though with rounded edges and the front elevated half a meter using bamboo tubes, seamlessly aligning with the bed's base, resembling a delicate cradle that on that day, the snow fell once more, and outside was quite frigid. I prepared a cozy bedding for Bai Pang Pang using the meticulously crafted animal hide mat, layered with a black animal skin blanket, topped with a thick white fur quilt, perfectly enveloping the black and white little panda. I secretly delighted in my thoughts as Inu, while constructing the little bed, enjoyed many delicious dishes I prepared for him. In recent days, I had discovered tomatoes, watermelons, and corn, and as per tradition, I made Inu a clear chicken soup and fried eggs. I also wrapped 3 plates of dumplings filled with corn and pork, 3 types of fried meatballs, fish, shrimp, and chicken, and sweet and sour ribs. Knowing Inu would return, I had stored the dishes in my space, ready to be retrieved at the perfect moment. Finally, I paired the meal with freshly squeezed sweet apple juice and juicy watermelon, and the 3 of us nearly devoured the entire spread. After the meal, Bai Pang Pang, having finished its panda milk, succumbed to sleepiness and climbed into bed. Inu turned to me, somewhat helplessly asking, "Where will I sleep tonight?" I was taken aback, suddenly recalling the absence of straw in the cave. Gazing into Inu's bright eyes, I felt a headache coming on. Sleeping on the ground was out of the question. The cold and dampness of the cave floor would be unbearable, even for a beastly physique. Clearing my throat, I suggested, "Then you can sleep with me." Inu's cheeks flushed, and as he lowered his head, I added, "I'll just place a wooden board in between us." His expression instantly soured. "Have you really had a wooden board all this time?" "I brought it myself," I replied, affectionately patting Inu's head as always. My voice was gentle. "I am now level 2 I see," he said. We shared a moment of silence before I asked, "How is your tribe faring?" Inu's expression turned grave. It's difficult to say whether things are good or bad. Initially, we were at a disadvantage. Then, a snow rabbit tribe appeared, seemingly at odds with our adversaries, leading to a conflict between the 2 tribes that allowed us a temporary respite. "Then you can ally with the snow rabbit tribe," I suggested, and my father mentioned the same. Inu smiled as he continued, "These past few days my father spoke of you, expressing gratitude for the abundance of food we now have thanks to you. At first, we were not very skilled at cooking with fire, and some of the beastmen often got injured, but gradually we improved. The beastmen in our tribe are well-fed and energized for battle. I nodded and then mentioned the impending cold wave. In summary, this information came to me inadvertently, so please take it seriously. Ensure your tribe prepares plenty of firewood and warm animal skins. Inyu paused, his soft hair trembling slightly. Sister Wanyan, is this truly the case? I nodded solemnly, my expression earnest. Inyu sighed. Alas, in this world beset by famine and cold waves, we are the unfortunate generation to bear the brunt of it. Recently, our tribe shaman did indeed warn us of extreme weather changes, advising us to prepare, but we never expected a cold wave would arrive. It is worth noting that in previous years, the cold waves have claimed the lives of countless orcs. Moreover, with the scarcity of food and the frigid weather, could it not be said that the heavens are denying them a chance at survival? Inyu was in a rather dismal mood. Bai Ruansuan consoled him, saying, in a few days, you should return to the tribe and inform the Silver Fox tribe about the preparations for the impending cold wave. We have ample food and measures for warmth, so we need not fear. Inyu paused, his expression darkening. I fear I must hurry back to the tribe by tomorrow. This was understandable. Bai Ruansuan, considering the situation, acknowledged that as a mere apprentice shaman, it was a rarity for her to have detailed knowledge of the cold wave's approach, let alone knowing it was 3 months away. Thus, she refrained from disclosing the exact timing to Inyu, merely stating it was imminent. Consequently, Inyu thought to himself, it could come soon, perhaps tomorrow or the day after. Even a few days' preparation could prove invaluable, potentially saving more orc lives. Reflecting on this, Bai Ruansuan resolutely nodded. Very well. You go ahead. Tomorrow, I shall bring you some jerky to take back. Previously, Bai Ruansuan had hunted and made some jerky from leftover meat, primarily pork. The meat was marinated, then roasted until cooked, dehydrated, and seasoned with spices or salt, resulting in a delectable treat. Considering the weather, Bai Ruansuan had ensured the jerky was quite dry, while semi-dry jerky, though flavorful and easier to chew, was prone to moisture. Inyu was unfamiliar with jerky, and it was only the next day, when Bai Ruansuan presented it, that he understood. This jerky smells delightful. Thank you, Sister Wanwan. Inyu donned a cloak made of fine material, though its craftsmanship and design were not particularly aesthetically pleasing, being Orcish in nature. Bai Ruansuan packed the jerky along with some salted snacks, a few apples, and a large watermelon into a basket for Inyu to carry. The basket was carefully covered with large leaves, concealing its contents from prying eyes. Bai Ruansuan advised, the watermelon cannot be stored for long. You should share it with your parents and brother as soon as you return. The apples will keep well as long as you don't break the outer skin. Inyu beamed with joy, nodding eagerly, his starry eyes fixed on Bai Ruansuan. Unbeknownst to her, Inyu felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Blushing as he stammered, Sister Wanwan, this cloak I'm wearing is quite unattractive. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback as Inyu's voice took on a soft tone. Sister Wanwan, next time I can bring you some fine material. Could you help me craft a cloak similar to the one you wear? Of course, she replied, to the mouth of the cave. Bai Ruansuan waved goodbye to Inyu, who gradually disappeared into the snowy landscape. She turned back and entered the cave, noticing the plump little panda, who had chipped a tooth while sneaking a taste of the jerky. Bai Pang Pang. No stealing. With her hands on her hips, she donned her white fox fur cloak, her chestnut curls cascading behind her, framing a face reminiscent of a whimsical cartoon character, as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. Bai Ruansuan lifted the plump panda, who had grown heavier and rounder since her last visit, noting this rapid change must be due to the panda milk. Otherwise, even a well-fed panda shouldn't grow so quickly. It seemed Bai Pang Pang had not consumed enough panda milk before, resulting in some nutritional delays. Perhaps he needed to drink more? Bowsy nodded in agreement. He certainly does need to drink more. At this stage, you could give it between 750 milliliters to 1,000 milliliters, gradually increasing. Bai Ruansuan poked the panda's fluffy face, and Bai Pang Pang nuzzled into her embrace, his dark little paws wrapping tightly around her in a soft voice. He murmured, Sister Xiang Xiang, my tooth hurts. Serves you right. No whining while stealing. For lunch today, they were having braised pork and pan-fried chicken balls. Poor Bai Pang Pang, suffering from a toothache, could only have some shredded chicken porridge with corn and shrimp. While the porridge was fragrant, the allure of braised pork and chicken balls was undeniable. After finishing her meal, Bai Ruansuan ventured outside to gather firewood, leaving the little panda to guard the cave. Given the bitter cold, it was best for the young panda to stay in the warm cave, which was beneficial for his growth and development. Bai Ruansuan kept him occupied, crafting wooden balls for him to play with, alongside a wooden horse and two little pinwheels. As soon as she stepped outside, a wave of cold washed over her. Bai Ruansuan exhaled into her hands to warm them, feeling the chill of the snow persist. Heavy snow continued to fall, covering much of the food supply, making it an imprudent time to search for provisions. Thus, gathering firewood became the more sensible task. With the cold wave approaching, in 3 months, the outside world would be frozen and many logs would be damp, making it challenging to start fire. Bai Ruansuan needed to prepare an ample supply of firewood. If only I could find some charcoal, she mused. However, it was not easy to come across charcoal. After a long afternoon of hard work, she returned to the cave with a considerable amount of firewood. The day after Inu left, the heavy snow ceased. The following days brought rain, melting the snow but failing to chase away the biting cold. Offering only a deceptive semblance of warmth, a chill reminiscent of cold dew enveloped the atmosphere. And with each step Bai Ruansuan took, the dampness of the rainy weather clung to her, making for an uncomfortable experience. As a level 2 orc, she could use her spiritual energy to ward off the cold, but it was awkward, as she often found herself outside, wary of encountering wild beasts or nefarious orcs. If her energy were depleted at such a time, she would be left vulnerable. Therefore, she decided to endure the cold instead. Bowsy comforted her. Actually, braving the cold is quite beneficial. It strengthens the body and aids in cultivation. How can you say that? Your sign-in rewards are always just basic energy stones. In the past, there were at least some seasonings. Now they're nowhere to be found. Energy stones may be valuable, but receiving them repeatedly diminishes their worth. Besides, as Bai Ruansuan's level increased, the basic energy stones became less effective. Although she was only at level 2, her remarkable talent allowed her to absorb energy at an impressive rate. A single energy stone was consumed within just 2 hours. Bowsy promptly fell silent. Unbeknownst to her, half a month had passed since the initial warning of the cold wave. During this time, Bai Ruansuan had either been foraging for food or gathering firewood. If it rained or snowed, she would stay in the cave to cultivate. She discovered many new types of food, including scallions, ginger, goji berries, jujubes, yams, eggplants, green beans, spinach, and garlic shoots. She also stumbled upon 2 varieties of fruit, bananas and pomegranates. Notably, these fruits grew within a type of crispy stone. Bai Ruansuan crafted 10 large wooden barrels and several wooden shelves to store the food, due to the variety of food and their small quantities. 5 large barrels and 2 shelves remained empty. The food that could be preserved for extended periods was placed directly in the barrels, while those that could not were dried. For instance, there are items like string beans and dried spinach. As for those that cannot be preserved for long periods or sun-dried, they have been relegated to the system space. These provisions fit perfectly, neither exceeding nor falling short in terms of food variety. The issue has been fundamentally resolved. The next pressing concerns are warmth and weaponry. Firewood must last for 6 months, and the consumption is too great. Based on time calculations, it may be insufficient. Bai Ruansuan pondered and concluded that she could only initially allocate supplies for 3 months. Ordinarily, she would venture out to gather twigs for burning, and if that proved fruitless, she would resort to her stored supplies, as for weapon crafting. Little progress has been made. The past few days have primarily involved collecting raw materials for weaponry to bring back for fabrication. Furthermore, Bai Ruansuan must consider alternative weaponry. It would be unwise to rely solely on spears. Inu returned after approximately 10 days, bringing with him some remarkably thick animal skins and energy stones. This time, both Yin Xiong and Inu had come together. Upon her return to the cave, Bai Ruansuan found the 2 brothers seated within, while the little panda was mysteriously absent. Bai Ruansuan speculated that Pang Pang must have gone out to play. She was aware that the little panda had several friends, whose nature seemed rather peculiar. Pang Pang had never mentioned them, nor had she inquired. Bai Ruansuan was reluctant to interfere in the little panda's life. After all, it was the little panda's freedom to socialize as it pleased. The primary reason for her leniency was that the little panda had previously confided in her about losing its parents shortly after birth. and its survival was attributed to consuming the sap from riverside vegetation. At such a tender age, how could the little panda manage to drink? Even if sap was available, were there not predators lurking nearby? The mere fact that it had survived suggested some form of protection from a benevolent entity. This guardian, having sheltered Pang Pang, could hardly be deemed a villain and might even be regarded as the little panda's second set of parents. Deserving of respect, Bai Ruansuan hung her cloak on a clothes rack she had crafted, drawing the attention of Yin Xiong and Inu. Yin Xiong was particularly astonished, having been away for a short while. He was taken aback by the significant transformation of the cave. The walls were adorned with yellow lights, and the kitchen now boasted 4 pots. Observing the cooking area, Bai Ruansuan had installed an additional row of wooden shelves on the cave walls, which held wooden bowls, chopsticks, and various kitchen utensils. Adjacent to the shelves was the dining table, now smooth and round from meticulous polishing. With the recent cold weather, Bai Ruansuan had taken the initiative to affix a layer of leather to the table for easier cleaning, ensuring warmth for hands during meals. There were 3 or 4 stools, each topped with cushions crafted from scraps of animal skin, neatly stitched and approximately 2 centimeters thick, presenting a charming appearance. These cushions were not merely 3 or 4 in number, but rather 2 or 3 stacked atop each stool. Noticing Yin Xiong's gaze linger on the cushions, Bai Ruansuan smiled sheepishly, explaining, "I often mishandled the clothing I made, so I ended up crafting more animal skin cushions." Yin Xiong nodded and continued to inspect the dining area, where 3 large barrels were neatly arranged, one for water, another for food, and the last for miscellaneous items. Opposite the dining table, directly across from the entrance, was the stone staircase leading to the cellar. While the staircase itself remained unchanged, a large wooden board had been placed beside it, adorned with various toys, a wooden horse, wooden balls, designating it as the little panda's play area. Additionally, 2 large wooden racks have been introduced nearby the entrance for storing items, including animal skins. Most notably, in Bai Ruansuan's sleeping area, 2 exceptionally large wooden cabinets had been erected to create a distinct space. These cabinets housed the garments she had crafted recently. Although elaborate attire was unnecessary in the beast realm, the possession of a lavish wardrobe was a dream cherished by every girl. Moreover, as Bai Ruansuan needed to store some animal skin quilts, she devoted considerable time to designing and constructing the cabinets alongside Inu during his last visit. Her bed remained largely unchanged, save for the addition of a mattress made from various inexpensive animal skins, stitched together and enveloped in a single large piece of solid-colored animal skin for comfort. Given her ample supply of animal skins, the bedding was not a hodgepodge of colors, but rather a unified hue. The animal skin quilt was also crafted with a thick inner layer, encased in a large piece of solid-colored animal skin, while the bedding, including the pillows, was composed of pristine white fur, exuding a sense of cleanliness that almost resembled modern aristocratic living. Radiating sophistication, as Inu and Yin Xiong planned to spend the night in the cave. Bai Ruansuan had made preparations in advance. She retrieved a large wooden bed from the cellar and set it up in the cave, laying out her spare animal skin quilts and sheets to ensure warmth and comfort. Bai Ruansuan positioned the bed behind the cabinets, adjacent to her own sleeping area, stating, "This arrangement will shield us from the wind." Yin Xiong surveyed the 2 neatly arranged beds and remarked, "You have done a splendid job of tidying up. However, this may be somewhat prone to dirt. Beasts are naturally inclined to be dirty, especially those who venture out to hunt. How could they remain pristine?" Even though Bai Ruansuan was female, she lived in the cave with her master, who had yet to return from gathering herbs, and surely had to hunt as well. Bai Ruansuan chuckled, "Just remember to bathe regularly if you return from hunting and don't feel like cleaning up. You can simply change into fresh clothes upon returning to the cave." After all, she could not tolerate filth. No matter how exhausted she was, she insisted on sleeping clean. Yin Xiong cast a glance at Inu, remarking, "This little fellow is quite similar to you." Inu had always been fastidious about cleanliness and took pride in his appearance, ensuring his hair was always smooth and tidy. Additionally, being the youngest, Inu garnered more popularity when he stood alongside Yin Xiong. After preparing the beds for Inu and Yin Xiong, Bai Ruansuan turned her attention to the cooking pots. Today, she had prepared 4 dishes: scrambled eggs with persimmons, braised chicken, sour meat, and red braised pork, complemented by yam and goji berry rib soup. Pomegranates and bananas were placed on the table, while the watermelon had perished due to insufficient storage. Inu expressed a hint of disappointment. I quite enjoyed eating watermelon. Bai Ruansuan patted his shoulder. Next time you visit, I'll be sure to bring you back some more watermelon that it was time to eat. Yet the little panda had yet to return. Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brows and placed the warm panda milk on the table, glancing outside as she called out several times, "Pang Pang, dinner is ready." There was no response. In Xiong inquired curiously, "Who is Pang Pang?" Bai Ruansuan explained that Pang Pang was a panda capable of human speech, a fact that could not be concealed. Inu directly informed In Xiong, who widened his eyes in astonishment. Oh my goodness, a steel-eating beast. While juvenile steel-eating beasts were not typically aggressive towards beastmen, they would not approach them voluntarily. How had Bai Ruansuan managed that? Moreover, it was the king of steel-eating beasts. Bai Ruansuan smiled and explained, "My master had to return to the white cat tribe for some matters, leaving Pang Pang here to protect me." Understanding dawned on In Xiong. No wonder we haven't seen your master. After a considerable amount of time had passed, and after Bai Ruansuan had called out repeatedly without receiving a reply, she resolved to don her clothes and venture out to search for Pang Pang. To her dismay, Pang Pang was nowhere to be found. Bai Ruansuan glanced back at Baozi, who was frowning and flipping through a book. Goodness, this is a sprite, the watergrass sprite of the beast realm. Formed from the essence of watergrass, wielding ice control techniques, an exceedingly rare entity. Bai Ruansuan recalled the words of the beastmen from earlier. "It can control ice. Didn't you see that many of our tribe's beastmen were frozen to death by it? Such a powerful being. We should steer clear. We can't afford to provoke it. Yet here we are, struggling to get a meal." Bai Ruansuan realized that if that creature were to be sold, it would fetch a handsome price. She had heard that many large tribes of beastmen outside coveted such entities that it suddenly dawned on her. They were referring to the watergrass sprite. The watergrass sprite could control ice and was both rare and sought after by beastmen. Hence the pursuit of it for Bai Pang Pang. Bai Pang Pang had named the watergrass sprite a Shui. Clearly, they were acquainted. No wonder Bai Pang Pang's expression had shifted upon overhearing the beastman's conversation. Now, Bai Ruansuan understood that at that moment, Bai Pang Pang had recognized the watergrass sprite was in danger and had drawn its weapon in an attempt to rescue it. Bai Ruansuan let out a sigh. At this moment, Bai Pang Pang had already fallen into the clutches of those orcs, rendering any attempts at rescue too late. The immediate course of action was to save them first. Bai Ruansuan noticed the red patterns adorning the orcs' bodies, particularly on their limbs. The original owner had previously encountered orcs from nearby tribes. The silver fox tribes, orcs bore silver stripes across their chests, while the white tiger tribes, orcs displayed silver stripes solely on their legs. The barbarian bull tribes orcs had 2 black stripes on their foreheads, resembling bull horns for the red patterns. They were exclusive to the red scorpion tribe. The red scorpion tribe was the sworn enemy of the silver fox tribe. Previously, Inu had been pursued by orcs from their tribe, necessitating Bai Ruansuan's intervention to save her. That it was a fortuitous opportunity to address both new grievances and old vendettas in one fell swoop. Baozi informed Bai Ruansuan that the orcs before them ranged in level from 3 to 5, necessitating a clever strategy. One of the orcs grumbled, "The rations allocated to us each day are dwindling. It's absurd that we must resort to stealing just to fill our stomachs." The lead young orc remarked nonchalantly, "After we finish eating, make sure to leave no traces behind." The orcs chatted as they ate, while Bai Pang Pang continued to struggle. One orc delivered a sharp kick, warning, "Behave yourself. If I catch you struggling again, I'll kick you to death." For the first time, the little panda revealed a fierce demeanor. Baring its teeth and emitting threatening grunts at the orc before an orc nearby laughed heartily, saying, "Bai, be careful. We still need to sell you, so don't kill it just yet. I've never seen a talking iron-eating beast before. It should fetch a good price. Forget about it. This elf beside it is undoubtedly worth even more. Selling an elf would secure us a lifetime of sustenance. Elves are such a rare species. It is said that the leopard cat tribe, which previously aided us in defeating the eagle tribe, came to our area upon hearing rumors of elves lurking in these woods. They searched the surrounding forest for a long time without success. Yet here we stumble upon one in this tiny forest. What incredible luck! The joy on the orcs' faces was unmistakable, though one orc sighed. Yet, to capture this elf and that iron-eating beast, we lost 7 or 8 of our comrades. 6 fell victim to the watergrass elf's freezing abilities. It truly is formidable. Bai Ruansuan overheard this and directed her gaze toward the watergrass elf, which appeared utterly exhausted, its complexion pale. Struggling to keep its eyelids from drooping, it seemed on the verge of death, while Bai Pang had lost considerable blood and had just been kicked. These individuals needed to be dealt with swiftly. Ding! Mission issued. Rescue the panda Bai Pang and the watergrass elf, Shui. Successful rescue will yield rewards of 500 milliliters of watergrass essence and 500 points. Bai Ruansuan began browsing the system's shop. Soon, she fixed her gaze on a particular item, the biological egg replicator. Biological egg replicator, capable of transforming into any creature from the beast era, possessing all traits, abilities, and talents of that creature. With a 99.9 replication accuracy. Duration, 2 hours. Price, 500 points. Purchase biological egg replicator. Confirm? Yes. Ding. 500 points deducted from host. Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing 1 biological egg replicator. Remaining balance, 5,800 points. Holding the biological egg replicator in her hand, which resembled a coal-like egg, dark and smooth, adorned with faint lightning patterns. Bai Ruansuan sensed an unexplainable high-tech power emanating from it. Deep within the forest, a small creature identical to the watergrass elf clutched a dark sphere, revealing a sinister grin. Several orcs from the red scorpion tribe, carrying their precious cargo, prepared to return to their tribe. After traveling for some time, they arrived safely at a grove of banana trees. Behind the low stumps, rustling sounds suggested unusual movement, accompanied by an intriguing aroma. The orcs' expressions turned serious as they cautiously eyed the banana trees. The leading orc kicked one of his companions and gestured for him to investigate. Reluctantly, the orc peered around the banana trees, gripping his stone knife tightly, his heart racing. He had not forgotten the grim fates that had befallen their comrades, some frozen, others poisoned. This forest was perilous. Suddenly, a slender white figure darted past behind the banana trees. The orcs, despite being on high alert, were caught off guard by a swift freezing spell, immobilizing half of their bodies. The scene was eerily familiar. They had just experienced a similar fate. The remaining red scorpion tribe orcs gasped in shock, exclaiming, "It's the watergrass elf! Quick, defend yourselves!" The orcs immediately activated their defenses and channeled their energy to attack Bai Ruansuan. The watergrass atop Bai Ruansuan's head swayed, replenishing the recently fallen orc. As she prepared to flee, a large hand seized the elongated watergrass, yanking Bai Ruansuan's scalp painfully. "Another watergrass elf?" The voice dripped with undisguised greed. The red scorpion tribe, orcs expertly restrained Bai Ruansuan, sealing her mouth and binding her hands to prevent her from casting freezing spells, followed by raucous laughter. "Elves are so rare. Who would have thought we'd be lucky enough to find 2 at once? This will surely elevate our status within the tribe." Yet, some orcs expressed trepidation. How is it that we encounter so many elves when others may never see one in a lifetime? There must be a trick at play. What trick could there be? Is someone masquerading as an elf? The leading orc dismissed the concern, glancing at the frozen orc on the ground, pausing for a moment before stating, "Let us find a place to bury him." Only the watergrass elf could dispel the freezing spell, but it surely wouldn't cooperate. Fire could be an alternative, but death by fire was no better than death by freezing. Upon hearing the commotion regarding elves, Shui, alarmed, raised its head and spotted another water-grass elf identical to itself in captivity. Shui, having exhausted its energy, had not been gagged, and just as it was about to speak, it noticed the other water-grass elf wink at it. Shui thought, "Who is this?" glancing at Bai Pang, who shook its head in confusion until it caught a whiff of a familiar aroma. Bai Pang's eyes lit up. "It's Sister Ruansuan." Bai Pang nodded vigorously at Shui, its astonished pupils widening, sparkling with hope. Shui fell silent, observing the other watergrass elf that bore its likeness. Bai Luobua simply closed its eyes, resting quietly to recover its energy. Yet this was of little consequence. The energy it had expended today would take at least 3 days to replenish. Only 4 red scorpion tribe orcs remained, all cautiously surveying their surroundings, drawn to the intense aroma wafting from beneath the banana trees. The lead orc could not help but twitch his nose, exclaiming, "What is that? It smells incredible." Behind the banana trees, a wooden basin was uncovered, containing what appeared to be a large piece of chopped pork. How could pork smell so delightful? The orcs, having eaten little prior, had merely snacked on small game to stave off hunger, but if they consumed too much, their bellies would bulge, drawing the attention of their tribal comrades. And they would be excluded from future hunts, thus missing out on any further opportunities to sneak a bite. Now, the orcs could not resist salivating at the enticing scent of the pork. Wondering if it belonged to the elves, one orc reached out to grab a piece, reasoning, since we've captured the elf already, why not enjoy this meat? However, the hand was ruthlessly swatted away. The lead orc turned to Bai Ruansuan, sneering, "What a coincidence. Just as we capture one elf, another appears. The sprite is adorned with delectable treats. Oh, not forget this loquacious iron-eating beast, for it harbors venomous substances." Several orcs stood frozen in place. Yet, how can we waste such succulent pork? Indeed. Perhaps we should first allow this sprite to sample it. If it proves poisonous, we shall refrain from consuming it. But if it is safe, we shall indulge. The orcs remained hesitant. The leading orc glanced at the wooden box, within which the pork was meticulously cut into small, uniform cubes, richly marbled, glistening with a rosy sheen, juicy and fragrant, infused with a medley of robust spices. Emanating an irresistible aroma, he could not help but swallow hard. Very well. The foremost orc poised his knife against the neck of the watergrass sprite, threatening the delicate Bai Ruansuan. "When I remove the claw from your mouth, should you dare to harm my companions or attempt to flee, I shall slay your ally." Bai Ruansuan swiftly cast her ice control technique, but the leading orc's blade pressed firmly against the sprite's throat, even drawing blood, clearly faster than her response. She was granted little opportunity to react. Bai Ruansuan feigned desperation as the binding cloth was removed, with several orcs from the Red Scorpion tribe fixating their gazes upon her. In a state of apparent exasperation, she begrudgingly sampled the braised pork. The orcs, cunning as they were, feared that Bai Ruansuan might poison one side while leaving the other untouched, so they ensured she tasted from every piece of braised pork. She was fed several chunks, and after a while, she exhibited no ill effects. The orcs exchanged glances, stuffed her mouth, and then rushed to seize the braised pork, devouring it ravenously. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ruansuan, along with the panda and the watergrass sprite, gradually untied the ropes binding them. One orc from the Red Scorpion tribe, having casually glanced over, immediately detected Bai Ruansuan's subtle movements. He brandished his stone knife, ready to cry out, only to be frozen instantly by Bai Ruansuan's ice spell. "Run!" Bai Pang immediately carried the watergrass sprite away, while behind them, 3 orcs from the Red Scorpion tribe shouted curses, raising their stone knives to unleash spiritual energy attacks against Bai Ruansuan. However, they discovered their spiritual energy was mysteriously depleted, rendering them incapable of mounting a significant assault. Bai Ruansuan deftly dodged their feeble spiritual strikes. Now was the moment. Ice control swooshed, encasing all 3 orcs in frost. The remaining 3 orcs were of high rank. Although Bai Ruansuan wielded ice control, it was easy for them to break free due to their superior levels, once liberated, even with their diminished spiritual energy. After 2 hours had passed, Bai Ruansuan, no longer a sprite, would be no match for them. Bai Ruansuan dashed forward, catching up with Bai Pang and the watergrass sprite, quietly guiding them to her cave. Inside the cave, Bai Ruansuan, Bai Pang, and the watergrass sprite felt a profound sense of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped death. They exchanged glances and could not help but laugh. The proud watergrass sprite turned to Bai Ruansuan and, unexpectedly, introduced herself. "I am Ashue. And what is your name?" "I am Bai Ruansuan." Ashue expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving us today." That moment, Ashue recognized Bai Ruansuan as the one who had sheltered the panda in the cave, providing it with panda milk. However, this female orc was not merely an orc. How could she be a sprite? Sensing her confusion, Bai Ruansuan spoke up. "No need for formality. I transformed into a sprite due to my orc lineage." which possesses the innate ability to change forms at will. Understanding dawned upon Shui, and he breathed a sigh of relief. What a stroke of luck! Captured by those vile orcs, he had not anticipated surviving. Yet fortune had smiled upon him. First, Bai Pang had dispatched one orc, and now Bai Ruansuan had rescued them both. Bai Pang exclaimed with excitement. Sister Ruansuan, how did you manage that? How could they be so devoid of spiritual energy? I poisoned the braised pork they consumed. Both Bai Pang and the watergrass sprite were momentarily stunned. What poison? Sister Ruansuan, did you not eat the meat as well? How are you unharmed? The poison in the braised pork drains orcs of their spiritual energy. Yes, I am currently a sprite. I am, of course, unaffected. Bai Pang remained unfazed, but the watergrass sprite gasped. Bai Ruansuan retains the abilities of other races when transformed. What an extraordinary talent for an orc. A Shui's gaze towards Bai Ruansuan shifted to one of reverence. Moreover, I also applied a lethal poison near the wooden barrel of the braised pork. Those orcs who touch it will succumb to its effects. They should be dead by now. Let us go collect the bodies. Bai Pang. A Shui. Goodness, a Shui exclaimed, astonished by Bai Ruansuan's cunning. When the time came, Bai Ruansuan reverted to her human form, instructing Bai Pang and a Shui to remain in the cave while she went to retrieve the bodies. Bai Pang insisted on following. But a Shui restrained him, shaking his head. You are injured, and I have exhausted my spiritual energy. We cannot assist her. Let her handle this alone, that if they accompanied her, Bai Ruansuan would have to divide her attention, which would only hinder her efforts. Having lived for nearly 70 years, a Shui was well aware. After Bai Ruansuan's earlier maneuvers, any surviving orcs, even with their spear, would find it challenging to contend with Bai Ruansuan. System notification. Ding. Mission accomplished. Rescue the panda Bai Pang and the watergrass sprite A Shui. Rewards. 500 milliliters of watergrass essence. 500 points. Current host points. 6,300. Please continue your efforts. Bai Ruansuan felt a smile creeping upon her. Despite the lengthy endeavor, her points remained unchanged. Nonetheless, the salvation of the panda and the watergrass sprite was truly gratifying. She turned to see that the vibrant, multicolored aura above a Shui's head had dulled to a depleted, watery green, prompting her to return to the cellar and retrieve a small white vial. This vial bore a striking resemblance to the diminutive jade cleaning bottle of guanine from television dramas. Bai Ruansuan extended the vial towards a Shui. This is of little use to me, but I believe it will be invaluable to you. The Shui closed his eyes, his already pale face growing even more as he attempted to restore his depleted spiritual energy. However, his exertions had caused some of his meridians to rupture, rendering his body's capacity to store spiritual energy akin to a sponge sliced by a knife. No matter how he absorbed energy, it remained irreparable. Upon hearing Bai Ruansuan's words, a Shui opened his eyes, gazing at the small white vial before him, inhaling a familiar scent that was unmistakably the essence of watergrass. Even the typically composed Shui could not contain his excitement, bursting into laughter, only to notice Bai Pang shrinking back awkwardly, clearing his throat. This vial of essence contained at least 10 years' worth of a sprite's power, and I have only cultivated for 70 years. A Shui noted. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback, and oh wonder, a Shui was so elated. Just this 100 milliliters of watergrass essence could encapsulate 10 years of power. If the system had granted her 500, that would be extraordinary. Yet, Bai Ruansuan was puzzled as to why the system would reward her with watergrass essence. If it was so beneficial to a Shui, why not give it all to him? After all, it would be of no use to her. However, observing a Shui's fervent reaction, Bai Ruansuan thought that if she produced such a quantity all at once, a Shui would undoubtedly question how she had acquired so much essence. It was an untenable situation. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Surprisingly, a Shui indeed desired the vial of essence, yet he continued to decline it. Noticing Bai Ruansuan's puzzled expression, a Shui smiled and said, I understand this may hold little value for you. Yet in your orc realm, this essence is exceedingly precious. Just this small vial could trade for at least half a cave's worth of foundational energy stones. Bai Ruansuan gasped. It is worth that much. Indeed, a Shui confirmed, nudging the vial towards Bai Ruansuan. Though Shui's voice retained its youthful charm, his stern demeanor made him sound like an elderly sage. Thus, you should keep it. Bai Ruansuan shook her head gently. Still possessing 4 small vials of aquatic essence, she decided to reserve 1 vial for healing the water spirit. You are a dear friend of Bai Pang, and if you were to be injured or encounter misfortune, it would surely sadden her greatly. The little panda nodded vigorously. After much insistence from Shui, Bai Ruansuan finally pressed the essence into his hands. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shui's face flushed slightly as he said, "Next time I come, I will bring you some gifts in return. Although those gifts may not be as precious as the aquatic essence, they carry my sincere intentions that I hope you will accept them." Shui was quite considerate, not even inquiring how Bai Ruansuan had acquired the essence. Truly, she mused, he was indeed a spirit who had cultivated for 70 years. Yes, Shui opened the vial. A sweet, creamy aroma filled the cave, and the little panda exclaimed, "The aquatic juice I consumed must have tasted like this." "Humph, just a tad milder." Bai Ruansuan was taken aback. Shui carefully extracted a few drops of the essence, applying it to his hands as one would when washing hair, gently massaging his green locks. Before long, Bai Ruansuan watched in awe as the grass on Shui's head transformed into vibrant hues, his pallor fading. The essence was remarkably effective, only a few drops sufficing. Seeing Shui looking considerably better, Bai Ruansuan did not linger long. She hurried outside to check on the situation of the red scorpion tribe. Alas, all were deceased, not a single one remaining. Bai Ruansuan gathered the bodies of the red scorpion tribe's beastmen, systematically delivering final blows to ensure they would not rise again. Ultimately, she dug a grave and buried them, bringing closure to the grim affair. Upon returning to the cave, Shui was still recuperating. Bai Ruansuan cleaned the bloodstains from the little panda and rewrapped the bandages. Finally, she washed herself, noting that she bore no serious wounds, just a few bruises. Given the beastman's regenerative abilities, she deemed no medicine was necessary. They would heal within a day. They must be hungry, she thought, as her stomach grumbled. Turning to Bai Pang, she gently stroked its head, asking, "What would you like to eat?" Bai Pang, nestled comfortably in its den, sprawled out like a character from a book, its fluffy fur soft and inviting to, "I want braised pork, haha." Bai Ruansuan nodded, then glanced at Bai Luo, Shui, whispering to Bai Pang, "What does your friend Shui enjoy eating?" Bai Pang hesitated. "I'm not sure what he likes. I've never seen him eat. But I heard Shui say he doesn't eat meat. Only vegetables." Bai Ruansuan scratched her head. Water spirit beings, born from the essence of nature and aquatic flora, likely had particular dietary preferences, unlike humans and animals who ate indiscriminately. Perhaps they consumed leaves, flowers, or tree bark? Perhaps due. With Shui still healing, she thought it best not to disturb him. After a moment's contemplation, she exchanged some honey in the system marketplace. Bai Ruansuan prepared a bowl of sweetened water and filled a small glass with honey. Placing it at the edge of the dining table, she then made a large pot of braised pork and yellow braised chicken, quickly sought mushrooms without meat, finishing with a bowl of tomato and egg soup. 3 dishes and a soup, perfectly complemented by white rice. As Shui opened his eyes, the delightful aroma wafted through the cave. Despite his usual restraint, he found himself drawn to the dining table, where a bowl of sweetened water and a bottle of golden honey awaited him. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard, his little hands fidgeting nervously. Bai Ruansuan offered the sweetened water and honey to Shui, placing additional animal skin padding on his chair so he could reach the table comfortably. "I'm not certain what you enjoy. Do you like these too?" Shui nodded, his cheeks tinged with pink. "I like them very much. Thank you." "And no need for thanks," Bai Ruansuan replied with a smile, pleased to see his enjoyment of the honey and sweetened water. She also served him some rice and dishes. "I heard from Pang that you don't eat meat. Please try these. The tomato and egg soup contains no meat, and this stir-fried mushroom is quite delicious." Shui savored the fragrant dishes, first sipping the tomato and egg soup. The tangy broth was clear and bright, with soft, tender bits of tomato blending harmoniously with the egg, melting in his mouth. The seasoning was perfectly balanced, the refreshing aroma of the plant mingling with the tangy essence of the tomato and the creaminess of the egg, creating an explosion of flavor on his palate. As he drank the soup, Ashue's eyes sparkled with delight. "This is truly delicious." Bai Ruansuan offered him some mushroom slices, and he chewed appreciatively, nodding vigorously. "This is also tasty." The mushrooms were tender and slippery, drenched in a rich sauce that combined the flavors of garlic, ginger, and mushrooms, looking utterly delectable. Ashu imitated by Pang Pang and Bai Ruansuan, taking a bite of rice alongside the dishes, which enhanced the flavors even further. The savory balance was complemented by subtle sweetness and the aroma of grains. Eating in this manner truly brought out the food's essence. Pang Pang offered him a piece of potato from the yellow braised chicken. "Ashue, eat. This is delicious too." The more Ashue ate, the brighter his eyes became. He couldn't resist trying a piece of potato, which was soft and flavorful, enveloped in a rich sauce that carried a delightful taste of meat without any unpleasant odor. In fact, the meat flavor was quite pleasant, and to his surprise, he found himself enjoying it. The potatoes were not only delicious, but also very filling. Though Ashue's appetite was small, only managing to consume half a bowl of rice. He found Bai Ruansuan's meal far superior to the leaves, and he usually, in a moment of hesitation, he even took a piece of yellow braised chicken and a piece of braised pork, both of which were indeed delightful. However, he felt that the flavors of the meat were not as appealing as the potatoes, still possessing a slight gamey taste. Nevertheless, it was still quite tasty. As they finished their meal, Ashue prepared to take his leave. Bai Ruansuan handed him a large jar of honey and another of white sugar, along with a vial of aquatic essence. Ashue was taken aback, the 3 jars weighing heavily on him, causing him to bend slightly under their weight. "I have already accepted a vial of aquatic essence from you. This is more than enough," Bai Ruansuan smiled. "You take such good care of Pang Pang. It must be hard work." Ashue's eyes flickered, but he still accepted the aquatic essence. Before departing, he turned to Bai Pang Pang, gently stroking its head with an unexpectedly tender tone. "You stay here and listen to your sister Ruansuan. All right?" "I understand," Pang Pang replied obediently. Ashue continued, "In the future, I may not visit as often, for I know you'll be well taken care of here." Bai Pang Pang was taken aback, and Ashue looked at Bai Ruansuan. "Thank you for always caring for Pang Pang. You are truly a wonderful person. It's my pleasure. You are always welcome to visit my home again," she replied. With that, Ashue took flight, a chill breeze wafting through the cave, a sensation that felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the icy hail from before. It seemed that Ashue had always been concerned for Pang Pang, continually checking on him. Bai Ruansuan affectionately patted Bai Pong Pong's head, cradling the little bundle and kissing its tiny paws. "Ashue likes you very much, and you must also cherish him." Bai Pang Pang nodded obediently, its voice sweet and innocent. "I like Ashue a lot, and I also like you, Sister Ruansuan, as well as Sister Hua and Brother Huiyan." 3 days after Ashue's departure, he returned once more, bearing an egg and some black stones, which Bai Ruansuan instantly recognized as coal. Outside, the rain cascades down in a resounding symphony, and Ashue revels in this humid weather, which greatly benefits his training. Undeterred by the downpour, he ventures out, drenched from head to toe, yet the vibrant, multicolored aquatic plants atop his head appear more lively, swaying and shimmering with a radiant glow. Bai Ruansuan invites Ashue to take a seat and kindly fetches a towel to dry his hair. Understanding Ashue's fondness for sweet treats, she presents him with a large watermelon freshly picked the previous day, slicing it for them to share. She also prepares watermelon juice for both Ashue and Pang Pang. Though Ashue's expression remains neutral, his small, white hands cling tightly to a wooden cup nearly as large as himself, his bright green eyes occasionally glancing down at the juice. Ashue gazes at the coal or on the table, explaining, "I discovered this in a mountain far away in the forest. It can ignite fire." He had previously noticed that Bai Ruansuan's household frequently relied on fire, which is produced by burning wood. However, he believes that this coal is far more useful than wood, as it burns longer and more efficiently. Bai Ruansuan looks at the coal with delight, nodding appreciatively as she thanks Ashue. "I'm truly grateful. I was wondering how to cook with the weather getting colder and the branches outside always damp." The elves are unaware of the impending cold wave, so Bai Ruansuan speaks in veiled terms. Nevertheless, elves possess keen senses, and upon hearing her words, Shui cannot help but furrow his brow. I too find the recent weather rather peculiar. It seems to be getting colder. The most apparent indication is that the food Shui consumes has noticeably decreased. And the recent dew has been uncomfortably chilly that Shui finds himself inexplicably nostalgic for the tomato and egg soup he once enjoyed in Bai Ruansuan's cave, which was warm and comforting. Although he is oblivious to the coming cold wave and the significance of fire, he reasons that since Bai Ruansuan needs fire for cooking, it must indeed be important. Thus, he brings it along. Little did he know, this unintentional act would provide Bai Ruansuan with an opportunity to learn where coal could be found. Handing over an egg he holds, Shui suddenly inquires, "Do you know what kind of egg this is?" Bai Ruansuan, bewildered, responds, "What?" Given Shui's nature, he would never pose a trivial question. Thus, this inquiry must surely hold a captivating answer to so. Is this egg remarkable? She wonders aloud, unsure. Bai Ruansuan covers her face as she listens to Shui continue. But this is a precious treasure that my friend acquired, that he said that once this egg hatches, it will reveal a powerful creature. This creature has golden fur, fluffy hair, long ears, a tail adorned with black stripes. And it can generate electricity. Bai Ruansuan interrupts the water plant spirit. Does it also emit a pika sound? Shui looks astonished. How do you know? Bai Ruansuan exclaims, "Oh my goodness, is this not Pikachu?" In her mind, she frantically connects with Baozi, urging him to contact headquarters immediately to investigate whether a bug has occurred in this world. How could Pikachu possibly exist here? Isn't a creature from the Pokemon universe. Although this world is inhabited by spirits, they are not the same as those depicted in the Pokemon series. Baozi, maintaining a calm demeanor, replies, "Why are you panicking? Let me explain. The previous 3,000 small worlds were fine. However, ever since my grandfather's generation, they have increasingly deteriorated. The most notorious incident was when my grandfather served as the main system, and one small world's host managed to get a man and a chip pregnant. At least there were two of them. Quite impressive, right? Then there was the case of Godzilla invading Earth and transforming into a man, only to discover he was the one being penetrated, the chubby orange cat dancing Jinzi with Liu Gunghong. Achieving enlightenment, the battle between Pleasant Goat and Lin Daiyu, and the final boss in a horror survival game being Makabaka. So, don't concern yourself with that. As long as this world operates normally, everything is fine." Bai Ruansuan wonders, so, will other Pokemon also appear in this world in the future? "I don't know," Baozi responds, "but generally it is a beastly world." Shui pushes the Pikachu egg towards Bai Ruansuan, who, gazing at it, becomes lost in thought. Pikachu and its offspring, known as Piku, are not the same as Pikachu. As for the origin of Pikachu, Bai Ruansuan has forgotten how it was explained in the television series. But she knows it certainly wasn't born from an old egg. The critical point is that, according to Shui's description, the hatching of this egg will indeed yield a Pikachu. Well, if pomegranates can grow from stones and apples can sprout from cabbage trees, then it's not surprising for Pikachu to hatch from an egg. She concludes that Shui remarks, "This creature that hatches will be immensely powerful, even in its juvenile form. The energy it releases could potentially electrocute a 3rd or 4th level beastman. I have always worried about you and Pang Pang. Both of you are not yet strong, and with so many other tribes beastmen nearby, I thought it best to give you this Pikachu egg. I hope it can protect you. However, it is not that simple. I have been unable to hatch this egg. I leave that task to you." Bai Ruansuan nods, understanding now. This treasure is indeed precious. But if it cannot be hatched, it loses its value. This is straightforward. She can simply ask Baozi for assistance. She will have him look up the hatching methods. After expressing her gratitude, she carefully stores away the Pikachu egg in the coal, ensuring that Shui can have a meal in the cave. Bai Ruansuan then prepares a tomato and egg soup for Shui, thinking that he might not enjoy meat due to its strong odor. Therefore, while stewing braised pork, she adds plenty of scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and cinnamon, even exchanging for some cooking wine for the system shop. Bai Ruansuan also makes dumplings filled with chives and eggs, with flour in short supply. She has only used a few kilograms so far, indulging occasionally or when Silver Moon visits. However, the dumplings are truly delicious. Additionally, she prepares some vegetarian meatballs, finally chopping eggs, yam, mushrooms, and a newly discovered radish. adding seasonings for a delightful taste. Chicken meatballs are pan-fried until crispy on the outside, significantly reducing their fishy odor. Today's menu consists of tomato and egg soup, 3 plates of chive and egg dumplings, fragrant pan-fried vegetarian meatballs, crispy chicken meatballs, and braised pork. This time, Bai Ruansuan's culinary experiment is a resounding success. Ashué, for the first time, indulges in a considerable amount of meat, yet his favorite remains the vegetarian meatballs crafted by Bai Ruansuan. Aware of his preference, she prepares over a pound of vegetarian meatballs in a large wooden jar for him to take home, knowing he can enjoy them for a day or two. In return, Ashué presents her with a beautiful multicolored water plant garland. This carries my essence. As long as I live, these garlands will never wilt and will remain vibrant. Bai Ruansuan is enchanted, nodding in admiration. This garland made from water plants is far more exquisite than many of the colorful garlands available today, such as the allure of the beastly world. Ashué and Bai Pang Pang bid a heartfelt farewell. And Bai Ruansuan continues her journey through the beastly realm. In the following days, Bai Ruansuan frequently encounters ferocious beasts, and she boldly steps in to eliminate them, simultaneously testing her new poisoned arrows. These arrows, crafted from chicken feathers and wood, are relatively easy to make as wood is abundant. Bai Ruansuan uses a sturdy bow made from high-quality cowhide, though her aim is not particularly precise, often allowing her prey to escape. However, since acquiring the arrows, she has been able to hunt many large game. Of course, when targeting larger creatures, she refrains from using poisoned arrows. Otherwise, she would find herself in dire straits. In the red scorpion tribe, within a cold, damp cave, several thin animal skins line the bedding. The blood of warriors courses through their veins, always boiling with fervor. This temperature is precisely what the beastmen of the red scorpion tribe cherish most. Moreover, it is most suitable for them. The chief, lean and sinewy, bore vivid crimson totems upon his body, crafted from the blood of ancient beasts. The more vibrant the hue, the greater his standing within the tribe. Signifying an unparalleled glory, an eerie red light flickered across the chief's limbs as he stroked his goatee, his narrowed eyes glinting. Repeat that. The orc below trembled in fear. All the orcs we sent out to hunt have perished. Not a single one remains, and their bones have vanished. Nonsense, the chief scoffed coldly. Even if they encountered a pack of wolves, our warriors, being of such high caliber, should have at least one return alive through that method. The Red Scorpion tribe possesses a unique secret art. This art activates automatically when the lives of the orcs are at stake. In moments of life and death, they fall into a frenzied state, temporarily losing their senses, attacking their kin, and consuming the energy of their brethren to augment their own strength. This frenzied state can amplify their combat prowess to 3 times or even more for at least half an hour, thereby evading peril. However, those devoured kin are certain to perish. The chief of the Red Scorpion tribe furrowed his brow. With such a frenzied state, how could there not be at least one survivor? Moreover, the forest where those warriors ventured had never been rumored to be dangerous. While there were indeed large beasts in that region, they were well aware of their presence and unlikely to suffer total annihilation. It was truly perplexing. Narrowing his eyes, the chief pondered whether something unusual had emerged in that area, something that ought not to exist. Just as he contemplated this, an elder beside him suddenly had a revelation and exclaimed, "Chief, I just remembered, recently, orcs from our tribe reported that wolves had been sighted in that forest. However, out of concern for their own safety, none dared to venture deeper. Therefore, the reliability of the wolf sightings is questionable. Yet, I believe our warriors, who are accustomed to roaming the depths of these mountains and forests, would not easily mistake the presence of wolves." The chief's frown relaxed. If it were indeed wolves, that would explain matters. It is quite common for wolves or other large beasts to roam these mountains and forests. Those large beast packs either outsize our warriors tenfold or can fight 10 against 1, making them formidable foes. When they went out to hunt, they likely exhausted too much energy, and encountering a pack on their return would diminish their chances of victory. In any case, perhaps they were merely unfortunate. Nonetheless, the complete annihilation of their forces was somewhat strange. The chief of the Red Scorpion tribe furrowed his brow, feeling the need to investigate further. Recently, due to famine, other tribes had gathered around their meteorite forest. Eyeing each other with suspicion, the lines between friend and foe had become blurred. What if this were a conspiracy by another tribe? Just as the chief was about to speak, an orc rushed in. Panic evident. "It's bad, chief, elder. The snow rabbit tribe and the silver fox tribe have united and stolen all the furs from our cave." Among rival tribes, the plundering of resources was commonplace. The orcs of the red scorpion tribe preferred the cold and damp environment. They typically resided in caves and did not utilize furs extensively. However, they always had furs from their hunts, leading to a stockpile in one cave. To their astonishment, the furs had been taken by the snow rabbit and silver fox tribes. The chief of the red scorpion tribe was furious that it wasn't that he valued the furs. After all, wild beasts were plentiful, and acquiring more was not a hardship for them. What incensed him was that the silver fox and snow rabbit tribes were openly challenging the red scorpion tribe. "Gather your weapons. Let us fight." In an instant, the news of the complete annihilation of the red scorpion tribe's forces in the forest, where Bai Ruansuan resided, faded into obscurity, with a cold front looming just 2 months away. Inyu returned, bringing with him thick furs and energy stones, accompanied by Xiong. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Ruansuan found the two brothers seated inside, while the little panda was nowhere to be found. She presumed the chubby creature had gone out to play with the shuai. Bai Ruansuan hung her cloak on the clothes rack she had crafted, drawing the attention of Xiong and Inyu. Xiong was particularly astonished. He had only been away for a brief period, yet the cave had transformed so remarkably. The walls were adorned with yellow lights, and the cooking area had quadrupled its pots. Above the cooking table, a new row of wooden shelves had been added, holding wooden bowls, chopsticks, and various utensils. Beside the shelves was the dining table, its surface smooth and rounded from polishing. With the colder weather, Bai Ruansuan had covered the table with a layer of cowhide for easy cleaning and to keep hands warm during meals. There were 3 or 4 stools, each topped with neatly stitched cushions made from scraps of fur, about 2 centimeters thick, giving them a unique appearance. These cushions were stacked 2 to 3 high on each stool. Noticing Xiong examining the cushions, Bai Ruansuan smiled sheepishly. "I use a mess up when making clothes, so I ended up making extra fur cushions." Xiong nodded and continued to survey the dining area, where 3 large barrels were neatly arranged, one filled with water, another with food, and the last with miscellaneous items. Across from the dining table, opposite the entrance, was the stone staircase leading to the cellar. The staircase remained unchanged, but beside it lay a large wooden board adorned with various toys, wooden horses, wooden balls, serving as a play area for the little panda. Additionally, there were 2 large wooden racks set up not far from the entrance for storing items, such as furs. Most notably, Bai Ruansuan's sleeping area had been partitioned off by 2 enormous wooden cabinets. These cabinets housed the garments Bai Ruansuan had crafted recently. Though elaborate attire was unnecessary in the beast world, every girl yearned for a luxurious wardrobe. Moreover, as Bai Ruansuan needed to store some fur blankets, she had invested considerable time in designing and building 2 wooden cabinets alongside Inyu during his last visit. Bai Ruansuan's bed had not changed much, save for the addition of a mattress made from various inexpensive furs, layered and sewn together, enveloped by a large piece of solid-colored fur. With an abundance of furs at her disposal, the bed linens were crafted in a single color. The fur blankets were also thickly padded, wrapped in a large piece of solid-colored fur, with even the pillow made of pure white fur, giving a clean and pristine appearance. It hardly resembled the beast world, instead evoking the lifestyle of modern nobility. Replete with exquisite details, as Inyu and Xiong planned to stay in the cave overnight, Bai Ruansuan had prepared accordingly, retrieving a large wooden bed from the cellar and setting it up in the cave. She laid out her spare fur blankets and sheets for them, ensuring warmth and comfort. Bai Ruansuan moved the bed next to her cabinet, adjacent to her own bed, saying, "This way, it can shield you from the wind." Xiong gazed at the 2 neatly arranged beds and couldn't help but click his tongue. "You've done a splendid job organizing this place. However, it may not withstand dirt for long. Orcs are always rolling around, especially those who go hunting. How can they remain clean?" Even though Bai Ruansuan is female, she has lived in the cave with her master, who has yet to return from gathering herbs, and surely must have gone hunting as well. Bai Ruansuan replied with a smile. "Just remember to bathe regularly. If you don't feel like washing after hunting, simply change your clothes upon returning to the cave. After all, she could not tolerate dirt, and regardless of how exhausted she was, she had to sleep clean. Xiong cast a glance at Inu. This kid is quite similar to you. From a young age, Inu's always been fastidious about cleanliness, taking great pride in his appearance, with his hair always soft and neatly arranged. Being the youngest, he has consistently enjoyed a greater popularity compared to Xiong when they stand together. After helping Inu and Xiong make their beds, Bai Ruansuan glanced at the pot. Today she prepared 4 dishes: stir-fried persimmons with eggs, yellow braised chicken, sour meat, and braised pork, accompanied by yam and goji berry rib soup. Pomegranates and bananas were placed on the table, but the watermelon had already been consumed due to storage issues, leaving Inu with a hint of regret. I quite liked eating watermelon. Bai Ruansuan patted his shoulder. Next time you come, I will make sure to bring you some extra watermelon. Tea was time to eat, yet the little panda had not returned. Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brow, placing the warm panda milk on the table, and called out a few times, "Pang Pang, it's time for dinner," and no response came. Xiong curiously inquired, "Who is Pang Pang?" Bai Pang Pang is a panda who can speak human language. Such matters are difficult to conceal. Inu explained directly to Xiong, who widened his eyes in astonishment. "Oh my, a ferocious beast!" Although ferocious beasts are not typically aggressive enough to attack beastmen at a young age, they also do not approach them willingly. How did Bai Ruansuan manage that? Moreover, it is the king of ferocious beasts. Bai Ruansuan smiled, saying, "My master had to return to the White Cat tribe for some matters and left Pang Pang here to protect me." So that is the case. No wonder Bai Ruansuan's master has not been seen. Xiong nodded. Bai Pang Pang slowly approached, clutching 2 handfuls of water plants. Observing his suspicious hands, Bai Ruansuan suspected they might be the hair of a water plant spirit. Quietly, she lifted the little chubby one onto a small chair with a backrest. Due to his round and plump body, Bai Pang Pang found it uncomfortable on the chair, constantly sliding off. Furthermore, his height was not quite proportionate to the table. Thus, Bai Ruansuan had specially crafted a cute little stool for him, with long legs and a backrest, its edges smooth to a delightful roundness, appearing quite exquisite. Inu nodded persistently. Sister-esque skills are becoming increasingly refined. After the 3 of them and 1 panda finished their meal, Inu and Xiong began chatting with Bai Ruansuan that we seized the beast skins from the red scorpion tribe. They thought we were merely raiding for resources, so they took it lightly, only stealing some of our food. Xiong added, "In fact, if the legendary cold wave truly arrives, even the red scorpion tribe, known for their endurance to the cold, will need these beast skins for warmth. They will ultimately suffer the consequences." Bai Ruansuan asked, "Are beast skins so worthless in the red scorpion tribe?" Inu nodded, his soft silvery hair looking exceedingly obedient, his handsome face quite serious. "Yes. Among the other tribes, we utilize at least 2/3 of the beast skins we hunt. They only make use of 1/3. Bai Ruansuan raised an eyebrow. "So, do they just leave the remaining beast skins piling up in their caves every year?" Of course, not doubt if beastmen from other tribes pass by, like the camel tribe who trade in various places, they would exchange some food for the beast skins and then sell them elsewhere. However, due to the prolonged storage, the quality diminishes, naturally resulting in lower selling prices. The purchasing price is even lower. Suddenly, Bai Ruansuan laughed, her fair face slightly tilted up as she looked at Inu and Xiong, her beautiful eyes brimming with profound meaning. "Then it seems your silver fox tribe is about to make a fortune." Both Inu and Xiong were taken aback. Xiong was the first to react, glancing at Bai Ruansuan before nodding slightly. "Indeed, over the past month, our tribe has united with the snow rabbit tribe and seized quite a number of beast skins that we have enough for ourselves and still have some left over." Inu excitedly grasped Bai Ruansuan's hand. "Sister, you are truly brilliant. If we accumulate these surplus beast skins and gather more over the next 2 months, when the cold wave arrives, we can exchange all the beast skins for a fortune." Xiong's gaze swept over Inu's hands clasped around Bai Ruansuan's, gently patting them, clearing his throat. Inu's face flushed instantly, his eyes evasive. Bai Ruansuan affectionately ruffled his hair, amused at the shyness of the little child, and smiled as she nodded. "Indeed." Xiong interjected, "Miss Bai Ruansuan, as expected of a disciple of a shaman, you are truly wise, such a splendid idea, Yet none of the beastmen in our tribe have thought of it. Bai Ruansuan replied. You are merely being modest. You have been preoccupied with tribal affairs, preparing sufficient warm items and food, while also crafting enough weapons to fend off the beasts that threaten during the cold wave. If you take a moment to pause, you could come up with ideas just like Inu. Regardless, Miss Bai Ruansuan is quite impressive, informing us of the impending cold wave. Soft Ruansuan, if you require any items or need our assistance, do not hesitate to approach the Silver Fox tribe. Understood. Bai Ruansuan nodded at In Xiong. She then recounted her encounter with the beastmen of the Red Scorpion tribe and seized the opportunity to inquire. I heard that many tribes come here in search of some kind of spirits. Spirits? Inu and In Xiong exchanged bewildered glances. They had only heard of such a race in the Beast World continent, but found it too distant from them. For beastmen, the spirit race is as far removed as the dragon race is for humans. They had never even seen one, let alone interacted with them. However, Inu and In Xiong had recently heard rumors that there seemed to be a large tribe in the central region of the Beast World continent that enjoyed capturing spirits as pets. With prices reaching astronomical heights, they were taken aback that such a thing truly occurred. Both Inu and In Xiong found it strange and considered the large tribe foolish for having too much money and nothing better to do. In Xiong then cast a thoughtful glance at Bai Ruansuan, remarking, the beastmen of the large tribe are quite arrogant and of high rank. If they desire something and cannot obtain it, they will likely resort to theft. Bai Ruansuan maintained a calm demeanor. You are correct. It appears the spirits are in a precarious situation, and they might drag us down with them, but I must find an opportunity to inform Ashue to ensure they stay hidden for now. In the evening, Bai Ruansuan continued to converse with Inu and In Xiong, learning quite a bit about the beast world. For instance, the vast expanse of the Beast World continent is divided into regions. The Eastern region, Southern region, Western region, Northern region, and Central region. The first four regions possess relatively equal strength among the beastmen, while the Central region boasts significantly stronger beastmen, led by the formidable Beast King Emohen. They, however, reside on the borders of the Eastern region. Bai Ruansuan silently mused that even on the borders, she could live well, and that was sufficient for her. As for traveling to other places, she had no desire for the time being. However, she wished to visit the grand gathering of tribes that Inu and In Xiong had mentioned. Each tribe opens their grand gathering at the beginning of every month and holds a larger one every 3 months. The Silver Fox tribe, where Inu and In Xiong reside, would have such a gathering in a few days. Bai Ruansuan wished to see it, as it might provide her with items of interest, such as lightweight yet powerful weapons, various foods, cotton, and other daily necessities that on the following day, Inu and In Xiong were aware that Bai Ruansuan intended to leave, so they simply decided to take her along on their journey back. Bai Ruansuan was unfamiliar with the route to the Silver Fox tribe. If she wished to go in a few days, they would need to send someone to fetch her. Traveling directly with the two of them would offer her some safety. Bai Ruansuan found their reasoning sound and began to prepare, albeit with a hint of nervousness, to accompany them. As for Bai Pang, she had prepared ample food for it, stored in the cellar, allowing it to help itself half an hour to an hour earlier the next day. The presence of Bai Pang would undoubtedly cause quite a stir, even if Bai Ruansuan instructed it to remain silent and pretend to be an ordinary iron-eating beast. Such creatures were rare in the beast world, and with her current abilities, it would be challenging to protect Bai Pang. During this visit to the tribe's grand gathering, Bai Ruansuan felt it was essential to observe if there were any methods to enhance her strength, such as acquiring higher-grade energy stones that as for the basic energy stones, the recent sign-in system had ceased to provide them, offering only panda milk instead. Basic energy stones were available in the system shop, which she could redeem directly with points and T5 points each. They were relatively inexpensive. Presently, Ruansuan had nearly 8,000 points. This thought, she lowered her head and glanced at the little silver fox, Inu, who was carrying her on its back through the forest. What items are exchanged during your tribe's grand gathering? Bai Ruansuan asked, gripping tightly. Inu's fur was not painful to the touch, and the little silver fox's face blushed a rosy hue. Anything can be exchanged, as long as it holds sufficient value. Bai Ruansuan cast a glance at her system space, filled primarily with food, nothing particularly valuable. Save for the basic energy stones, watergrass essence, too, was something she was not inclined to sell at the moment. Thus, she could only use points to redeem items from the system shop. Incheon, larger and more robust than Inyu, had a graceful posture and a slightly upturned nose, giving him a rather aloof appearance, reminiscent of a silver wolf rather than a fox. He spoke, "You have been kind to our tribe, providing us with food that if there is anything you wish to purchase, just let us know, and our tribe will assist you." "All right," Bai Ruansuan replied without hesitation. Soon, they arrived at the Silver Fox tribe. Bai Ruansuan memorized the route. From her cave to the Silver Fox tribe, she would cross the Rainbow River and encounter two forked paths, taking the leftmost path, traversing a forest and a small river, would lead her there. The Silver Fox tribe occupied a strategically formidable location, surrounded by mountains, with numerous caves tightly guarded within. Outside, beastmen stood watch, and a particularly long wall made of sturdy branches crisscrossed to form a barrier. Erected annually to defend against beast tides, it was said there were not merely one, but hundreds of such walls needed during the beast tide season. The Silver Fox tribe lacked any notable buildings. Consisting entirely of caves, it was Bai Ruansuan's first visit. She felt a bit shy and refrained from scrutinizing them too closely. The beastmen of the Silver Fox tribe were astonished to see their two young leaders return with a female beastman. Inyu clapped his hands and turned to the incredibly beautiful Bai Ruansuan, issuing a stern command. "This is my guest. You are all to treat her with utmost respect." "Understood," the others replied, nodding in compliance. The beastman's curiosity about Bai Ruansuan grew. This striking female had earned the protection of both young leaders. What was her story? It was known that Inyu often brought friends along, but had never before introduced a female beastman. And the authority of his words carried less weight than that of Incheon, who was to inherit the tribe's leadership. Incheon, typically serious, surprisingly defended her as well, leading to a flurry of gossip among the tribe. As they walked through, they encountered mainly young beastmen on patrol, tall, handsome, and each boasting well-defined abdominal muscles. Bai Ruansuan stifled a gasp, also noticing several female beastmen, who in comparison seemed less striking, merely ordinary given the average beauty among the beast world's males. Disappointment washed over her. Beautiful women were far more captivating than handsome men. Incheon turned to Bai Ruansuan and said, "Since this is your first visit to the tribe, I wish to introduce you to my father." "Certainly, I must express my gratitude for your tribe's hospitality," she replied. "Such formalities are unnecessary." Inyu interjected, enthusiastically inviting, "Stay in my cave tonight and share my space." "Huh." Bai Ruansuan was taken aback, while Incheon lightly tapped Inyu on the head. Frowning, "Your cave has only one bed." Inyu's face flushed, and with big, innocent eyes, she looked at Bai Ruansuan, sweetly suggesting, "Sister Ruansuan can take the bed. I'll sleep on the floor." "Let us not. The ground is too damp," Bai Ruansuan firmly declined, unimpressed by the charming demeanor of the child who sought to take advantage of her. Inyu and Incheon's father also resided in a cave located at the heart of the tribe. The largest of them all that Bai Ruansuan approached the entrance. She heard hearty laughter echoing from within, exuding warmth and friendliness that instantly fostered goodwill. Entering alongside Inyu and Incheon, Bai Ruansuan was astonished by the sheer size of the cave. "Goodness, how spacious is this place? Is it even possible to reside here? It feels like waking up on a 100-square-meter bed every day." The leaders of the Snow Rabbit tribe and the Silver Fox tribe were engaged in lively conversation, accompanied by a young female who was entirely snow white and quite beautiful, albeit slightly less so than Bai Ruansuan. Observing this female, Inyu felt a surge of unease. The leader of the Silver Fox tribe, noticing the return of his two sons, smiled broadly. "You've arrived at the perfect time. Come meet your uncle and your sister." "Acha!" Bai Ruansuan's heart skipped. Why that name? She had met an uncle and a sister named Acha. Inyu and Incheon politely greeted. Acha rose to respond, her gaze falling on Bai Ruansuan with an inscrutable expression. The leader of the Silver Fox tribe, eyeing Bai Ruansuan curiously, inquired, "And who might this be?" Inyu and Incheon exchanged glances, with Inyu responding, "Father, this is my friend, the one I mentioned earlier." The leader of the Silver Fox tribe raised an eyebrow, struggling to recall when his mischievous son had mentioned such a beautiful female. Could she be a prospective daughter-in-law, with a carefree attitude? He said, "Oh, We're all family here. Please take a seat. Servants, bring 3 portions of roasted meat. Bai Ruansuan found the leader to be quite affable, welcoming her warmly without revealing her identity. Moreover, the roasted meat arrived swiftly. The Silver Fox tribe was indeed quick to learn. The leader of the Silver Fox tribe turned to Bai Ruansuan, beaming with pride. "Dear young lady, this must be your first time visiting our tribe. Our customs differ somewhat from yours. We feast on cooked food. This cooked meat is quite delectable. You may find it a bit unfamiliar at first, but over time, you will discover it far more flavorful than raw meat and beneficial for your health." After such lengthy discourse, he still hadn't learned which tribe she belonged to. Bai Ruansuan had already prepared her response. "I am from the White Cat tribe." "The White Cat tribe?" The leader of the Silver Fox tribe pondered for a moment, unable to recall when such a tribe had emerged nearby. The team must be a small tribe. Yet, small tribes posed no issue. As long as they were beautiful, they could easily become a daughter-in-law. With a look of realization, the leader chuckled. "Ah, the White Cat tribe beastman. Very well, very well." He continued to engage Bai Ruansuan in friendly conversation, and soon the roasted meat was ready. The leader turned to the Snow Rabbit tribe leader, beginning to boast about his roasted meat, to which the Snow Rabbit tribe leader had long grown accustomed. The barbecue is indeed delectable, and coupled with the collaboration with the chief, the conversation flows smoothly in accordance with his words. The chief's vanity is strongly satiated, as other orcs from the Silver Fox tribe bring forth roasted mushrooms and chicken. The 2 orcs from the Snow Rabbit tribe are not strangers to roasted mushrooms and chicken. One of the conditions for their cooperation with the Silver Fox tribe was sharing food. However, sharing food is distinct from sharing methods of procuring it. Thus, Bai Ruansuan's earlier insistence that the Silver Fox tribe refrain from divulging this to other tribes was adhered to. The orcs of the Snow Rabbit tribe relished these dishes, finding them far superior to raw meat, which drips with blood and carries an unpleasant odor, appearing quite unclean. These cooked meats, on the other hand, look clean, are appetizing, and release a delightful aroma without any foul smell. Most crucially, certain foods that are typically inedible, such as mushrooms and the clucking beast, become palatable once cooked. The flavors are exquisite. Yet, despite numerous discussions between the Snow Rabbit tribe and the Silver Fox tribe, the latter has consistently refrained from revealing how these foods are prepared. This time, the Snow Rabbit tribe has decided to invest significantly, determined to extract the culinary secrets from the future leader of their tribe. At this moment, the chief of the Silver Fox tribe feels a twinge of temptation, but he knows that the recipes were acquired by his 2 sons, taught by a friend of his youngest son who is a shaman apprentice. The shaman had specified not to share this knowledge with other tribes. After some contemplation, the chief of the Silver Fox tribe hesitates to outright refuse the Snow Rabbit tribe's request, instead suggesting that his sons inquire with the shaman apprentice upon their return. He is reluctant to share, yet the offerings from the Snow Rabbit tribe are simply too generous. The meal progresses harmoniously. As it nears conclusion, the chief of the Snow Rabbit tribe glances at his daughter and then at Silvermoon. With a smile, he remarks, "Young Master Silvermoon bears a striking resemblance to you, Chief, so wise and valiant." The chief of the Silver Fox tribe, sensing the implication behind this compliment, quickly waves his hands, saying, "My son is nothing like me, utterly disobedient." The chief of the Snow Rabbit tribe retorts, "Must you speak so definitively?" Observing the other's bemused expression, the chief of the Silver Fox tribe forces a foolish grin, internally lamenting that he cannot afford to make unilateral decisions regarding his son's marriage to other tribes after the last incident nearly cost his son his life, during which he hid away for days, causing his mate to nearly sever their bond. Better to let his son pursue love freely. The reason the chief of the Snow Rabbit tribe has his sights set on Silvermoon is quite intentional. The Snow Rabbit tribe's visit to the vicinity of the Falling Star Forest is merely a temporary respite, as they cannot linger in this place for long. Silver Sky of the Silver Fox tribe is destined to be the future chief, and thus he must wed a female from a tribe of equal standing, one with roots in the area. Such a female would be fit to become the chief's consort. Hence, the Snow Rabbit tribe's attention shifts to the second son, Silvermoon. Silvermoon, too, is quite exceptional. Most importantly, should this union materialize, the Silver Fox tribe would be compelled to disclose the methods of food preparation. The chief of the Silver Fox tribe is not oblivious to the Snow Rabbit tribe's intentions. raising an eyebrow in feigned ignorance. The chief of the Snow Rabbit tribe cheerfully proposes, "Since Acha is new and may not be accustomed to our ways, why not let Silver Moon and Silver Sky, my two nephews, accompany my daughter for some delightful adventures in your tribe? I hear your tribe's grand market will be held soon, which is quite fortuitous." The chief of the Silver Fox tribe chuckles. "She is merely an inexperienced young female, while my two sons are troublemakers. It would hardly be appropriate for them to escort her." Bai Ruansuan ponders. She understands the term young flower, but what on earth is a young female? The chief of the Snow Rabbit tribe, sensing the outright rejection, sighs, "My daughter is truly remarkable. You simply lack appreciation." The meal continues, and midway through, Acha, with her gentle and endearing demeanor, suddenly breaks into a smile. She glances at Bai Ruansuan and softly suggests, "We've been indulging in meat, which is somewhat monotonous. How about I perform a dance to liven things up?" This decision undoubtedly rests with the chief of the Silver Fox tribe, who nods in agreement. "Please do." "Thank you." Chief Acha rises, her thick white bee-skin skirt flowing gracefully with her movements, and paired with her beautiful and pure visage, she is undeniably captivating. Bai Ruansuan sits up, filled with anticipation for her performance. Acha closes her eyes, light cascading upon her. Suddenly, she springs into action, with her left hand slapping her thigh and her right hand mirroring the action while exclaiming, "Hee-ha!" Her vigorous energy is striking, almost masculine, with a fierce expression. Hee-ha! Hee-ha! Thigh slaps, then again. Hee-ha! Hee-ha! The rhythm continues as she twirls and begins to dance exuberantly. Bai Ruansuan is astonished. This girl is so beautiful, yet her dance seems utterly mad. Is this truly a dance, or some form of shamanistic ritual? Or is this simply how dances are performed in this beastly realm? She struggles to appreciate it, glancing at the expressions of others. She notices that the chief of the Silver Fox tribe, along with Silver Moon, Silver Sky, and even Bai Ruansuan herself, were similar expressions of bewilderment. After the performance concludes, the chief of the Snow Rabbit tribe, thoroughly enthused, claps his hands, wiping away tears. "What a powerful dance! Our Acha is indeed a prodigy of our tribe. Even our tribal shaman has her dance before the gathered assembly. Isn't it truly beautiful?" The crowd responds in unison, "Absolutely." After the meal, as everyone rises to depart, Acha turns to Bai Ruansuan, beaming. "Sister Ruansuan, is it?" Bai Ruansuan nods. "Yes, what is it?" Acha, with a smile, extends an invitation. "I've heard that a grand market will be held in a few days at the Silver Fox tribe, and I have never attended one. Would you accompany me?" "No, I have a companion." "You have a companion? Who? Is it Brother Silver Moon?" "Indeed, and Silver Sky as well." Bai Ruansuan replies, "But you do not know them." Acha glances at Silver Moon and Silver Sky behind Bai Ruansuan, her eyes narrowing with a grin. "Are they males?" "You do not know them? Oh dear, if they are males, you are quite unfair to Brother Silver Moon and Brother Silver Sky." "You do not know them? I am better. Brother Silver Moon, Brother Silver Sky, that I would not so easily follow any male to the market." Bai Ruansuan, Silver Moon, and Silver Sky regard Acha as if she were foolish. Losing her patience, Bai Ruansuan states, "So, Acha, if you have nothing further, I shall take my leave to rest. Go on to Acha and the chief of the Snow Rabbit tribe depart. Silver Moon and Silver Sky, recalling the earlier scene, feel a twinge of embarrassment. They surmise that Acha is targeting Bai Ruansuan, seemingly because of Silver Moon. Bai Ruansuan does not leave. She observes the chief of the Silver Fox tribe seated in the cave. Silver Sky steps forward, saying, "Father, this is the shaman apprentice I mentioned to you." "Good heavens, it is you!" The chief, filled with joy, leaps up and, beaming at his sons, exclaims, "You have truly brought honor to your father, managing to win over a shaman apprentice as a bride." "Father, what are you saying?" Silver Moon and Silver Sky feel immensely awkward, with Silver Moon hurriedly interrupting his father's ramblings. "Sister Ruansuan has come to explore our grand market." "Ah, splendid. Sister Ruansuan is in a cooperative relationship with our tribe. If she requires anything during her stay, my sons are at her service. She need only ask." The methods of food preparation that Bai Ruansuan has shared have saved many orc lives in their tribe. The terms she proposed were remarkably simple, and thus the Silver Fox tribe owes her a great debt of gratitude. Moreover, the news of the impending cold wave was also conveyed by Bai Ruansuan. Although the cold wave has not yet arrived, and the accuracy of this information is uncertain, once it is confirmed, Bai Ruansuan's status within their tribe will soar. Bai Ruansuan would essentially be the savior of the Silver Fox tribe. The arrival of the cold wave could lead to countless orc deaths from freezing. Coupled with famine, the losses from both freezing and starvation could amount to half of the tribe's population. Furthermore, there is a significant likelihood that the cold wave will incite a beast tide. If the Silver Fox tribe suffers such heavy losses and then dispatches some of its members to fend off the beast tide, the chances of the tribe facing extinction the following year would be greatly increased. Given the severity of the situation, the leader of the Silver Fox tribe felt that even if Bai Ruansuan's information proved inaccurate, being prepared is certainly better than being caught unawares. He would not voice any objections. With a warm demeanor, the leader of the Silver Fox tribe addressed her. "Young Ruansuan, did you like the furs my 2 sons brought you last time? They're quite beautiful, and I am very fond of them. Our tribe's grand market has everything. Do take your time to explore." "Indeed, chief," she replied. After the pleasantries, the leader of the Silver Fox tribe broached the subject previously discussed with the Snow Rabbit tribe. "The Snow Rabbit tribe has maintained a cooperative relationship with us, and we have consistently shared our food with them. Their leader spoke to me a few days ago, expressing a desire to learn the method of food production." The leader discreetly observed Bai Ruansuan's expression before continuing. "I understand this is a secret you entrusted to us, and we had agreed not to disclose it. I initially planned to visit you personally when the weather improved to seek your opinion. Since you are here, would you be willing to sell the method of food production to the Snow Rabbit tribe?" Bai Ruansuan hesitated for a moment. After contemplating, she replied, "I require a batch of energy stones." The leader's eyes lit up with excitement, a smile spreading across his face as he nodded enthusiastically. "Very well. Since you have such intentions, I shall inform that old fellow from the Snow Rabbit tribe accordingly. Would you prefer to negotiate this yourself, or shall I represent you?" Bai Ruansuan suggested. "How about you represent me?" "You wish for me to represent you?" The leader was taken aback. Bai Ruansuan nodded. "That I prefer not to be in the limelight. So I would appreciate it if you could handle this on my behalf. I ask that acceptable." As a solitary orc, Bai Ruansuan understood that the Snow Rabbit tribe's collaboration with the Silver Fox tribe was only temporary. Within the Silver Fox tribe, there was Silver Moon, and even if the trade did not succeed, there would still be goodwill. However, the situation with the Snow Rabbit tribe was different. If one day the Snow Rabbit tribe chose to sever ties with the Silver Fox tribe, they could easily locate her in her forest and eliminate her, or threaten her into submission, which would be disastrous. Bai Ruansuan asserted, "Of course, I would not allow you to make the trip in vain. If you're interested, I can also teach you a different method of food production." The deal was struck. The Silver Fox tribe and the Snow Rabbit tribe acted swiftly, reaching an agreement the very next day to exchange methods of food production. Naturally, the energy stones belonged to Bai Ruansuan. However, by having the Silver Fox tribe represent her, their relationship with the Snow Rabbit tribe would strengthen, and the Silver Fox tribe would also acquire a new food source, namely, leeks. This transaction also served as a favor to the Silver Fox tribe, which could be beneficial in future dealings done on the 3rd day. The leader of the Silver Fox tribe completed the inventory of all energy stones and had Silver Moon assist in their delivery. The energy stones varied in grade: basic, low-level, intermediate, and high-level. The Snow Rabbit tribe received only intermediate energy stones, totaling 500 pieces. Calculating the value, 1 intermediate energy stone equals 100 low-level stones, which equals 500 basic stones, while 1 high-level stone equals 100 intermediate stones. Thus, the total amounted to 25,000 basic energy stones that we've struck gold, Bai Ruansuan exclaimed as she stored the intermediate energy stones, even if she abstained from food and drink to cultivate day and night. These stones would last her an entire year. Meanwhile, in the Snow Rabbit tribe, Etiche's eyes were as red as a rabbit's. She stomped her feet in frustration, pouting as tears streamed down her face. "Wah, what should I do, father? Silver Moon doesn't want to marry me. What can we do?" The leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe sighed, "That we are currently at their mercy if they refuse your hand in marriage. There is little I can do. Forget about him, my child." Etiche shook her head vehemently, her eyes sparkling like stars. "But Silver Moon is so handsome and capable. I must marry him." the leader of the snow rabbit tribe replied. Well, think it over. He then departed, for he had matters to attend to. Having obtained the coveted method of food production that he had long desired, the leader of the snow rabbit tribe hurriedly set off to explore it. The method was indeed remarkable, capable of rendering some poisonous foods harmless. If the snow rabbit tribe mastered this technique, their prosperity would be imminent, though the snow rabbit tribe had faced many hardships. They had managed to contend with the silver fox tribe's influence. This only hinted that the snow rabbit tribe possessed greater knowledge and experience. The silver fox tribe, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to the monumental impact that the revelation of this food production method would have if exposed to the other tribes of the beast world. It was unclear where the silver fox tribe had acquired this technique. Had they discovered it themselves? That seemed unlikely. Their reputation in the meteor forest was modest at best, and on the grand stage of the beast world. They were inconsequential in a continent filled with powerful tribes. It was curious that no one else had uncovered this method while relying on the silver fox tribe. The leader of the snow rabbit tribe speculated shrewdly, pondering whether there was a hidden master guiding them, though this master seemed reluctant to reveal themselves. Thus, the leader of the snow rabbit tribe departed, leaving Acha behind, sobbing inconsolably. She felt despondent. That day, the young lady had been so beautiful, and she appeared to have a gentle disposition, seemingly familiar with Silver Moon for quite some time. Acha glanced at herself. Though she considered herself pretty, she could not compare to the lady as for her temperament. It was clear she did not know Silver Moon. Did this mean she had no chance at all? What was she to do? The more she pondered, the more despairing she became. Behind Acha, a tall figure loomed, and a youthful voice spoke gruffly, "My dear sister, what troubles you?" Wah, brother." Acha turned and cried out to her brother, "I feel like I've been heartbroken." "You've been heartbroken? What happened? Which rascal did this?" Her brother Anan was furious, clenching his fists tightly, his tall stature appearing quite intimidating. Acha pouted and rambled on about her woes. Anan, despite his laid-back demeanor, soon grasped the situation. It turned out that his sister had feelings for someone who did not reciprocate. Anan contemplated for a moment, then lit up with joy. Brother has a plan. With the enhancement of intermediate energy stones, Bai Ruansuan's cultivation speed surged dramatically, coupled with nearly a month of accumulated spiritual energy. At this rate, she would achieve a breakthrough to level 3 in just half a month. Indeed, higher-grade energy stones proved to be far more effective. Regrettably, such intermediate energy stones were not available for redemption in the system's marketplace, which only offered basic energy stones. Bai Ruansuan found this rather unsatisfactory. 0.1 intermediate energy stone could be exchanged for 500 basic stones, with each basic stone costing 5 points. Thus, one intermediate stone required 500 points. That it seemed that with all her accumulated savings, she could only afford 3 intermediate energy stones. Bai Ruansuan felt frustrated. After carefully considering the offerings in the system's marketplace, she realized that while some items were worth their price, others were exorbitantly priced, and some were outright scams. The disparities were glaring. It appeared she could no longer blindly trust the system when purchasing items. She would need to scrutinize before making any transactions. "Miss Bai, are you there?" A male orc's voice resonated from outside the cave. "I am here. Please come in." The male orc, tall and formidable, was unfamiliar to her. Clad in furs, the patterns on his chest were obscured, but the faint white markings hinted at his affiliation with the Silver Fox tribe. Bai Ruansuan glanced at him as he offered a slight smile. "Silver Moon and Silver Sky are waiting for you in the small grove. They're prepared to escort you to the grand market." "I understand. Thank you." Bai Ruansuan nodded. Yu and Xiong had indeed promised to take Bai Ruansuan to the grand market in a few days. She had been in the tribe for several days, and even the shaman of the Silver Fox tribe had visited her. She had wandered around the tribe and felt quite familiar with it now. Outside the cave, fine snowflakes drifted down, and she was about to fetch the red bee skin cloak she had crafted a few days prior, when the orc behind her remained utterly still. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback and turned her head, asking, "Why are you still here?" The male orc replied, "You are our tribe's esteemed guest. That I was instructed to accompany you to ensure you do not get lost." "Esteemed guest?" Bai Ruansuan's eyes flickered as she nodded slightly. "Very well. Then please lead the way." The male orc guided Bai Ruansuan deeper into the remote woods, a place seldom visited by orcs, after walking for quite some time without sight of Inu or Incheon. Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where are Inu and Incheon? They will arrive shortly. Please be patient," the male orc assured her, continuing onward. Suddenly, two figures leapt down from the trees, charging straight at Bai Ruansuan. Startled, she swiftly dodged and brandished the she had clutched in her hand, accurately firing at each assailant. "Oh my goodness!" The voice was unmistakably familiar. Bai Ruansuan glanced at one of the figures, only to see Asha rolling on the ground. Clutching her injured arm, Asha, upon noticing the weapon in Bai Ruansuan's hand, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, that thing is poisonous. Don't come near me." Bai Ruansuan was speechless. The male orc who had previously escorted her had long since vanished. She speculated that he was likely not from the Silver Fox tribe, but rather from the Snow Rabbit tribe. The orcs from the Snow Rabbit tribe bore similar white tattoos on their chests, making it difficult to discern them when clothed. Bai Ruansuan frowned at Asha. "That indeed is poisonous. You and your companion over there need to detoxify immediately." "What kind of poison is this? Will it be fatal?" "Yes." Asha burst into tears, cradling Ainen as she wailed, "Oh my gosh, brother, is this poison deadly? Am I going to die here today? I never expected that in chasing a male, I would meet my demise here. The heavens are truly cruel. What is this? It actually tastes quite good." After Ainen fed a detoxification pill to Asha, he took one for himself as well, finally breathing a sigh of relief, without a moment to spare for his foolish sister. Ainen turned to Bai Ruansuan, his gaze intense. "What is that you have? It can be fired as swiftly as an arrow. However, this weapon is far more compact and discreet than arrows, and it requires significantly less poison for each shot. Given the current high cost of medicinal herbs, if this could replace a portion of arrows, it would save a substantial amount of money." Bai Ruansuan paid him no mind, instead raising an eyebrow at Asha. "What do you intend to do, Asha?" Asha glared at Bai Ruansuan, incensed. "I merely wanted to scare you away from Brother Inu. How could you use such a poisonous weapon against me? If my brother hadn't been here today, I could have lost my life." Bai Ruansuan remained unimpressed, stepping closer and looking down at Asha with a frosty demeanor. "You jumped out suddenly. How was I to know your intentions? What if you meant to kill me? I had no way of recognizing you in the face of someone who wishes to harm me. I would defend myself. That seems fair enough. And, Asha, while I could overlook your previous nonsensical remarks, this time you've gone too far." Upon hearing Bai Ruansuan's blunt words, Asha's eyes reddened, as if she were the one being bullied. Bai Ruansuan suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, stating, "My relationship with Inu is none of your concern. If you truly like him, pursue him openly instead of resorting to underhanded tactics. Such behavior is dishonorable. Consider today a small lesson for you. Should you provoke me again, I will employ even more potent poison." Asha pouted, finding Bai Ruansuan insufferably annoying, yet her words bore a certain logic that left her speechless in rebuttal. Asha turned to Ainen for help, but he was oblivious to his sister's plight. His attention fixated on the end Bai Ruansuan's hand. "Hello, I'm Ainen, an orc from the Snow Rabbit tribe, and Asha's brother." Ainen and Asha indeed resembled siblings. Asha was the daughter of the Snow Rabbit tribe's leader, which made Ainen the tribe's young chieftain. Bai Ruansuan regarded Ainen. "What do you wish to convey?" Ainen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "My sister's behavior is my fault. I should not have indulged her. I will ensure she does not trouble you again." "Could you possibly show me what you have in your hand?" No. Bai Ruansuan turned to leave. Asha was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "You are my brother, not Bai Ruansuan's. Brother, what are you doing?" Ainen remained unfazed and hurried after Bai Ruansuan. Disregarding his own injury, "Asha, you don't understand. That girl's weapon is remarkable. This weapon, with a lethality comparable to arrows, could be used at a distance, was compact, and required less poison. Currently, its only apparent drawback was its inability to take down large beasts. However, if the crafting method could be obtained, it would be beneficial for every orc in the tribe to possess one for self-defense." Ainen, aware of his fault, began devising a plan on how to apologize and negotiate with Bai Ruansuan for the crafting method. "Behave yourself and avoid causing trouble. I heard from Father that there have been spies from the Red Scorpion tribe attempting to infiltrate us recently." Anan concluded, not waiting for Acha's response, and walked away. Hey, brother. Acha stared dumbfoundedly at Anan, infuriated as she burst into tears. How could her brother, despite being injured, move so swiftly? Woe is me. However, her brother was right. Acha hesitated. Tensions were high between the Snow Rabbit tribe, the Silver Fox tribe, and several enemy tribes outside, making the presence of spies highly likely. Having been raised in luxury, she had grown quite lazy with her training and was now merely at level 2. If spies from the Red Scorpion tribe infiltrated, she would stand no chance that it would be best to remain at home and not wander about, and find a way to deal with Bai Ruansuan. But she must not attempt any more surprise attacks. Acha glanced at the wound on her arm, which had pierced through entirely, the poison causing a tingling and sharp pain that spread, the wound visibly turning purple, with dark blood oozing from it. Acha shuddered at the thought. Should she attempt another ambush, it would be she who faced dire consequences. Ahead, Anan limped forward, driven by his love for the tribe, managing to catch up with Bai Ruansuan. She was reluctant to engage with him, but Anan blocked her path. What happened earlier was truly my sister's fault. Could you please just let me see that weapon for a moment? Just one moment. Name your price. Bai Ruansuan lifted an eyebrow. Name my price. You said it yourself. 10 medium energy stones. Anan was taken aback. 10 medium energy stones were a trivial sum for him as the young chieftain. He had over 200 in his possession, and if used, his father would reimburse him. The tall man grinned foolishly. I'll give it to you. Bai Ruansuan accepted the energy stones and handed it to Anan, who eagerly inspected it, only for Bai Ruansuan to reclaim it almost immediately. Anan was on the verge of tears. Bai Ruansuan, what are you doing? I've given you my energy stones. You wouldn't renege on our agreement. Would you? Did you not say you only wanted to see it for a moment? Ultimately, Anan spent 70 energy stones just to grasp a basic understanding of the dut. He was not displeased. Rather, he was elated as he returned home to gather more energy stones. He resolved to purchase the crafting method of this from Bai Ruansuan. On the following day, Inyu and Inxiong personally arrived at Bai Ruansuan's cave to escort her to the Grand Market. Inyu had deliberately donned a new outfit, wearing a white cloak that Bai Ruansuan had crafted for him some time ago. With his tall and elegant stature, he indeed resembled a refined young gentleman, his handsome face set in a serious expression that added to his charm. Inyu took Bai Ruansuan by the hand, wishing to help her select a suitable garment, only to discover that she had brought a mere handful of items, with her outerwear consisting of just a single red cloak, leaving him momentarily speechless. Noticing his brother's apparent disappointment, Inxiong disregarded his feelings and turned to Bai Ruansuan, asking, Shall we set off? Would you prefer to ride? Or shall we walk? Bai Ruansuan inquired, Is it far? Not particularly, but it is rather chilly outside. Oh dear, she thought, this young master Inxiong is quite considerate. With a smile, she shook her head. It would be a shame to rush through the tribal experience. If we ride, we would arrive in a flash, and that would take away all the fun. Bai Ruansuan, along with Inyu and Inxiong, were all dressed formally. Bai Ruansuan's attire was naturally formal due to the limited options she had brought, while the reason behind Inyu's formality remained a mystery. Inxiong, being a young leader and the future chief of the tribe, could not afford to appear shabby when out in public. Bai Ruansuan found their exaggerations amusing, pondering how a young leader like Inxiong could possibly wear tattered clothing on a daily basis. Inyu chuckled. For some reason, my brother always seems to wear his clothes out. On the first day, he wears something new, and by the second day, it either has a large tear or is missing a piece. Reflecting on her encounters with Inxiong, Bai Ruansuan realized that he often bore clothing with missing fabric. Inxiong's cheeks flushed crimson from their teasing. I train frequently and go hunting, so my clothes do wear out. The trio walked harmoniously, laughing and chatting, with Inyu's chatter filling the air, although Bai Ruansuan considered herself quite talkative. In Inyu's presence, she found herself relegated to merely responding. The atmosphere was so delightful that even the typically stoic Inxiong occasionally chimed in, sharing amusing anecdotes of Inyu's childhood mishaps, which elicited laughter from Bai Ruansuan. Enraged, Inyu discreetly stepped on his brother's foot. As they continued on their way, they unknowingly arrived at the marketplace. This grand market served as a hub for the orcs of the tribe to exchange goods. taking place within the confines of the Silver Fox tribe. The market resembled a modern food street, with vendors clustered closely along a single line, and the area filled with numerous caves where goods were displayed. The accumulated snow had been cleared away, revealing large animal hides laid out on the ground, showcasing a variety of items for trade. Common items included food, various weapons, an array of colorful small stones, peculiar flowers, and even adorable little pets that Bai Ruansuan had never before encountered. Rarer items such as energy stones and cow horn herbs, alongside many other unique objects that Bai Ruansuan could not name, were likely exclusive to this world of beasts. Being near the orc dwellings, there was naturally a higher foot traffic. Bai Ruansuan also observed that similar items were not sold in close proximity, but rather spaced apart, with the most popular goods occupying central positions. The market exhibited numerous modern elements, and the business practices bore a striking resemblance to contemporary storefronts. The orcs appeared somewhat naive, leading Bai Ruansuan to believe that such clever ideas were not of their own conception. Inu explained, "We learned this from the central domain. The orcs there seem to possess greater intelligence and have many things we have never seen before. Their knowledge is vast, and they are adept at devising clever little tricks." Intelligent, in such a vast world of beasts, are all the clever ones residing in the central domain? Are there none outside? Bai Ruansuan pondered, lowering her head. "Oh well, I shall not dwell on this. The central domain feels too far away." As Bai Ruansuan gazed around, she noticed the orcs were quite warm-hearted, showering her with gifts since she was accompanied by Inu and Inxiong. Among the tribe were elder female orcs, known as Ama, who had borne at least 2 offspring and whose partners were still living. Their status was second only to the shamans in the tribe. Many females sought blessings from the Ama before forming partnerships, hoping for abundant offspring, longevity, and a happy life with their mates. These Ama would set up small stalls at the market to offer blessings to the female orcs. As Bai Ruansuan passed by, she was called over by one such Ama. Weathered by the harshness of the beast world, she appeared akin to a woman in her 60s or 70s, her face lined with wrinkles. Yet her gaze was warm and gentle as she addressed Bai Ruansuan. "You young female seem unfamiliar. You must not be one of our Silver Fox tribe, are you?" "Indeed, I'm a friend of young leader Inu Dada." "That makes sense." The Ama's eyes fell upon the exquisite cloaks worn by Bai Ruansuan and Inu, and a look of understanding dawned upon her. With a kind smile, she continued, "No wonder, for our 2 young leaders have personally come to guide you. This is a privilege that few females in our tribe could hope to receive." Surrounding the Ama were several young female orcs, blooming like flowers, who admired the young and handsome Inu and Inxiong, their gazes towards Bai Ruansuan a mix of admiration and envy. The Ama remarked, "Inu and Inxiong are both wonderful youths. The child they bring must surely be exceptional. Child, would you allow me bless you? You are a distinguished guest from outside the tribe, and I require nothing in return." Excited at the prospect of receiving a blessing for the first time, Bai Ruansuan eagerly nodded, wishing to experience it. However, when she attempted to offer the Ama some compensation, she was firmly refused, leaving her with no choice but to relent. The 2 young men, Inu and Inxiong, exchanged glances at the crowd of female orcs surrounding them, cleared their throats, and boldly squeezed through the throng to sit beside Bai Ruansuan. Although they had heard of the Ama's blessings before, they had never witnessed it firsthand and were now filled with curiosity. The Ama produced a beautifully rounded stone from her animal hide pouch, dipping her fingers in water and sprinkling a few drops onto it in 3 portions. Then she carefully dripped the water from the stone onto Bai Ruansuan's forehead 3 times. First wish, may you be pure and unblemished. The cool sensation sent a shiver down Bai Ruansuan's spine as the Ama chanted softly, her words barely audible even to Bai Ruansuan, who was closest to her. Once she finished, the Ama warmed the stone in her hands and rolled it in a basket filled with an array of colorful flowers 3 times. Second wish, may you enjoy peace and longevity. After completing the ritual, the Ama presented the stone to Bai Ruansuan. Then, she took some flowers from the basket and wove them into a loose flower crown, offering it to Bai Ruansuan. Third wish, may you find happiness and fulfillment. The Ama spoke with great solemnity, while the other females, including Inu and Inxiong, intently watched her hands and Bai Ruansuan's flawless visage. All done. Despite the absence of any magical energy, the orcs felt an inexplicable tension in the air, which Bai Ruansuan also shared. Holding the stone and flower crown, Bai Ruansuan thanked the Amma and reflected on the source of her apprehension. It likely stemmed from the connection to her own fate, as anything concerning oneself naturally evokes concern. Even if the impact might be minimal, the Amma smiled. You may wear this flower crown on your head or keep it close to your person, but you must not remove it for an entire day. The other female orcs murmured in protest. Amma, you didn't have this rule before when bestowing blessings. The Amma replied, recently, there's been famine, and many orcs have perished outside the tribe. Our silver fox tribe has been blessed and discovered new sources of food. This is a gift from the beast god. Flowers are inherently pure and protected by the beast god, and by wearing them, we will receive additional blessings. Understanding dawned on the female orcs, who chattered excitedly. Then Amma, please weave me a flower crown as well. I want one too. I want that too, murmured Inu softly. It was evident that the blessing of the beast god was merely a guise for the fact that her hand was being grasped by In Xiong. Bai Ruansuan smiled as she gazed at Inu and In Xiong, adorning her head with a floral crown, vibrant blossoms blooming amidst her chestnut locks, while her gently wavy hair added a touch of ethereal beauty, accentuating the girl's radiant complexion and eyes as clear as water. Both Inu and In Xiong momentarily caught their breath. Inu leaned in with more enthusiasm, while In Xiong silently stepped back a few paces. Unaware of their subtle interactions, Bai Ruansuan continued to observe the stalls around her. The orcs were calling out fervently. Fresh rabbit pelts, just skinned and still warm. Stone tools, the sturdiest of their kind. Our energy stones are all low grade at the very least, exquisite and affordable. They can be exchanged for anything. Come and take a look? After about an hour of wandering, Bai Ruansuan had bought nothing, but had gained a thorough understanding of what the Silver Fox tribe was offering. The weapons available from the Silver Fox tribe were limited to stone knives, arrows, and stone swords, with no other types of weaponry in sight. They didn't even possess iron weapons. Other tribes seemed to be at a similar developmental stage, which explained the lack of iron mining in the area. As for weapons, she already had arrows, and acquiring a stone knife and a stone sword would complete her arsenal. However, these two items were cumbersome and lacked significant lethality. It would be advantageous to come across iron or in the beast world to smelt into better weapons than as for food. Their offerings included only mushrooms, fish, chicken, and the meat of other wild beasts. Chives, having been introduced to the Silver Fox tribe by Bai Ruansuan herself, were yet to appear at the stalls. In terms of energy stones, the Silver Fox tribe had a higher supply of basic energy stones, followed by low-grade, with intermediate stones being the least available. There were no high-grade energy stones at all. Bai Ruansuan learned that the entire savings of the Silver Fox tribe amounted to merely 200 high-grade energy stones. Thus, high-grade energy stones were generally absent from ordinary households, and even if some were available, they were unlikely to be sold. Bai Ruansuan currently possessed a considerable number of basic energy stones, so she decided to exchange some for intermediate energy stones to keep for later. When Inu and In Xiong noticed Bai Ruansuan taking action, they instinctively reached for their pouches. But she hurriedly said, "You can pay next time." Inu and In Xiong exchanged glances and relented. Adjacent to the energy stone stall was the weapon stall. Bai Ruansuan addressed the vendor. "Please wrap up a stone knife and a stone sword for me." "Certainly," replied an older male orc, who jovially packaged the items for her. This time, Inu and In Xiong intended to use some energy stones for payment, and Bai Ruansuan did not stop them. However, just as Inu reached out, a larger hand intercepted his. "I'll pay." The stone knife and stone sword were both crafted from readily available materials, making them quite inexpensive. The only costly aspect was the labor involved. Thus, 2 intermediate energy stones sufficed to cover the expense. Anan, with his simple demeanor, smiled at Bai Ruansuan, while Inu and In Xiong furrowed their brows at the newcomer. Inu inquired, "Who are you?" Anan merely smiled, saying nothing further, and followed closely behind Bai Ruansuan, his eyes sparkling. Bai Ruansuan raised an eyebrow. "Anan, little chief, what brings you here?" The Snow Rabbit tribe and the Silver Fox tribe had always cooperated, and although Inu was indifferent to tribal affairs and had never met Anan before, he was familiar with the name. "You are the little chief of the Snow Rabbit tribe." Inu recalled that there was only one precious son in the tribe's leadership. Thus, Anan was destined to be the future chief of the Snow Rabbit tribe. Given his status, it would be a significant cost to offend him. In Xiong, having met Anan before, raised an eyebrow. What brings you here? Little Chief Anan? Anan beamed at both In Xiong and Inu without noticing the subtle shift in their expressions. Turning his gaze back to Bai Ruansuan, I come to apologize. Whatever you desire. Just tell me, and I will pay. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback. Anan was quite persistent. Did he truly covet her spear? She realized he likely intended to take it back for the orcs of his tribe. That was unacceptable. This weapon was one of her means of survival. Even if its effectiveness might not surpass that of other stone tools, she could not allow others to become aware of it. If she were ever confronted by members of the Snow Rabbit tribe seeking to harm her, she would be at a disadvantage. Bai Ruansuan directly clarified her stance to Anan. Anan, this is my belonging, and I currently have no intention of trading it. What item? Inu tugged at Bai Ruansuan's sleeve. The spear, she whispered back that it turned out to be the spear, a weapon crafted by Ruansuan herself. Quite effective, and it was understandable that the simple-minded giant before them coveted it. As Inu was about to speak, Anan interrupted. Ah, you don't want it? What a pity. But it's all right. My sister and I owe you an apology. To show my sincerity, I will cover any purchases you wish to make today at the market. That a glimmer of interest sparked in by Ruansuan's eyes. Anan, while appearing simple, was quite astute, knowing how to maximize his chances of winning favor. Bai Ruansuan chose to remain silent, keeping her options open. Should she decide to sell the spear in the future, she could approach Anan. Moving forward, the four of them walked together. After purchasing her weapons, Bai Ruansuan hoped to find some cotton or other daily necessities that piqued her interest. Unfortunately, after scouring every stall in the market, she found no sign of cotton. However, she did discover a type of moisture-resistant white clay. The orc selling it appeared apprehensive. Miss, are you sure you want to buy this? When applied to cave walls, it indeed offers excellent moisture resistance and warmth, but it is quite sticky and can easily get on your clothes. Thus, when orcs purchase it, they typically apply it to the exterior of their cave walls for some utility. Bai Ruansuan intended to use it on the inside of the cave. The sticky nature of the clay would leave a mess, and it would be difficult to wash off, which was far from ideal. Bai Ruansuan had her own considerations. With the persistent rain and snow, the cave had become exceedingly damp, while snowfall was manageable. The rain caused water to drip from the cave walls. In 2 months, a cold wave would arrive, and if the accumulated water did not thaw, the walls would not only be covered in droplets, but also prone to freezing. The combination of cold and dampness would lead to the decay of the cave's furnishings, and the stagnant air could produce unpleasant odors, which was detrimental to health. Therefore, moisture resistance was essential for the cave. To her surprise, the Silver Fox tribe had such a moisture-resistant clay. The stickiness was not a concern. If applied to the inner walls of the cave and then covered with a layer of straw or wooden planks, there would be no fear of it adhering to her. However, straw was unsightly, and wooden planks would be time-consuming, so this required further discussion at home. The quantity of clay needed for a 300 square meter area was substantial, and Bai Ruansuan had already inquired about it from the orc vendor, but he was unwilling to sell more than what was typically purchased, demonstrating his integrity. Bai Ruansuan concluded, then I will buy a small amount first to try out a home before returning. The vendor, recognizing that she likely would not return, filled her order with the same amount as others typically purchased. Bai Ruansuan observed the substantial amount of clay, wrapped in large banana leaves, weighing approximately 30 to 40 pounds. Other orcs, when unable to carry all their purchases, would inform the vendor in advance and take their other belongings home before returning for the remainder. Inu called over a Silver Fox tribe orc, instructing, please help Sister Ruansuan deliver her items to her cave. Yes, sir. Bai Ruansuan expressed her gratitude, feeling a sense of appreciation for her status. After wandering the market a bit longer, the four of them also bought some food. Just as Bai Ruansuan began to lose interest, pondering the lack of appealing items, the Bowsy system in her mind suddenly exclaimed excitedly, look at the stall ahead, that enormous rock. Bai Ruansuan and her companions now found themselves at the end of a bustling market. As Bai Ruansuan gazed ahead, she noticed a desolate little stall where an array of peculiar rocks lay neatly arranged, each exhibiting a unique form. These stones appeared largely unremarkable and lacked aesthetic appeal. causing passers-by to seldom linger at her stall. T left her pondering the purpose of such a setup. Excitedly, Bowsy exclaimed, "Our Pikachu egg requires the extraction of precious metals to create a nutritional reagent, which must be applied to the eggshell's surface for hatching. Within that largest rock lies a small metallic fragment, of vibrant red. It's called redstone ore. This rock is particularly large, and I believe the quantity of red will suffice. You only need to gather the remaining 4 colored metals: green, white, yellow, and blue. Hurry and take a look." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruansuan quickened her pace towards the stall, which was managed by a timid young girl who appeared no older than 10. The girl nervously tugged at the hem of her garment. Her gaze towards Bai Ruansuan filled with trepidation. "Beautiful sister, what would you like to buy?" the young girl asked, then quickly added, "Or if you don't want to buy, just looking is fine too." Bai Ruansuan regarded the girl with curiosity. Typically, stallholders in this area were adult males or females over 18. Even middle-aged individuals were more common than young ones. This girl, not much older than 13 or 14, was quite unusual for being out here on her own. Surely, her tribe must be trusting, yet her youth struck Bai Ruansuan as odd. This little girl was an orphan, having lost her parents at a tender age, and thus her survival was fraught with difficulties. In Xiong seemed aware of the girl's plight, whispering a few words into Bai Ruansuan's ear. Enlightened, Bai Ruansuan nodded in understanding. The girl was indeed pitiable. It was no wonder that her wares lacked value. "How much for this stone?" Bai Ruansuan inquired directly. Pointing at the largest rock, the girl hesitated, contemplating before responding. "Some food would suffice. As for the amount, beautiful sister, you can decide." "How about a medium energy stone?" Bai Ruansuan suggested. The girl's eyes widened in shock. No, sister. Even if that large stone were worth an extra 100, it wouldn't equal the value of a single basic energy stone." Bai Ruansuan sighed, realizing the girl was unaware of the redstone or its true worth. Though the system did not specify its value, it was essential for hatching a Pikachu egg and thus undoubtedly valuable. Not only a medium energy stone, but even a high-level energy stone might not suffice to purchase it. Bai Ruansuan, merely hoping to seize an opportunity, felt a pang of sympathy for the girl. Were it not for the presence of other beasts nearby, she would have offered more to ensure the girl's safety. She advised Inu and In Xiong, "Please exchange that medium energy stone for food." Of course, they both nodded in agreement. "Thank you, sister, thank you." The young girl nearly burst into tears, and just as Bai Ruansuan was about to leave, she timidly grasped Bai Ruansuan's arm, asking softly, "Sister, could you tell me your name? You're truly a kind person, and I wish to remember it." "I am Bai Ruansuan," she replied. The girl's face brightened with a sweet smile. "Sister, I am Xiao Chao. If you visit the Silver Fox tribe next time, please play with me." "Certainly," Bai Ruansuan replied, affectionately patting Xiao Chao's head. As the four departed, Xiao Chao lowered her head, silently caressing the stones on her stall. Reflecting on how long it had been since someone appreciated her goods, a cold wind howled outside the cave, echoing through the entrance. Upon returning from the market, Bai Ruansuan sank onto her straw bed. Inu and In Xiong had offered to treat her to lunch, but their tribe's culinary skills left much to be desired, serving tasteless food devoid of seasoning. Thus, it seemed she would have to prepare the meal herself. "Is Ruansuan there?" A male beast's voice called from outside the cave. "Yes." "Come in," she replied. The beast, entering, appeared somewhat slender, dressed in thick pelts that enveloped him entirely. He bore a sheen of sweat on his brow. Seemingly overheated, Bai Ruansuan found it odd that he would wear such heavy clothing in this warmth. The male beast, shrouded in shadows, spoke in a husky tone that felt unsettling. "Inu and In Xiong, the little leaders, said you are a distinguished guest of our tribe. They feared you might get lost, so they sent me to guide you." "Distinguished guest?" Bai Ruansuan echoed, recognizing the familiar phrase. Did they think her a fool? This was clearly a Cha's doing. Without hesitation, Bai Ruansuan sprang to her feet and delivered a swift kick to the male beast before he could comprehend. Stunned, the male beast was about to retaliate when he was struck by a tranquilizer dart. "Ah, what are you doing?" "I am a messenger sent by Inu and In Xiong." Bai Ruansuan retorted coldly. "Stop pretending. You didn't even bother to change the script. Your leaders must be as foolish as pigs. While you may have been instructed, why must you play the role of a Cha's lackey?" Truly unfortunate. Consider this a small lesson. Do not engage in such antics again. With that, she effortlessly lifted the now incapacitated beast and strode purposefully towards Inyu and Inxiong's cave dead on the way. Other Silver Fox tribe members passed by, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. "What is happening here?" one asked. "I am not sure," another replied, "but I senti that one of our tribe's beasts. It should be." Given the attire, another chimed in, confusion evident in their expressions. Hidden in the shadows, a few figures exchanged alarmed glances, their eyes wide with fear. "Oh no! Could it be that we've been discovered?" "It seems so," one replied, wiping sweat from his brow. "I said it was a bad idea to infiltrate the Silver Fox tribe. The leaders and elders insisted we come. We're sweating profusely and look out of place. How can we not be spotted? The leaders and elders must want us to walk into our doom." As one beast continued to voice his grievances, the others hesitated, and the remaining few tentatively suggested, "Should we flee? Just say we were discovered as infiltrators. Is that even feasible? Why not? As long as we can fool the leaders and elders. Did you not see how fierce that girl was? She dragged one of our own. I fear for our safety if we fall into their hands. Then let us make haste." Several beasts attempted to stealthily escape from the back of the Silver Fox tribe. Within Inyu and Inxiong's cave, a loud thud resonated as Bai Ruansuan unceremoniously tossed the incapacitated beast to the cave's entrance. Both Inyu and Inxiong exchanged bewildered glances. "What just happened?" Bai Ruansuan regarded Anan, who was idly chatting with them, her expression far from pleased. "Anan, what were you and your sister planning? Why resort to these tactics again?" Anan appeared perplexed. "What on earth happened, Ruansuan?" Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brow. "Just take a look." As Anan examined the tranquilized beast, a sense of dread washed over him. Could it be that Acha had resumed his mischief? This was implausible. Acha had been under strict supervision for days, confined to the cave, engaged only in training. How could he have time for such antics? Noticing the sweating beast before him, Anan felt something was amiss. He extended his long fingers and flipped the beast onto its back. The face revealed was unfamiliar, not belonging to any of their tribe's beasts. Anan swallowed hard, then turned to face Bai Ruansuan, whose eyes sparked with fury. "Ruansuan, I assure you on the honor of my snow rabbit tribe, this individual is not someone my sister and I were searching for. He is certainly not an orc of our tribe. My sister has not left the cave at all recently. She would never do such a thing." Bai Ruansuan was momentarily taken aback. Inyu and Inxiong were equally astonished and stepped forward to inquire. "What has transpired?" Anan recounted the earlier events in detail, and Inyu and Inxiong exchanged incredulous glances with him. Inyu scoffed derisively. "Anan, little chief, I must say, your sister truly knows how to court disaster. All the methods of food preparation within the Snow Rabbit tribe have been derived from Bai Ruansuan, an orc of the Snow Rabbit tribe. ACHA should have been infinitely grateful to Bai Ruansuan. Yet she sought to harm her instead. What a reckless folly." Inxiong cast a fleeting glance at Anan and remarked coolly, "Miss Ruansuan is a distinguished guest of our tribe. Should you continue to treat her with disrespect, you will be at odds with us. I dare say. Our cooperation between our two tribes shall cease here." Anan's heart sank at this revelation. Cooperation between tribes is not decided by the little chief. It is a matter of negotiation among the grand chiefs and the elders of both tribes. Inxiong's words were thus a definitive declaration. He was never one to speak idly. If Bai Ruansuan were merely an ordinary female orc favored by Inxiong and Inyu, he would not have uttered such a statement. This implies that Bai Ruansuan's true identity must hold considerable weight within the Silver Fox tribe. Thoughts swirled chaotically in Anan's mind as he observed Bai Ruansuan crouching down before the orc, who was struggling helplessly on the ground. The girl, with her cascading locks, had a face as rosy and exquisite as an apple, exuding a soft fragrance. Yet when she opened her mouth, she sounded like a living embodiment of the Grim Reaper. "Will you confess willingly, or shall I first sever one of your legs before you speak?" The orc trembled in fear, and Bai Ruansuan continued, "You see, I am but a mere level 2 orc. Yet I have not even used my spiritual power and can reduce you to this state. Oh, you think I lack other means to render you unable to live or die?" The orc shivered and promptly closed his eyes, feigning death. The orcs of the red scorpion tribe are eternally loyal, a symbol of their honor. Inu interjected loudly. In my opinion, we should strip him of his clothing and thoroughly inspect the totems upon his body. Which tribe does he belong to, after all? Once we ascertain that, we shall dismember him limb from limb, reducing him to a puddle of mush, and feed him bite by bite. Bai Ruansuan felt a bead of sweat trickle down her brow, while the orc beneath her let out a wail. How can you be so cruel? Wah! I confess. I am from the red scorpion tribe. Our chief and elders sent me here as an undercover agent. So here I am. Wah! But I never expected to be discovered so quickly that it is the red scorpion tribe. Inu and In Xiong exchanged glances, both unfazed, while Anan was taken aback. He had recently heard rumors that orcs from the Red Line tribe had infiltrated their territory, with 2 or 3 already discovered. However, after the initial few were caught, no further infiltrators had been detected, leading them to believe the storm had passed. Little did they know that there was still more lurking about. It seemed that the previously captured infiltrators were likely just scouting the situation, a feint. What was even more unexpected was that this unfortunate orc had crossed paths with Bai Ruansuan and was caught immediately. Anan hurried back to the Snow Rabbit tribe to inform his father to strengthen their defenses, while Inu and the others took the orc to the dwelling of the chief of the Silver Fox tribe to interrogate the spy. Inside the chief's quarters, he was engrossed in tribal affairs when he heard a loud thud from outside the cave. Inu wasted no words and tossed the orc from the red scorpion tribe into the cave. Binding him up, the chief turned to his younger son, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Inu pointed at the orc sprawled on the ground and replied, "Father, this is a spy from the red scorpion tribe." "What? A spy from the red scorpion tribe?" The chief's eyes widened as he scrutinized the orc before him. The orc was garbed in attire identical to that of the Silver Fox tribe, with silver stripes faintly visible beneath the bandage, the hallmark of the Silver Fox tribe. The chief, skeptical, rolled up the spy's sleeve, only to find no traces of red markings whatsoever. The sole distinction between this orc and those of their tribe was the sweat beading on his forehead. And this orc appeared quite disheveled, with wide, bulging eyes and a bruise on his forehead from some misadventure. The chief's frown deepened as he examined the spy's arm and commanded sternly, "In Xiong, immediately send someone to investigate how this spy infiltrated our ranks." "Yes." "Inu, quickly summon our shaman. We need her to discern the method by which this red scorpion spy concealed his markings and altered the red stripes on his chest to white." "Understood." With that, In Xiong and Inu departed, leaving Bai Ruansuan in the cave to briefly recount the events to the chief. Upon entering, the chief had only been aware that the spy had encountered Bai Ruansuan and was captured. He had not realized that an orc from the Snow Rabbit tribe was involved. His brow twitched. In a sense, this incident could be viewed as a blessing in disguise. Were it not for He's instigation, they might never have uncovered the spy. Yet, it was regrettable for Bai Ruansuan. This young woman seemed to hail from a distant, formidable tribe, possessing an abundance of culinary knowledge and protected by the king of the iron-eating beasts. Offending her would be unwise. Moreover, she had provided the Silver Fox tribe with numerous advantages. The chief promptly declared, "Miss Ruansuan, should you encounter such matters in the future, please do not hesitate to inform us. We will stand by your side. Furthermore, the methods of food preparation that the Snow Rabbit tribe employs are those you imparted to them. If you wish to reclaim this knowledge, you may do so without hesitation." Bai Ruansuan chuckled wryly. "That may not be feasible. The energy stones have already been collected. How can one reclaim what has been given?" The chief pondered for a moment, sensing that his words may have been inappropriate, and added, "You needn't reclaim them. Even a little intimidation would suffice." Bai Ruansuan nodded. She had not given He's actions much thought, especially since Anan had been by her side daily, apologizing profusely, and just moments ago, he had been assisting her with various tasks in the world of orcs. Anan was a little chief destined to inherit a prominent position, which rendered him worthy of respect, even if his motives were not entirely pure. Bai Ruansuan held a degree of admiration for Anan, and since she had not invested much time dwelling on He's behavior, she decided to let the matter slide. She had already agreed with Inu and In Xiong to return to the cave to reunite with the chubby panda early the following morning. Speaking of which, Bai Ruansuan had been in the Silver Fox tribe for 3 or 4 days now, and the chubby panda must surely be starving. Thank you, Chief. I have not taken this matter to heart. Seeing Bai Ruansuan's nonchalant demeanor, the chief nodded, his gaze filled with approval. This young woman, possessing such remarkable abilities at her tender age and exuding such grace and composure, was truly rare. It was evident to the chief that his son had taken a liking to her. Having observed Bai Ruansuan's presence in the tribe for several days, the chief mused that it would be a fortuitous event if she were to unite with Inu. Yet he feared that Bai Ruansuan might not find that little rascal to her liking. The chief's thoughts drifted far away as Bai Ruansuan noticed his unwavering gaze upon her, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy. Chief, the shaman will be arriving shortly, since he will be interrogating the spy. I'm not one of the Silver Fox tribe. Perhaps I should excuse myself? The chief nodded. Very well. Someone, please escort Miss Ruansuan to a safe place. This incident has inadvertently implicated you, Miss Ruansuan, as you were merely a guest in our tribe. Yet nearly fell prey to the spy from the Red Scorpion tribe. Bai Ruansuan paused in her departure, turning back to regard the chief, her brow furrowing slightly. Chief, I believe you are correct. The chief was taken aback. What is it? Bai Ruansuan's heart raced as she swallowed hard. I'm just a visitor to the Silver Fox tribe. Why did this individual specifically come after me? If they had gathered intelligence beforehand, they would know I harbor no ill intentions. But if they had not, what concern is it of mine? Indeed, the chieftain fixed his gaze intently upon the orc sprawled on the ground, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, he commanded. The gentle maiden seated below also turned her attention to the scene. Very well. Bai Ruansuan steadied her heart, striving to maintain her composure, as long as these orcs did not discover her status as a solitary orc who was acquainted with elves. All would be well. The infiltration of spies within the tribe was of utmost concern, and as the spiritual leader of the Silver Fox tribe, the shaman hastily made her way over. Even the young men, Inu and In Xiong, could not catch up with her despite their efforts. Inu wiped the sweat from his brow and promptly handed a cane to the elderly shaman, clad in a white fur robe. The aged shaman appeared somewhat stooped, her stature not particularly tall. With her snow-white hair and deep-set wrinkles, her slightly round face was softened by a pair of bright eyes that radiated kindness. Leaning on her cane, which was adorned with various delicate leather straps, she seemed burdened by its weight. The unremarkable wooden cane itself appeared to weigh at least 20 pounds upon entering the cave. The shaman wasted no time and approached the spy, roughly rolling up his sleeve for a closer inspection. After a brief examination, she shook her head solemnly, her expression grave. The markings on the orc's body were blessings bestowed by the shaman of their tribe at birth. Marks that would never fade. If they were to disappear, it would signify that neither the beast god nor the shaman recognized his existence, and he would no longer be considered an orc of their tribe. The markings on this spy had evidently not faded, but had been concealed through some mysterious sorcery, the nature of which I could not discern at the moment. The others in the cave nodded in agreement. Save for Bai Ruansuan, these markings represented one's lineage. Their loss would lead to the tribe's denial of their identity. In simple terms, these markings were more precious than life itself, and no orc would willingly erase them for the sake of an undercover operation. The male orc that Anin and Acha had previously encountered had managed to blend in partly because his markings closely resembled those of the Silver Fox orcs. Additionally, the Snow Rabbit tribe was renowned for their medical knowledge. Possessing a secret recipe for a special white pigment derived from a plant that could be applied to the skin, the shaman continued, I have never encountered such a peculiar sorcery before, and the elderly shaman from the Red Scorpion tribe lacks the mental acuity to devise such a scheme. There must be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, the orc's presence grew increasingly solemn. The implication of outside guidance indicated that the Red Scorpion tribe had begun collaborating with a new faction. Currently, the Red Scorpion tribe's alliance consisted primarily of themselves and the Green Mouse tribe, opposing the Snow Rabbit and Silver Fox tribes. While other smaller tribes are not included in this equation, I have heard rumors that the Red Scorpion tribe has recently allied with an external tribe, apparently known as the Pegasus tribe. In Xiong interjected. The shaman pondered for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. That must be the case. It is said that there exists a Pegasus clan in the northern region, skilled in medicine and capable of devising unexpected strategies. This Pegasus clan is formidable and renowned in the north. If the newcomers truly belong to the Pegasus tribe, they may have some connection to the northern territories. But I suspect the ties are not too close. The strength of the Pegasus clan in the north is widely acknowledged. If relations were strong, they would have sought refuge with the Pegasus clan long ago rather than come to our eastern region to make a living. Inu queried, "Why have there been so many incoming tribes lately?" Initially, we could manage the few tribes that posed a threat, but now with the addition of the Pegasus clan, it has become quite bothersome. The shaman cast a glance at the spy, her demeanor shifting from that of a benevolent elder to one of unyielding resolve as she kicked him mercilessly. "Will you speak of your own accord? Or shall I employ means to extract the truth from you?" The spy whimpered, lamenting his fate. "How could these people be so fierce? I can confirm it is indeed the Pegasus tribe. They provided our chieftain with the idea." The members of the Pegasus tribe used some substance, seemingly a plant's juice, fragrant and reminiscent of milk, yet sweeter than honey. They applied this juice to our bodies, and soon our markings, which we had preserved for years, vanished without a trace. Initially, we panicked, fearing they would be lost forever, but the orcs of the Pegasus tribe assured us they would return after a few days. The shaman's eyes widened. "What is this juice?" "I do not know, but it is incredibly fragrant, a scent I have never encountered before." After her inquiries, the shaman took a seat in silence, deep in thought. Inu and Inxiong approached, with Inxiong reporting, "We have intensified our search within the tribe and have apprehended 9 spies. Currently detained in our dungeon." As he spoke, he glanced at the despondent expression on the spy's face, realizing that all the infiltrators sent by the Red Scorpion tribe had been captured. The chieftain gestured for calm, urging everyone to take their seats. Once seated, he managed a faint smile. "Inxiong, ensure that your men keep a close watch on them in the dungeon. Do not let them escape." "Yes." "Inu, you shall conduct the interrogation. Very well." Inu regarded the spy with a grave expression, posing the pivotal question, "Why did you first seek out Ruansoft?" The orc spy shook his head vigorously. His body tensed. "I do not know. Our leader instructed us to go to that cave first, so I complied." Inu straightened, asking, "Who is your leader?" "Our leader has already departed. He is the young chieftain of the Red Scorpion tribe." Bai Ruansoft's heart sank, and the chieftain's expression darkened as he turned to her. Bai Ruansoft had claimed to be a visitor, a friend of Inu and Inxiong, a designation devoid of ulterior motives. Yet, the Red Scorpion tribe had employed such convoluted schemes to send in 10 spies. Could it truly be to capture an inconsequential guest? That seemed implausible. Was it possible that Bai Ruansoft's knowledge of food preparation had been discovered? Did the other tribes know of her tribe's food supply and her true identity? Inu's countenance mirrored her concern. He refrained from pressing further. The spy had already revealed that their leader was the young chieftain of the Red Scorpion tribe, who would undoubtedly not remain in the Silver Fox tribe to face danger. Their young chieftain had likely fled long ago. The involvement of a young chieftain indicated the matter was confidential and not easily disclosed to these spies. Ultimately, those present reached a consensus. Bai Ruansoft was in peril. Although they could not comprehend why the orcs of the Red Scorpion tribe had targeted Bai Ruansoft's cave first, seeking to lure her out. They understood that this situation was anything but simple. There are no coincidences in this world. Bai Ruansoft could not be so fortuitously caught in such misfortune. The chieftain ordered for the spy to be dragged away and confined to the dungeon. The shaman suddenly turned her gaze to Bai Ruansoft, seated at the far end, and said, "The gentle maiden has previously imparted knowledge of food preparation to our tribe, demonstrating your extensive knowledge. I intend to investigate how the markings on that spy's body vanished over the next few days. Would you be so kind as to assist me? Given the current dangers, it would be prudent for you to stay with me. In that way, the orcs of the Red Scorpion tribe would not come to harm you." The chieftain, along with Inu and Inxiong, nodded in agreement. The safest place in the tribe was indeed the cave of the chieftain and the shaman. Staying in the Silver Fox tribe would provide Bai Ruansoft with protection. Bai Ruansoft had previously aided the Silver Fox tribe, and during her recent visit to the shaman, the elderly woman had developed a fondness for her, further enhanced by Bai Ruansoft's politeness and extensive knowledge. Were it not for the fact that Bai Ruansoft already had a shaman mentor and that the Silver Fox tribe shaman had yet to take on a disciple, she would have been eager to accept Bai Ruansoft as her pupil. However, considering that she hailed from a larger tribe, it was likely she would not regard a shaman from small community highly. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the shaman's fondness for Bai Ruansuan, and she promptly extended an invitation. Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brow and politely declined that I must return to my dwelling. Bai Pang Pang requires my presence. It is well known to all that the creature referred to as Bai Pang Pang by Bai Ruansuan is none other than a bamboo-eating beast. The shaman was taken aback. And after careful consideration, she spoke. However, your current location is far too perilous. You could bring Bai Pang Pang to the Silver Fox tribe, ensuring it is well concealed. The shaman was aware that Bai Ruansuan had a bamboo-eating beast as a companion, but she was unaware that this creature could articulate human speech, a secret known only to Inyu and Inxiong. Yet Bai Ruansuan shook her head, stating, Pang Pang dislikes human interaction, and if I were to bring Pang Pang to the Silver Fox tribe, it might inadvertently cause trouble for your clan that I should return immediately. Had it been only Pang Pang, Bai Ruansuan might have genuinely considered the shaman's invitation. Worst, she could simply instruct Pang Pang to remain silent. After all, it could still pose as an ordinary bamboo-eating beast. Though rare, a domesticated beast would only evoke envy for a few days. However, there was also a shuai in the forest. It was impossible for a shuai to accompany Bai Ruansuan to the Silver Fox tribe. For a shuai's preciousness left Bai Ruansuan feeling anxious in recent days, she had subtly inquired about the elves from the shaman and the chieftain, ultimately concluding that the value of the elves was such that even the Silver Fox tribe might not remain steadfast in their intentions. Furthermore, even if the Silver Fox tribe did not covet a shuai, his presence could bring calamity upon them. With matters reaching this point, Bai Ruansuan could not afford to linger any longer. She was uncertain of the intentions of the orcs from the Red Scorpion tribe who sought her out, whether it was for the elves, for Pang Pang, or for the methods of food preparation that she possessed. Regardless of their motives, she needed to return at once to protect Bai Pang Pang and to warn a shuai to remain hidden for the time being. Inyu gazed at Bai Ruansuan with concern. But the Red Scorpion tribe and the Pegasus tribe are eyeing you closely. We are unaware of the current situation. Staying within our tribe would be the safest option. I understand, but I must return. Thank you for your care. Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brow, already contemplating her next course of action. With just over a month until the cold wave arrived, every tribe would prioritize their own safety and would be unable to divert their attention elsewhere. If she could endure the next month, everything would be all right. Seeing that Bai Ruansuan remained resolute, Inyu and Inxiong exchanged glances with the chieftain, who shook his head. Inyu anxiously proposed, Father, what if I accompany Sister Ruansuan to her cave for a while? I am now a level 4 orc, and you know my lineage. I can hold my own against a level 5 orc. If we encounter danger, even if we cannot win, we can still call for help. Lineage. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback, as the invisible Baozi quietly explained, Inyu carries the blood of the Silver Fox royal family. Though it is not pure, nevertheless, even diluted, it grants him considerable strength compared to ordinary orcs. Both he and Inxiong are fortunate to possess such bloodlines that I see. The chieftain shared the concern for Bai Ruansuan's safety. Firstly, the Silver Fox tribe had promised to protect her for a year. Secondly, given her ability to produce numerous food preparation methods and her foresight, the chieftain could not fathom what other skills Bai Ruansuan might possess. Her survival was paramount. Lastly, his son had feelings for her. She could very well be his future daughter-in-law, and thus her life must be preserved. However, it was unbecoming for a young chieftain to abandon his tribe's duties and venture into another's cave. The chieftain immediately expressed his discontent. You have never shown such enthusiasm for tribal matters before. Inyu, somewhat disgruntled, rubbed his nose. Isn't it because my elder brother is here? The chieftain sighed, recognizing the determination in his son's eyes. Very well, the tribe does not require your presence. You've always been off playing or training, never showing concern for our affairs. Let us support your decision. Tea may also serve to strengthen your bond with Bai Ruansuan. Then I shall go, exclaimed Inyu, brimming with excitement. Thank you, father, he added, quickly gathering his belongings. Inxiong and Inyu exchanged a few words. If there are any developments or new clues, I will seek you out. Until the shaman discovers how those totem patterns are rendered invisible, do not trust anyone else who comes looking for you. Only I may approach. Understood. Inxiong sighed. affectionately ruffling his younger brother's hair. The soft silver strands and dark pupils, reminiscent of a fawn, coupled with his cherubic cheeks, exuded a youthful charm. Incheon bore a striking resemblance to Inu, though he was decidedly more stoic. With deep-set eyes that radiated an air of gravitas, standing taller than Inu, they were close in proximity, the tender gesture of affection evident between them. Recently, the Baozi, having indulged in a plethora of stories featuring bespectacled characters, could not help but widen his eyes, fixating on Inu and Incheon. Even beginning to drool, Bai Ruansuan glanced at the utterly awkward Baozi beside her, her expression a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. "Wipe that drool away," the Baozi grumbled, his face becoming even more wrinkled. Bai Ruansuan patted Inu and exchanged a few final words with Incheon before preparing to leave. Just then, outside the cave, the voices of Anan and Acha echoed. "Sister Ruansuan, are you there? Brother Inu, are you present?" The expressions of the three shifted dramatically. Bai Ruansuan and Inu turned their gazes toward Incheon, who, with a grim countenance, exited the cave. After a brief moment, he managed to send the two away, simultaneously warning Acha not to stir up trouble that Acha, with a mouth wide enough to swallow a small animal, was on the verge of tears but was quickly intimidated back by a single glance from Incheon. Bai Ruansuan and Inu seized the opportunity to slip away, at last. They had returned, observing the familiar, diminutive entrance of the cave. Bai Ruansuan quickened her pace, transforming alongside Inu into their original forms to slip inside. Previously, Inu had been a juvenile fox and had barely fit through, but he had grown rapidly of late and nearly got stuck upon entering. Strangely, however, Incheon and the other orcs, who were larger than him, had no trouble at all. It is worth noting that the orcs of this world are roughly comparable in size to modern wild beasts. For instance, the snow hare orc is only slightly larger than a palm. Inside the cave, Bai Pang Pang was nowhere to be found. Where could Bai Pang Pang be? Bai Ruansuan gasped in shock, nearly losing her balance. Her worst fears instantly surfaced. Could it be that the orcs from the Red Scorpion tribe had arrived? However, upon examining the cave, which showed no signs of disarray, her frown slightly eased. She had instructed Bai Pang Pang not to venture out carelessly, and it was known that Bai Pang Pang always heeded her words and would not misbehave. So why was it not present in the cave? There were no indications of danger either. Bai Ruansuan approached the area where she kept her chickens. After spending days in this world, she had learned the art of poultry farming, with the cold wave approaching. She expanded the coop to accommodate over 20 chickens. When the time came for a meal, she could simply harvest one. Currently, there were only a dozen chickens in the coop, all appearing lively and well-fed, indicating that Bai Pang Pang had been providing good nourishment. There was still some watergrass feed scattered about, suggesting it had been fed not long ago. Bai Pang Pang must not have gone far. "We should search for it promptly." Inu nodded, joining Bai Ruansuan in the search. After confirming with the Baozi that there were no other orcs in the vicinity, they began calling out. "Pang Pang, where are you?" "Pang Pang." "I am here," came the high-pitched voice, laden with a pronounced nasal tone. Bai Pang Pang emerged from beneath a particularly large tree not far from Bai Ruansuan's cave. Its face streaked with tears, its furry paws slightly curled, and its body covered in dirty leaves. "Wah! Sister Ruansuan!" Upon seeing Bai Ruansuan, Bai Pang Pang burst into tears. Bai Ruansuan hurried over and scooped Bai Pang Pang in her arms, carefully inspecting it for injuries before comforting it to not cry. "Pang Pang, your sister has returned. What has happened to you? Have you run out of food?" Pang Pang, wiping away tears, pouted and said, "There is still food." But, glancing at Bai Ruansuan, who was hurriedly approaching with Inu, Pang Pang hesitated for a moment, even nervously wriggling free from Bai Ruansuan's embrace, blocking the path before a large tree. It was only then that Bai Ruansuan noticed the hollow behind Pang Pang. Inu gently patted Pong Pong's head, saying, "As long as you're all right, I will return to the cave tidy up. If you need anything, remember to call for me." Okay. As Inu walked away, Bai Pang Pang burst into a fit of wailing, her cries growing more sorrowful. "Whoa, Sister Ruansuan, bad people are coming." "Oh, bad people?" Bai Ruansuan quickly asked. "Pang Pang, please tell me what happened." "Whoa, hanging sister. The day after you left, some bad people came into the forest. They looked fierce and terrifying. Oh, so scary. But strangely, I didn't do anything. They just picked some flowers from the forest. Until yesterday, all the flowers in our forest were stripped bare before they left. Picking flowers? What could that mean? Bai Ruansuan exclaimed in surprise. Bai Pang curled up tightly in Bai Ruansuan's embrace, trembling with fear as she said, "Those people have a terrible aura. Their bodies smeared with red. It was dreadful that I was scared. So I stayed with Brother Ashui and the others that I see. The peculiar orc flower pickers must belong to the red scorpion tribe." Bai Ruansuan cast a glance at the hollow behind her, which was likely where Ashui and the others resided. Bai Ruansuan gently stroked the little one's head, softly comforting her. "Do not be afraid. The bad people have already left. We are safe now. Amisham, as long as Sister Ruansuan is back, I won't be afraid anymore." But Sister Huahua is going to die." As Bai Pang spoke, tears and snot smeared across her face. Even the tips of her black and white fur exuded sadness and wilt. "All the flowers in the forest have been picked. And without food, Sister Huahua is going to die." Whoa. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback. What? Although she did not know who Sister Huahua was, she could infer that Huahua was likely a spirit like Ashui. Given the name Huahua, she must be a spirit that feeds on flowers. If all her food is gone, she would surely perish. It seemed those orcs might have known about the spirits in this forest. No, she needed to quickly ask Inu to send a message to Ing Qiong to inquire whether the red scorpion tribe orcs were acting similarly in the surrounding forests. If not, then she, Pang, and the spirits would be in danger. If they were, they might still be able to evade them. Understanding this, Bai Ruansuan hurriedly asked Pang, "Where is your sister Huahua? Does she feed on flowers? If she eats petals, I can save her. The system store has plenty of flowers, and they are quite inexpensive that I can simply buy some." "Oh, Sister Huahua, please don't die. That I brought Sister Ruansuan. She can save you." In a narrow tree hollow beneath a withered tree, Bai Pang anxiously tugged at the person before her. The spirit was small, only about the size of 1/2 of Bai Ruansuan's palms. Her eyes were tightly shut, and around her pale cheeks, the once vibrant white lily petals had all withered. Her narrow, frail body had half of its hair turned yellow and wilted, exuding an aura of death. The colorful aquatic grasses atop Ashui's head had all turned green. A sign of dwindling spiritual energy. He had been continuously infusing energy into the lily spirit Huahua for half a day, and it was only due to this small amount of energy that she had managed to cling to life until now. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. What is going on? Bai Ruansuan transformed into a watergrass spirit and slipped into the hollow. Time was of the essence. She quickly took out some fresh petals and handed them to Ashui. Ashui was momentarily stunned upon seeing Bai Ruansuan, who looked just like him. Then he realized it was Bai Ruansuan, the skilled cook among the female orcs. How did she come here? The fresh, colorful petals, glistening with dew and emanating a sweet fragrance, were presented to Ashui. Roses, daisies, lilies, balsam, lilies of the valley lavender, amounting to 3 to 4 pounds in total. These flowers, vibrant and beautiful, must have been freshly picked. But where in this forest were there still flowers? How did she manage to do this? Ashui's heart raced, but there was no time to ask questions. He hurriedly began to extract the nectar from the flowers, feeding it bit by bit to the collapsed Huahua. As Huahua was continuously nourished by the sweet nectar, her complexion began to regain some color, her stomach no longer sunken, and the petals on her head slightly revived. The yellow hue on her body faded somewhat. Bai Ruansuan had brought a substantial amount of petals, and Ashui only collected a fraction to feed Huahua first, allowing her to survive for now. He planned to feed her more after an hour. To prevent overloading her, a sigh of relief escaped the trio, Bai Ruansuan, Bai Pang, and Ashui. Together, they placed Huahua onto a small leaf bed in the hollow. Only then did Bai Ruansuan take a moment to survey her surroundings. She discovered that the hollow, though modest, contained an unexpectedly spacious interior, revealing a hidden paradise. A few tiny fireflies were contained within a sparkling glass bottle, suspended from the ceiling by a vine, casting a warm glow that illuminated the dim space. Bai Ruansuan recognized it as a bottle she had previously gifted to Ashui for storing candies. In one corner of the cave, there was a small pond, quietly shimmering. Not far from the pond were 3 meticulously arranged leaf beds. neatly covered with small palm-sized leaf blankets. They had even crafted a few hanging chairs from plant vines, which, upon inspection, resembled modern children's toys, even having shrunk to a size akin to Ashui and his companions. Bai Ruansuan couldn't help but feel a sense of whimsical delight akin to a miniature world. Overall, it was utterly adorable. Shaking her head, Bai Ruansuan turned to Ashui and asked, "What is going on?" Ashui explained, "Recently, the weather has turned severe, alternating between rain and snow, leading to a significant reduction in plant life. Huahua feeds on flower nectar, and with no flowers blooming, she has nothing to eat." Ashui continued weakly. Her survival was already precarious, and she didn't inform us, nor did we take it seriously. But unexpectedly, some orcs came and picked all the flowers. Now, there is absolutely nothing left for her to eat. If it hadn't been for the previous hardships, she might have lasted a few more days. Upon seeing Ashui's frail state, both Bai Ruansuan and Bai Peng gasped in realization. They had forgotten that Ashui had been tirelessly infusing energy into Huahua, to the point where the leaves atop his head had withered. They needed to replenish his strength immediately. Bai Ruansuan urged, "You should drink some water-grass essence." Ashui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Given Huahua's condition, I had to send a friend to the neighboring spirit's territory to fetch some nectar. I only have a small bottle of water-grass essence left, which I use to trade." Even Ashui, who was naive to social norms, felt it was inappropriate to trade something given to him by another. However, the urgency of the situation left him no choice. Bai Ruansuan understood this and nodded without further comment, silently producing a bottle of watergrass essence. "This bottle of watergrass essence is for you," she stated. Ashui quickly shook his head. "You've already given me so much. I can recover gradually." Bai Ruansuan insisted, "This bottle of watergrass essence is of no use to me. You should take it." This not only provided Ashui with the nourishment he needed for a swift recovery, but also addressed the precarious situation the spirits faced, regardless of whether the Red Scorpion tribe was aware of the spirits residing in this forest. Ashui needed to ensure their safety, either by hiding or fleeing, that if they confronted the orcs without sufficient strength, they would either be captured or perish. In any case, the watergrass essence would remain unsold in her possession for the foreseeable future. It could be centuries before she could trade it at the larger tribal markets. It serves no purpose to leave it untouched. It would be better to give it to a shui. The essence of the watergrass, reminiscent of the nourishing juice that Bai Peng consumed during childhood, bears an astonishing similarity in flavor, albeit slightly diluted. Meanwhile, the watergrass essence symbolizes the prowess of the spirits. Although Bai Ruansuan is not fully acquainted with the events of yore, she can surmise that a shui had made considerable sacrifices to sustain Bai Peng. After all, it is for the sake of Bai Peng. A shui, unable to decline, can only solemnly accept the bottle of watergrass essence with reddened eyes. "You are truly a kind soul." Suddenly, a fiery figure bursts into the scene from outside the tree hollow, and Bai Ruansuan feels a wave of scorching wind as a small, flame-imbued figure stands before her. The little being possesses eyes akin to black beans, and its hair resembles a dancing flame. It cautiously sniffs the air around Bai Ruansuan, and then a plume of fire surges up into its hand. "Who are you? Why are you masquerading as a shui?" Startled, Bai Ruansuan gasps, while Peng and a shui hurriedly position themselves in front of her, with a shui attempting to push the fiery figure away. The flames emanating from the small figure surge relentlessly, but do not harm the spirit of the floral essence. A shui quickly interjects, "Flame, this is our benefactor. She saved Huahua. She is Bai Ruansuan. It was she who rescued me before, prevented my capture." Flame pauses, gazing at Bai Ruansuan with a mix of confusion and curiosity. After a shui's words, a look of delight crosses its face, and without hesitation, it apologizes and expresses gratitude to Bai Ruansuan. "I'm sorry for being so aggressive without understanding the situation. Thank you for saving Huahua," and a shui. "I remember you. Peng. A shui, they always talk about you. And by the way, we all enjoyed the dumplings a shui brought. You made them, right? They were absolutely delicious. And the honey and syrup were delightful too." After expressing gratitude for saving Huahua, Flame rushes off to tend to the ailing spirit. Hua Hua lies on a bed of leaves, her condition markedly improved from before. However, Flame sighs heavily as it retrieves a glass bottle from behind, containing a small amount of flower nectar. The spirits from the neighboring hill have reported that their flowers have been plucked by some beastmen, leaving them without food as well. This nectar is what we had previously gathered. After much persuasion, I exchanged all my watergrass essence for this meager quantity that Flame's frustration mounts. Watergrass essence is so precious. Had I known, I wouldn't have traded it, but Hua Hua needs sustenance. This small amount of nectar will only last 10 days at most. I truly do not know what we shall do thereafter. Shui, observing Flame's distress, sighs and places a comforting hand on its shoulder. It is all right. No matter how precious watergrass essence may be, it pales in comparison to Hua Hua's life. 10 days of sustenance is better than none. Perhaps we should seek elsewhere for more food? Listening to their conversation, Bai Ruansuan becomes increasingly certain that the beastmen from the Red Scorpion tribe have not discovered a Shui and the others. They might merely be following orders to search the forest for spirits. The nectar within the petals is the most vital sustenance for the flower spirits, and plucking the petals is a tactic to force the spirits into the open in search of food, thus exposing their whereabouts for easier capture. Bai Ruansuan contemplates this, and Shui arrives at the same conclusion. He asserts decisively, "No, we cannot venture out. The beastmen are systematically scouring the forests, expending significant manpower merely to force us into the open to capture us. By doing so, we would fall into their trap." Flame, in a state of agitation, stamps its feet, pointing at the prostrate Hua Hua on the leaf bed. "What about Hua Hua? Are we truly to let her starve?" Shui frowns deeply, his round face reflecting utter despair. Suddenly, he turns to Bai Ruansuan and asks, "May I inquire how you managed to procure these petals?" He knows she ventured to the Silver Fox tribe, which may have access to flowers. It is the only plausible explanation for her possession of them. Yet he wonders why Bai Ruansuan would contemplate plucking flowers. Thus, two possibilities arise. First, Bai Ruansuan could indeed be the one intent on capturing them. However, had that been the case, she had countless opportunities to act, such as using Bai Pang Pang as leverage against him. She did not. This possibility can be dismissed. Secondly, he has yet to conceive the answer. Shui gazes into Bai Ruansuan's eyes, and she responds resignedly, "Very well, I shall speak the truth that I am a diminutive flower fairy in the service of the beast god, overseeing countless flowers and possessing the ability to conjure floral sustenance from thin air. Behold," Bai Ruansuan declares, manifesting an array of blossoms, water grasses, and even Shui's favorite honey. The two spirits and the little fiery being stare at her, utterly astonished, but Shui had long suspected that Bai Ruansuan was no ordinary beastman. Yet he never imagined she possessed such extraordinary powers. Furthermore, she is a flower fairy in the service of the beast god. Flame rubs its eyes in disbelief. "Be why my mother, you truly can summon flowers. Does that mean Hua Hua is saved?" Flame recognizes that Bai Ruansuan is the one who rescued Hua Hua and procured the petals, but it only assumed she could provide a single meal of nectar. It never anticipated that she could conjure flowers. Shui is overjoyed, exclaiming, "You are indeed a flower fairy." Both Shui and Flame circle around Bai Ruansuan in delight, their wings, a pair of leafy and a pair of fiery, bursting forth in excitement. After several jubilant spins, they eventually land back on the ground. Shui solemnly kneels beside Flame, tears glistening in his eyes. Our ancestors spoke of the legend of the flower fairies, who are the most beloved messengers of the beast god. 800 years ago, our ancestors prophesied that the spirit race would face an extinction crisis. That time, the beast god would send a flower fairy to save us. Are you that flower fairy?" Bai Ruansuan interjects, "That is pure nonsense. How can it be connected to salvation?" Just as she is about to deny it, a chime from the system interrupts her. Ding. Main quest. Save the spirit race. Completion reward. 1 million points. Failure penalty. Soul eradication. Bai Ruansuan. Bowsy glances at the enraged host and calmly explains, "This is the main quest. It has been bound to you and cannot be refused. Now, the next step is to rescue these 3 little spirits and provide them shelter. which will grant you a 20 completion rate for this task. Additionally, you will earn an extra 5,000 points. This way, your total points will reach 10,000. Recently, a new weapon called a bomb has been added to the system store, with a crafting blueprint costing 10,000 points. Bai Ruansuan processes this series of dialogues and suddenly looks up, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, a bomb! Here I am in the beast world, lamenting the lack of weapons that if I had a bomb, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I could simply hide in a cave, armed with a spear, and shoot at the wicked beastmen outside that if they come in numbers, I could throw a bomb and obliterate them all without needing to lift a finger. This is simply marvelous." However, she muses, this task is rather absurd, isn't it? Saving the spirit race. She is merely an ordinary traveler. Why must she play the role of a protagonist, saddled with such a world-saving mission? Bai Ruansuan's expression darkens. But as this is a main quest, she must accept it passively. She has no choice. Thus, to fulfill the task, she must assist in rescuing the three little spirits before her. Clearing her throat, Bai Ruansuan gestures for them to rise. "I am a flower fairy, and you are spirits. We are all of the same origin. When you are in distress, I shall surely lend my unwavering support." After stating this, Bai Ruansuan elaborates on the threat posed by the beastmen, specifically those from the Red Scorpion tribe, who seek to capture spirits to prevent them from being misled. She warns, these beastmen are exceedingly cunning. They disguise themselves as members of other tribes. Not trust any beastman aside from me. The two little spirits nod earnestly in agreement. Bai Ruansuan glances at the resting Hua and adds, "Our current situation is perilous. It is best for you to stay with me and remain hidden. As for food, I will provide for you, including the petals that Hua consumes." This is splendid, although the two little ones hesitated, for they were not particularly fond of residing with orcs. The orc before them was no ordinary one. She was the flower fairy. Moreover, the current circumstances did not permit them to act capriciously. Hua was in need of sustenance. Outside, countless orcs sought to capture them, but it is said that orcs are most adept at dealing with their own kind. And with Ruansuan's intelligence, she would undoubtedly devise a way to help them through this predicament. The three little elves could hardly consume much. Together, they could manage only 2 or 3 bowls of rice. Scarcely more than Ruansuan's appetite. Dining was not the issue. However, Ruansuan was not a saint. She had no prior connection with the little elves, and now they were being pursued by various tribal orcs. This posed a threat to Ruansuan's safety. Even though they had some rapport with Bai Pang, the former Ruansuan would never have recklessly taken them in. One's own safety must come first. Safety is paramount. Yet the crux of the matter was that the foolish main quest demanded Ruansuan to rescue and harbor the 3 little elves. With no other choice, Ruansuan had to comply. She sighed inwardly, emerged from the tree hollow, and after reverting to her orc form, she gently tucked the 2 little elves, Hua and Ashe, into her pockets. Then, she carefully cradled the still ailing Hua in her hands to prevent her from falling. Ding! Successfully rescued and sheltered the little elves. Mission accomplished. Earned 5,000 points. Current host point balance 11,000. Ding! Progress of the main quest. Save the elf clan. Current status 20. Please continue your efforts, esteemed host. Ruansuan returned to the cave, where the 3 little elves found themselves exposed to the gaze of Inu. Inu narrowed his pupils, hastily pulling Ruansuan to the side of the bed, exclaiming anxiously, "Are these elves?" Ruansuan nodded, and Inu sighed, saying, "You actually recognize elves? Quickly hide them. Those from the Red Scorpion tribe, and even those from the Pegasus tribe, may have come here specifically to capture elves. It is far too dangerous for you to be with them." Ruansuan nodded in agreement, sighing, "I understand, but I cannot leave them behind." Inu refrained from asking why. He merely pondered for a moment, observing Ruansuan's resolute expression, and chose to remain silent. "That I will help you protect them," he assured. Ruansuan replied, "As long as the 3 of them stay hidden in the cave and do not venture out, they will be safe. Once the cold wave arrives in a month or 2, no tribes will trouble them." The 2 little elves, seeing that Inu harbored no greedy intentions and was solely concerned for Ruansuan and their safety, felt a sense of relief. "However, please do not disclose our situation to anyone, including your father and your elder brother." Ruansuan could trust Inu, but not the leader of the Silver Fox tribe or Inxiong. After all, one was the chief of a tribe, while the other was a young leader poised to inherit the chief's position. Both of whom would prioritize their tribe's interests, and they were not well acquainted with Ruansuan. Inyu nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling like a puppy's. Sister Ruansuan, trust me enough to tell me this. I will not disappoint your expectations. Ruansuan and Inyu promptly organized the cave, settling the three little elves. Considering the elves' privacy, Ruansuan carved out a space of about 1 square meter in the cave wall and fashioned a hide of animal skin to cover it. Within the small cave, they placed the 3 elves' leaf beds and firefly lamps, along with some other furniture they had brought along, as it would be quite cold without a fire. Ruansuan laid a thick layer of animal skin for warmth. Once the elves' living quarters were arranged, Ruansuan prepared a large bed for Inyu, covering it with animal skin and blankets, placing it not far from her own bed, separated by a large wooden board. Soon, the two of them, along with a panda and 2 elves, were all settled. With the arrival of new members, Ruansuan took a moment to understand the living habits of the 3 elves to Shui. The watergrass elf consumed both vegetables and meat and could manipulate ice. Hua, the lily elf, subsisted on plants and petals, with nectar being her vital nourishment, without which she would perish. Hien, the fire elf, was omnivorous but had a preference for meat and could wield fire. Ruansuan directly exchanged a large bottle of nectar weighing around 10 jin from the system shop, leaving the other 2 awake little elves astounded. This is Huahua's food supply for about a month and a half. We never expected Ruansuan could produce it so effortlessly. Truly the flower fairy. They harbored no doubts about the truth of Ruansuan's words. After all, who but the flower fairy could conjure such a vast quantity of nectar without batting an eye? Ruansuan placed the large bottle of nectar in their living quarters, advising, "Please keep a close eye on Huahua and feed her a bit more shortly. As long as there is nectar, Huahua should awaken by tomorrow." "All right. Thank you. Is there anything we can assist with?" Ruansuan pondered, and indeed there was that a Shui could manipulate ice, and they might soon enjoy ice treats, while Huiyen's ability to create fire would eliminate the need for kindling. Huiyen, realizing his newfound utility, happily went to help with the fire that he found it astonishing. He had always thought orcs feared fire, yet this female orc seemed to embrace it. It appeared their coexistence was fated. A matter of destiny. Ruansuan glanced at the food in the cellar and decided to make dumplings, along with a cold chicken salad and fried chicken bones. The enticing aroma wafted through the cave as the 2 little elves and Inyu gathered around Ruansuan, watching in awe as she skillfully crafted delicate, plump dumplings. How does she manage to wrap them so perfectly? It's utterly fascinating. Indeed, the shape of these dumplings is truly delightful. Once Huiyen finished tending to the fire, the pot began to bubble, and the dumplings were dropped in one by one. You could consume 50 dumplings, Ruansuan 15, and Pang also 15. That the 2 little elves would eat around 7 or 8 each. Ruansuan prepared around 100 dumplings, along with the dishes, ensuring there was enough for all. Please keep an eye on the pot. Once these plump dumplings rise to the surface, they'll be ready, the pot steamed with hot vapor, the water bubbling with a delightful aroma of dough mingling with filling, causing a Shui and Huiyen to swallow involuntarily. Having never tasted dumplings, only Inyu had. Yet a Shui held high hopes for Ruansuan's culinary skills. Her previous dishes had been utterly delicious, and even as a vegetarian, he had succumbed to temptation. Moreover, Inyu claimed that dumplings were far superior to ordinary dishes, making them all the more anticipated. Huiyen also looked forward to it. Previously, a Shui had brought him delectable treats from Ruansuan's kitchen. As he recalled those delightful dishes, he couldn't help but salivate. While Huiyen was an omnivorous elf, a Shui and Huahua were both herbivorous. Huiyen had never particularly enjoyed the vegetarian meals they consumed. However, after tasting the delectable vegetarian dishes a Shui had brought him, he had changed his attitude and started to appreciate plant-based foods. Honey, syrup, and veggie balls became some of his favorites. As the dumplings cooked, Ruansuan busied herself with the chicken breast, washing it thoroughly before placing it in cold water to boil. She added cooking wine and several slices of ginger to remove any unpleasant odors, covering the pot to let it simmer. Next, she prepared a spicy garlic sauce with hot oil to release its fragrance. In a bowl, she mixed a spoonful of sugar, an appropriate amount of sesame oil, vinegar, soy sauce, and a sprinkle of salt, stirring until well combined. The sauce emitted a tantalizing aroma, and soon the chicken breast was cooked to perfection. Yuan shredded the chicken into fine strips, placing them in a large wooden bowl and drizzling the tangy sauce over the top before mixing all together. The cold chicken salad radiated an unusual, enticing aroma, slightly spicy and refreshingly cool that Shui used his ice manipulation to chill the dish, taking a bite that was crisp, refreshing, and sweet-sour. And Inu all sampled it first. Their eyes lighting up in surprise, Huyen's eyes sparkled with joy. This was precisely the flavor he had longed for. Flame exclaimed with great delight, Soft's culinary skills are exquisite. I dare say, even Hua would relish the taste of meat. The dumplings were ready. The soft, glutinous aroma of the dough mingled with a fragrant filling, wafting throughout the entire house. The translucent, delicate skins revealed the vibrant colors of the jade and mushroom filling. Silver Moon brought 3 large platters of dumplings to the table. Bai Ruansuan then presented an array of condiments: fragrant vinegar, seafood soy sauce, sesame oil, minced garlic, and chili oil, each in turn. Finally, she prepared a fried chicken carcass, generously sprinkled with barbecue seasoning, completing the feast. The 3 generous platters of steaming dumplings were served alongside a large bowl of cold shredded chicken and the fried chicken carcass as side dishes, with vinegar and soy sauce poured into 2 small bowls. Let the feast begin! My goodness, how delectable! Flame could hardly wait to grab a piece of shredded chicken, followed by a dumpling filled with mushroom and meat. The dumplings, bursting with juice upon the first bite, showcased the freshness and tenderness of the mushrooms, their flavors harmoniously mingling with the aromatic meat seasoning, filling the entire mouth with delightful fragrance. Bai Ruansuan, a former chef, had perfected her dumpling filling technique, and with high-quality ingredients, the mushroom meat dumplings tempted Flame to risk burning his mouth, devouring 3 in quick succession. Shui selected a dumpling filled with chives and eggs, dipping it in vinegar and a hint of chili oil. The chives were fragrant yet not pungent, an intriguing flavor that compelled one to eat more, while the eggs were incredibly tender, making for a delightful pairing. Shui's round face brightened, and he mumbled, "So delicious." The mushroom meat dumpling earned a culinary score of 20, with the points automatically added to the host's attribute panel for review. The chive and egg dumpling received a score of 19, and the cold shredded chicken scored 11, while the fried chicken carcass garnered 7 points, all duly recorded in the host's attribute panel. The meal left everyone sweating profusely to Shui, defying his previous habits. Not only enjoyed the mushroom meat dumplings, but also indulged in a generous portion of cold shredded chicken, and even took a bite of the fried chicken. Bai Ruansuan observed that Shui's appetite was merely a bowl of rice, while Flame's capacity far exceeded that, consuming 2 to 3 bowls. That a miscalculation indeed. Fortunately, Bai Ruansuan had prepared plenty, ensuring there was enough for everyone. She had also inquired beforehand, discovering that Hua's appetite was comparable to Shui's, perhaps even less. After the meal, the 2 tidied up the dishes. Noticing a substantial amount of filling left on the table, Bai Ruansuan decided to make 200 more dumplings to store in the cellar for the coming days. Once the dumplings were wrapped, the 3 of them, along with 2 sprites, entered a state of cultivation. On the following day, Bai Ruansuan awoke to the astonished exclamations of the 2 little sprites. "Hua, you're awake!" Bai Ruansuan rushed forward, noticing that the once pitiful lily flower sprite's petals had fully recovered, her alabaster body no longer wilted or lifeless, but radiating vitality. However, her complexion remained somewhat pale. The little sprite gazed in shock at the enormous jar of flower nectar beside her bed, weighing at least 10 pounds, her sustenance for over a month. Where did Shui and Flame procure such an abundance of nectar? Could it be that Pang had gathered it? Hua, eyeing the strange yet familiar room, asked with uncertainty, "What is happening here?" Then she caught sight of a stunning female orc entering. Hua was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can there be a person here?" Sprites generally shunned contact with humans. However, after Shui explained the situation to Hua with a complex expression, she surprisingly accepted the reality with calmness. "Oh well, such is life. Sprites are ever-changing, and survival is paramount." Hua sampled some nectar before taking a flight around the cave. When facing Bai Ruansuan, she was both curious and restrained. She had heard that this female orc was the flower fairy. the very one foretold by their ancestors as a flower sprite. Hua Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. The flower fairy was her idol. Although the little flower fairy before her appeared unremarkable, she had conjured such beautiful flowers and provided her with an abundance of nectar. In no time, Hua Hua's fondness for Bai Ruansuan soared to new heights. By the time breakfast arrived, her admiration had reached its zenith. For breakfast, they enjoyed dumplings, 50 each of chive and egg, and mushroom and meat dumplings, all brought to the table. The dishes included stir-fried garlic shoots with meat and fried eggs. Bai Ruansuan had even steamed some delightful little sugar buns for Hua Hua. Additionally, she prepared apple pomegranate juice, 1 cup for each person. As Hua Hua did not consume meat, she partook of 2 dumplings, a few bites of fried eggs, and 2 little sugar buns. The sweet apple pomegranate juice was a novel experience for her. She had only ever tasted sweetened water before and had believed it to be the most exquisite beverage in the world, far superior to dew. However, this apple pomegranate juice surpassed even that. How was it made? The flower fairy truly lived up to her title, creating such delectable food. Hua Hua savored her meal, and when the mushroom meat dumplings were served, a wave of enticing aroma enveloped her. The little sprite tilted her petal-like head, hesitantly taking a small bite. After tasting it, her eyes lit up. She wanted to eat meat. In the cave, the most pressing task was to prevent moisture. Bai Ruansuan first wiped down the entire cave wall with a cloth, using up 3 or 4 cloths in the process. The cloths became utterly soaked, and some areas had frozen, rendering the cloths ineffective as they disintegrated upon contact. Nevertheless, the cave walls no longer dripped with moisture. Bai Ruansuan applied a layer of moisture-proof clay to a small section of the wall for testing, then affixed a synthetic plastic-like bee skin from the system's marketplace atop it. Regular bee skin absorbs water, and if the humidity is excessive, the walls become damp. This highlighted the advantages of synthetic bee skin, which does not absorb moisture and is also economical, similar to sofa leather. The final test proved successful. The synthetic bee skin adhered firmly to the moisture-proof clay, resulting in smooth, dry cave walls. The sticky moisture-proof clay would not seep through the bee skin, keeping Bai Ruansuan and the others dry. "Ah!" Bai Ruansuan exclaimed, patting the cave wall. "This feels quite soft. Synthetic bee skin is incredibly supple, and the clay is somewhat softer than stone, creating a pleasant tactile experience compared to the rigid cave walls." "Wow, this is amazing!" Bai Ruansuan and the 3 little sprites gathered around the newly treated wall, continuously touching it. Flame's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This texture is truly delightful." Recognizing the efficacy of the synthetic bee skin, Bai Ruansuan wasted no time and set to work with the remaining moisture-proof clay and bee skin. Hua Hua and the other little sprites exchanged glances, with Hua Hua taking the initiative to speak up. "We have some free time. Why not lend you a hand?" "Huh." Bai Ruansuan was taken aback, scratching her head and casually pulling her hair up to avoid inconvenience later. "The ear's so small. How can you assist me?" Hua Hua winked at Bai Ruansuan, tilting her white petal head. "Once you finish applying the moisture-proof clay, we can fly to the top of the cave to help you affix the synthetic bee skin. While you can reach it, it would be quite a struggle." Bai Ruansuan's eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly. Silver Moon, noticing that the clay was quickly depleting, returned to the tribe to purchase a sufficient quantity of moisture-proof clay from the orc vendor. The group spent 2 days working together, applying a substantial amount of synthetic bee skin to the cave walls. The cave walls, now covered with various synthetic bee skins, felt noticeably dry, and everyone could feel the dryness of the wind blowing in. This moisture-proof clay was indeed effective. The 3 little sprites and Bai Ruansuan understood that Bai Ruansuan was the little flower fairy, so she did not hide from them and directly took materials from her system's marketplace. As for Silver Moon, she continued to use her identity as a shaman apprentice to keep him in the dark. Half a month passed peacefully. During this time, Bai Ruansuan and the others cultivated diligently within the cave. Bai Ruansuan achieved a breakthrough, reaching level 3. The speed is remarkably swift. Inyu has also ascended to level 5. Bai Pang Pang sips on its panda milk, observing its rounder figure. The prowess of the little sprites has been accumulated over the years. The effects of their training are not immediately discernible. Thus all appears normal. A few days ago, In Xiong conveyed a message to Inyu, stating that the orcs from the Pegasus tribe and the Red Scorpion tribe have recently been active in the nearby forest. Moreover, it is rumored that the Red Scorpion tribe has captured an elf. Today, Yin Xiong brought forth an even more astonishing revelation. The markings on the orcs from the Red Scorpion tribe are so thoroughly concealed because they are coated in a particular potion. Shockingly, one of the primary ingredients of this potion is the blood of elves. This information is exceedingly credible, as it was obtained through great effort by Yin Xiong, who had gone undercover in the Red Scorpion tribe for 2 days, nearly succumbing to excessive blood loss in the process. Upon receiving this news, Bai Ruansuan felt a chill in her heart. A foreboding sense washed over her. Were those orcs capturing elves merely to turn them into pets? Or did they intend to extract the elves' blood for concocting potions or conducting experiments? Given the diminutive size of the elves, could they possibly survive if their blood were drawn by the orcs? Bai Ruansuan sternly ordered the 3 little sprites to remain at home and not venture outside. Lastly, she pondered why the Red Scorpion tribe sought her out first. This question yielded no clear answer. The Silver Fox tribe had been covertly observing the Red Scorpion tribe for some time, noting that since Bai Ruansuan's departure, there had been no significant activity from that tribe. It did not seem as though they were particularly focused on her. Could it be that they had no ulterior motives? Yet, if they truly had none, the small leader of the Red Scorpion tribe would not have made a move in any case. Further observation was necessary. Bai Ruansuan concluded that overthinking would be futile. It was best to wait and see if she could draw out the members of the Red Scorpion tribe. In the meantime, Bai Ruansuan checked the weather. Recently, it had grown increasingly cold, with more frequent rain and snow, practically alternating between the two daily. If this trend continued, a cold wave was indeed likely to ensue. During such a cold wave, the outside world might be riddled with signs of flooding. The branches outside the cave were already damp and unusable. After some contemplation, Bai Ruansuan decided to venture outside to gather some charcoal fertilizer. This required the little sprites to guide her. However, Bai Ruansuan was reluctant to let them lead the way. After Baozi confirmed that there were no dangers in the forest, she instructed them to draw a map of the route, while she would go alone. Pang Pang and Inu stayed behind to safeguard the little sprites. However, before embarking, she needed to prepare some explosives. Ever since successfully claiming the 3 little sprites as her own, Bai Ruansuan had spent 10,000 points in the system shop to purchase a bomb-making recipe. The recipe for bombs in the beast world is as follows. Small bomb recipe. 1 piece of bomb grass. 100 grams of sulfur, 200 grams of nitrate, 300 grams of charcoal, 10 grams of black sulfur powder, 2 drops of leaf iron water. Large bomb recipe. 2 pieces of bomb grass, 1 pound of sulfur, 2 pounds of nitrate, 3 pounds of charcoal, 300 grams of black sulfur powder, 10 drops of leaf iron water, and 1 harbomb shell. Bai Ruansuan. I can't understand this. Inu, being a beastman, should know where to find these strange ingredients like bomb grass and leaf iron water. And what about black sulfur powder? From which stone is it derived? Inu scratched his head, perplexed. What are these bizarre names? Of the items you mentioned, I only recognize sulfur and black sulfur. However, this is the first time I've heard that these could be useful. Here, they are merely ordinary stones, even ground into stone knives. Their lethality is quite low. Should I inquire with our tribe shaman? Bai Ruansuan nodded. That would be good. Inu returned to the tribe and fetched the necessary quantities of sulfur and black sulfur. Following the shaman's instructions to collect a substantial amount of bomb grass and leaf iron water, as for charcoal, Bai Ruansuan resolved to procure that herself. Only nitrate remained among the materials. However, neither the well-informed shaman of the Silver Fox tribe nor the little sprites, who had lived in the forest all their lives, had ever heard of nitrate as a mineral. After pondering for a moment, Bai Ruansuan exchanged some from the system shop and provided a sample to the little sprites, asking them to recall if they had ever encountered such a rock in the forest. A Shui has an excellent memory. After just a glance at the nitrate, he nodded eagerly. I'm certain I have seen this rock in the forest. However, it is quite rare. Furthermore, with the snow falling and the weather being harsh, it may be difficult to locate. Since a Shui mentioned this, Bai Ruansuan decided against searching outside and simply used what she had from the system shop to produce a batch first. After several days of failures, on the 12th attempt, Bai Ruansuan finally succeeded in creating a small bomb. Over the next 3 days, she produced 12 small bombs and 5 large bombs. The small bombs have the potential to eliminate up to 10 orcs. While the large bombs could take out around 50, these 17 bombs would serve as their secret weapon and must be carefully preserved. Additionally, precautions against moisture were essential. Should they become damp, the explosives would be rendered ineffective. Bai Ruansuan wrapped the small bombs in the sturdy outer shell she had used for packing apples, then squeezed out a bit of space in her small storage to place the bombs inside. When she set out, she took some of the bombs with her to ensure the little sprite's safety. However, her space was indeed too limited to accommodate much. Bai Ruansuan asked Bowsy, "Can my space be expanded?" Bowsy thought seriously for a moment before shaking his head. "No." Bai Ruansuan, "Really not. I suppose I shall have steamed buns for dinner tonight." "Bowsy, young one, do not be so hot-headed. You just finished lunch a while ago, and your appetite is quite large, cough, cough. Let me think of a solution for you." Bowsy flipped through the host guide, and after a long search, finally found a small line of text on the second-to-last page of the thick book. System space can devour and upgrade. Devour and upgrade. Both Bai Ruansuan and Bowsy were somewhat perplexed by the meaning of this. However, since this host guide was issued by the higher-ups of the main system, it must be useful. She needed to ponder carefully what it meant to devour for an upgrade. Yet, time was of the essence for Bai Ruansuan, as the bombs were ready, and she was about to embark on her quest for carbon ore. As for upgrading her space, that could wait. When Bai Ruansuan set out, she brought half of the explosives, storing them in her space, and carried a spear as her personal weapon, small and exquisite. Quite convenient that to facilitate the transport of the carbon, ensuring one-time delivery. Bai Ruansuan and Inu procured a horse and constructed a cart with a long trailer behind it. Bai Ruansuan guided the little horse swiftly towards the neighboring hill. However, it was evident that Bai Ruansuan and Inu had underestimated the situation. While their residence was not situated on a mountain, it was in a forest, and the ground was uneven, with steep slopes at intervals. The pace of their travel was slow, and Bai Ruansuan found herself jostled about. After traversing a short distance, she felt as though she might vomit from the relentless bumps. Unable to endure any longer, Bai Ruansuan untied the ropes binding the horse to the cart, lifting the heavy board to carry it herself. Having reached level 3, she was capable of bearing a maximum weight of 500 g. Carrying this much was a trivial task. The little horse, meanwhile, was ridden by Bai Ruansuan. In no time, they reached the neighboring hill. Bai Ruansuan set the little horse down and casually tossed the board onto the ground. Feeling fatigued and yearning for grass, the horse ambled over, only to be met with a heavy weight that caused it to roll its eyes in exasperation. Bai Ruansuan, the soft white figure, nonchalantly stuck out her tongue and feigned death as she pulled out a map. After glancing at the towering mountains before her, she noted their majestic height, albeit devoid of abundant greenery. Rocks littered the ground, while the exposed areas were coated with a thick layer of sandy soil, and shallow moss nestled in the shadows. In places overrun with weeds and dead branches, a casual sweep aside revealed numerous holes of varying sizes. Some were mine shafts, while others bore the signs of small creatures that had made their homes there. Bai Ruansuan murmured, "If I walk 200 steps east, I'll find a small river. Then, following along its bank for 500 steps, I can turn left into the second cave and discover the carbon." Carbon, she thought. She was coming. Following the route chart, Bai Ruansuan tread carefully for 10 minutes. While not perfectly accurate, she was close enough and soon arrived. The entrance to the cave lay significantly lower than the surrounding terrain, at least 3 meters beneath, with steep inclines everywhere. Bai Ruansuan was not surprised. The formation of coal is quite intricate. Millions of years prior, the roots and stems of ferns accumulated on the surface, creating black humus, which, after geological shifts, became buried deep underground, isolated from the air for extended periods. Following a series of complex physical changes, this transformed into black sedimentary rock. Thus, it is buried deep, with modern coal being found at depths of at least 300 to 500 meters. Many plants and rocks from the Beast era differ from contemporary ones. Yet considering their formation process, they too must have been buried underground. It was only logical that this cave's lower elevation was consistent with that understanding. Upon reaching the cave, Bai Ruansuan tethered her horse to a large tree outside and transformed into a white cat, cautiously stepping inside. Even in her beast form, her paws slipped on the steep ground, making her wish she were a sprite capable of flying over. Heart racing, she entered the dark cave. Producing a solar-powered lantern she had prepared, the surroundings illuminated slightly, revealing damp traces on the cave walls. Along with some indiscernible small creatures crawling about, a large-eyed spider with long legs, covered in hair, scuttled by, nearly the size of Bai Ruansuan's palm. Bai Ruansuan did her utmost to remain composed, suppressing the urge to perform an impromptu dance of panic, and quickly darted away from the spider. After only a few steps, her paws sank into a muddy patch. "Damn this wretched place," she exclaimed, frustration evident. After persevering a bit further, the cave widened considerably, and Bai Ruansuan felt the descent beneath her feet becoming steeper. She was now approximately 70 to 80 meters below ground. Ever since transforming into a beastman, her hearing had sharpened significantly, allowing her to distinctly sense something peculiar within the cave. There were strange sounds, reminiscent of a heartbeat, thump, 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 echoing ominously in her chest. Surely, she was overthinking it. "Baozi, how much longer must we travel?" she inquired. Baozi accessed the system panel and relayed, "You're just 10 steps down from the coal site. The coal here is quite abundant. You may collect a substantial amount." Bai Ruansuan felt a rush of joy and relief, realizing they were nearing their destination. "Wait, don't move," the voice in her mind warned, stirring her heart with trepidation. "I am issuing a task. Once you commence mining, you will receive rewards." Bai Ruansuan replied, "Oh, task issued. Mine 200 gene of coal. Reward, 500 points, 1 iron sword." An iron sword, Bai Ruansuan, currently armed with only ranged weapons like spears, bows, and bombs, felt a surge of excitement. Close-range weaponry, such as stone knives and swords, lacked potency, yet now she was bestowed with an iron sword. The system was simply delightful. With a buoyant spirit, she pressed forward and soon caught the scent of coal. Illuminating her path with the solar lantern, she discovered pieces of coal embedded in the ground and cave walls, split by the rocks, each sizable, some weighing at least 3 to 4 gene. The air was thick with the earthy scent of coal, leaving Bai Ruansuan in awe. "Goodness, this coal is enormous," she exclaimed. The small sprite she had encountered previously could barely manage 1 or 2 gene of coal. Delighted, Bai Ruansuan retrieved a basket from her system space along with a heavy-duty pickaxe she had exchanged for with iron ore and began her labor. The crisp sound of her strikes resonated as she filled the basket with coal, each one capable of holding up to 50 Jin. As one basket neared its limit, she switched to a second, then a third, and finally a fourth, until the last basket brimmed with the dark ore. Finally, she stood up, wiping her face with her coal-smeared paw. "I've finally filled it. 200 gene of coal. Collection complete." The system chimed in, "Congratulations, host. Task complete. You have earned 500 points and 1 iron sword, both stored in your inventory." The rhythmic clinking ceased, but as Bai Ruansuan turned to depart, she paused, sensing something amiss. "Baozi, did you hear that sound? It sounds like a beast breathing." Baozi replied, trembling. Bai Ruansuan instinctively nodded. "Oh my goodness, Ruansuan. Approximately 50 meters to your left. There's a beast lurking. You can't defeat it alone. Only within you can you hope to stand a chance. It seems to have spotted you. Run." At that moment, upon hearing Baozi's warning, Bai Ruansuan bolted, her feet pounding against the damp ground. She felt as if she had stepped on a spider, squishing it beneath her foot. But currently, she had no time to dwell on such matters. The sound of heavy breathing grew louder behind her as she raced from the cave. Sharp rocks nicking her feet and the scent of blood invigorating the creature pursuing her. Injured, she grimaced, realizing she could detect the foul odor of the beast drawing closer, quickly scanning her surroundings. She leaped onto a sturdy tree trunk and peered down. Below stood a massive black tiger adorned with white stripes, its robust frame nearly double that of an ordinary tiger, with a face far more terrifying than that of a Siberian tiger. The menacing creature bared its yellowing fangs, the stench of its breath wafting up to Bai Ruansuan. The aura emanating from it was unlike that of ordinary beasts. Its keen gaze suggested a remarkable intelligence. This was a creature to be reckoned with. Even a level 4 beastman might struggle to contend with it. Today would either spell Bai Ruansuan's demise or that of the tiger, the petite white cat. Concealed beneath a canopy of leaves, remained undetected as the imposing tiger searched for her, its head lowered, sniffing for the faint scent of blood. Bai Ruansuan observed the tiger and scoffed, producing a lighter to ignite a bomb in her hand before tossing it down. Perfect! It was time to test the bomb's power against the tiger. Upon spotting the dark object descending, adorned with flickering sparks, the tiger let out a furious roar. The sound waves infused with its essence resonated deafeningly. Nearly shaking Bai Ruansuan from her perch, a flock of crows erupted from the commotion, frantically taking flight, their cries piercing the air. Some smaller birds were caught in the blast, plummeting from the sky. Bai Ruansuan's palms grew clammy as she keenly focused on the enormous black tiger, which shockingly clamped its powerful jaws around the bomb. Bai Ruansuan was momentarily startled, and in the next instant, a wave of scorching heat surged towards her, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. Suddenly, her mouth was filled with a mouthful of dust, causing her to cough several times. When she opened her eyes, she beheld the once formidable tiger, now reduced to mere minced flesh. Intestines and entrails lay scattered across the ground, mingled with blood that seeped into the earth. The nauseating stench was revolting, and Bai Ruansuan coughed again, covering her nose, still feeling a lingering sense of trepidation. The bomb had indeed proven its worth, that a sense of satisfaction washed over Bai Ruansuan. Fortunately, she had the explosive device in hand, requiring no effort on her part to vanquish the tiger. With such a strong scent of blood in the air, she knew she had to leave quickly, or risk attracting larger predators. While she held no fear of such beasts, the odor was simply unbearable. Moreover, it was astonishing that a tiger of such prowess had been hiding within the coal mine, that if luck were not on her side, she might encounter even more formidable tigers or other wild creatures. It was best to retreat for now. The system space could only accommodate 2 large baskets of coal, leaving the remaining 2 baskets on the cart, drawn by the horse. The road was inherently uneven, and with the additional weight of 100 pounds, the cart moved even slower, jostling incessantly. Fortunately, it wasn't a mountain path. The cart could still navigate the terrain, albeit at a leisurely pace. This was certainly preferable to walking on foot. The cart felt excessively heavy, perhaps due to the abundance of coal. After half a day, Bai Ruansuan finally returned to the cave. The entrance was quite small, forcing her to revert to her original form to squeeze through. Thus, transporting the coal directly inside was impossible. She placed the coal into her system space and then quietly retrieved it inside the cave. This was the same method she had used to bring in numerous branches and furniture before. Seeing Bai Ruansuan, now covered in soot, Silvery Moon swiftly took the coal from her hands, preventing her from further exertion. Silvery Moon placed all the coal into the cellar and pointed towards the bathing tub inside the cave, saying, "I have already heated the water for you. Go wash up." Bai Ruansuan nodded. Having turned into a little black cat, a wash was indeed in order. Just as she was about to draw the bee skin curtain beside her, she heard Huahua's exclamation, "How is there an orc on this cart?" Bai Ruansuan was taken aback and immediately reverted to her original form, instructing the little spirits to stay inside. Silvery Moon followed her out of the cave. And there, as Huahua had claimed, lay a towering orc upon the cart. The orc was covered in blood, obscuring his features and the original color of the bee skin clothing he wore. His breath was faint, suggesting he was on the verge of death. Bai Ruansuan and Silvery Moon exchanged a glance, both perplexed. How had this orc ended up on the cart? Had he been pulled along the entire way? Yet, how had Bai Ruansuan failed to notice him? Bai Ruansuan's expression darkened as she glanced at the cart. Its size meant that if the 2 baskets of coal were loaded onto it, they might obstruct part of her view, rendering the orc invisible to her. It was entirely reasonable that she hadn't seen him lying there. However, he was at least a living being, as a level 3 beastman. Could she truly not sense his presence? Unless, of course, he was of a significantly higher level than her. Bai Ruansuan turned to Silvery Moon, who stood guard in a wary posture. He swallowed hard and said, "This individual is of a higher level than I am. Even I cannot discern his rank. That it is normal that you couldn't sense him on the way." Bai Ruansuan's heart raced. If Silvery Moon, at his level, could not gauge the orc's power, Then this orc must be at least level 7 or above. Despite his youth, his strength was formidable, definitely not a creature from the nearby forest, but rather an orc from an external tribe. Regardless of where he hailed from, this orc posed a threat to the safety of the little spirits in the cave. Bai Ruansuan could not allow any beastmen, apart from Silvery Moon and herself, to discover their existence. The murderous intent in Bai Ruansuan's eyes was keenly perceived by Silvery Moon, but he spoke up, "Let me handle this." Although the orc lay unconscious, teetering between life and death, what if he suddenly awakened? Bai Ruansuan, given her level, would surely be no match for him. Silvery Moon stepped forward, drawing a stone knife, poised to strike, when suddenly a notification chimed from the system. Task: spare the life. Successful completion rewards: 200 points, 1 elven crown. Upon completion, main quest rescue the elven clan progress. 30. Bai Ruansuan quickly interjected, "Wait." Silvery Moon turned back, puzzled. Bai Ruansuan approached and grasped the orc's neck, scrutinizing his face as if pondering something. In reality, she was frantically questioning the system. "Why didn't you alert me earlier? Why only now? That orc fell onto my cart. Why didn't you warn me? Was there some ulterior motive?" The system, Bowsy, smiled amiably, fanning itself, its voice calm. "Just save him first. In any case, rescuing him brings you no harm, but rather great benefits." Bai Ruansuan scoffed, "Save him? And what the safety of the elves? Wouldn't that leave them unprotected? Tell me, who exactly is he?" Bowsy shook its head. Cannot say. Suffice it to say, if you do not divulge, I shall bite you." "Just right. I've been curious about your feeling all along." Bowsy added, "Young one, don't be so hot-headed. I recall you just had a meal this morning." Seeing Bai Ruansuan's fiery expression, Bowsy was taken aback and cleared its throat, hastily explaining, "I can only tell you that your safety remains assured. This orc has amnesia. Just tell him you are his sister, or his wife, or even his great-aunt. He will believe you." Understanding dawned upon Bai Ruansuan, and with that reassurance, she felt no pressure. She turned to Silvery Moon, suddenly sighing, nearly on the verge of tears. "I know this orc. I am his distant cousin." Just then, the orc abruptly sat up, delivering a knife-hand strike towards Bai Ruansuan's neck. Startled, she dodged to the side and kicked him back. The orc remained unconscious. Silvery Moon asked, "Sister Ruansuan, what did you just say?" "Oh, it was nothing. I merely claimed to be his distant great-aunt." "Oh, great-aunt." Silvery Moon couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. "Incredulous, Ruansuan, your kinship is quite impressive." Bai Ruansuan solemnly nodded, and together with Silvery Moon, they maneuvered the orc's limbs, forcing him into the cave. The orc was drenched in blood, evidently gravely injured. Bai Ruansuan turned to Hua, about to ask for assistance in healing, when she saw Hua eagerly approaching. "Let me help." Bai Ruansuan nodded. Hua performed a simple healing spell, her expression grave. "His injuries are severe. We can only do our best to tend to his external wounds. As for the internal injuries, it is up to his own fate. Moreover, there is a hematoma in his head. When he wakes, he will either be foolish or forget much, just as Bowsy had indicated." Bai Ruansuan feigned a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "It is all my fault. I, as his great-aunt, failed to protect him." Silvery Moon comforted her, saying, "In that case, I will first help him wash up and change out of these blood-stained clothes. This will also facilitate Hua's healing." All right, the towering orc was thoroughly cleaned, and Silvery Moon provided him with one of his own garments. While it fit him, it appeared somewhat short. The orc had a gaunt face, delicate brows, and tightly shut eyes, with long, curled eyelashes that lent him a pitiful air, making him seem only slightly older than Silvery Moon. His complexion was as pale as a ghost, and his lips bore a similar ghostly hue, resembling that of a frail and delicate youth. Bai Ruansuan cast a fleeting glance at him, only wishing that he truly had amnesia. Yes, she harbored this hope. She simultaneously cursed the wretched system in her heart. After a flurry of activity, the weakened young man was swathed in bandages. Bai Ruansuan, Inu, and Hua were utterly exhausted. Hua advised, "All external injuries have been treated. If he does not develop a high fever for 3 consecutive nights, it will indicate that his internal injuries are healing, and he will survive. Just 3 days, and such severe internal injuries could be mended. Was the self-healing ability of this beastman truly that formidable? Bai Ruansuan and Inu gazed at the beautiful youth before them in astonishment, particularly Inu. Having just changed his clothes, she was acutely aware of how much blood had stained them. Now, her hands reeked of the beastman's blood. Inu went to wash her hands in the bath barrel, intending to fetch some water from outside and boil more hot water for Bai Ruansuan's bath. Once Inu departed, Hua's delicate white petal-like wings fluttered open suddenly, and she began to circle around the male beastman, her expression filled with confusion. Bai Ruansuan gently patted Hua's little petal on her head, which was quite perky and pristine. Hua, with her small, lotus-like hands, mimicked the same gesture as a shui. Hesitantly, Hua said, "Sister Ruansuan, the aura from this person feels so familiar to me." Bai Ruansuan paused, unsure of what Hua meant. Hua continued to explain, "He carries the essence of the flower spirits." Flower spirits? Could it be that this beastman had captured a flower spirit? Seeing the sudden ferocity in Bai Ruansuan's brow, Hua quickly clarified, "It's not a negative aura. It's a positive one, but this essence makes me feel an overwhelming urge to draw near, as if it were infused in my very blood." Bai Ruansuan took a moment to calm her thoughts and ponder the task assigned by the wretched system. To save this beastman, the reward was supposedly the elven crown. Moreover, would saving the elven race's main quest progress by 30. This was a beastman. What connection could he possibly have with the elves? However, since Hua said so, and considering the information regarding the rewards, it must be that this beastman had some ties to the elves. If Hua felt that her affinity towards this beastman stemmed from a positive essence, then he was unlikely to be someone who captured spirits. Perhaps he had coexisted with them. Regardless of who this beastman truly was, the priority was that he survived. After finishing her bath, Bai Ruansuan lay down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken when darkness enveloped the sky. When she got up, she found Inu, the three little spirits, and the plump waiting by her bedside. Bai Ruansuan chuckled at their antics. The dim yellow light of the cave cast a warm glow on the playful and adorable girl. Accentuating her striking features, Bai Ruansuan inquired about dinner, but they all ignored her. In exasperation, she resignedly prepared a few simple dishes: yam and goji berry pork soup, stewed meat with green beans, 3 fresh vegetables, and caramelized sweet potatoes. She crushed bananas and mixed them with warm milk, which was quite soothing to the stomach. After dinner, Bai Ruansuan and Inu fed a bit of pork soup to the frail young man lying on the bed. Inu, while feeding him, asked, "Sister Ruansuan, you mentioned you were this young man's grand-aunt, but what is his name?" This really stumped Bai Ruansuan. Baozi kept reminding her, Bai Lu, is that truly his name? It must be. The system wouldn't just assign a random name. Bai Ruansuan replied, "His name is Bai Lu. Bai Lu also shares the Bai surname." Inu nodded and then inquired, "What kind of beastman is he?" Bai Ruansuan responded, "Why are you so inquisitive?" She glanced at Baozi, who chimed in, "He is a Baiing." "Baiing? Sister Ruansuan, that doesn't seem right. You are his grand-aunt, yet you are Bai Mao while he is an eagle." Bai Ruansuan shot Inu a glare, startling her as tears glimmered in her eyes. "I already said he's a distant relative. Of course, the species can differ." Inu conceded. "All right then. Boo-hoo. You're so fierce," Sister cacked that night. With only 2 beds in the house, Inu had to share a bed with Bai Lu, making do for the night. Bai Ruansuan tucked in the already slumbering Bai and glanced at the 3 little spirits. Noting that they too had turned off the lights to sleep before returning to her bed, she then whispered to Inu, "Tomorrow, we should make another bed. Given Bai Lu's injuries, he would likely remain here for some time. Even when he wakes and his wounds heal, he has amnesia and won't know where to go. He will surely need to stay at his dear grand-aunt's home first." Inu nodded in agreement, clearly feeling that Bai Lu wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Bai Lu remained in a deep slumber for 3 entire days, without waking. After checking on his condition, Hua stated he is not in serious danger. His life is no longer at risk. However, there are some lingering ailments from his past training that have erupted now. How much longer until he wakes? Bai Ruansuan inquired. Hua calculated, perhaps another day or 2, but it's uncertain. He might awaken today, on that day. After completing her meditation and training, Bai Ruansuan ventured outside to challenge a lion, successfully slaying it. she returned to her cave with the sheep as well. Preparing to make hot pot. The little spirits were bored at home, so Bai Ruansuan exchanged some small toys from her system shop, such as building blocks. The blocks were beautifully arranged in their little cave. Accompanied by various colorful yarn balls, the fluffy and delightful items were the favorites of the water grass spirits and flower spirits. As for the little flame spirit, he was not particularly fond of playing and preferred various forms of combat. Thus, Bai Ruansuan bought him several small sandbags for practice at home. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he developed small muscle bulges. However, given his small stature, the muscles were not very prominent, and his arms still appeared plump. Bai Ruansuan carried pieces of the dismembered sheep meat, bringing them inside bit by bit. With yarn and toys strewn across the floor, the little spirits rushed to help Bai Ruansuan with the meat upon seeing her return. Recently, Bai Ruansuan had unlocked a new feature for Shui, his ice control skill, which could function as a portable refrigerator. For instance, the sheep meat that couldn't be consumed right away could be frozen for long-term preservation. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ruansuan announced, "Let's have hot pot for lunch, and also stew some lamb chops." Sounds great. Although the spirits, Bai and Inyu, had no idea what hot pot was, they trusted that whatever Bai Ruansuan prepared would undoubtedly be delicious. Bai Ruansuan tossed the leg of lamb into the cellar, requesting Ashui's assistance in freezing it. Who tended to the fire, while Inyu lifted the pot lid, revealing that he had already scrubbed it clean. Hua helped Bai Ruansuan rinse the lamb chops, which Bai Ruansuan promptly chopped into pieces and tossed into the pot for blanching. Seizing the opportunity while the meat blanched, Bai Ruansuan sliced the lamb into thin, delicate pieces with a cleaver. Having previously worked as a chef, her skills allowed her to achieve a thickness comparable to that of meat sliced by a machine. 2 large platters of meat, each weighing around 2 pounds, were prepared. From the cellar, Bai Ruansuan retrieved 1 pound each of frozen chicken meatballs, fish balls, and shrimp paste, alongside an array of vegetables including pickled cabbage, spinach, mushrooms, potato slices, sweet potato slices, yam slices, and the recently discovered carrots and enoki mushrooms. Over the past couple of days, Bai Ruansuan had been foraging for food, uncovering a vast field of sweet potatoes, yielding several hundred pounds. She skillfully crafted dozens of pounds of handmade sweet potato noodles, known for their delightful taste, and set aside 2 pounds for the feast. For the hot pot, she utilized the family-esque cooking pot, as everyone enjoyed spicy food, but Inyong pot would provide an exhilarating experience. Thus, Bai Ruansuan placed a neatly cut stone slab in the center of the pot, dividing it into 2 sections, one for mushroom broth and the other for spicy broth. The weather had improved slightly compared to the previous days, and Bai Ruansuan continued her hunting excursions, bringing back an abundance of cattle, sheep, and pigs. Most parts of the cattle, sheep, and pigs were edible, but aside from meat, there was also a significant amount of fat, which, aside from being used for oil residue, had little other use. The pork fat was manageable. It could be fried in a pot, producing white lard that added an exquisite flavor to stir-fries and stews. The remaining fat could be turned into crispy bits, seasoned with a pinch of salt for a delightful treat. The mutton had a strong, gamey flavor, while the beef fat was only suitable for hot pot-based preparation. Hot pot happened to be Bai Ruansuan's favorite food from her past life. Excited, Bai Ruansuan rolled up her sleeves, gathering various ingredients and spices to prepare the hot pot base. After 2 hours of diligent work, she exchanged a large chunk of hot pot base from the system's shop. Observing the meager number of 1,000 points left on her points panel, Bai Ruansuan silently resolved to cook more dishes. She added the hot pot base to the spicy pot, while the mushroom broth pot received a clear broth base. An intense aroma of spiciness wafted through the air, followed by the unique and tender fragrance of mushrooms that captivated everyone present. The essence of chicken broth simmered at the bottom of the mushroom pot, steadfast against the overpowering scent of the spicy beef fat broth. The mingling of these 2 aromas made everyone's mouths water in anticipation. It was simply irresistible. Bai Pong Pong's mouth began to water, prompting Hua to quickly find an apron to secure around him. Bai Pang Pang, with a cherubic voice, patted his round belly and exclaimed, "Sister Ruansuan, I want to eat meat." All right, it will be ready soon," Bai Ruansuan assured. The pot bubbled and gurgled, releasing a symphony of enticing scents. Bai Ruansuan first added the various meatballs that could withstand long cooking times, followed by potato slices. Sweet potato slices, yam slices, carrot slices, mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, and a handful of sweet potato noodles. Sister Wanwan, why aren't you cooking the meat first? Huo asked eagerly. With a mysterious smile, Bai Ruansuan picked up a large piece of lamb. To ensure everyone enjoyed their meal, she had specially cut the lamb into generously sized slices, each as large as a palm. With 3 little fairies present, the meat was sliced exceedingly thin yet large, making it easy for them to enjoy. The substantial piece of marbled lamb was lowered into the pot, and before long, Bai Ruansuan gave it a gentle stir. The paper-thin slices glistened with tantalizing droplets of chili, exuding the rich aroma of meat intertwined with the spicy fragrance of the seasonings. Astonishingly, the lamb cooked rapidly. "Wow!" exclaimed Inu, Bai Pang Pang, and the 3 little fairies, all taken aback. They swallowed in unison before retrieving chopsticks of varying sizes, eagerly fishing for meat slices from the pot. Bai Pang Pang was the first to taste a piece, and upon doing so, he stuck out his tongue from the heat. The meat, dipped in sesame sauce, was flavorful and perfectly seasoned. The spicy hot pot base effectively eradicated any gamey odor, accentuating the meat's deliciousness, while the rich aroma of sesame sauce enveloped the meat as it entered their mouths. The moment the lamb rolled onto their tongues, the chill from outside the cave vanished, bringing a refreshing comfort. The sounds of swallowing echoed in harmony as chicken meatballs, fish balls, noodles, and various vegetables were cooked to perfection, prompting everyone to eagerly indulge. The chicken meatballs were hearty, juicy, and tender, while the fish balls had a delightful springiness, and the noodles glided smoothly, especially when dipped in sesame sauce and garlic, making for a satisfying meal. As the hot pot became increasingly spicy, Bai Ruansuan sliced open the watermelon she had gathered the previous day, extracting its juice into cups for everyone. Ashui eagerly utilized his spiritual energy, instantly chilling the watermelon juice as if it had been refrigerated for several hours. The sweet and refreshing drink quenched their thirst delightfully. This hot pot feast was simply divine. In the midst of their meal, the clear stewed lamb chops were ready, while the hot pot was robust in flavor. Bai Ruansuan had intentionally prepared the lamb chops to be light, enhancing their natural aroma with simple seasonings. As she lifted the lid, the lamb chops simmered enticingly, noticing that everyone was continuously devouring the meat from the hot pot with no signs of stopping. Bai Ruansuan altered her plan midway and decided to prepare lamb chop soup. She added some jujubes and carrots to the pot. The mildly sweet and slightly tart jujubes, when chopped and added, would enrich the soup's sweetness and provide a unique flavor. The carrots would supply vitamins and enhance the soup's overall taste, making it more refreshing. This combination was ideal for cutting through the richness of the hot pot. Once the carrot and jujube lamb chop soup was ready, the aroma of the jujubes and vegetables mingled beautifully with that of the lamb chops, captivating Bai Ruansuan completely. The essence was all contained in the soup, and by this time, everyone had consumed a considerable amount, prompting Bai Ruansuan to fill a bowl for herself. Warm and comforting, it was both refreshing and delicious. "This lamb chop soup is truly exquisite," Hua Hua exclaimed, having consumed 2 small bowls of the carrot and jujube lamb chop soup, letting out a satisfied burp. Her petite frame now sported a slightly protruding belly, as she simply could not eat another bite. With a reluctant gaze, Hua Hua looked longingly at the hot pot and the lamb chop soup in her hands, her lily-of-the-valley petals unfurling. "Sister Wanwan, let us have another hot pot for dinner and enjoy a few more bowls of lamb chop soup." "Of course," Bai Ruansuan replied. Everyone had eaten their fill, their stomachs truly unable to accommodate any more, yet their eyes remained fixated on the hot pot and the soup, insatiable in their longing to make tea that moment. Everyone was filled with regret. Why was their stomachs so small that they could not indulge further? Baozi, observing from the side, was utterly dumbfounded by the delicious aromas, nearly consumed by jealousy. "You all are living like immortals." The point value for the hot pot dishes was 51, and the points earned were automatically credited to the host's attribute panel. Please check it yourself. The point value for the carrot and jujube lamb chop soup was 20, and the points earned were automatically credited to the host's attribute panel. Please check it yourself. The point value for the watermelon juice was 7, and the points earned were automatically credited to the host's attribute panel. Please check it yourself. Bai Ruansuan sighed. marveling at the abundance of points accumulated today. The system calculated points based on both the deliciousness of the food and the quantity prepared. For instance, a single dish would yield a set number of points. But preparing 2 servings would increase the points by 3 or 4. However, if 2 different dishes were made in equal portions, they would earn equivalent points, 1 for each. Bai Ruansuan felt that the system's method of calculating points was ultimately a reflection of one's effort. After enjoying a delightful meal, Bai Ruansuan was revered as a culinary deity by the others, who took it upon themselves to clean the dishes without her assistance. Bai Ruansuan stretched her arms and legs, preparing to return her bed for some much-needed rest. In the cave, there were 3 beds, one for Bai Ruansuan, separated by a wooden partition from Inyu's, and then there was the bed of the frail young man. Before settling in her own bed, Bai Ruansuan decided to check on the frail young man's condition. Hua had mentioned he was nearly recovered, so he should be waking up soon. Yet he remained in slumber, lying in bed with tightly closed eyes and lips devoid of color. However, her complexion had improved significantly compared to the previous days. Bai Ruansuan, frowning slightly, ventured outside to bring back a bowl of carrot and jujube lamb soup. She gently pushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead, feeding him the soup bit by bit. Suddenly, a pair of exquisitely beautiful yet powerful hands appeared out of nowhere. Pinning Bai Ruansuan firmly against the youth's chest, caught off guard, she leaned forward, causing the soup to spill onto the ground, and the wooden bowl clattered against the cave wall, producing a crisp sound as it fell. The youth's chest felt warm, rising and falling rapidly, and a fragrant aroma of herbs enveloped her. In that moment, Bai Ruansuan disregarded everything else. She lifted her deformed, soft cheek, her delicate features etched with anger, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "What are you doing?" The youth, with his elevated status, rendered Bai Ruansuan unable to escape, forcing her to maintain an awkward position. Inyu and the chubby one rushed over upon hearing the commotion, followed by several little sprites. But despite their combined efforts, they could not separate Bai Ruansuan from the youth. Furious, Inyu exclaimed, "Let go of her this instant. Sister Ruansuan is your distant aunt. How dare you treat her this way?" Aunt, the frail beauty, now alert, sat up cautiously, licking his slightly dry, pale lips, which still bore the lingering taste of the lamb soup. Quite delectable indeed. He instinctively licked his lips again, pondering, what is this flavor? Where am I? And who am I? Why can't I remember who I am? This girl, is she truly his aunt? Why did he have no recollection of her at all? Moreover, hearing the term aunt incited such anger within him. The youth gazed down at the enchanting girl, her eyes captivating him, and in that fleeting moment, Bai Lu was freed from his grasp. Bai Ruansuan, exasperated, placed her hands on her hips and unceremoniously slapped the youth on the head, fully embodying the role of an elder. "You little brat, have you forgotten who your aunt is after being away from home for so long? How dare you be disrespectful to me? Let me remind you, your name is Bai Lu, and I am Bai Ruansuan, your distant aunt. We parted ways as children, and it was I who brought you back when you inexplicably appeared in the forest." Bai Lu furrowed his brow. A highly cautious individual, he sensed that the little girl was indeed correct. His name was Bai Lu. He felt a strange familiarity with that name. However, why did he have no recollection of this aunt Bai Ruansuan? Bai Ruansuan, seeming to read his thoughts, scoffed, raising her chin in pride. "If you can't remember anything, how could you possibly recall a distant relative? The fact that you remember your own name, Bai Lu, is already quite remarkable." Bai Lu remained silent for a moment, nodding in agreement. There was some truth to that. Then Inyu, the chubby one, and several sprites surrounded Bai Lu, eager to explain the current situation to him. Particularly Hua, who adored Bai Lu, wished to discuss how he could train to recover his health more swiftly. Furthermore, Bai Lu's past afflictions had accumulated excessively within him. If possible, he should take it easy. Upon seeing the petite sprite, Bai Lu couldn't help but wince. A sudden pain striking through his head, as if it might explode, an unbearable sensation that he could not withstand. He clutched his throbbing head and fell back onto the bed, startling Bai Ruansuan and the others. "What is happening?" Hua rushed forward, intent on checking on Bai Lu, but as soon as Bai Lu caught a glimpse of her, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, it was the middle of the night. Bai Ruansuan was drowsily dozing off, while Inu, the chubby one, and two sprites had already succumbed to sleep. Bai Lu's side was Hua Hua. Bai Ruansuan and Hua Hua exchanged delighted glances as they exclaimed, "You're awake." Bai Lu felt a flutter in his heart as he gazed into the two pairs of clear eyes. Memories from deep within his soul hinted that he hadn't been looked at with such warmth in a long time. The shadows lurking in his memories seemed to be filled with cold and bloodthirsty gazes, evoking sheer terror at just a glance. What kind of memories were these? Bai Lu had fainted earlier, and he could distinctly sense that he might have encountered something related to his memories. That petal-like little creature was a sprite, a fragment of what lingered in his memory. Bai Lu was puzzled, uncertain of why he remembered this. Accompanying the thought of sprites were feelings of pain, resentment, jealousy, and profound hatred, devoid of any kindness. Yet, the person before him, along with the sprite, brimmed with goodwill. Why was that? Bai Lu found himself perplexed, questioning his own state. Bai Ruansuan and Hua Hua exchanged glances, and Bai Ruansuan tentatively asked, "What made you faint just now?" Hua Hua had checked on Bai Lu and suggested that he might have recalled something, perhaps a previous memory. His head injury had yet to heal, causing severe pain, which led to his fainting. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback, while the chubby one calmly remarked, "Don't worry, he won't remember anything." With such assurance from the chubby one, who had never spoken boastfully, Bai Ruansuan felt reassured. Bai Lu shook his head, admitting, "I don't know." "All right then," Bai Ruansuan replied, rising to inspect the pot. "Hua Hua, could you check on him again? You must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you." Hua Hua nodded and fluttered towards Bai Lu, her petal-like wings fluttering adorably. Bai Lu diverted his gaze from her wings back to Bai Ruansuan. "I can eat anything." Having been in a stupor for so many days, Bai Lu had sustained himself on broths and liquids. Although he had just awakened, he could not consume overly rich foods, as they might lead to indigestion. To eat tea this moment, porridge or noodles would be ideal. Bai Ruansuan and Inu had been enjoying hot pot for several nights, and they had leftover carrot and jujube lamb soup. The hot pot was already finished, and even if there were leftovers, Bai Lu couldn't partake. However, there remained a bowl of carrot and jujube lamb soup, intentionally saved for Bai Lu, which they could heat up for him. Additionally, Bai Ruansuan planned to make him a bowl of yam and goji berry lean meat porridge. She washed the tender yam, cutting it into small pieces for easier cooking. She seasoned the minced meat with salt, ginger, and starch, allowing it to marinate briefly before removing the ginger, of course. She had completed this step while tidying up after dinner. Otherwise, Bai Lu would surely be starving by the time he woke up. She placed the washed rice into the pot to cook until it fluffed up, then added the minced meat and yam, seasoning it with a pinch of salt and pepper for flavor. This way, the natural aromas of the rice, yam, and meat would be preserved, resulting in a light yet rich broth. The yam and goji berry lean meat porridge was quickly ready, with a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. The yam, having been cooked longer, had a soft, creamy texture akin to potatoes, melting in the mouth, accompanied by small morsels of tender meat that were equally easy to digest, making for a delightful pairing. Dotted with bright red goji berries, it was visually appetizing. Bai Lu instinctively swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the generous bowl of yam and goji berry lean meat porridge. Bai Ruansuan ladled out both the porridge and soup for Bai Lu, the carrot and jujube lamb soup still containing 2 pieces of tender lamb that had fallen off the bone. "Start with the porridge. Have some before eating the lamb. Take your time. Your stomach needs to adjust gradually." Under the watchful eyes of Bai Ruansuan and Hua Hua, Bai Lu slowly finished every last bite. Afterward, he licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste. "Delicious," he remarked. Hua Hua chimed in, "Bai Lu's health is nearly restored. As long as he nourishes himself over the next few days with supplements for vitality, he will be just fine." Bai Ruansuan nodded in agreement. "Then how about we have some stir-fried lung slices tomorrow?" Organ meats are generally unappetizing, and Bai Lu instinctively recoiled, prompting Bai Ruansuan to raise an eyebrow. "Why cook it tomorrow? You better not eat it." Hua Hua interjected on Bai Ruansuan's behalf. "Sister Ruansuan's cooking is exceptionally delicious. I used to avoid meat, but now I've started eating it too." The heron pondered over the bowl of yam, goji berry, and lean meat porridge, the flavor quite astonishing. Moreover, the lamb soup was equally delightful. I asked their hope for anticipation. Yet, the heron instinctively shook its head, evading the thought. Bai Ruansuan was not surprised by this reaction. In the beast world, the typical orc had little fondness for offal. There was no need to dwell on this matter. Instead, it would be better to wait until tomorrow when it could be served alongside a taste test. The following morning, the plump ones exhibited a remarkable synchronicity, refraining from disturbing Bai Ruansuan and Hua Inu and Han adeptly prepared fried eggs, although they could not master the complexities of elaborate dishes. The simple act of cracking eggs into a pan, adding a bit of oil, and sprinkling salt was within their capabilities. However, the eggs were slightly overcooked, potentially compromising their flavor, when Inu added the oil after the eggs. The pan began to scorch, prompting Hua Yin to exclaim, "Let me handle this." The fire intensified, and the pan was thoroughly burnt. The Shui suggested, "Let's just have some boiled eggs." This was a commendable idea. They could simply boil some water in a large pot, toss the eggs in for about 10 minutes, and then cool them in cold water before dipping them in sauce to enjoy. Bai Ruansuan had recently exchanged some delicious sauces from the system space. The group boiled several eggs and retrieved the dumplings that Bai Ruansuan had previously prepared, cobbling together a meal. However, there were only a few dumplings left. Merely dozens, which were insufficient for everyone to share. Fortunately, Bai Pang could fill up on panda milk. By the time Bai Ruansuan arose, it was nearly noon. Noticing the weary faces of her companions, she realized they had not fared well at breakfast. "Why didn't you call me?" she inquired, heading towards the cellar to fetch lamb, pork, and beef, continuing to prepare a hot pot. The other's eyes lit up, clearly still not weary of yesterday's 2 meals. The reason Bai Ruansuan opted for hot pot was its expediency. Once boiling, one could simply drop the meat slices into the pot. She sliced the meat while Inu washed the vegetables, and Hua and a Shui gathered the ingredients, with Bai Pang and Hua Yin tending to the fire. Soon, a bountiful feast was laid out. Bai Ruansuan placed a generous platter of meat into the pot, followed by meatballs and other ingredients, allowing everyone to enjoy a bit as a starter. They then continued to add more as they ate, making the wait feel surprisingly enjoyable. The pot bubbled enticingly, and its aroma wafted towards the heron. Having suffered significant injuries and blood loss, the heron required ample sleep to regain strength, and at this moment, it had just awakened. Bai Ruansuan glanced at the heron and then down to the hot pot, realizing that it could not partake in this meal. However, she retrieved a bit of flour and dough from the cellar, pulling some noodles and adding them to the mushroom broth pot. "Bai, come here," she called. The heron, gazing at the array of spicy and aromatic foods, silently contemplated that just the sight of those colors made it aware it could not partake. Bai Ruansuan explained, "This dish is called hot pot. The red one on the left is a spicy pot, which you cannot eat. If you truly wish to try, it can only be a tiny bit. Just a morsel. The mushroom broth on the right, however, allows you to have a bit of vegetables and meat. I will prepare the noodles for you to enjoy later." The mushroom broth contained mushrooms and essence of chicken soup, making for a delightful noodle dish. Once cooked, the noodles could be paired with 2 spoonfuls of the broth, a sprinkle of salt, and a drizzle of sesame sauce. The mushroom sesame noodles were completed. The flavor was simply exquisite. The dish's point value was 42, with points automatically credited to the host's attribute panel for personal review. The mushroom sesame noodle dish held a point value of 10, also credited to the host panel. This meal was truly satisfying. After dining, Bai Ruansuan still did not need to clear the table. Inu began washing the dishes. Bai Pang stored the remaining ingredients in the cellar. A Shui followed to freeze them to prevent spoilage, while Hua and Hua Yin assisted with wiping the table. The heron found itself in a daze. This life was incredibly harmonious and warm. As if it had touched the softest part of its heart, Bai Ruansuan playfully tapped the heron's head, languidly stating, "My dear, it's hard work raising you. Once you recover, you must help wash the dishes." "I understand," the heron replied obediently, furrowing its brow. The heron had successfully revived and was lively as the system began to chime. Task of sparing lives successful. Reward: 200 points. 1 elven crown. Task completed. Reward: 30 progress on the main quest to save the elven race. Bai Ruansuan felt a sense of satisfaction. With a month remaining until the cold wave, their measures for warmth, food, and weaponry were all prepared. They hoped that the orcs from the Red Scorpion tribe would possess some sense and refrain from causing trouble. A month swiftly passed. Throughout this period, They dedicated nearly all their time to training. Bai Ruansuan had consumed more than half of her intermediate energy, amassing considerable spiritual power at level 3, by the second month following the cold wave. She anticipated breaking through to level 4. This pace was astonishing compared to other orcs, who typically required years, even decades, for a breakthrough. Within this month, Bai Ruansuan encountered two unexpected events. The first was that the orcs from the Red Scorpion tribe remained unusually quiet during the final month. The second was that the ailing yet strikingly beautiful youth she had rescued turned out to be an 8th level orc. How could someone so young, seemingly around 18 or 19, possess such a high level? Achieving such a rank required not only talent, but also dedication. To reach level 8 demanded immense effort. No wonder he bore numerous hidden injuries from training. It was worth noting that the leader of the Silver Fox tribe was only at level 8 as well. Thus, Bai was certainly not of ordinary origin and likely hailed from the central domain. Bai Ruansuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Impersonating his elder relative could be perilous. However, the system had assured her that Bai would not recall his past. With this thought, she felt slightly more at ease. Moreover, Bai's high level had an added benefit. With him around, Bai Ruansuan's safety was secured. Consequently, Inyu need not remain in Bai Ruansuan's cave solely for protection. His level was already equivalent to that of a tribe leader, making it unlikely for other tribes to send their leaders to capture her. Having Bai was more than sufficient. Inyu, with a face full of grievance, stated, "Sister Ruansuan, I do not wish to leave you." Bai Ruansuan contemplated for a moment before nodding, allowing Inyu to stay. Inyu needed to maintain contact with the Silver Fox tribe, consistently updating her on any news from that direction. Otherwise, if the cold wave arrived while Inyu was with the tribe, he would be distracted by their affairs and unable to convey important information to her. If any clues regarding the Red Scorpion tribe's motives for capturing her emerged, or if Bai Ruansuan encountered sudden danger, she could be left in dire straits without timely knowledge, with only one day remaining until the cold wave's arrival. The caves had endured 3 days and nights of heavy snow, nearly burying the small entrance Bai Ruansuan had left. The cave felt cold, despite the damp-proof earth effectively keeping the walls dry and preventing any signs of water damage while blocking the wind. Fortunately, Bai Ruansuan had accumulated ample animal skins, and over the recent period, everyone had frequently gone hunting, specifically targeting large sheep, cattle, and pigs. The meat is left behind, and the more preserved hides are stripped away. There is no fear of the meat spoiling as long as a shuai is present. Even if the entire cellar were to freeze over, it would pose no problem. Currently, the cellar holds 30 large barrels, 20 of which contain various types of rice and vegetables, while the remaining 10 are filled with assorted meats. The food storage within the cave is abundant, and everyone often gathers together to deliberate on what to eat. Bai Ruansuan observes the chilly weather outside, clutching the accumulated bee skins, and pulls out a needle and thread, preparing to sew some thick blankets or heavy quilts and garments to provide better warmth. Bai Pang, with his furry coat, has no need for clothing, while Bai Ruansuan has recently completed her wardrobe. During his time in the tribe, Inyu's mother had made him quite a few outfits. The ones in need of clothing are Bai Lu and the 3 little sprites. The outfits for the sprites are simple to make, akin to crafting garments for Barbie dolls. Just cut some small dimensions and sew them together, and they will suffice. Bai Ruansuan spent merely a day to create over a dozen outfits for the 3 little sprites, who could change clothes endlessly without exhausting their supply. The following day, Bai Ruansuan crafted 6 thick quilts and a few blankets, placing them in the sprites' room so they could safely endure the cold wave. Lastly, there's the most troublesome Bai Lu, a beastman like Bai Ruansuan and Inyu. Making clothes for him requires precise measurements of his physique, which incurs a greater fabric cost. The most vexing aspect is that if Bai Ruansuan makes an error in cutting or sewing, or if any step goes awry, a large piece of fabric would be rendered useless. Fortunately, there are enough blankets and mats in the cave, and any wasted fabric is essentially of no use other than for burning. Bai Ruansuan spent several days pondering before finally crafting 3 or 4 sets of garments for Bai Lu.as for capes. She decided to postpone their creation, thinking she could make them gradually later on. After all, Bai Lu is not currently venturing outside. If he truly wishes to go out, he could borrow Inyu's cape. However, Bai Lu's build is broader and taller than Inyu's, so it may not fit properly. Speaking of which, Inyu has noticeably grown taller over the past few months. Bai Ruansuan patted Inyu's shoulder, feeling dejected to realize that she used to reach his chin, but now can only reach his collarbone. It seems she hasn't grown at all. How unfair. Sister Ruansuan, what are we having for dinner tonight? Bai Pang inquired, shifting his now larger body and pawing at the skin skirt Bai Ruansuan wore. Bai Ruansuan lifted the hefty Bai Pang in her arms to warm her hands, and I don't know. What do you want to eat, Pang? Bai Pang shook his head. Pang can eat anything. Pang has grown up. Finally speaking without the previous grunting, no longer resembling a little fluffy panda. Then let us have some noodles for dinner. Recently, the weather has been frigid, with relentless snow falling for 3 consecutive days, seemingly heralding the arrival of a cold wave. The cave is excessively cold, so something warm would be ideal. They have indulged in hot pot recently, and even the most delicious dishes have become tiresome. So warm congee or noodles would suffice. Bai Ruansuan has recently discovered tomatoes and plans to use them as a base for a sour noodle soup, adding some homemade ham sausage. There's still some spicy, boneless chicken feet left over from earlier, which can serve as a cold dish. Amidst the fragrant, sour noodle soup, the day quietly passes. The next day, the wind and snow intensify, and the cold wave arrives. Upon awakening, Bai Ruansuan is greeted by the disheartening sight of thick frost coating the wall by the cave entrance. The Tiamat tribe. A tall, slender man with pale skin huffed out of breath as he took a few steps to the cave entrance, only to be met with snowflakes as large as hands blocking his way. With a scowl, he re-entered the cave, draping a beast skin blanket over himself, then shouted towards the outside. You all, go fetch the Grand Elder for me. Yes, Chief. Shortly thereafter, a heavily bundled figure waddled inside with great difficulty. The Grand Elder struggled to shake off the snow at the cave entrance, inadvertently slipping on the icy layer, nearly falling over. Chief, what do you need me for on such a frigid day? The chief coldly snorted, his voice haughty. Have you found the person I asked you to look for? No, I think he must have perished after falling from such a height. The chief frowned. He is dead? If he is dead, how am I supposed to explain this to those people? He is. In a fit of anger, the chief threw a piece of beast skin on the ground. The Grand Elder looked at the chief in confusion, his head bowed in silence. This chief, the newest leader of the Tiamat tribe, had recently taken office after the previous leader succumbed to illness during migration. As the sole son of the former leader, he naturally ascended to the position. His methods are peculiar and unpredictable, yet he has not made any significant mistakes and has led the Tiamat tribe to several notable victories, including capturing an elf. Of course, that elf later belonged to the Hongxie tribe and is now presumably no longer alive. The Grand Elder is utterly loyal to both the Tiamat tribe and its chief, believing that as long as the chief does not provoke major disasters or cause significant trouble, any minor temper tantrums are inconsequential. He can simply endure it. The chief of the Tiamat tribe also thinks that over a month has passed without any sign of the individual, and he must have likely perished. Yet how can he account for that to the others? Even if he is merely a minor chief there, his identity is still coveted by the top powers across various regions. Excluding the central region, he must be found. Even if he cannot be located, it is imperative that no one learns of his death being related to the Tiamat tribe. It's all the fault of the Hongxie tribe for mishandling the elf and allowing him to roam freely, which resulted in the fall. How could they expect the Tiamat tribe to bear this burden? The chief of the Tiamat tribe grew increasingly furious, snorting coldly, and resolved to head to the Hongxie tribe. I must pay a visit to their tribe and have a proper discussion with their chief. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed, hurriedly stopping the chief. My chief, you must understand our current situation. The weather outside is frigid, and the snowfall is heavy. Whether you can even go out is uncertain. Moreover, we are outsiders. Although our strength surpasses that of the Hongxie tribe, we are relying on them to establish ourselves here. The caves in these mountains were all found with their assistance and excavated together. Otherwise, where would our clansmen survive? The chief of the Tiamat tribe furrowed his brow. The Grand Elder was correct, but must they truly bear this blame? The beastmen of the Hongxie tribe should also help find a solution. Otherwise, it is not only the Tiamat tribe that will suffer. If the higher-ups truly become enraged, the Hongxie tribe will certainly face repercussions as well. The chief of the Tiamat tribe grew increasingly agitated. snorting coldly, though his voice was somewhat diminished. I still intend to visit that tribe. I want to have a proper conversation with their chief. The Grand Elder, unable to dissuade him, reluctantly acquiesced, since it was merely a conversation. It should not offend the Hongxia tribe too severely. However, as soon as the chief stepped outside, he slipped and landed unceremoniously on the ground. The Grand Elder asked, "Are you all right?" The chief of the Tiamat tribe's face turned ashen as he clutched his backside. "I can't move." Meanwhile, the chief of the Hongxia tribe, summoned urgently to the Tiamat tribe amidst the heavy snowfall, noticed the large snowflakes falling as he stepped outside. Though he felt a chill, he did not don extra clothing. Our Hongxia tribe warrior's blood is always boiling. Clothes, what are clothes? I shan't wear them. The chief of the Hongxia tribe waved his hand, casting aside the garments specially sewn by his wife, and walked out. Before leaving, he quietly summoned his son, the young chief Kakashi. "Kakashi, keep a close watch on that elf. Remember, do not let him escape." Kakashi pried at the flesh stuck between his teeth, his face still smeared with a few drops of blood from his recent meal, creating a rather gruesome sight. "Rest assured, father," he said nonchalantly. The elf had nearly drained him of all his blood, leaving him significantly weakened. Where would he find the strength to flee? Indeed, Kakashi felt the chill of the day acutely. He couldn't help but shiver a few times, muttering, "Father, the weather is truly unkind. Perhaps you should don a garment our mother made for you? Away with you." The chieftain of the Red Scorpion tribe shot an exasperated glare at his son. "Our orc kin do not fear the cold. Do you not understand?" Yet upon arriving at the Pegasus tribe, this chieftain promptly caught a cold. "Akiu, what?" He's actually Akiu, the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of the Pegasus tribe's chieftain, trembled in fear, collapsing onto the ground. He even allowed the precious bee's skin blanket he had forcibly taken from the orc of the Pegasus tribe to fall from his grasp. "If we cannot find him, won't we be in peril?" "Indeed. However, you should be considering whether your tribe can endure this." The Pegasus tribe's chieftain sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe. "At this moment, you are still preoccupied with your own safety." The chieftain of the Red Scorpion tribe's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible malice. Though he was a leader, the chieftain of the Pegasus tribe was merely a brash young man in his 20s. Audaciously addressing him in such a manner, just because he had some connection with the Pegasus clan from the northern region, did he truly believe himself to be invincible? Yet here he was, scurrying over to this side. The leader of the Red Scorpion tribe forced a smile. "So, what you propose we do now?" The chieftain of the Pegasus tribe frowned. "Of course, we must search for him. Both our tribes should dispatch some individuals to seek him out. Furthermore, since I handed over that elf to you, it was that elf who harmed him, so your tribe must contribute more manpower." Recently, the weather had been unfavorable, and the orcs hardly ventured out except for hunting. Coupled with the worsening famine, even staying indoors all day could lead to starvation. Moreover, hunting was a physically demanding endeavor, increasing the risk of hunger. Thus, whichever side sent out more orcs to search would inevitably suffer greater losses in their core strength. The leader of the Red Scorpion tribe vehemently disagreed, "But that elf was captured by your tribe and given to us." The chieftain of the Pegasus tribe chuckled. "Had you not insisted, would I have given him to you? And let us not forget, your tribe employed a number of underhanded tactics at the time. Such small tribes, when encountering a windfall, would bicker and fight among themselves." The chieftain of the Pegasus tribe harbored a strong disdain for such methods and had willingly relinquished the elf to the Red Scorpion tribe. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe's expression became less than pleasant, but he begrudgingly conceded, agreeing to send more individuals to search. By the way, didn't your tribe mention that the Silver Fox tribe has plenty of food? Have you managed to ascertain where it is stored?" The leader of the Red Scorpion tribe's expression darkened further. "Our spies visited their tribe, but the contents there are bewildering. They're either some unbearably spicy weeds or toxic mushrooms. I suspect their tribe is merely putting on a show, hiding inedible items, and claiming to have ample food to lure us into a trap or to sow chaos among us." The chieftain of the Pegasus tribe furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet it was evident that the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe's words resonated more closely with the truth. And he nodded in agreement. "I suspect you are correct. Otherwise, they would not dare consume such things. What shall we do about the food?" The famine is escalating, and although our Pegasus tribe possesses decent strength, we have not stockpiled sufficient provisions. With the worsening weather, we cannot predict when we will be able to venture out to hunt. The leader of the Red Scorpion tribe immediately understood the intent behind the Pegasus tribe chieftain's words. He sought to procure food from their tribe. He was utterly unwilling. The famine had been relentless, and their tribe had little food to spare. Even edible wild grasses had become scarce, leaving only the poisonous varieties. Nevertheless, since they were allied with the Pegasus tribe, he could not afford to sever ties, especially since they had previously promised to provide some food. The leader of the Red Scorpion tribe's countenance darkened. "We can provide you with a portion of our food for now, but we hope for a fruitful collaboration." The chieftain of the Pegasus tribe curled his lips into a faint smile. "May our cooperation be pleasant." "Oh no, this is terrible." At that moment, the shaman of the Pegasus tribe approached, wielding a colorful, heavy staff, clad only in a bee-skin skirt, exposing his pale arms in a rather shocking manner. The chieftain of the Pegasus tribe frowned. "Shaman, what are you doing? We have guests. Hurry back and put on some clothes." The shaman barely managed to suppress the words on his lips upon catching sight of the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe. He swallowed them back down. The shaman endeavored to mask the terror in his eyes, trembling slightly as he embraced his quaking form, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. If the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe were to discover that he had expended 2 years of his life to divine this information, he would undoubtedly disregard any pretense of cooperation with the Pegasus tribe. They would seize food and bee skins to withstand this once-in-a-century calamity. The chieftain of the Pegasus tribe had grown up under the watchful gaze of the shaman. Observing his demeanor, he quickly concocted a ruse to divert the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe. "Our shaman has come to see me. I suspect it is of great importance, likely concerning the upcoming rituals of our tribe. We shall not delay the esteemed leader any longer. Someone escort the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe back." The leader of the Red Scorpion tribe internally rolled his eyes, completely oblivious to the silent exchange between the two. Upon his return, the shaman of the Pegasus tribe collapsed, kneeling on the ground, hands pounding his thighs, his face contorted with agony. "What's wrong, grandfather shaman?" The chieftain of the Pegasus tribe hurriedly helped him up. But the shaman sighed, wiping away his tears, refusing to rise. "Oh, think I could not foresee such a significant event. It seems the heavens have abandoned our Pegasus tribe. Chieftain, it is all my fault. Today I divine that a great disaster looms over the beast realm. A cold wave is approaching. You know how dire such a calamity can be. It is far more severe than famine. Famine can be endured if food is available. But to withstand a cold wave requires countless bee skins. How can our orcs venture out to hunt for skins? After just a few steps outside, they would freeze to death. If our female orcs and younglings lack adequate warm clothing, they too will perish from the cold. We are utterly unprepared, completely unprepared." At this moment, the Pegasus tribe faced famine, enmity from the Snow Rabbit tribe, the Silver Fox tribe, and various smaller tribes, beset by internal and external strife. Survival was already a formidable challenge. Now, to contend with such a monumental natural disaster, under this compounded calamity, how many would survive? How many would endure? The chieftain of the Pegasus tribe, upon hearing this, also collapsed on the ground, his eyes vacant. Simultaneously, a wretched wail escaped from the chieftain of the Pegasus tribe, akin to a slaughtered pig. He rubbed his backside, tears streaming down his face. "I think I can't move again." The Silver Fox tribe. Concurrently, the shaman of the Silver Fox tribe also successfully divined this impending disaster. However, unlike the others, she did not expend 2 years of her life. The orc who had infiltrated the Pegasus tribe brought news of the shaman's sacrifice to the Silver Fox tribe. The shaman of the Silver Fox tribe's eyes glimmered as she stroked the staff that had accompanied her for decades, then turned to the leader beside her. "Let us disseminate some news as well." The leader of the Silver Fox tribe immediately understood and nodded. On the following day, the tribe shaman, having sacrificed a portion of his lifespan, finally conveyed the dire news of an impending cold wave that spread throughout the entire tribe. The orcs of the Silver Fox tribe were engulfed in profound fear. The cold wave was upon them. A calamity that had not been encountered for centuries by their ancestors was now a harsh reality. Countless among them had heard the term cold wave, but only through ancient texts or stories passed down from their forebears. Naturally, in the primitive world of beasts, only the orcs of the central region possessed such precious tomes. Hence most had learned of it through their ancestors. The elders warned that a cold wave was a terrifying catastrophe. Its arrival would bring frigid temperatures, rendering the earth barren, and countless creatures would perish from the frost. Only those wrapped in abundant furs, securely sheltered in caves, could hope to survive the bitter cold. Even more wretched was the fact that as many animals succumbed to the frost, the orcs would face starvation. Even those who survived the cold would inevitably face hunger. Ultimately, the most dreadful consequence would be the beast tide. Alongside the orcs, there would be some surviving wild beasts in the beastly world. And when deprived of food, they would venture forth in search of sustenance. Generally, they would refrain from attacking the orc settlements, aware of the inherent dangers there. However, under the desperate circumstances of starvation, they would be compelled to unite and attack to satiate their hunger. Even the dullest of beasts understood that the result of a beast tide would be mutual destruction, a perilous gamble. Yet, that was the cruel nature of existence. At this moment, the leader of the Silver Fox tribe gathered everyone together and delivered an impassioned speech. Do you all remember our recent expedition to the Red Scorpion tribe, where we seized their entire cache of furs? Upon hearing this, some warriors of the Silver Fox tribe suddenly recalled their previous raids on the Red Scorpion tribe for supplies. Indeed, the Red Scorpion tribe had also frequently raided them, as their ample provisions made it easy to overpower them. For instance, they had triumphed in 7 battles, while the Red Scorpion tribe had only won around 3. Furs were the least valued commodity for the Red Scorpion tribe, yet they had managed to obtain them. Although they had a constant need for furs, their own supplies were sufficient. During famine, the priority remained food. Thus, this matter had been brushed aside. Little did they anticipate that this seemingly trivial act would yield such significant prospects. Observing the excited expressions of the orcs below, the leader of the Silver Fox tribe snorted softly. These rascals truly believed this was an unintentional act. Were it not for the timely warning from the young maiden Bai Ruansuan, they would likely have no place to weep now. Once this tempest had passed, they would certainly extend their heartfelt gratitude to Bai Ruansuan. The leader of the Silver Fox tribe exclaimed joyfully, "Our fortune is remarkable. Having acquired such a bounty of furs signifies that the beast god is aiding us. With so many furs, we need not fear the cold. I shall instruct my son to distribute some to every household. We shall not perish from the frost. Our food supplies, accumulated over time, remain ample. Vegetables like chives and mushrooms, along with fish, those are difficult to preserve, have been ordered by the leader to be dried and stored in several caves. The cold wave brings moisture, and the air is laden with humidity. While this combination may diminish the flavor and nutritional value of the food, as long as there is sustenance, they can survive. If we ration our meals, we shall endure. If our orcs are diligent and dress warmly while hunting, perhaps they might come across beasts that have succumbed to the cold. They may not even need to hunt." The orcs displayed expressions of longing. The leader's words rang true. Venturing out in such weather indeed posed the risk of freezing. However, would not other creatures also face the same fate? If one possessed sufficient warm clothing and ventured out dressed adequately, it was entirely possible to stumble upon frozen beasts, prey, if they could just bring back one large creature. Even a common wild howler, mooer, or bleater would suffice. Just one. A family of 3 could feast for about 10 days. Their tribe now had food and sufficient furs to withstand the cold wave, and with such valiant warriors among them, what was there to fear? United in purpose, they would surely overcome this adversity. "The leader is right," they echoed. "Indeed, our tribe is blessed with food and warm furs, along with so many brave warriors. What are we to fear? Yes, the leader is truly magnificent. Thankfully, our tribe discovered methods to prepare these provisions, and with our furs, we are indeed fortunate." They wondered how the Red Scorpion tribe would fare now. Meanwhile, next door, the Snow Rabbit tribe was experiencing a similar scene to that of the Silver Fox tribe. The Snow Rabbit tribe, recognizing the necessity of collaboration, aimed to ensure their allies could weather the cold wave. For if they managed to survive alone, but the Red Scorpion tribe faced ruin and retaliated desperately, the Silver Fox tribe would also suffer greatly. Thus, mutual cooperation during the cold wave was paramount. This alliance would foster high loyalty between the tribes. The snow rabbit tribe and the silver fox tribe achieved a favorable outcome, while several other tribes, unaware of the situation, faced a far more complex reality. The Pegasus tribe, having migrated from afar, though powerful, lacked sufficient food reserves and furs in the days leading up to the beast tide. Many orcs had perished from freezing and starvation. The leader of the Pegasus tribe was in a state of utter disarray, as food and furs were critically lacking. Warriors succumbed to the cold and hunger, while some fortunate ones who survived the frost were now gravely ill. The females and young within the tribe suffered the most casualties, prompting the leader to prioritize the distribution of resources to them, for they represented the tribe's future. At this time, the other orcs of the tribe, who often quarreled over trivial interests, raised no objections, as these were their kin. Yet their ally, the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe, insisted on desperately borrowing furs for warmth, promising exorbitant rewards. However, the leader of the Pegasus tribe could not acquiesce. For any tribe, the safety of its orcs was paramount, when the lives of their own were at stake. No other interests could hold weight. This principle had always been the creed of the leader of the Pegasus tribe. In truth, it belonged to the Northern Pegasus clan, yet the leader was quite willing to uphold it, considering they were one family 8 centuries ago. Returning to the matter at hand, the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe braved the fierce snowstorm once more to arrive at the cave of the Pegasus tribe's leader. As allies, the visit of an allied tribe's leader was unavoidable. The cold wave had plunged the outside temperature to a frigid -40 degrees Celsius, and the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe, an 8th-level orc, utilized his spiritual energy to keep himself warm during the journey. However, upon reaching the cave of the Pegasus tribe's leader, the layers of furs he wore had become stiff with frost, the outermost layer thick with ice, radiating a chilling aura. The leader of the Red Scorpion tribe's brow furrowed as he entered the cave, stripping off the fur that had frozen solid, resembling bark, and tossing it onto the ground to thaw gradually. The leader of the Pegasus tribe observed the fur fall to the ground, the sound akin to that of a stone hitting the floor, far from the softness expected of animal hides. A complex expression flickered across the young leader's face. "You have come here seeking furs, have you not?" The leader of the Red Scorpion tribe nodded, his countenance anxious. "Our tribe is in dire straits. As you are well aware, we have always favored living in damp, cold conditions and have not stored an adequate supply of furs. Consequently, the number of orcs frozen to death in our tribe far exceeds that of yours, by at least 3-fold. We are allies. If we falter, you cannot thrive either. We share mutual fortunes. You must lend us some assistance. And what of it? Is it not your tribe that has brought this upon itself? Why did you not store more furs?" The leader of the Pegasus tribe maintained an impassive demeanor, his words piercing and unrelenting as they struck directly at the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe. The latter, his expression hardening, retorted, "You, how many times must I reiterate? We stored furs, only for them to be seized by the orcs of the Silver Fox tribe." "What did you say? Seized by the orcs of the Silver Fox tribe?" The leader of the Pegasus tribe raised an eyebrow, suddenly inquiring, "What is the current state of their tribe? What can it be?" "In any case, I have not inquired," scoffed the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe, internally thinking how idle the leader of the Pegasus tribe must be to concern himself with the affairs of the Silver Fox tribe at such a critical juncture. Nonetheless, it was evident that the orcs of the Silver Fox tribe could not be in a significantly better position than theirs. The leader of the Pegasus tribe cast a sidelong glance at his counterpart, a slight furrow forming in his delicate brow. Something felt amiss. It would be prudent to send his own orcs to investigate next time. However, this thought was swiftly quashed by the leader of the Pegasus tribe. Given the current circumstances, he could hardly spare anyone for such an endeavor. Their primary focus was dispatching orcs to hunt outside, hoping for fortuitous luck that would allow them to find some frozen beasts without exhausting their strength too much in the process. Even if the Silver Fox tribe had pilfered a considerable amount of furs, it was unlikely they had many provisions left. Unless, of course, the rumors were true, and they had unexpectedly acquired a substantial food supply. However, both the Pegasus tribe and the Red Scorpion tribe had previously inspected the food storage caves of the Silver Fox tribe, only to find them filled with worthless weeds or toxic mushrooms. Though the purpose of their hoarding remained unclear, it was likely not intended for the orcs' consumption. Such rumors were merely fabrications, not to be taken seriously, seeing the leader of the Pegasus tribe's face shift in uncertainty. The leader of the Red Scorpion tribe pondered for a moment, likely grasping what his counterpart was thinking, that he waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "The Silver Fox tribe and the Snow Rabbit tribe are merely a ragtag bunch. There is no need for you to fret excessively. Even if their strengths were combined, they would still not surpass ours. After all, you migrated from the Northern Territory, backed by the Northern Pegasus clan. Surely you cannot be mistaken." The leader of the Pegasus tribe's expression brightened considerably, and he responded to the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe with a more amiable demeanor, yet his stance remained resolute. "Regardless of your flattery, I will not distribute our tribe's furs to you." The leader of the Red Scorpion tribe's face stiffened that a multitude of furious thoughts surged within him. As one of the most prominent leaders near the meteor forest, he commanded respect from various nearby tribes. Although he could not summon them with a mere call, he was still venerated by many. Yet, here was the Pegasus tribe, demanding cooperation. Having to wear a pleasant facade while being lectured by a youth was a bitter pill to swallow. And naturally, it stoked the flames of his ire. However, for the sake of his tribe, he felt powerless. With a forced smile, the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe realized that no tactic was effective. And thus, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, employing his trump card. "I am willing to trade our tribe's ferry in exchange for a portion of the furs. Please, grant us some." Having uttered these words, the leader of the Red Scorpion tribe had prepared himself mentally for the ramifications that that moment. It felt as if his heart were bleeding. The ferry had cost the Red Scorpion tribe nearly half of their financial resources to acquire. Such a precious entity was initially intended to be sold in the central region. Once the weather improved and their status within the meteor forest stabilized, perhaps they could turn a considerable profit, even multiples of what they had invested. Alas, all was lost. All was ruined. Cursed be the cold wave and those orcs of the Red Scorpion tribe. The leader's eyes reddened, had it not been for the insistence of several elders to sell the ferry. Prioritizing the orc survival, he would have already amassed great wealth. The leader of the Red Scorpion tribe could not fathom why, as a leader, he had so little authority within his own tribe. What was the point of his position if he could not assert his will? Those elders had effectively silenced him with a few casual words. "If you are unwilling to lead, there are plenty who would take your place. Your foremost duty as a leader is to safeguard the entire tribe, not to pursue selfish interests." Did this not imply his selfishness? Though he was indeed self-serving, being confronted with such accusations was hardly pleasing. Regarding the ferry, he had engaged in numerous heated debates with the elders, ultimately yielding to their coercive influence to sell the ferry to the Pegasus tribe. In a cave, three little fairies joined forces, tugging at the fluffy white creature with their tiny hands, attempting to pull it down. The plump creature's tongue was stuck to the frosty cave wall near the entrance, adhering firmly to the ice, making it impossible to detach. Droplets of saliva pooled beneath, with eyes glistening like pearls. The plump creature lamented, "Ouch, it hurts. Please don't pull me any more." A water sprite wiped the sweat from her brow, exclaiming anxiously, "This won't do. If we don't pull you down, you can't possibly remain in this position forever." The flame sprite nodded gravely. "We must get you down, or else all the delicious food you love will be out of reach." "Oh, then please pull me down," the plump creature whimpered. The flower sprite expressed concern. "But what if its tongue gets hurt?" The white sprite, bemused, instructed the little fairies to release their grip. She then playfully patted the plump creature's bottom, threatening, "If we don't save you, your tongue can stay up there. If it freezes, you won't be able to enjoy any tasty food that I'll make hot pot, candied sweet potatoes, and fried meat, your favorites, and eat them right in front of you. Without a tongue, you won't be able to savor anything. That'll teach you to be mischievous." "Ow, Sister Ruansuan is so mean." The plump creature burst into tears. Ignoring the little troublemaker, the white sprite enlisted the help of a heron to boil a pot of warm water. Then, she gently poured the water at the juncture where the creature's tongue met the ice. The plump creature felt its tongue loosening from the frost. Soon, the water was exhausted, and the creature's tongue was freed. "Ow!" The plump creature cradled its numb tongue, overwhelmed with sadness, and collapsed on the ground, wailing. The white sprite embraced the distraught creature, pinching its chubby little face and threatening, If you misbehave again, I might just leave you to freeze your tongue next time. This little troublemaker had a habit of licking the walls, and when the walls froze, the white sprite warned the plump creature not to lick them. Yet, as soon as she mentioned it in the morning, by afternoon, the plump creature was already licking again. It seemed that the more one forbade it, the more it would do it. The plump creature nestled into the white sprite's embrace while the flower sprite circled around, urging, "Chubby, quickly stick out your tongue so I can check for any frostbite." The plump creature sobbed, sticking out its tongue, its face smeared with tears and snot, its black and white fur a tangled mess. The white sprite poked the fluffy panda and pinched its excess fat. "You, silly creature." After observing the flower sprite, her expression turning serious, cast a healing spell on the plump creature. The frigid weather outside was severe, making frostbite a common occurrence. Although the plump creature appeared unscathed, having merely pressed its tongue against the ice for a moment, it had indeed sustained frostbite. Had I not been present today, the plump creature's tongue might have hurt for the next couple of days and risked infection. As for enjoying hot pot, it was best not to entertain such thoughts. With her slim arms and legs, alongside her adorable, fair face and petal-like head, the flower sprite exuded an innocent charm, lacking any hint of ferocity. The plump creature blinked innocently. The white sprite glanced down at it and then delivered a firm smack to its head. "Sister Huahua is speaking to you. Did you hear?" "Oh, I heard." The heron, seated on the bed, cast a glance at them before returning to its training. Meanwhile, Silver Moon munched on the freshly fried snacks prepared by the white sprite a couple of days prior. Due to the cold wave, he harbored concerns for his tribe, thus finding it difficult to concentrate. "I wish to engage in light conversation to alleviate my mood." Inu casually remarks, "Bai Lu, what do you think of me becoming your granduncle?" Bai Lu retorts, "Get lost." Inu responds, Hey, why are you being so fierce?" "I'm being serious." Bai Lu glances at the shorter boy and sneers, "With someone like you, my grandaunt would never take a liking." "What do you mean by liking or disliking? Don't you enjoy this meatball?" Bai Ruansuan, cradling the chubby Bai Pang Pang, sits on her bed and points at the vegetarian meatball in Inu's hand. Smiling as she speaks, Bai Ruansuan recalls that Bai Lu's preference seems to be the handmade beef meatballs they had only prepared once before. Indeed, handmade beef meatballs are delectable, bursting with juices and leaving a lingering aroma. Truly the finest among meatballs. However, the process is labor-intensive, and Bai Ruansuan finds it rather unappealing to make. Bai Lu nonchalantly replies, Bai Ruansuan pats the boy's shoulder and observes that he is still practicing. She adds, "Huahua mentioned to you earlier that you should take care to rest. There's no need to rush your training, that Bai Lu's injuries are nearly healed, yet the lingering ailment from his previous training still require time for gradual recovery. Which is why Huahua restricts Bai Lu's training frequency." Speaking of which, Bai Lu is indeed quite the anomaly. Inu notes, if not for his father supervising him during childhood, even his older brother Inxiong would have avoided training whenever possible. Long periods of meditation can be tedious and unbearable. As for Bai Lu, had it not been for Bai Ruansuan and the others keeping an eye on him, he would likely venture out hunting even in the depths of winter to enhance his strength. His dedication to training is relentless. The reason remains unclear. To curtail Bai Lu's training time, Bai Ruansuan decides to have him make beef meatballs. Today at noon, they shall prepare a sour and spicy vermicelli meatball soup. Recently, Bai Ruansuan has crafted a considerable amount of vermicelli using tools from the system's marketplace. It can be served cold, made into sour and spicy dishes, or boiled in a meatball soup. She envisions using tomatoes as a base to create a tangy and spicy meatball soup. Delightful. Bai Ruansuan begins to instruct Bai Lu on how to manually prepare the beef. Making handmade beef is a time-consuming and intricate task. First, one must gather beef and 300 grams of sweet potato starch. The sinews on the beef must be meticulously removed to ensure the meatballs are tender and free of impurities. Next, the beef is sliced thinly and pounded with a rolling pin for 30 minutes, until it transforms into a fine paste. Salt and chicken essence are then added, and the mixture is pounded until it adheres to the rolling pin, signifying the completion of this step. The beef paste is then collected into a bowl, where oyster sauce and cooking wine are added and mixed evenly until flavorful. Finally, the sweet potato starch is divided into 3 portions, each time incorporating an appropriate amount of water while kneading and pounding until the beef paste fully absorbs the seasonings and starch. Only then can meatballs be shaped. Bai Lu, feeling the strain in his hands, is reassured by Bai Ruansuan's gentle pat on his shoulder as she cheerfully remarks, "So, I senti this far more enjoyable than training." Bai Lu responds, "Are you sure you haven't just summoned me from manual labor? This is indeed an honest observation, but can you at least say it's interesting?" Bai Lu gazes at the panda by Pang Pang, who is curiously peeking from beneath the stove, and the three small sprites flitting about, chattering incessantly. Inu leans against the counter, ever ready to catch Bai Lu should he falter. However, in Bai Lu's lexicon, the concept of fatigue seems non-existent. He instinctively nods. Interesting, truly interesting. Indeed, Bai Ruansuan beams as she begins to shape the meatballs. Come you all, lend me a hand in making these meatballs." Together, they soon craft an assortment of beef meatballs. Varying in size, Bai Ruansuan covers her face in exasperation. They will have to cook them in separate pots, lest some overcook while others remain raw. The sprites will have one pot, and the three of them along with the chubby one will have another. Bai Ruansuan first prepares a base with tomatoes, salt ing ginger, and spring onions until fragrant, then adding the peeled tomatoes, stirring until they soften into a pulp. Soy sauce and oyster sauce are added for seasoning. The tomato mixture quickly releases its juices, filling the air with a sweet and sour aroma. She then adds water and brings it to a boil. Once boiling, the essence of the tomatoes melds into the broth. She lowers the heat and adds the meatballs. When the meatballs start to float and are about 70% cooked, a handful of vermicelli is introduced. Finally, salt and MSG are added, and the dish is ready to be served. "Wow, it smells divine," Bai Pang Pang drools, having wasted the medicinal ointment Hua Hua applied earlier. Hua Hua, exasperated, covers his eyes. "Why are you such a glutton? You little panda," Bai Pang Pang, feeling wronged, replies. Then Hua Hua, "You shouldn't eat either. Who would have thought that after growing up?" The little panda would become so rebellious, even daring to defy her. Hua Hua pinches the little panda's ear, while Ashui and Huan snicker, fearing for their own standing, and join in tugging at Bai Pong Pong's ear until he begs for mercy. This is not merely a trivial exchange of banter, but rather a final battle for maintaining their status. Ignoring the childish antics, Bai Ruansuan drizzles a layer of chili oil over the steaming soup. The fragrant oil, glistening red, making the sour and spicy vermicelli meatball soup all the more appetizing. To complement the simplicity of the soup, Bai Ruansuan grills some steaks for them, paired with steaming bowls of rice. Perfect! The dish scores 25 points in the system, automatically credited to the host's attribute panel for review. The steak scores 20 points, also credited automatically. After the meal, each person enjoys half an apple. This is the life of comfort. The group sprawls contentedly on the bed, as do the sprites, with Bai Pang Pang still seeking to snuggle against Bai Ruansuan. With the cold weather, she decides to tuck the little chub into her embrace. The panda's thick fur provides warmth. Bai Pang Pang clings tightly, for this month marks a significant milestone. By the end of the harsh winter, he will nearly be 1 year old. This age signifies the transition from youth to adolescence for a pangolin, and he should begin to learn some essential skills, especially since he is the king of pangolins. The sprites had informed her that most pangolins are trained by their parents, but since Bai Pang Pang lacks parental guidance, the sprites will take on that responsibility. It is said that training pangolins is exceedingly rigorous. During the process, they must capture all their food independently. Failure to do so may result in starvation. Each year, many pangolins perish due to this training. She feels a pang of concern for Bai Pang Pang. Living a carefree life in the cave, should she perhaps take him out in the coming days to experience the harshness of the outside world? Bai Lu strokes Bai Pong Pong's fur. The weather outside is dreadfully harsh, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees. Inside the cave, there are always warm coals, and the beasts continuously provide warmth. Yet they still must burrow beneath animal skins to feel comfortable. The sprites have even made modifications to the curtain separating the cave, adding a thick layer of animal hide to block out the cold as much as possible. Unlike the others, Bai Pang Pang refuses to cover himself even while sleeping. Inu had previously expressed astonishment, noting that while other pangolins have succumbed to the cold, Bai Pang Pang seems to thrive without even a blanket. Perhaps this is indeed the power of being the king of pangolins. Reflecting on this, Bai Lu strokes Bai Pong Pong's fur, still warm to the touch. Bai Ruansuan, feeling mischievous, tugs at Bai Pong Pong's ear. Pang Pang, go over there and let your brother Bai Lu pet you. Bai Pang Pang retorts, why do I feel like this isn't a good idea? Bai Lu, lying close together with the others, perhaps fearing that Bai Ruansuan might say something astonishing again, casually inquires, where was the place we used to live? Bai Ruansuan's heart skips a beat, but she quickly smiles and replies, we never lived together. I told you, I am your distant grandaunt. You are an eagle, residing on the precipice. While I dwell upon the ground, we are separated by vast distances, having only met once long ago. Bai Lu chuckles. Is that so? Indeed. Inu interjected, big brother, why do you ask that? Do you still wish to return? Bai Lu remained silent. Inu patted his shoulder, earnestly advising, I truly think you should not go back. Although I am unaware of what life was like in your previous home, I can't shake the feeling that your tribe is rather twisted, utterly deranged. Just look at you. You are merely a year or two older than I, yet your level is on par with my father's. You work so hard, yet your body bears the scars of your cultivation. What kind of normal tribe would so ruthlessly ravage the bodies of their younger generation for the sake of gaining power? Are you not happy here with us? This statement genuinely caught Bai Lu off guard. He touched his head, which was always in pain yet devoid of any memories, and simply replied, happy that I won't think about it anymore. Inu's words caused Bai Ruansuan to furrow her brows in contemplation. Indeed, which perverse tribe did this boy Bai Lu originate from? Observing the numerous hidden injuries adorning his body, it was clear that Bai Lu was no fool. He cultivated for himself, and thus his body was of utmost importance. He was not oblivious to the severe repercussions of relentless pursuit of power. Therefore, it was likely that Bai Lu had been coerced by his tribe. Thankfully, he had not recalled his past memories. Otherwise, it would have been profoundly dark. Bai Ruansuan resolved to treat Bai Lu with greater kindness from that moment onward. In the following days, Bai Lu found himself continually served dishes by Bai Ruansuan. Whenever she spoke, it was with the gentle tone of a kindly grandmother. Child, eat up. Bai Lu thought to himself, why does it always feel like something is off? The food is delicious, yet Bai Ruansuan feels strange, sending chills down my spine. It was only when Yin Xiong arrived and escorted Bai Ruansuan away that Bai Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Xiong's sudden visit startled Bai Ruansuan. Several little spirits were bathing in their small caves at that moment. They were quite astute. Upon hearing commotion outside, they deduced that guests had arrived and thus hid within their caves, refraining from coming out. The sound of water ceased. Bai Ruansuan felt relieved. Inu exclaimed with delight, brother, what brings you here? Yin Xiong was clad in thick layers. He was not overweight but rather well built. However, wrapped in multiple layers of animal skins. He appeared quite bulky. He removed the outermost layer and tossed it aside, revealing it to be no longer usable, resembling a block of frozen beast hide. The cold wave carried moisture, which clung to surfaces, and combined with the frigid weather, resulted in the trees and flowers outside being either frosted or coated in ice. Yin Xiong was responsible for patrolling the borders of the tribe with a contingent of beasts, safeguarding the other members within. This task was arduous, yet it served as an excellent means to establish authority and win the hearts of the people. The chief had resolutely assigned Yin Xiong to this duty. His face bore 2 patches resembling highland redness, frozen and bruised, his complexion dark and rough, with a portion of his flesh frostbitten and scarred, akin to the healing mark of an abscess. Inu frowned, grasping Yin Xiong's arm, to which Yin Xiong responded with a pat and a smile. I'm doing well. You should see the other beasts in our tribe. Some are not as high in level as I and cannot wield spirit energy to keep warm. And their faces are riddled with frostbite. Our shaman has concocted some ointments that are barely effective, but severe cases will still leave scars. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Inu with a grin. Thank goodness you are not in the tribe. Had you been there, our father would surely have sent you out as well. You adore your appearance so much. If your face were to be frostbitten, wouldn't you end up in tears? Though Inu would not inherit the position of chief, the chief had only these 2 sons and would undoubtedly require Inu to assist Yin Xiong, perhaps as an elder or something similar. Inu had always been somewhat unrefined. Despite his popularity within the tribe, his authority was limited. Had it not been for Inu being assigned to protect Bai Ruansuan, the chief would have seized the opportunity to train him. Bai Ruansuan urged In Xiong to enter promptly. As he stepped inside, a wave of cold air swept through the cave. Bai Ruansuan shivered, while Bai Lu silently tended to the fire for warmth. In Xiong observed Bai Lu's unfathomable beastly aura, his expression turning serious. "Who is this?" "This is Bai Lu, the nephew of Sister Ruansuan." In Yu explained, momentarily grappling with how to articulate their relationship before rephrasing. Sister Ruansuan is Bai Lu's great-aunt. He is staying with her for a while. In Xiong smiled and added, "He is the grandnephew of Miss Ruansuan." The air in the cave grew tense as Bai Lu cast a subtle glance at both In Xiong and In Yu, his presence undeniably powerful. Despite his unremarkable expression, there was an undercurrent that seemed to overshadow In Xiong. In Xiong, with a profound gaze, remarked, "Young Bai Lu, though you appear youthful, you exude great presence. Your level must be quite impressive." Recently, In Xiong had broken through to level 6. He could not discern Bai Lu's cultivation level. Beasts could perceive the levels of those equal or inferior to themselves, as well as those slightly superior. For instance, In Xiong at level 6 could identify the levels of beasts below level 7. Thus, it was evident that Bai Lu must be at least level 8. "I am at level 8, Bai Lu stated. In Xiong gasped, his eyes filled with astonishment. The youth before him, appearing even younger than himself, had already reached level 8. What extraordinary talent and brilliance he possessed. It was noteworthy that even his father was at the same level. In Xiong regarded Bai Lu with a complex expression. Nodding in admiration, "Young Bai Lu, you have truly dedicated yourself to your cultivation. I wish my brother could be as diligent as you do." At the same time, In Xiong recognized the formidable power behind Bai Ruansuan. Upon learning of the familial connection between Bai Ruansuan and Bai Lu, he instinctively categorized them within the same tribe. Bai Ruansuan's ability to produce such an abundance of food and her status as a shaman's disciple, possessing the rare ability to predict disasters, already set her apart. Now, with a descendant of such exceptional talent, it left him wondering about the nature of their tribe. Perhaps it was the Bai Mao tribe? He resolved to witness it for himself when the opportunity arose. Bai Ruansuan smiled. "I do hope my Bai Lu grows up to be like In Yu." In Xiong, however, thought she was implying that Bai Lu's cultivation journey was arduous, and he did not ponder it further. As the fire crackled to life, Bai Ruansuan, aware of the chill clinging to In Xiong from his time outside, prepared him a bowl of ginger tea to ward off the cold. In Xiong gulped down 2 bowls of the warming beverage, feeling his throat ease from the sting of the cold. Finally ready to speak, "I have come this time to invite Miss Ruansuan to our tribe." Bai Ruansuan paused in surprise. "What is it?" In Xiong smiled, his lips tinged with blue. Parting, Miss Ruansuan informed us of the impending cold wave. "Now, we have sufficient food and beast hides to endure this harsh season, and we wish to offer our heartfelt gratitude to you. Naturally, during such frigid times, we intended to bring the gifts to you, to spare you from the risk of frostbite. However, our shaman has requested your presence in person, as he wishes for you to receive the gifts personally." Bai Ruansuan's surprise was palpable. Although In Xiong had not explicitly stated it, she understood his implication. The Inhu tribe was sincere in their intentions. They had consistently sent gifts through emissaries or personally through In Xiong and In Yu in earlier times. When the weather was not as severe, it was no trouble for Bai Ruansuan to visit the tribe for collection. But they had come to her directly. Now, with the weather in such dire condition, it was inevitable that a small female like Bai Ruansuan would risk frostbite venturing outside. The Innu tribe would not possibly send her to their tribe for the sake of mere gifts. There must be matters of importance that the shaman could not disclose. Bai Ruansuan immediately nodded. "Very well, I shall go." Draped in soft white layers and fully armed, she adorned herself with a beast-hide hat and a mask, wrapping herself tightly so that only her eyes were visible. In addition, she outfitted Silver Dome with a similar ensemble, complete with a beast-hide cloak. Following Silver Dome, Soft White left the cave, while Silver Moon and White Egret remained behind, ostensibly to guard the home, but in reality to protect the little spirits. Soft White had initially intended to invite Silver Moon to accompany her back to the tribe, but Silver Moon shook her head, remarking, "That fool White Egret is so lost, having previously suffered amnesia. He cannot discern friend from foe." What if he mistakenly identifies a few orcs and endangers Fatty? White Egret cast a slight glance at Silvermoon. There goes that expression again, Silvermoon thought, feeling as though he were being painted as a simpleton. For the sake of the little spirits, it was not an easy task for him, as they traversed the snowy path. Silverdome repeatedly attempted to remove his gear to examine how it was crafted. The fabric was minimal, yet managed to cover the ears, head, and mouth, which irritated Soft White, that if you take it off, you'll surely suffer frostbite. I'll give you this mask and hat, and when you return to the tribe, let your females study them. They will understand their construction. Soft White's generosity was never without strings attached. Silverdome comprehended this principle of reciprocity. A smile flickered in his deep-set eyes, his high nose bridge barely visible beneath the beast hide mask. Very well. Upon our return to the tribe, I shall have my father calculate the method of creating this mask and hat into energy stones for you. You must be running low on them, correct? This is fortuitous. Soft White nodded in agreement, not declining the offer. This was indeed Soft White's first venture outside the cave since the cold wave. The world beyond was a desolate expanse of ice and snow. The landscape was devoid of color, an unbroken sea of white, with even the earth beneath encased in a thick layer of frost or a thin sheet of ice. Soft White and Silverdome tread carefully upon the snow. Stepping unwittingly on a frost was manageable, but slipping on ice was perilous. Though falling was not inherently disastrous, the shoes of the beast folk, made from beast hide and soft grass, easily stuck to the ice, producing a crunching sound. Silverdome lamented, taking a stroll is tough on my shoes. My mother has little to do at home, so she makes me shoes, yet they still cannot withstand my wear. Soft White nodded, understanding that Silverdome could only return home during the night to rest, as he spent the remainder of his time patrolling. With the perilous presence of the Red Scorpion and Heavenly Horse tribes lurking around the Silver Fox tribe, as well as the potential threat of wild beasts, vigilance was paramount, that if orcs appeared, they could be tracked, but many wild animals excelled at concealment, favoring secluded paths and narrow valleys to ambush unsuspecting prey, striking from behind or in inconspicuous locations, causing injury before being detected. In such weather, anxiety gripped the hearts of the people. If wild beasts attacked the tribe, it would further destabilize morale. Silverdome frequently traversed these narrow areas or high mountains to observe the trails of wild beasts, making wear and tear on his shoes inevitable. However cautious he might be, there were always beasts that slipped through. Speaking of this topic, his expression darkened. Soft White reached out, laboriously patting his shoulder. Actually, you could devise some clever traps. Silverdome was taken aback. Have you heard of a snare trap? He shook his head in honest ignorance. Soft White smiled, her amber eyes shimmering with light as she prepared to elaborate, when a gust of cold wind swept by. The frigid air rustled the branches, causing the statuesque trees to tremble. The chill seeped in her throat and belly, feeling as though ice blocks had filled her insides. The dry wind made Soft White touch her fragile throat, an experience of cold she had never known before. She scolded herself for her foolishness. The temperature here was a staggering -40 degrees, far colder than the -18 degrees of a freezer. This was twice as frigid. Stepping outside was akin to being thrust into a super-chilled environment that surpassed even a freezer's cold by double. She resolved to discuss this with Silverdome upon reaching the tribe. As the cold wave bore down, Soft White and her companions struggled to harness their spiritual energy against the chill, making their journey somewhat bearable. The trek was arduous. Upon arriving at the Silver Fox tribe, she truly grasped the harshness of survival in the beast world. Her recent life had been too comfortable. During the cold wave, she had refrained from venturing out to avoid cultivating a habit of indulgence. She resolved to permit herself some time outside, to hunt and stay active, lest her skills atrophy. Silverdome led her directly to the healer's abode, where the leader of the Silver Fox tribe was also present. The healer, leaning on his cane, was preparing to seal the entrance to the cave. Soft White's brow furrowed. The healer, at such an advanced age, could fall ill standing at the cave's icy mouth. She promptly offered, "Allow me to assist in sealing the entrance." With ample beast hide mats in the healer's cave, it was merely a matter of selecting a large one to hang up. Once secured, the four of them seated themselves, and the healer regarded Soft White with a warm smile. Good child, you have been instrumental in aiding our tribe this time. Speak of your desires. Energy stones, or something else? Soft White replied straightforwardly. Then I shall request energy stones. Excellent. We shall provide you with one intermediate energy stone, and once we vanquish the red scorpion tribe, we shall add 300 more. What do you say? The healer's laughter was hearty. Child, you are refreshingly straightforward. I appreciate that in you. Soft White nodded in gratitude, while Silver Dome pondered discussing the trade of the beast hide mask and hat with Soft White, as well as her earlier mention of snares. It sounded like a hunting tool. Anything Soft White produced must be effective. After all, the mask and hat had kept him nearly unscathed by the frost. Silver Dome mused that acquiring such items for their tribe would be ideal. The leader laughed heartily. You needn't be so polite, child. It is we who ought to express our gratitude. You may keep those energy stones without worry. Very well. Healer, esteemed leader, you summoned me. What is the matter? Child, do you recall why the spies from the Red Scorpion tribe were able to locate you last time? Soft White shook her head, and the healer's smile turned cold. A stark departure from his usual benevolence. Anger and murderous intent radiated from his wrinkled visage as he beckoned Silver Dome, who approached the healer's bed, bringing forth a hunched figure. It was a bloodied individual. Soft White gazed at the person, an elderly female orc with snow-white hair and a grimy face that looked somewhat familiar. Is that not the grandmother who blessed her on that day? Soft White stood in shock, exclaiming, What is the meaning of this? The healer struck the ground with his cane in frustration, producing a heavy sound. The bloodied figure trembled at the noise, closing her weary eyes. She was all too aware of the consequences of betraying the tribe, especially after living there for so long and bestowing blessings upon so many female orcs. Being a traitor who had blessed her kin marked her as a stain upon the tribe. Perhaps she would even be despised by her male partner, who might believe she was cursed, unworthy of the beast deity's favor, having erred in such a crucial process. The healer and the leader had once trusted her greatly, and now, at a time of peril for the tribe, she had chosen to betray them. Knowing full well the repercussions of her actions, she had little time left, yet she felt powerless, utterly powerless. Her grandson was held captive by those wretched white orcs. Why had they taken her grandson? Why? She had acted out of desperation to save his life. She had not wanted this betrayal. Faced with the loathing gazes of the leader and the healer, the bloodied figure could not help but whimper. She attempted to speak, but her throat was parched from lack of water, rendering her unable to utter even a single word. She had not intended this. She had not. If given a choice, she would never have betrayed her tribe. As Soft White looked at the bloody grandmother, she recalled the floral wreath from that day of blessing and wondered uncertainly. Could it be that she tampered with the wreath? The leader nodded, saying she must have placed something within the wreath that allowed the orcs from the Red Scorpion tribe to track you by your scent. She concealed it well. Had she not confessed, we would still be in the dark. Soft White immediately inquired, What was it? No wonder those orc spies were able to reach her cave so swiftly. It is truly unfortunate that she discarded the flower crown into the system space after wearing it for merely a day. Otherwise, upon returning to the cave, she would have fortuitously encountered the flower sprite. If Hua had seen it, she would have been able to discern the anomaly within the flowers, thus alleviating the prolonged wait. Regrettably, she had overlooked this detail. The shaman remarked, It is precisely because I am unaware of its nature that I sought your counsel. This potion applied by that elder to the flower crown is this. You are well versed. Please examine it and discern what it may be. Naturally, Bai Ruansuan could not identify it, so the task fell to Baozi. Summoned into Bai Ruansuan's mind, Baozi donned a newly acquired silver-framed pair of glasses and pondered. This is a special potion from the Tianma tribe. Known as the tracking elixir, it is colorless and odorless, resembling dew, and comprises both a primary and secondary solution. They apply the primary solution to the flower crown, leaving no trace for you to detect. However, should some orcs consume the secondary solution, they will perceive a glow emanating from those bearing the primary solution. Given that one of the ingredients is elven blood, this glow manifests as blue, for elven blood is indeed blue. Goodness, elven blood again. The orcs of the Tianma tribe must be deranged. Why do all their potions require elven blood? Bai Ruansuan's expression turned grave as she relayed Baozi's revelations to the shaman and the others of the Silver Fox tribe. Their faces shifted in response. Elves are a species birthed by nature, incredibly rare and precious, embodying the forces of nature and possessing the purest of spirits. How could they allow such a treasure to be desecrated? Previously, the potion used by the Hongxia tribe to erase totem tattoos also contained elven blood. Now, this tracking elixir shares the same fate. Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brows. Then why did they place the primary solution on my flower crown? We're still investigating, the chieftain replied. However, it is peculiar that since you departed from our tribe, the Hongxia tribe has ceased their scrutiny of you. In fact, over a month ago, a month prior to the cold wave, they dispatched their manpower elsewhere, neglecting to monitor you at all, as if they were searching for someone. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback. So what have you discovered? The chieftain, in a conspiratorial tone, replied, It is said that a distinguished guest has gone missing from the Tiamat tribe. The month preceding the cold wave coincided perfectly with the day that the heron visited her cave. Could it be that they were seeking the heron? That seemed unlikely, for the heron is an eagle, and what connection does it have with the Tiamat tribe? Moreover, any guest of the Tiamat tribe would undoubtedly not be a benign presence. Hua had mentioned that she felt a kinship with the heron. If the heron were a nefarious individual, the astute flower sprites would have ignored him. Thus, the heron could not be a villain. Bai Ruansuan pondered. Could it be that this guest holds great significance, compelling them to abandon their pursuit of me? Yin Xiong frowned. Yet they have indeed shown little interest in you, even less than in me or in you. When they dispatched their manpower elsewhere, they left 2 individuals here to watch over me, yet neglected to monitor you. Bai Ruansuan felt a sense of relief. The chieftain and the shaman nodded in agreement, the latter revealing a smile. Perhaps we have overthought the matter. Bai Ruansuan concurred. It seemed likely that the focus was not on her, but rather on Inu or Yin Xiong. This had been a misunderstanding from the outset. Perhaps the orcs of the Hongxia tribe had observed the close ties between Bai Ruansuan and Inu, Yin Xiong, and sought to undermine them through her, rather than targeting her from the beginning. If those orcs were to recognize Bai Ruansuan's worth, they would have kept a constant watch on her, rather than treating her with such indifference. Yet, Bai Ruansuan still felt that something was amiss. The shaman, observing Bai Ruansuan's furrowed brow, chuckled. I understand this time has been fraught with anxiety for you. It is our fault for not uncovering the truth sooner. If you remain apprehensive, let Inu stay in your cave to protect you until the cold wave passes. And then he may return. The chieftain cast a disapproving glance at the shaman. What nonsense was this? He desired his son to return to the tribe to assist in managing affairs, the shaman retorted. What about his future wife? The chieftain conceded. You have a point. The wife takes precedence. Very well. Let him stay. They exchanged knowing glances, and Yin Xiong, at a loss for words, interjected, Since the truth of this matter has been unveiled, let us now discuss what to do with that elder. The chieftain and the shaman exchanged glances before turning their attention to the elder on the ground. The blood upon her was from other orcs who had captured her. She had made no attempt to retaliate. The shaman began to voice a course of action. The elder trembled and sat up, summoning all her strength to slam against the cave wall. A fountain of blood erupted, leaving a shocking mark upon the cave's surface. The elder had taken her own life. This was unforeseen by both the shaman and the chieftain, who gazed at the lifeless body with complex expressions. Yin Xiong bowed his head and spoke. This elder has been with the tribe for many years without incident. In light of her past contributions, let us grant her a complete body for her family to bury her. Furthermore, her grandson had been captured by the orcs of the Hongxia tribe. In the eyes of her family and the tribe. If Yin were captured by the Hongxia tribe, Yin Xiong believed he would certainly choose the tribe over all else. However, unlike the defenseless elder, he would fight fiercely against the Hongxia tribe. The 3 gazes converged upon Bai Ruansuan. She stared blankly at them, and the shaman grasped her hand, hesitating as she said, Child, I am sorry. What is happening, shaman? Bai Ruansuan asked, perplexed. The shaman sighed. This elder nearly caused you harm, yet we did not intend to kill her. After all, she has contributed to the tribe for so many years and was coerced in her actions. Our intention was to punish her, perhaps through labor or confinement. I have treated her, and she has little time left. Bai Ruansuan observed the shaman and chieftain's complex expressions, bewildered by their earlier demeanor towards the elder. However, she quickly realized that their actions were aimed at alleviating the elder's burden of guilt. The elder cherished her family and the tribe. Yet, it was a pity. From Bai Ruansuan's perspective, she would undoubtedly prioritize saving her family before seeking to assist the tribe. Knowing full well that sacrifices must be made, everyone has their own struggles and dilemmas. However, Bai Ruansuan believed that when faced with difficulties, one should not be paralyzed by them, but rather seek to resolve the challenges at hand. But did the elder not wish to resolve her predicament? She wondered. Yet, she lacked the capacity to do so. That we did not wish to kill her. It is we who owe you an apology. You may dictate how we handle her remains. Ultimately, the true victim was Bai Ruansuan, and only she had the right to determine the fate of the elder's body, even if the elder was pitiable and acted against her will. Bai Ruansuan had also suffered harm. Bai Ruansuan lowered her gaze and declared, "Return the body to her family. Let them handle it as they see fit. However, my safety has been threatened by her actions, and I am no saint. Therefore, compensation is warranted." In the end, Bai Ruansuan received 200 mid-grade energy stones. Yin Xiong, observing the large sack of energy stones at their feet, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he assisted Bai Ruansuan in lifting it. "Let us go to my place and converse," he suggested. Bai Ruansuan nodded in agreement. Yin Xiong's cave was not far from the shaman's, situated adjacent to the chieftain's dwelling. Yin Xiong was typically quite busy. He had barely settled down with Bai Ruansuan in his cave for 2 minutes when a group of orc warriors arrived at the entrance. The male orcs were bundled up like balls, each displaying signs of frostbite upon their faces, blue and purple, a rather alarming sight. The orc warriors cast a glance at Bai Ruansuan, shyly lowering their heads, somewhat awkwardly reporting, "Little chieftain, we have gathered a great deal of game." Yin Xiong nodded. "You all go collect the game. Distribute 70% according to the population, house by house. The remaining 30% shall be used to reward our brothers who ventured out." "Understood. Indeed, please convey to the brothers behind that they should resolve their matters independently for now, as I am presently occupied." "Very well." Observing the orcs with their vibrant, mottled faces, Yin Xiong's expression momentarily faltered, and then, with great eagerness, she delved into the topic at hand. Bai Ruansuan engaged Yin Xiong in a discussion about their business, specifically regarding the trade of fur hats and masks. Bai Ruansuan elaborated on the crafting process of these fur hats and masks. Although Yin Xiong possessed a basic ability to mend garments, she soon realized, after listening for a while, that she lacked understanding of such intricate tasks. Her brows knitted together in concentration as she rubbed her somewhat befuddled head and hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps I should take you to find my mother later. She should be able to comprehend what you're saying." Bai Ruansuan nodded in agreement, and Yin Xiong inquired about the animal traps. "What is this animal trap you speak of? Is it for capturing prey?" "The animal trap is a contraption forged from a certain mineral, shaped somewhat like this. The production process is rather complex. Forgive the author for having watched the crafting process several times without fully grasping it. Originally, I intended to detail it out." As Yin Xiong listened, her eyes sparkled with increasing interest. "Is it truly as effective as you claim, Bai Ruansuan? If what you say holds true, it would significantly reduce the workload for our tribe's orcs. The young male orcs would no longer need to spend long hours outside, lying in wait for the beasts that threaten our tribe. Moreover, in perilous terrains, they would no longer have to risk their lives traversing cliffs and precipices. Simply setting an animal trap would effortlessly resolve this issue. However, what exactly is this iron you mentioned?" "I'm quite perplexed," Bai Ruansuan explained. "It is a type of mineral I have encountered in my homeland, though I am unsure if it exists here." Yin Xiong nodded slightly, her vividly colored visage pursed in contemplation, exuding a more austere and worldly masculine charm. Observing him, Bai Ruansuan thought to herself that Yin Xiong must have faced numerous tribulations recently. Regardless, he must find this iron ore. As for the crafting of animal traps and the fur masks and hats Bai Ruansuan wishes to teach our tribe, what will we offer in exchange? "The fur masks and hats can be put on hold. I shall inform you when I require something in the future. As for the animal traps, once you locate the iron ore, I will need you to provide me with some iron and craft me a few weapons." "Is that all?" "Yes, that is all." Bai Ruansuan then proceeded to the neighboring chief's cave to seek out Yin Xiong's mother. Yin Xiong's mother was a gentle, fair-skinned female, possessing an elegant demeanor that instilled comfort. Bai Ruansuan had previously conversed with her, and they held a favorable impression of one another. However, upon seeing Acha sitting beside Yin Xiong's mother, Bai Ruansuan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Dressed in thick fur garments, Acha sat on the cave bed, swinging her legs as she pouted and murmured, "Oh, Aunt Fong, when will Brother Yin return? I've been waiting in your cave for so many days. Even if he's gone hunting, he should have returned by now. Why is he still absent?" Yin Xiong's mother replied, "Let's set aside other matters. As a young flower of a female, how can you shamelessly linger in another's cave? Eating and drinking for so long. With the current famine and cold wave, the warmth and food a female orc requires is no trifling matter. Although the Snow Rabbit tribe will undoubtedly provide all of that, it is still rather impolite to intrude uninvited. And you expect her to serve you? You still aspire to be her daughter-in-law." Yin Xiong's mother felt as though the world had turned surreal. In neighboring households, daughters-in-law serve their mothers-in-law, who reciprocate with understanding and mutual effort. This, however, was not her daughter-in-law. Yin Xiong's mother felt a headache coming on, especially since Acha was the sole daughter of the Snow Rabbit tribe's chief, who dotes on her excessively. The Silver Fox and Snow Rabbit tribes are allies, thus one cannot afford to be negligent. Yin Xiong had been busy these past days, residing in his cave without checking in at home. He stared rigidly at his mother, and she forced a smile, saying, "Yin Xiong." She pulled him closer and whispered, "I know she had a previous conflict with you, but she is a female and the daughter of the Snow Rabbit tribe's chief. She insists on staying in my cave, and I am at a loss. What brings you here?" Cha exclaimed, her anger flaring as she saw Yin Xiong entering with Bai Ruansuan as the only daughter of the Snow Rabbit tribe's chief. "I came here on my own accord. Why do you get to be invited by Brother Yin Xiong?" Yin Xiong's mother interjected, "No one asked you to come. You came here of your own volition." Acha froze momentarily. Yin Xiong's gaze turned cold as he continued, "If you lack the ability, do not blame others for being capable. The daughter of the Snow Rabbit tribe's chief is indeed impressive." Acha pouted, about to unleash a tirade, her eyes wide with disbelief, her beautiful face contorting in anger. "How dare you speak to me like that? I have stated that Bai Ruansuan is a distinguished guest of our tribe. If you continue to be rude to her, I will not hold back." Acha was furious, her voice rising sharply. "She is a distinguished guest, so does that mean I am not a distinguished guest of your tribe? Our Snow Rabbit tribe is collaborating with your Silver Fox tribe. What about her? Is she also collaborating with you? I refuse to believe she can be of higher status than me." Yin Xiong's mother silently thought to herself, "You have a point that if the Silver Fox tribe had to choose between the Snow Rabbit tribe and Bai Ruansuan, the chief would likely choose Bai Ruansuan. The Snow Rabbit tribe would not inform the Silver Fox tribe of the impending cold wave. Nor would they share the methods of food preparation. Alliances among tribes are formed to strengthen their own power, while cooperation with Bai Ruansuan is a matter of survival. Only by surviving can one grow stronger." However, these words need not be uttered by Yin Xiong's mother. With a dark expression, she contemplated for a moment before directly addressing Yin Xiong with a cold tone. "Yin Xiong, Acha has been staying with me for over 10 days now. She must be missing home. Find a few people to escort her back to the Snow Rabbit tribe." Acha and Bai Ruansuan staying together would only lead to her incessantly praising Bai Ruansuan, who is, after all, the savior of the Silver Fox tribe. It is unacceptable that Bai Ruansuan, having come to the Silver Fox tribe, is treated poorly instead of with the utmost respect. Yin Xiong's mother was thoroughly exasperated. How could the chief of the Snow Rabbit tribe be so astute, yet have such a foolish daughter? Today, even if it means offending the Snow Rabbit tribe, she must send Acha back. Bai Ruansuan, the savior, is far more important than her. All right. Yin Xiong was taken aback by his mother's unexpected assertiveness, but quickly nodded in agreement. Acha's eyes widened in disbelief, and upon realizing that Yin Xiong's mother intended to send her back to the Snow Rabbit tribe, she became so enraged that she burst into tears. Acha turned to Yin Xiong's mother, wiping her eyes. "Aunt Fong, why must you send me back? Do you no longer like me? What have I done wrong during this time? Please tell me, and I will change it. Is it because of Bai Ruansuan? No, In Xiong's mother interrupted Acha. You have done nothing wrong. She forced a smile at Acha. Although I am your elder, I am not your father or mother, and therefore have no right to say much. However, I am Inyu's mother. I know my son well enough. Whoever he wishes to marry is entirely his decision, and I have no say in the matter. Therefore, if you wish to stay with me, seeking my influence to have Inyu marry you is simply impossible. Acha shed a couple of tears, pouting as she shrugged off In Xiong's outstretched arm, leaving without a word. In Xiong glanced at Acha's retreating figure and addressed the orcs outside the cave. You few, take her back. Yes. No need. I shall walk myself. Her voice faded into the distance as In Xiong and his mother turned to Bai Ruansuan. In Xiong's mother gently urged Bai Ruansuan to sit on a stone bench in the cave, even providing her with a fur cushion. Come, Ruansuan, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. Bai Ruansuan smiled at In Xiong's mother. Aunt Fong, I have been quite busy lately, but I will make a point to visit the Silver Fox tribe more often. Good child, I ask there a particular matter that has brought you to my abode this time. In Xiong hastily conveyed the news of the fur hat and masked her mother, In Xiongma. Her mother's eyes sparkled with surprise, filled with tenderness and affection as she looked at Bai Ruansuan. What? Such wondrous items exist. You have quite the nimble mind. How did you conceive of such marvelous creations? Bai Ruansuan showcased the fur hat and mask she had crafted, and In Xiongma tried them on, her face breaking into a smile of praise. Remarkable, truly skilled hands. Eagerly rubbing her hands together, In Xiongma exclaimed, I had also contemplated the idea of making clothing to cover the faces and heads of the beastmen, but I could never manage it. Now, this is splendid. Quickly, share the method of crafting the fur mask and hat with Aunt Fong. If she learns this, it could greatly benefit the entire tribe. The wrinkles on her smiling face deepened with joy. Once Aunt Fong masters it, she can teach the female beastmen in the tribe, so they can all join the effort. Soon, the beastmen of our Silver Fox tribe will all be wearing these. Yes, the masks and hats. Bai Ruansuan nodded with a smile. Aunt Fong, allow me to teach you. Please pay close attention. The mask is quite simple. It consists of a piece of fabric about the size of a palm, with 2 strings sewn onto the corners, and it's done. However, it's crucial that these strings are neither too long nor too short. They must be of the right length to secure it firmly to the face, or else it will be blown away by the wind. Bai Ruansuan pondered that if conditions permitted, they could also use bull tendons for the mask strings, though mass production would be challenging given the large number of beastmen in the Silver Fox tribe. In Xiongma evidently contemplated this issue as well. She nodded and suggested, Then I shall replace these strings with elastic, durable fur, sewing them a bit shorter to ensure greater security. Correct? Bai Ruansuan eagerly nodded, lavishly praising her. Aunt Fong, you're brilliant. Precisely that. In Xiongma chuckled, growing fonder of the child. And how do we create the hat? Bai Ruansuan responded. Aunt Fong, simply trace this mold onto a piece of fabric, cut out a circle, and sew it together. So easy. She gestured toward a stone pot in the cave, which she had used to gauge the size for sewing the hat. The stone pot in In Xiongma's cave was quite similar in size. This will surely work. Without delay, In Xiongma set to work, and the creation of the fur mask went remarkably smoothly, while the hat was a bit more challenging, after Bai Ruansuan pointed out the errors. The process improved significantly. The fur mask turned out quite well, while the fur hat was slightly awkward but still wearable. Moreover, In Xiongma calculated that this was her first attempt at making a hat, and if she continued to practice, she could craft a complete set in just half an hour. The beastmen of the Silver Fox tribe would no longer have to endure the cold. In Xiongma expressed her delight. This method is indeed simple. Even someone as not so clever as I can master it easily. The females in our tribe are undoubtedly clever enough to learn it quickly. Our beastmen warriors will not suffer from the cold while hunting outside. Ruansuan, I truly must thank you. Suddenly, In Xiongma grasped Bai Ruansuan's hand earnestly, her gaze soft yet resolute. I in the past. During any tribulations, we females often hid with the young ones in the cave while the males fought. Now, we too can contribute from the rear. Bai Ruansuan was momentarily taken aback, her smile widening. Then, as the esteemed lady of the Silver Fox tribe, I wish you and your female beastmen the best in forging your own destiny. In Xiongma gifted Bai Ruansuan some delightful food. claiming it was her homemade jerky. Bai Ruansuan had previously made jerky for Inyu, and one time, Inyu was caught sneaking some by his mother, leading to a shared escapade.as for the leader of the Silver Fox tribe. He remained blissfully unaware of these events. However, the amount of jerky Bai Ruansuan brought was insufficient, and the three ravenous beastmen quickly consumed it all, exemplifying the adage that one reaps the rewards of their own labor. Ma prepared another batch, sprinkling it with the salt that Inyu had kept secret. Yet, the flavor was not nearly as delightful as Bai Ruansuan's. Still, it was the thought that mattered. Ma also spoke of Inyu with a hint of wistfulness in her tone. Bai Ruansuan considered that sharing the jerky with Inyu and the others would surely bring him joy. At this moment, Ma remarked meaningfully, "My son often runs about, and there's no need to rush him back. He can stay as long as he pleases it's better than returning to face the same troubles as his brother. Besides, he is far happier with you than he is here." Bai Ruansuan and helped each other carry the energy stone bag, and Bai Ruansuan felt a bit shy to ask to carry the jerky any longer. The jerky weighed only a few dozen pounds, and she could easily lift it with a single finger now. With her recent elevation in level and the enhancement of her strength, she could manage to lift hundreds of pounds. As they stepped out of the cave, the wind and snow intensified. Ma donned the fur mask and hat she had just made on her son's head, and both of them were fully equipped. Feeling no chill.in fact after spending some time in the cave, it felt a bit warmed as this thought crossed their minds. They both shook their heads simultaneously, realizing they must not entertain such notions while encased in an overlapping buff of warmth. They hastened their pace. and Bai Ruansuan trudged forward, trying to move more quickly. Snowflakes gently danced down onto the ground before Bai Ruansuan, who stole a glance at them. Previously, when she mentioned that the snowflakes were as large as a palm, it was an exaggeration. This time, however, they truly were. Large, palm-sized snowflakes fell in abundance, with the smallest being about the size of a palm as well. The thick, fluffy snowflakes descended swiftly to the ground, resembling oversized willow fluff dancing in the air. Additionally, tiny ice pellets, resembling beads, tumbled through the air, landing on their thick fur hats, if not for their visibility. One would hardly notice their presence. Bai Ruansuan exclaimed, "This is hail. It's hailing." The combination of snowflakes and small ice pellets fell to the ground with a soft patter, adding a heavy ambience to the desolate expanse of white. During a cold snap, if hail were to fall, it would render one unable to venture outside for a while. Hail during a cold snap was unlike any other time in the beast world. Ancestors recounted that during such times, hail could be as large as eggs, and sometimes even as big as boulders, crashing down from the sky and creating deep craters. "Oh my! We must hurry," Bai Ruansuan decisively urged to move faster. After taking a few steps, she turned back to saying, "Perhaps you should not accompany me. I am familiar with the path and it is quite safe. We should hurry while the hail is still small. If it grows larger, it would be disastrous. But what if followed her and couldn't return to the tribe? That was a whole different issue." Was about to dismiss her concern when they heard a commotion not far from the rear mountain. The voices sounding quite familiar. "Yalan, dear heavens, are you hurt? It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on coming to the Silver Fox tribe, you wouldn't have had to urge me to return. And you wouldn't have encountered this little rascal. Look at the trouble you've gotten yourself into. What kind of beastmen are these in the Silver Fox tribe? This little girl looks no older than 10, appearing delicate and refined. Yet she pushes people around." A timid voice interjected, "This little sister doesn't seem to have done it on purpose. There's so much space here. Perhaps her vision was a bit poor, which caused her to accidentally bump into me." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruansuan and simultaneously felt goosebumps rise on their skin. Unbearable, absolutely unbearable. She must be referring to you in such a vast space. Even if her vision were poor, she wouldn't bump into you. Bai Ruansuan thought this moment. Both Bai Ruansuan and recognized that the female making a fuss was indeed Acha. Acha appeared rather unremarkable, her intellect seemingly lacking, yet she was endearingly naive. Hearing the timid voice speak, Acha was immediately incensed. "Acha, don't be so petty. The little girl is very young. She surely didn't mean any harm." The timid voice chimed in again. What is your identity? If this continues, the little girl shall face punishment from the Silver Fox tribe. Bai Ruansuan rolled her eyes, while Baozi, unable to bear the situation any longer, emerged with a cane in hand. Attention! This segment is of utmost importance. One of the essential courses on the art of tea for green tea enthusiasts, presented by the esteemed lecturer Baozi, is about to commence. This program is aired without any sponsorship. Analysis 1. You shouldn't be so calculating that ACHA is petty and stingy, while I am magnanimous. Analysis 2. The little girl is so young. It must have been unintentional. At such a tender age, she is already mischievous. How will she manage as she grows? Analysis 3. What is your identity? If this continues, the little girl will be punished by the Silver Fox tribe. I am infuriated and seek to use ACHA to teach the girl a lesson. It is ACHA who is abusing her power, while I remain gentle and kind. Bai Ruansuan extended her foot, kicking Baozi back. ACHA. Yalan, you have a point. It is all the little girl's fault if she hadn't deliberately bumped into you. Then you must have foolishly walked into her. But you really shouldn't be so foolish. Don't you agree, Yalan? Ah, ha ha ha, indeed, ACHA. Yalan, why does your complexion appear so ghastly? Has your head been injured in the collision, rendering your face equally disfigured? Oh dear, my poor Yalan. Xiong frowned. Had he not instructed the orcs from his tribe to escort ACHA back? Why had they not yet departed? Xiong and Bai Ruansuan approached, their figures clearly visible against the snow that a girl, wrapped in thick layers yet still showing her slender form, lay in the snow. While ACHA stood beside a 13 or 14-year-old girl who looked on the verge of tears, Yalan was about to stand, but upon hearing a commotion outside, instinctively sat back down as ACHA tried, but failed to pull her up. ACHA immediately shouted, "Oh my goodness, Yalan, look at how frail you are. Just a bump from this little girl has left you incapacitated. You must hold her accountable." Bai Ruansuan and Xiong, upon hearing this, instinctively chuckled. Yalan's face turned a deep shade of displeasure, while ACHA remained oblivious, gazing at Yalan with concern. Fear not, Yalan, I will have my father capture this little girl to avenge you. Xiong's expression darkened. Miss ACHA, this is an orc from our Silver Fox tribe. What happens to our orcs is not for you to decide. I fear. ACHA stiffened. Who are you? Yalan furrowed her brow, looking at the newcomer. Just as she was about to speak rudely, ACHA tugged at her sleeve. Brother Xiong, ACHA stammered, realizing to her surprise that this person was indeed Xiong. If it were any other orc from the Silver Fox tribe, it would be manageable, but Xiong was the elder brother of Yu. The two brothers shared an exceptionally close bond. Now that she had married into their family, Xiong was the only other person, apart from the chief and his wife, with whom she needed to maintain a good relationship. How could she dare act recklessly? Furthermore, the way she had just defended Yalan must have appeared particularly fierce and unflattering. Would Xiong share whispers with Yu, mocking her looks? What to do? What to do? ACHA's mind raced, her face betraying a stiff smile. Upon hearing his name, Yalan felt a sense of foreboding. She was the daughter of an elder from the Snow Rabbit tribe, and her father had informed her of the future chief of the Silver Fox tribe. The future leader of the Silver Fox tribe is named Xiong. Is it truly him? Gazing at the tall orc before her, who was wrapped up yet revealed only his profound eyes, Yalan's expression shifted to one of shyness. Brother Xiong, are you indeed the future chief of the Silver Fox tribe? I have long heard of your esteemed name. And today, seeing you for the first time, you are indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest. Noticing that Xiong remained silent, Yalan continued. This little girl is one of your Silver Fox tribe members. The misunderstanding lies with you, young chief. Although she accidentally collided with me, causing me harm, she is still quite young, and we do not wish to pursue this matter further. HA only said so for my sake. She may appear strong-willed, but that is not her true nature. You must believe me, will you? Her voice was soft and sincere, imbued with genuine emotion. Before her, the slender girl raised her face, her bulbous nose and sausage-like lips squinting in the cold. Her cheeks tinged with a bluish hue, rendering her appearance more terrifying than that of a malevolent spirit. Xiong took a step back. Xiong nodded. I believe you, since you do not wish to pursue this. Let the little girl go. Yalin's face stiffened. Sha, furious, exclaimed. She has left Yalin in such a state, her complexion so dreadful. How can we simply let this little girl go? Brother Yin Xiong, you cannot show favoritism just because she is one of your tribe. Yin Xiong smirked. In that case, Xiao Chao, please escort this sister to the shaman's cave, so the shaman can examine her injuries properly. You shall cover the medical expenses. What? No, no. Yalin's face turned pale as she forced a smile. If they sought out the shaman, wouldn't her true intentions be revealed? What a wretched man, devoid of any understanding of subtlety. Yin Xiong turned to Acha. Did I not instruct the orcs from our tribe to escort you back? What is happening? What's going on? This is infuriating. Acha muttered softly. Yalin came to find me, so I let them leave first, Acha replied. Yin Xiong smiled. Is that so? I thought you were trying to find a place to hide away from returning. Acha, feeling guilty, was about to raise her voice in protest when Yin Xiong spoke again. Yalin, did you come alone? Of course not. Yalin had not come merely to find Acha, but rather to use this pretext to approach someone she wished to be near. With tears glistening in her eyes, Yalin replied, I was indeed very worried about Acha. She has been away from home for so many days. The chief's wife, and little Chief Anan are all quite concerned for her. I wanted to find her. However, if I brought the orcs from our tribe to fetch Acha, the chief and the chief's wife would surely find out and scold her. I intended to quietly bring her back. Yin Xiong nodded. In such harsh weather, with so many wild beasts outside, you managed to come alone. You must possess a high level of skill. His words were an outright mockery of Yalin that Yalin's talent was rather poor. And her constitution weak. She was only at level 1, even lower than Acha, who was not particularly diligent in her training. For a level 1 orc to venture outside in this cold wave was nothing short of a jest. Yalin merely wanted Yin Xiong to escort them back. Yalin's expression fell. She could no longer maintain the act. Yin Xiong said, I will call a few orcs to escort you back. Yes, he spoke. He promptly walked away to summon 4 orcs stationed at a distance. Before Yalin and Acha, he cryptically instructed, You 4 must ensure they enter safely, and only when they meet the chief and his wife will it be acceptable. Should anything happen to them, you shall all be held accountable. Yes. Thus, Acha and Yalin were swiftly dealt with. Yin Xiong turned to Xiao Chao, his gaze gentle. In such cold weather, why are you out here alone? Is there still food in your cave? Xiao Chao touched her emaciated belly, hesitating before nodding. There is some, it's just that I can't fill my stomach. That voice was familiar. Bai Ruansuan regarded the 13 or 14-year-old girl, who was bundled up tightly yet appeared astute. The exposed parts of her head and face were wrapped in a large beast hide, resembling the headscarves worn by rural women in modern times. Bai Ruansuan scrutinized her for a while before recognizing that this girl was the same Xiao Chao who had sold her the ore. Hearing Xiao Cao's words, Bai Ruansuan felt a pang of discomfort. She recalled Xiao Cao's background. Orphaned and alone, she had always fended for herself. This was no different from the orcs wandering outside. Such a small child. It was a miracle she had not starved to death. Surely, she had barely eaten at all. Moreover, this was not a regular time. It was a season of cold waves and famine, making it exceedingly difficult to find food. Yin Xiong immediately stated, I have some food in my cave. You can go fetch some shortly. Xiao Chao did not refuse, expressing her gratitude sincerely. Bai Ruansuan remembered that had she encountered someone discerning, Xiao Chao should now be living without worry. Instead, she had been tricked with 2 mid-level energy stones. Feeling somewhat guilty, Bai Ruansuan rummaged through her sack and pulled out 20 mid-level energy stones, smiling brightly. Little sister, I truly like those stones you sold me last time, and I would like to purchase a few more. However, I must depart now. When I return to your tribe next time, I will come to you for more stones, all right? Giving too little would not suffice for Xiao Chao, while giving too much might provoke her to overthink. Thus, these 20 stones were within the normal range. Bai Ruansuan also had a good excuse for buying the stones. Moreover, it preserved the self-esteem of Xiao Chao. With a bewildered expression, Xiao Chao gazed at Bai Ruansuan, who said, Take these energy stones with you. Now that no one is watching, hurry and bring them home. With this, no other beastmen will covet your energy stones. Xiao Chao bit her lip, about to protest that it was too much. But Bai Ruansuan had already taken In Xiong and walked away. The girl's voice trembled with emotion. "Sister, be careful of dangers. I will bring the best stones and wait for you in the tribe. No. I mean, whenever you come to our tribe, I will deliver them to you. Sister, walk slowly." The wind and snow blurred her vision, and only after the two plump figures had completely vanished did Xiao Qiao break into a faint smile. How amusing. Glancing down another path, Xiao Qiao recalled the woman who had knocked her down and then tried to frame her, furrowing her brows as she rubbed her arm. Foolish, and that loud woman made Xiao Cao's frown deepen. After pondering for a while, Xiao Qiao spat out 3 words. Great fool. Bai Ruansuan was safely escorted to the cave by In Xiong. Upon arriving, Bai Ruansuan tidied up some frozen meatballs and vegetable balls, packed them up, and handed them to In Xiong. "These are for the chief's wife, and you. Whether you boil them or roast them at home, they're all delicious. You should give them a try." "Thank you." Inyu opened the jerky brought by his mother, his large eyes glistening with moisture as he ate while complaining. "Why does this taste so terrible? It can't compare to what Sister Ruansuan makes." In Xiong rolled his eyes at him without reservation. "If you don't like it, then don't eat it." Saying this, he reached for the jerky in Inyu's hand. Inyu quickly protected it. "Eat. Eat, eat." He generously shared some with Pang Pang and Bai Lu, cleverly saving a portion for the 3 little sprites. After In Xiong left, the 3 little sprites emerged, breathing a sigh of relief. Huiyan's eyes widened in alarm. "Oh my. I wouldn't dare to breathe freely with other beastmen around." "Me too." Huahua nodded vigorously. Bai Ruansuan gently stroked the soft white petals on Huahua's head, the colorful grass on Ashui's head, and the little flame atop Huiyan's head. The flame on Huiyan's head was not hot to their own kind. Huahua nuzzled Bai Ruansuan's slender, fair hand, her adorable face glowing with a sweet smile. "But we are safe, and that is wonderful. I still have plenty of food to eat. Thank you, Ruansuan." Inyu divided the jerky his mother had brought him among the 3 little sprites. After taking a few bites, they realized it truly wasn't as tasty as Bai Ruansuan's cooking and had a fishy taste. Seeing Inyu relish his meal, they silently continued eating the jerky in their hands without asking for more. Pang Pang clung to Bai Ruansuan's leg, whining. "Sister Ruansuan, I want some jerky too. Go ahead." Bai Ruansuan nodded. "Let's make more jerky tonight." Inyu tucked his jerky away, grinning. "Perfect, I'll save mine for later and eat what Ruansuan made first. Bai Lu, I'm putting this under the bed, and you mustn't sneak a bite." "Got it." Surprisingly, Bai Lu did not calmly tap Inyu's head this time, telling him to go away. Instead, he appeared somewhat distracted. What was going on? Inyu cast a doubtful glance at Bailu in the cave. There were 3 little sprites and a panda, none of whom were beastmen. That left only Bai Ruansuan and Bai Lu. Bai Ruansuan was a female beastman, and while Inyu wished to playfully tease Ruansuan, it never quite felt right, leading him to often hang out with Bai Lu instead. In front of Bai Ruansuan, he behaved like a well-behaved child, resulting in a dynamic between Bai Lu and Inyu where they never went a day without ending their banter with Bai Lu's go away. What was wrong with Bai Lu today? He hung his head, feeling a bit of a headache. He couldn't quite grasp what was happening. Whenever he saw the jerky brought by Inyu's mother, an inexplicable sensation would surge from deep within him. Jealousy, resentment, and hatred churned like waves in his heart, causing a splitting headache as he clutched his head, unable to suppress a muffled groan. Bai Ruansuan and the others watched in alarm as Bai Lu, who had been fine moments ago, suddenly collapsed. Bai Ruansuan hurriedly exclaimed, "Huahua, please help and take a look." "Okay." They lifted Bai Lu to the bed, and Huahua anxiously lost a petal, which fortuitously drifted down onto Bai Lu's forehead. Flower sprites can shed petals like flowers shed leaves. However, Huahua had no leaves, only petals. The others did not notice this detail, but Huahua felt a strange sensation in her heart. She felt so distressed. Bai Lu frowned. She wanted to frown too. Bai Lu cried, and she wanted to cry as well. Why? How peculiar. Huahua stood frozen for a moment, gazing at the boy before her, whose eyes were tightly shut and streaming with tears. Utterly unaware of his surroundings, her eyes filled with deep confusion. Bai Lu had entered a foggy realm. Behind the mist, a fragrant aroma wafted through. It was an extraordinarily unique scent, evoking a sense of transcendence. as if all the world's fragrances paled in comparison to that fleeting brilliance that it is said that flowers vie for beauty, the proud coldness of the plum blossom, the grace of the peony, the delicate charm of the lily of the valley, and the vibrant splendor of the violet. All these beauties, Bai Lu believed, could only stand alone and could not be gathered upon a single blossom. Yet the fragrance before him belonged to no single flower. It seemed to be a fusion of all floral essences in the world. Its scent faintly revealed the cold and intense fragrance of plum blossoms, rich and refined, with a dazzling spirit that made one forget the mundane. The full-bodied, warm aroma was pure and comforting, as if it represented all the goodness in the world. The essence of flowers gives birth to the spirits. Who are the sprites? Flowers are the beings favored by the beast gods, born with fragrance and never sullied by filth. Flower sprites are thus the epitome of purity and refinement. Hua, being a lily of the valley sprite, was pure-hearted and kind, inherently gifted with healing abilities, able to discern the goodness and malice in people's hearts. She was already incredibly pure. Yet, in the presence of this mysterious force, Hua was but a fraction of its essence. Yes, Bai Lu's subconscious recognized this as a mysterious power, not merely a simple floral scent. This dream was one Bai Lu had never experienced, yet it felt strangely familiar that he wished to push aside the clouds and mist. But the more he did, the greater his headache became. Bai Lu furrowed his brows. This pain had never been a concern for him, as he had endured worse. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Bai Lu froze. What had he experienced? Why could he not remember anything? And why was this scene, imbued with fragrance, so familiar yet elusive? Unable to resist, Bai Lu hastened his movements. He had to remember. He must remember. A premonition surged within him. It seemed that if he could part this layer of fog, he would regain his memories. His life in truth, he had been quite happy during this time. Bai Lu felt that his previous existence had been stifling. He was unhappy. However, here with Ruansuan, he found joy that he wished to remain, yet deep within, a voice persistently reminded him that he had forgotten something of great importance that he needed to remember. It was crucial. Moreover, it seemed to be related to Ruansuan. Bai Lu quickened his pace, and the pain in his head intensified. Suddenly, the mist shattered. The fragrance abruptly faded in a peculiar manner. Wait, what? Bai Lu's eyes flew open, and before him lay a dark, wood-like object. He stared blankly, unable to discern what it was, until a long, fluffy white object emerged, revealing a pair of bright, doe-like eyes that sparkled. Oh my Bai Lu, you finally woke up? The fluffy creature placed the dark object in Bai Lu's hands. After rubbing his eyes, almost forming a pair of chicken eyes, Bai Lu finally recognized it. It was a wooden bowl. Inside the bowl was a custard. What? Inu joyfully tossed his silver hair, oblivious to how striking it appeared to Bai Lu at that moment. Ruansuan, come quickly. Bai Lu has awakened. And Ruansuan hurriedly trotted over, with Bai Ruansuan's hands dusted in flour. Hua stepped forward to gently touch Bai Lu's forehead, with her bright, twinkling eyes. She cheerfully exclaimed to Bai Lu, Lu, you're no longer running a fever. You can get up now. You naughty little rascal. You really scared us this time. Bai Ruansuan sighed with relief, her face lighting up with joy. You arrived just in time. I was in the midst of making dumplings, pork and green onion filling. Make sure to eat plenty to replenish your strength. A peculiar shiver ran through Bai Ruansuan's mind at the thought of buns. If you find it too greasy, I can whip up some tomato and egg soup for you. I remember that you and Huyen adore it. Bai Lu managed a faint smile towards Bai Ruansuan. All right, I'm quite hungry. Thank you, Annie. Such a well-mannered child. Bai Ruansuan felt no guilt in hearing those words. Turning to Bai Lu, she tentatively asked, Lu, what happened? Did you dream of something that upset you? Indeed. Inu nodded in agreement, even stroking Bai Lu's head and holding his hand tightly. Amidst the peculiar gazes from everyone, Inu continued, You have no idea. In your dream, you were crying. Hua said you might be hungry when you woke up. So I brought you some egg custard, but instead of gratitude, you kept thumping my head. Yet you're quite clever. Knowing there were egg cakes ahead, your head kept leaning this way. Listening to this, Bai Lu suddenly felt an ominous premonition that he struggled to ask. So, when I thumped your head, what did you do? Enya replied nonchalantly, of course. I retaliated. I may not usually win against you, but in that moment. How could I let it slide? You hit me once. I hit you back. Oh dear, Lulu. Why have you fainted again? After a while, Hua Hua and the others finally managed to rouse Bai Lu from his slumber. When he awoke again, it was already midnight. Bai Ruansuan, Enya, the little sprite, and Bai Pang Pang had not slept, their eyes ringed with dark circles, all staring intently at Bai Lu. Bai Lu's lips twitched, and he coughed hoarsely, his throat feeling uncomfortable. Why do you all call me Lulu? The group exchanged strange glances. You kept mumbling in your sleep. Mama, don't leave Lulu. Enya chuckled, revealing her adorable little canines. Lulu, what a delightful name. Go away. Seeing Bai Lu getting riled up again due to Enya's teasing, Bai Ruansuan quickly approached with a wooden tray and a bowl. The bowl contained the egg custard that everyone had saved for him, while the tray held about 10 pork and green onion dumplings. They had feared he would wake up hungry in the night, so the egg custard and dumplings had been kept warm on the stove. With Hua Yin tending to the low flame without pause, "Is this all there is?" Bai Lu remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Enya shot a glance and immediately pouted. Is this enough for him? She stood up to go to the cellar for more frozen dumplings to cook. Hua Hua quickly interjected. He is just recovering from serious illness. He can manage with just this it's sufficient. Why not eat? Enya casually tapped Bai Lu's head, and under his piercing gaze, she took a couple of steps back. Why aren't you eating? If you don't, it'll get cold. That he was particularly inclined to eat. Bai Lu's complexion was pale as he gazed at the golden, smooth egg custard in the grayish bowl, feeling a headache coming on. Bai Pang Pang looked at the slippery egg custard and the fragrant pork and green onion dumplings. His fluffy fur dampened suspiciously by the enticing aroma. If you don't eat, I will, Bai Pang Pang declared, using his little paws to mimic a stance of defiance, his dark eyes fixed hungrily on the food. He climbed up Bai Lu's pant leg with his tiny claws, trying to snatch some of the food. Bai Ruansuan, with no reservations, playfully patted Bai Pang Pang's round belly, causing him to bounce back like a ball and tumble onto the ground. With your size, you still want to eat? Bai Lu, hurry and eat. If he starts begging you later, don't give him any. He is too fat and needs to lose some weight. Wah! Bai Pang Pang burst into tears. But everyone pretended not to notice. Bai Lu glanced at the fragrant food, resignedly accepting it. With his delicate, slender fingers, he gently grasped the spoon and scooped up some egg custard. The custard was perfectly steamed, golden and smooth, with just the right texture, neither overcooked nor raw, devoid of any fishy smell. As it entered his mouth, a wave of eggy fragrance enveloped him. It was seasoned simply with salt and pepper, complemented by a touch of water, allowing its natural flavors to shine. The custard was incredibly rich and smooth, gliding effortlessly down his throat, warming his empty stomach. I made sure to add less water for you. This way, it will fill you up. After all, Bai Lu had a hearty appetite, and if he only consumed this, he would likely awaken hungry by morning. Thus, Bai Ruansuan had added less water and included an extra egg to ensure it was satisfying. Now eat the dumplings, Enya reminded him. Bai Lu lifted his gaze from the delicious egg custard, picked up a plump, round dumpling, and took a bite, releasing a burst of juice. The dumpling, from the filling to the skin, was pleasantly warm, exuding a delightful aroma. The green onion in the pork filling was minimal, merely lending its flavor to the savory meatball, which was wonderfully compact, having added an egg to the filling during preparation. The dumpling was soft, tender, and oozing with juice. The seasoning was just right, with oyster sauce and soy sauce, giving the filling a beautiful color. Even without tasting it, one could tell these dumplings were incredibly delicious. The meat was flavorful yet not greasy, and Bai Lu, still recovering from his illness, dipped them in vinegar and devoured 2 or 3 in quick succession, as he took another spoonful of egg custard. Bai Lu discovered a treasure hidden beneath the custard, bits of ham. Noticing Bai Lu's gaze, Bai Ruansuan smiled and winked. Is it delicious? Absolutely, Bai Lu replied, staring at the ham beneath the custard, momentarily dazed. This was his first encounter with such a dish. The flavor was meat-like, yet distinct in its own right. How could it taste so good? He had seen this type of egg custard in Bai Pang Pang's bowl before. And at that time, Bai Pang Pang had proudly declared, Sister Ruan said only cubs can eat this. You're not cubs. Only I can eat it. This was something Ruan had casually mentioned. Creating Beast World-style ham was no easy feat. Ruan had struggled to find suitable casings and the right ratio of starch to meat, resulting in many failures, with only a few successful hams made. Therefore, it had been given to the youngest, Pang first. Now he too had it in his bowl. Bai Lu felt a pang of nostalgia, turning his head away. This is only for cubs. I'm not a cub. I want to eat it. Who says you're not a cub? Bai Ruan approached, gently patting Bai Lu's head. In Ananias' eyes, you're still a child. Go on, eat. I'll make you as much as you want in the future. Although it may sound somewhat peculiar, Bai Lu felt both discomfort and joy within his heart. It seemed as though no one had shown him such concern in a very long time. After finishing an entire bowl of egg custard and about 10 pork and scallion dumplings, Inu presented him with a large cup of warm water. Upon witnessing Bai Lu finish his drink, the three little spirits yawned and returned to their slumber, while the plump Bai also nestled into his bamboo nest to snore. Bai Ruan and her companions tidied up, wiped themselves down, and soon followed suit into the realm of dreams. The following day, Bai Lu was the first to awaken. He had slept soundly for a considerable time. However, the others remained in their beds, having waited for him until the midnight hour. Bai Lu instinctively wished to continue his cultivation while awaiting their awakening, but he was drawn to the rolling pin he had previously used for making beef balls. Resting on the stove and halted his thoughts, outside, the wind and snow raged fiercely, with the sunlight glaring upon the icy ground, creating a dazzling spectacle. Hailstones fell relentlessly, striking the fragile earth and the cave walls with a persistent clattering sound. The small window, which allowed drafts to seep in, had been temporarily blocked with fabric by Bai Ruan and the others. It would only be opened when cooking was required. Now, only the tiny door remained. Peering through that diminutive entrance, Bai Lu pushed aside the grass, catching sight of the hailstones outside, the smallest of which were the size of pigeon eggs, and some even as large as human heads. If such hail were to fall upon a person, it would surely be fatal demise for other animals and beasts. They too could mostly only remain hidden within the cave, for venturing outside would mean certain death. The youth's elegantly curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, his lips a delicate shade of red tinged with pallor. His complexion bearing a hint of illness, he gazed at the frozen grass outside the cave, his palms feeling slightly chilled. Once the grass had turned to ice, it became firmly anchored to the earth, making it arduous to manipulate. The inhabitants of their cave, including the panda and the spirits, had not ventured outside for a considerable time, as the grass had long concealed the entrance, rarely allowing them passage. Only when In Xiong arrived did they displace the grass to come and go from the cave. Bai Ruan stretched lazily and gave Bai Lu's shoulder a gentle pat. You're awake. It was only then that Bai Lu noticed Bai Ruan had also risen. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? You were busy for me until so late yesterday. Aren't you tired? Bai Ruan chuckled, but I'm quite refreshed. Upon hearing your movements, I didn't sleep for long before getting up it was. He had disturbed her rest. Bai Lu looked at Bai Ruan with a hint of apology. She affectionately ruffled his hair. It's nothing. Are you hungry? Bai Lu's face turned slightly red as he turned his head away. Although it was customary for an elder to express affection by ruffling a younger's hair, he felt somewhat uncomfortable with it. The youth's voice, clear yet slightly awkward, replied, I'm not hungry. You may not be. But I am. Bai Ruan declared, I'll boil some vermicelli. She gracefully approached the stove, gazing at the cave entrance unmasked by the grass, and added with a smile, You should have a bit with me. We'll need our strength for work later. Work? Bai Lu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Bai Ruan replied with a smile, Our cave entrance has been hidden by the grass for too long. It's not practical. Some time ago, I brought back a sturdy wooden post from outside. We'll make a door to seal the entrance. What's the difference between a door and grass? Bai Lu questioned, perplexed. If we build a door, it needs to be shaped similarly to the entrance, requiring carving and crafting, which is quite laborious. It would be simpler just to bundle the grass and block it. A door can be opened and closed at will, Bai Ruan replied, picking up a cutting board and placing it at the cave entrance, demonstrating to Bai Lu. You see, the door I will create will be fitted to the cave entrance, allowing for easy access. Bai Ruan had previously refrained from making a door because the orcs outside would have noticed the neat wooden panel and realized something was amiss if any nefarious orcs discovered their whereabouts. They could launch an attack through that entrance. For instance, the unscrupulous Tiamat tribe might hurl poison or gas bombs into Bai Ruansuan's cave via the entrance. Therefore, it was essential to cover the door with a layer of grass. For their past circumstances, it was better to conceal the entire cave with grass. The reason Bai Ruansuan wished to construct a door this time was that, during the cold wave, the grass had frozen to the ground, making it impossible to remove. Their attempts to exit the cave had become exceedingly laborious. The last time Bai Ruansuan returned from outside, she had to first destroy the grass before gaining entry. Thus, it was best to have a door. Upon opening the solar-powered light in the cellar and descending the stairs, a chill rushed to greet her. The temperature in the cellar remained remarkably stable. Even though the external temperature had plummeted below freezing, the cellar maintained a constant 0 degrees. Later, the water grass spirit, a shuai, joined their little family. A shuai's ice manipulation ability served as a natural portable refrigerator. Consequently, Bai Ruansuan cleverly employed a shuai's skill, assigning him to manage several large vats in the cellar, which functioned as the cold storage. Those vats held an assortment of fresh vegetables, chicken balls, fish balls, shrimp paste, frozen dumplings, and various types of wild animal meat. Bai Ruansuan retrieved a large bee skin pouch from the 11th wooden vat in the cellar. Inside the pouch were the vermicelli made using tools from the system's marketplace. Weighing approximately 30 to 40 pounds, a process that was quite intricate, the raw materials required were sweet potatoes and rice. The sweet potatoes needed peeling and cutting into chunks, which were then placed in a juicer with cold water to create sweet potato puree. The puree was then poured into a wooden basin, where it was filtered through cheesecloth to remove the fibrous material. Naturally, in this era, there was no electric juicer, only manual ones operated by Bai Lu and Inyu. Both of them possessed great strength and boundless energy. Thus, Bai Ruansuan directed them to carry out the task. They managed to extract the juice from a hefty amount of sweet potatoes in just an hour. To prevent waste, the remaining fibrous material was added back into water and filtered once more. The resulting sweet potato puree, along with the previously collected, was poured into a large wooden basin to sit undisturbed. Following a 3:1 ratio, rice was prepared in advance by soaking it, and the soaked rice was then placed into the juicer, where Inyu and Bai Lu manually extracted the rice milk, adding clean water to create a smooth mixture. The rice milk was poured into a pot, combined with boiling water, and heated on low until it thickened. The rice mixture, when combined with water, formed a cohesive paste, and when mixed with the sweet potato starch, produced a delectable, elastic vermicelli. After allowing the sweet potato puree to settle, the water was drained off, leaving the starch at the bottom. The sweet potato starch was then combined with the rice paste, with a bit of water added to achieve a smooth consistency, resulting in a dough-like sweet potato mixture. Finally, they took out the vermicelli maker exchange from the system marketplace, a bamboo-like tool with numerous small holes resembling those of vermicelli. The mixed concoction was placed onto the vermicelli maker, allowing the strands to flow out continuously. Once the water in the pot boiled vigorously, the vermicelli was added, and once it floated to the surface, it was deemed ready. They allowed the completed vermicelli to cool and dry, ultimately producing an astonishing 30 to 40 pounds. Bai Ruansuan prepared 2 pounds of vermicelli for cooking. She intended to boil only enough for herself and Bai Lu. As pre-cooking would lead to clumping. As for the other orcs in the cave, they could wait until they awoke to assist with cooking. Bai Ruansuan retrieved some shrimp paste, fish balls, and chicken balls from her system space, totaling around 20 balls. Initially, she intended to fetch them directly from the cellar, but all the balls had frozen, and a shuai was still asleep, prompting her to utilize her system space instead. Bai Lu kindly prepared the fire, adding plenty of water sourced by a shuai to the pot, which was already boiling. Bai Ruansuan rinsed the balls and dropped them into the pot just as a shuai woke up. A shuai, seeing Bai Ruansuan cooking with the water from the wooden bucket, promptly exclaimed, "Didn't I give you plenty of spring water? That water is sweet and clean. You should use that for cooking." Bai Ruansuan shook her head. Ever since the cold wave, the unbothered shuai had become the key provider of water for the entire cave, having brought in a significant amount of his beloved spring water. He can conjure water without even stepping outside. However, a shuai's preference for mountain spring water is limited, with a daily supply of only about a large basin, weighing 2 to 3 jin, which he prefers to share with everyone. Once the meatballs are cooked to about 70% doneness, he adds the vermicelli to cook together. Due to the inclusion of rice slurry in the vermicelli, its color leans towards white rather than being transparent. Yet, the vermicelli cooked this way exudes a delightful aroma, a harmonious blend of rice and sweet potato, making it more chewy and flavorful. It is handmade, devoid of any additives, and truly delicious. Bai Ruansuan gently picked up the vermicelli from the pot. Discovering it was already cooked, and set it aside in a bowl with the meatballs. There are numerous variations of the recipe for sour and spicy noodles, but Bai Ruansuan chose the simplest one. Directly preparing a sour and spicy broth, she generously added rings of chili, minced garlic, and scallions to the bottom of the bowl, followed by a spoonful of aged vinegar, 2 spoons of light soy sauce, a pinch of salt, a dash of white sugar for enhancement, and a drizzle of chili oil, all topped with sizzling hot oil. After allowing the hot oil to bubble for a minute, she added an appropriate amount of clear water, stirred it well, and soaked the already cooked meatballs for 2 minutes before adding the vermicelli. The thin vermicelli absorbs flavors remarkably well, so it can be added directly. The aroma of the sour and spicy noodles wafted through the air, awakening the little glutton Bai Pang Pang. Even before fully opening her eyes, Bai Pong Pong's mouth began to water. When Bai Lu turned around while grabbing something, she caught sight of it and couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that Bai Pang Pang was perpetually drooling. Yingyu, Hua Hua, and Huiyan also woke up. Bai Ruansuan first handed 2 bowls of sour and spicy noodles to Bai Lu and a shui, then said, "Hurry up and wash up. Once you're done, we can..." Ora Shui helped Bai Ruansuan defrost the meatballs before sitting down to eat. "It smells so good." Hua Hua flapped her tiny wings, her petal-like face beaming, twirling around the table of a shui, and Bai Lu. A shui teased, "Hua Hua, hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. Your petals have fallen into my bowl." "Ah, I'm sorry." Hua Hua blushed, lowering her head and fidgeting with her fingers. The allure of the sour and spicy noodles was simply irresistible. Bai Lu, being the most tolerant of spiciness in the entire cave, had an extra generous portion of chili in his bowl. The bright red oil floated atop the wooden bowl, the mouth-watering fragrance of spicy and numbing flavors mingling with the tangy aroma of vinegar, rendering the sour and spicy noodles rich yet not greasy, but rather delightfully tangy and fragrant. The noodles were adorned with chicken meatballs, fish balls, and shrimp paste, with a generous sprinkle of minced garlic and scallions floating atop, all mingling with the 3 delectable meatballs. The red oil drizzled over the meatballs, which had soaked in the sour and spicy broth for a while, imparting a deep flavor. Taking a bite of the vermicelli, followed by a meatball, and pairing it with some garlic and scallions while slurping up the warm broth. What a perfect combination! "Oh my goodness," Hua Hua exclaimed, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. She tugged at Bai Ruansuan's sleeve, whispering, "Sister Ruansuan, I want extra meatballs, double the amount in Bai Lu's bowl." At that moment, Hua Hua seemed to have completely forgotten that she had once sworn off meat. "Oh my little Hua Hua, how can you eat so much at your age? If there are that many meatballs, will there be room for the noodles?" "Yes, I can. Trust me." Hua Hua beamed to Bai Ruansuan. Bai Ruansuan's heart was touched, and she promptly added a generous portion of meatballs for Hua Hua. A large pot of vermicelli was prepared, and Bai Ruansuan divided it into 3 large bowls and 2 small ones. The 3 large bowls were for herself, Yingyu, and Bai Pang Pang, while the small bowls were for Hua Hua and Hua Wai. And in truth, Hua Hua and Huiyan could have used the larger bowls to make things simpler, as 1 or 2 bowls would suffice. However, they opted to craft their own petite bowls, delighting in the joy of serving themselves, even creating small, whimsical utensils. For instance, the tiny chopsticks were as thin as toothpicks and slightly longer than a fingernail, with delicate vine patterns engraved on Hua Hua's chopsticks. Bai Ruansuan prepared the sour and spicy broth for them, then served the noodles and meatballs on the table. Bai Ruansuan, Yingyu, Bai Lu, and Bai Pang Pang sat directly on stools to eat, while the 3 little fairies, being quite small, placed their tiny stools on the table to eat comfortably. Hua Hua's bowl contained 10 meatballs, with just a smattering of vermicelli. Huiyan and Bai Pang Pang had 10 each, while Shui flitted around the table, counting and lamented, "So I only have 4 meatballs in my bowl, that's the least." "All right, if you'd like more, we can make some at noon," Bai Ruansuan said, ruffling a Shui's colorful hair. A Shui nodded enthusiastically, the rainbow strands shimmering, looking particularly beautiful. Bai Lu's face glowed with anticipation. Okay, the sound of slurping vermicelli filled the air, the fragrant aroma of sour and spicy noodles enticing everyone. The noodles were chewy, the meatballs bursting with flavor, and the broth tangy and delicious. A truly delightful experience. This hearty bowl of sour and spicy noodles in the morning was incredibly appetizing amidst the cold wave outside. Where the temperature had plummeted, the orcs and little fairies dining inside were glistening with a thin sheen of sweat, feeling refreshed, akin to the joy of enjoying hot pot in winter. Everyone savored their meal contentedly. The dish of meatball sour and spicy noodles was awarded 40 points, which were automatically credited to the host's attribute panel for their review. Baozi chirped in with the data. Achoo! Baozi yawned, his eyelids heavy. He desperately wanted to sleep. Seizing the opportunity while the others in the cave were distracted, Bai Ruansuan stealthily poked Baozi and exclaimed fiercely, Baozi, why are you so negligent in your service to me? Tell me, did you stay out all night with the apocalypse system again last night? Feeling guilty, Baozi coughed awkwardly and quickly retorted, this time it wasn't with the apocalypse system. I was out all night with my brother. Bai Ruansuan chuckled, did I catch you off guard? But how does a system like you even have a brother? In Bai Ruansuan's understanding, it was already impressive for a data system to have parents. But from Baozi's words, it seemed he had several siblings. Baozi was furious. His host was so mischievous, extracting information from him. If it weren't for the pork and scallion dumplings Bai Ruansuan made yesterday, would he have been scared enough to seek comfort from his brother? Just as Baozi was about to speak again, Bai Ruansuan inquired curiously, by the way, since you're Baozi, what is your brother? Is he a dumpling? Surprisingly, this ungrateful host guessed correctly. He is filled with the same ingredients as you. Baozi glared at his ungrateful host and promptly vanished. Warning, your system program has encountered a bug and is currently being repaired. After a hearty meal, it was time to get to work. First, they needed to tidy up the cave entrance, transforming it into a neat square. Bai Ruansuan's claws were sharp enough to cut stone directly. But Bai Lu's claws were even sharper than hers. Moreover, Bai Lu's level was significantly higher than Bai Ruansuan's, making him more than capable of handling the task of cutting stone. Accustomed to handiwork, Inu waited for Bai Lu to finish fixing the cave entrance before he began cutting wooden boards to create a piece that would fit seamlessly with the entrance while leaving some gaps. They spent the entire morning completing this task. Bai Ruansuan, Bai Pang, and the three little fairies focused on their respective training. Inu and Bai Lu near the completion of their work. Bai Ruansuan began to prepare lunch. Pork and scallion dumplings were a hit, and the sour and spicy noodles from this morning were not enough to satisfy everyone. It seemed Bai Pang still craved the ham and egg custard that Bai Ruansuan made exclusively for Bai Lu last night. Bai Ruansuan sighed, pinching her brow, and retrieved 6 eggs from the cellar, intending to steam a large basin of egg custard. Only 2 ham sausages remained in the cellar, and once used, there would be none left for the next meal. She resolved to make more when she had the chance. After whisking the 6 eggs together, she added an appropriate amount of water, chopped scallions, salt, 5-spice powder, and oil. Rolling up her sleeves, Bai Ruansuan peeled the casing off the ham sausages, chopped them finely, and mixed them into the egg mixture. The ham and egg custard was then set to steam. The kind-hearted Hua Hua flapped her tiny wings and beamed sweetly at Bai Ruansuan. Sister Ruansuan, let me help you cook. Sure, Bai Ruansuan responded with a smile that a few days ago she had made quite a number of pork and scallion dumplings, and there were still around 40 left in the cellar. She decided to boil them and prepare some spicy and sour noodles as well, completing a delightful lunch. Hua Hua called Ashue to join her in retrieving the dumplings and vermicelli from the cellar. After finishing their tasks, Inu and Bai Lu went straight to eat, enjoying a splendid midday meal. After the meal, Bai Ruansuan stood up and gestured with a wooden board at the entrance of the cave. A gust of chilly wind swept through, reddening her hands, prompting Inu to quickly offer, "Let me help." However, Bai Lu, with a glance at Inu, unceremoniously pushed him aside. Bai Ruansuan paid no heed to their antics. Instead, she used her sharp claws to draw a line on either side of the cave entrance to a S. She continuously sharpened her claws along that line. A deep mark began to form. She then created a hole on the left inner side of the cave entrance. After carving the line, the hole would thin out, allowing her to pierce through. Following this method, she made 3 holes in total, one at the top, one in the middle, and one at the bottom, aligning them with 3 corresponding holes on the door. Using animal skin ropes, she strung the 3 holes together and securely tied them with a knot, ensuring its sturdiness. That, to be frank, Bai Ruansuan was not skilled in crafting modern nails, doorknobs, or locks. She believed that in the beast world, simplicity was key. Tying 3 holes together essentially constituted a door, did it not? Next came the issue of the internal lock. This was straightforward. Bai Ruansuan pretended to retrieve something from the cellar while secretly pulling out a small piece of iron or exchange from the system space and presented it to Huyen. Addressing the gaze of the entire cave, she calmly stated, "This is something my shaman master left for me. It is exceptionally hard. Could you please help me shape it and embed it into the cave wall?" Bai Ruansuan gestured for Huyen to first refine the iron ore until it was free of impurities, then to mold it into a flat, elongated piece, bending it so that both ends fit snugly against the cave wall. She then fashioned another piece to embed into the wooden door. The assembly of the door latch consisted of an iron rod or wooden stick and an iron ring. Huyen, being a natural fire spirit, deftly manipulated the heat, quickly crafting the latch amidst the smoke billowing from the cave wall. The iron rod was easier to make than the iron ring, so Bai Ruansuan handed over more iron ore to Huyen, who soon completed that task as well. Bai Ruansuan inspected the wooden door, which now appeared remarkably secure from the inside, nodding in satisfaction. Their small window was just the right size for Huyen, Hua and Ashui to pass through. They merely needed to venture outside to gather some foliage to completely conceal the door before returning. All right, the 3 little spirits nodded in agreement. This wooden door seemed exceptionally sturdy, and Bai Ruansuan, along with her companions, expressed their satisfaction after feeling its solidity. However, Bai Ruansuan furrowed her brow, still believing that an iron door would be more appropriate, and no matter how tough the wooden door was, it could shatter under an attack from orc or large beasts, while an iron door would not necessarily suffer the same fate. At least those below by Lu's strength would find it impossible to breach. Nevertheless, crafting an iron door was no small feat until iron ore was discovered. Exchanging materials from the system space will be prohibitively expensive. Furthermore, producing an iron door would require dozens or even hundreds of pounds of ore, taking up significant space. Did her shaman master leave her with such materials out of sheer idleness? It was unlikely he could foresee that his disciple, Bai Ruansuan, would need iron ore for a door. If it were for something else, it would make no sense either. How could one gather such an abundance of iron ore? Given the vastness of the beast world, there must be resources for iron ore. It will be wiser to wait for Yin Xiong to discover some before constructing another door. For now, this arrangement would suffice to end Bai Ruansuan's mind. Baozi was lounging comfortably. "Hey, why not let me impersonate your shaman master and deliver some iron ore to you?" Bai Ruansuan's eyes lit up. "You can impersonate my shaman master, but aren't you just a virtual system?" Bai Ruansuan felt a surge of excitement, only to deflate a moment later. "But how could you possibly bring back so much iron ore?" "Well, that's the thing," Baozi shrugged, grinning that of course I can impersonate him. "I am indeed a virtual system, but this world is merely data that we control. In essence, we are virtual, and this world is virtual, so why can't I enter it?" Bai Ruansuan pondered for a moment, then furrowed her brow and asked, "But I'm not virtual, am I? You seem to be virtual as well." Baozi scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. "In short, you are very much flesh and blood in this world, as are the others. However, from our perspective, you are merely a series of controllable numbers. Naturally, you perceive us in the same way." Bai Ruansuan was perplexed. Yet from this lengthy discourse, she gleaned one crucial piece of information. It meant that the system Little Baozi could transform into a person from this world. Bai Ruansuan excitedly patted Baozi's plump behind, prompting him to jump up in indignation. "Don't you dare! That's inappropriate." Bai Ruansuan feigned ignorance, smiling brightly. "Since you can become a person from this world, you could transform into my master and accompany me for meals. You said you loved the dishes I made, so we could enjoy them together." Baozi fidgeted, somewhat hesitant. "I could, but transforming into your world's people is quite costly." Bai Ruansuan was taken aback. "What? It costs money?" Baozi nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. Otherwise, why did I crave it so much before, but never transformed to join you for a meal? How much is it? Bai Ruansuan inquired. Baozi counted. We calculate based on points. And it's about 200 points for a day. Please, my monthly salary as Baozi is only 5,000. Bai Ruansuan's expression remained impassive. But your father oversees the entire system, and you are his son. 200 points a day is merely a drop in the bucket. Although my father is the main system and earns millions daily, I was reckless before, leading my previous 99 hoes through apocalyptic parties with zombies. Engaging in gunfights and ancient dramas, dancing in reality shows, and even swiping the pants of a domineering CEO, leaving him exposed and forcing him into a night with his butler. As a result, all my credit cards were frozen, and I am now buried in debt. Oh, woe is me. I have lived extravagantly, even relying on my brother Dumpling for my daily expenses. Now I owe nearly 1 million. Oh, fate. As Baozi lamented, his dark little eyes squinted into slits, as if on the verge of tears, droplets pooling on the ground beneath him. Bai Ruansuan glanced at the ground, where the little droplets mixed with the flour, deepening the creamy hue. Please stop crying. Otherwise, you'll expose yourself, she urged as Baozi's sobs grew louder, prompting Bai Ruansuan to wipe her brow and chuckle awkwardly. She felt that Baozi's credit card freeze and debt were well-deserved. It was a miracle his father hadn't beaten him senseless already. However, Baozi then shifted the conversation. Actually, to transform into a person from your world, I can use not only my points, but also your points as the host. For instance, you currently have just over 11,000 points. You could spare 200 from your account to have me accompany you. Bai Ruansuan gently stroked her chin, her lovely visage immersed in quiet contemplation. Within her cave resided a small panda, 2 beastmen, and 3 little fairies. Of course, the system was not required to accompany them. Nevertheless, she could have Baozi masquerade as her shaman master. Currently, her shaman master persona was that of someone who had gone out for a while to gather herbs. However, due to the cold wave, he was delayed in returning from other areas nearby, leaving Bai Ruansuan and the others for an extended period without his presence. Therefore, after the cold wave passed, she could have Baozi make an appearance. Meandering around the Silver Moon and Silver Fox tribes to make tea that time, she would treat Baozi to some of his favorite delicacies, including those he often yearned for but rarely tasted. How delightful! After sharing her plans with Baozi, he beamed with joy. I knew it, host. You treat me the best. Hugs. Go away. The flour has splattered all over my face. Baozi lamented. There's no love left. The jerky from Silver Moon would be devoured by Silver Moon itself. Silver Moon tugged at the corner of Ruansuan's clothing, refusing to let go. Sister Ruansuan, you promised to make me jerky. I was looking forward to eating it, and my mother-s jerky was supposed to last a while. But now it's all going to be gone. Sister, please make it quickly. His large doe-like eyes blinked, shimmering with a pitiful mist, his youthful, fair face exuding an air of innocent charm, resembling a little puppy. Nearly overwhelming Bai Ruansuan with his cuteness, with a sigh of resignation, Bai Ruansuan replied, All right, I happen to have some free time today. I'll make you some jerky. Great, Sister Ruansuan is the best. No pouting. But I want to. Bai Lu silently pulled away this would-be suitor of his aunt, while Silver Moon shot him a glare, to which Bai Lu responded with indifference, neither willing to yield. Bai Ruansuan pretended not to notice and went with Ashui to the cellar to fetch the meat. This time, they would prepare both beef jerky and pork jerky. Bai Ruansuan took 50 pounds of beef and 50 pounds of pork. She disliked making jerky that was too tough to chew. So according to her calculations, 2 pounds of fresh meat would yield 1 pound of jerky, which was quite reasonable. 50 pounds of jerky was not too much for them. If consumed regularly, it would last them a little over a month. Perhaps even less. However, it was precisely because there was a bit less that jerky, nonetheless, remained jerky. There was no such thing as completely tender jerky. While it could serve as a casual snack, prolonged consumption could be detrimental to one's teeth. But the panda, by Pang Pang, was an exception. Currently in its growth phase, it would soon enter the teething stage in a few months. Why then, Bai Ruansuan would need to prepare special jerky for it to chew on. For now, allowing it to consume more jerky to adjust was acceptable. Making jerky could be somewhat troublesome, but the most tedious part was the drying process. Given the current weather conditions, going outside was likely unfeasible. But they had flames at their disposal. They could ask the flames to assist in roasting the jerky, although this method would not impart the same flavor and authenticity as sun-dried jerky. It would suffice. Bai Ruansuan had Silver Moon and Bai Lu, her two little helpers, chopped the beef and pork into small pieces. They added a pinch of shrimp paste, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, sugar, and pepper, ensuring the seasonings and meat were thoroughly mixed before marinating for an hour. Next, they spread the marinated meat paste evenly on a board. They instructed the flames to find the right angle and control the heat, continuously roasting the meat paste above, drawing out the moisture from the layer below without burning prevent any mishaps. Bai Ruansuan had the flames practice by roasting 2 dried apples first. Akin to using an oven, the flames quickly found their rhythm, and the process of roasting jerky proceeded smoothly. Within an afternoon, they had roasted all 50 pounds of jerky. Bai Ruansuan and the others, along with the little fairies, cut the jerky into long strips for storage. The beef jerky earned a culinary score of 40, and the acquired points were automatically added to the host's attribute panel. Please check accordingly. The pork jerky also garnered a score of 40, with points similarly added to the host's attribute panel, just as the system announced the points before the group could even finish storing the jerky. Bai Ruansuan heard a loud thud from outside the cave, followed by a cacophony of voices. Yalan, I told you that dressing so lightly would freeze you to death. Why are you still wearing so little? How is my attire insufficient? This heavy beast hide is thick enough, isn't it? Oh please, with your petite frame, you're bound to freeze. Should I lend you my beast hide coat? It was Acha and Yalan. Bai Ruansuan exchanged glances with Silver Moon, who whispered, that loud voice belongs to Acha, but I'm not sure who the girl next to her is. She is a member of Acha's tribe and a good friend of hers. Yeah, Acha. Just then, Yalan, who was near Bai Ruansuan's cave, furrowed her brow. Acha, did you hear something? It sounds like a beastman speaking in this blizzard. Where would there be beastmen talking? Are you hallucinating? Acha plopped down on the icy ground. While the earth was frigid, Acha was bundled in thick beast hides, so she felt no immediate chill. She rubbed her sore legs, thinking that even if the cold seeped through the hides, reaching her bones and making her ill, she needed to take a break. It had been over half a month since the cold wave had set in. Due to the extreme cold outside, the leader of the snow rabbit tribe forbade Acha from venturing out to avoid her catching a cold, insisting she stay in the cave. Acha had nearly gone mad from being cooped up in the cave. Although her good friend Yalan often visited her, chatting and sharing tales, including those about Silver Moon, it was still not a suitable long-term arrangement. Moreover, Yalan had brought news that Silver Cheong might soon meet with Silver Moon. Acha had heard that Silver Moon was stationed outside with a small group for the sake of the entire Silver Fox tribe. However, the exact location was a closely guarded secret. Even the leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe could not uncover it. Acha thought it understandable. After all, it was the tribe's confidential matter, and it was indeed strange for them to divulge it. Yet, she had not seen Silver Moon for quite a long time and yearned to meet him. Hearing Yalan's words, Acha felt a glimmer of hope. Therefore, Acha desperately pleaded with her brother Anan to allow her to accompany him on his next hunting trip. Anan, the future leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe, appeared simple-minded but was quite shrewd. Naturally, he could not acquiesce to Acha's request. The outside world was not as simple as Acha, the pampered princess, imagined. It was fraught with dangers. Who knew what famished beasts, starved for days, might emerge, or what large packs of wild animals could tear Acha apart? Or worse, what if nearby tribes on the brink of extinction recognized Acha's identity and tried to use her to threaten the Snow Rabbit tribe? Or perhaps Acha would simply get lost and be unable to find her way home. Despite Acha's repeated assurances to Anan, I will stay close to our tribe's warriors. They'll bring me back safely. I want to act alone. Anan had seen through Acha long ago. If you don't act alone, it wouldn't be you. You wouldn't be so eager to brave the hardships and dangers if it weren't for that Silver Moon. Would you? In the end, Anan did not agree, but Acha and Yalan managed to slip out of the tribe together in the icy wilderness. Acha carried a beast hide water pouch, jerky, and a small stone knife, while her novice companion Yalan, who had scarcely dressed, followed closely behind as they tracked the little leader of the Silver Fox tribe. silver cheong, for over an hour. The silver cheong of the Silver Fox tribe frequently sent their beastmen out to hunt or patrol every few days. However, whether hunting or patrolling, they never ventured into this small forest, as it was not a resource-rich location and not one they frequented as they patrolled. It became evident that this was not their territory. What a farce! Indeed, there were specters lurking. A faint smile graced Ache's lips as anticipation bubbled within her. Surely, she would soon reunite with her brother. Yet, the chill outside was rather biting. Another gust of frigid wind swept by, and Acha felt as if her eyelashes might freeze off. Dangling from her lashes were tiny icicles, formed from the tears that streamed down her cheeks as the wind cut through her, leaving her eyes stinging with discomfort. Acha sniffled, peering intently towards the direction of the silver dome not far away, oblivious to the trembling figure of Yalan beside her. Acha was indeed underdressed for the occasion. Unlike Acha, Yalan could not afford to sit on the ground. Doing so would likely leave her posterior frozen solid. Yalan bit her bluish-purple lips, unable to suppress the urge to stamp her nearly frozen feet. How could Acha take so long to greet Inwe? If she were to go ahead, it would surely diminish Yalan's dignity, making it appear as though she were eager, had she known that encountering Inwe would prove so arduous and slow. She would have donned warmer attire. It was simply too cold. Nearby, a companion clapped their hands, breathing heavily. Without a moment's thought, Yalan exclaimed, "Acha, what's wrong? Why are you so close to me?" Just as Yalan turned her head, she was met with the horrifying sight of a bloodied head looming before her. A massive deer had its skull grotesquely hollowed out, its pale brain mingling with blood that pooled around it. The deerskin hung limply from the remaining half of the skull, while a few gaunt, gray mice burrowed into the gory mass of flesh and blood. Yet the creature still drew breath, one eye clouded and the other glaring menacingly at Yalan. As the emaciated mouse turned, its triangular face revealed a fierce glint in its green eyes, sending Yalan into tears. Ah! Instinctively, Yalan shoved Acha towards the dying deer and the filthy rodents, fleeing in a panic. "Help! Help me!" Inwe, clutching his knife after decapitating a mooing beast, heard a female orc's cries for help not far behind. He turned to see two familiar figures, his expression betraying no surprise. Inwe himself was at least a level 6 orc, accompanied by warriors of level 3 or higher. How could he not notice the 2 level 1 and 2 novices trailing behind? His brow furrowed as he gazed at Acha and Yalan, and upon recognizing them, his pupils constricted. That it was indeed them. What were they doing following him here? Inua's countenance turned icy as he approached, seizing the still frantic Yalan. Meanwhile, Acha was unexpectedly assaulted by several bloodied mice, which danced upon her, causing her to scream in terror, nearly fainting from fright. Yalan, convinced that a ferocious beast had grabbed her, flailed desperately at Inue, almost tearing the hide off his back in her panic. Inue's voice turned harsh. "You appear weak and low level, like mere novices, yet your claws are sharper than a lion's. What are you doing here? Speak. What is your purpose?" His tone was ruthless as he hurled Yalan to the ground, displaying a complete disregard for her status as a female orc. Yalan, though she had scarcely heard that voice before, recognized it immediately, freezing in place. In this bone-chilling expanse, it felt as if her very blood would freeze. Inwe had discovered them. What were they to do now? After Acha had screamed for what felt like an eternity, the bloody deer lay lifeless, and the mice were flung off by her frantic movements. Staring blankly at Inwe, Acha took 3 seconds to process the situation before hastily stepping away from the grotesque scene of blood and rodents, her limbs trembling as she approached Yalan with a resounding slap. Echoing in the stillness, Acha struck Yalan with fury. "Why did you push me towards danger when I was in peril?" Yalan, stunned by the blow, blinked back tears, her eyes glistening as she fought to suppress her emotions. After several moments, she managed to quell the urge to recoil, allowing icy tears to cascade down her cheeks, creating a pitiful sight. No, I didn't mean to. It was merely a reflex. I had no idea it was so dangerous. I didn't intend to push you. I only wanted to steer you away from harm. My hand slipped. It's all my fault. Acha. Please forgive me. Yalan sobbed softly, her voice frail, evoking sympathy in all who heard her. Acha fell silent for a moment, then offered a faint smile. Very well. I forgive you, Yalan. Yalan was taken aback. She hadn't expected the usually vengeful Acha to grant forgiveness so readily. Indeed, she was foolish to think that Acha could be so easily swayed. Lowering her head with a rueful smile, Yalan looked up with a pitiful expression. I'm sorry. I was wrong that I promised to be more cautious next time. You're my best friend. I would never wish you harm. Yes, Acha nodded, and Inue, frowning, interjected, so, why are you two following us? Acha and Yalan stiffened simultaneously. Yalan spoke first. We are orcs from the Snow Rabbit tribe. Out hunting till we got separated, seeing the orc figures in the distance. We thought to come closer to discern if they belonged to our tribe. But before we could get a good look, we encountered that horrific scene. Inwe replied coldly, Your Snow Rabbit tribe's orcs are quite formidable. And your hunting skills are impressive. Yet you bring along 2 burdens of level 1 and 2. Moreover, you come without bows or knives. Instantly, Acha and Yalan's faces flushed with embarrassment, feeling as if they had been set ablaze. Acha instinctively patted the small stone knife at her side, quickly realizing its inadequacy. It was clearly a tool for self-defense, not for hunting. Drawing it would only invite ridicule. Yalan, using Acha's strength, managed to rise. She could no longer sit on this icy ground, for doing so would leave her legs and backside incapacitated. We did bring tools, but we were ambushed by a large beast, and in our flight for survival, we lost everything. Acha added, Though our levels are low, I am the daughter of the leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe, and Yalan is the daughter of an elder that we sought to contribute to our tribe. And they would surely agree. Indeed, Yalan nodded in affirmation. Inue, with the keen gaze of an eagle, scrutinized the 2 female orcs. In that case, I shall escort you back to the hunting party of the Snow Rabbit tribe. I recently spotted Ainen. He should be leading the hunters and can take you back. No. Acha instinctively objected. If she were to be escorted back this way, her brother would immediately realize something was amiss. She and Yalan would never have the chance to venture out again. Thus, she must not be taken back. Acha swallowed hard, but before she could speak, Yalan plopped back down onto the ground. Acha was momentarily stunned as she watched Yalan rub her body. Acha, I think I can't move. What was happening? Acha rushed to check on her. Yalan's gaze fell upon Inue that I twisted my waist while fleeing earlier, and now I can't move. The Snow Rabbit tribe must continue hunting. Our presence would only hinder Ainen. Perhaps Inue could escort us back? Acha, being a female orc, lacked strength, and she feared she could not carry Yalan. Wrapped tightly in her hide, Yalan's face was obscured, and her thin frame was accentuated by the not-so-thick garments she wore. Anyone witnessing the scene would perceive her as a frail and delicate female, and her deceptively soft voice only heightened the instinct to protect her. Immediately, the orc warriors of the Silver Fox tribe, upon realizing that Xiong might recognize them, hesitated and spoke. Little Chief, perhaps we should return her. Indeed, Little Chief, that we've traversed this forest for quite some time without any discoveries. It would be wiser to head back directly. The Snow Rabbit tribe is not far from us, and it lies conveniently on our way. Xiong cast a frigid glance, silencing the orc warriors of the Silver Fox tribe, as none dared utter another word. Yalan's smile faltered, her voice trembling. Little Chief, are you truly going to abandon her to her fate? I will indeed abandon her. What of it? Yalan exclaimed. Xiong then commanded the orcs beneath her. 2 of you, go find Ainen. With the onset of the cold tide, orcs venturing out to hunt must do so in pairs, at the very least, should one venture alone and succumb to the freezing wilderness. No one would be there to discover their fate. Both Yalan and Acha's expressions turned ashen. Acha, defeated, sat down heavily on the ground. This is it. It's all over. Just as the orcs below nodded to turn and leave, a distant cackling laughter echoed through the air. Thinking of leaving? Not a chance. A large group cloaked in heavy animal skins emerged, most of them from the Red Scorpion tribe, mingled with those from the Blue Mouse tribe and the Pegasus tribe, vastly outnumbering the Silver Fox tribe. Acha and Yalan hurriedly hid behind Xiong. Xiong furrowed her brow and instructed, You two, hurry and flee. Go send word. Quickly. If you don't leave now, it may be too late. Cabbage, the little chief of the red scorpion tribe, squinted as he observed Ing Cheong's movements, a smile creeping upon his lips. Are you referring to the orcs of the snow rabbit tribe? They have all been captured by me. Don't harbor any thoughts of seeking their assistance. As he spoke, Cabbage clapped his hands. Bring them forth. Several orcs dragged out tightly bound members of the snow rabbit tribe. Among them was Ainin. Brother, Isiche's eyes bulged with fury as she immediately stood in front of Ing Cheong, gritting her teeth. What do you intend to do? Nothing much. Just wish to capture you all and exchange you for some pelts. Cabbage replied with a smile, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Why should our tribe, along with the Blue Mouse tribe and the Pegasus tribe, suffer from such a scarcity of pelts, while your tribe possesses such abundance? Cabbage continued leisurely. We have exerted great effort and waited countless days just to catch you two little chiefs out together. The costs we incurred to track your whereabouts were immense, resulting in the sacrifice of countless orc warriors. It seems now we can recover our investments. As long as we have you two little chiefs in our grasp, I believe neither the Snow Rabbit tribe nor the Silver Fox tribe will easily let go. ACHA shouted. Despicable, shameless, Cabbage cackled. Oh, dear girl, do say more. I relish your words. As he spoke, he brandished a sharp stone knife, tapping it against Ainin's face. After all, I have your brother in my grasp. If you utter something I dislike, I shall mar your brother's face with this knife. While I cannot take his life, it will certainly relieve my frustrations. My brother is the little chief of the Snow Rabbit tribe. The future leader. Should you dare to do this, our entire tribe will not let you off. Why so impatient? Why wouldn't I let you go? I am merely marring his face, not taking his life. Cabbage replied nonchalantly. Your tribe is well versed in pharmacology. Treating a facial injury without leaving a scar is quite simple, isn't it? Isiche's face flushed with anger. Simple. My foot. Facial injuries are not like others. They require exceedingly precious herbs. Though our Snow Rabbit tribe possesses these herbs and would be willing to use them on my brother, the suffering he would endure is far too great. The Red Scorpion tribe is intolerable. Bound tightly, Ainin slightly turned his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Cabbage, resembling the most famished alpha wolf in the vast wilderness, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light, wild and dangerous. Ainin enunciated each word clearly. I will not allow you to succeed. Isiche, you must return and seek aid from the Snow Rabbit tribe. I am their prisoner, and, as the future chief, they will not dare harm me. Go quickly. Isiche bit her lip hard, remaining silent as she glanced at Ing Cheong. Ing Cheong frowned and whispered, Wait a moment. I will lead a surprise attack, that I will have our tribe's orcs assist in your escape. Whether it succeeds or not is left to fate. Ing Cheong surveyed the orc warriors from the three tribes before her, her brow furrowed. They outnumbered them significantly, with most being at least level 4, fully overwhelming their side. The three tribes had clearly invested great efforts in such a large-scale operation, risking everything. Yet, how could they have so accurately tracked the movements of both their tribe and the Snow Rabbit tribe, deploying double their number? It seemed there was a traitor within their ranks. She would need to investigate this promptly. The 20 orc warriors of the Silver Fox tribe gripped their weapons tightly, exuding a formidable aura, their spiritual energy continuously radiating around them. In the next moment, the 20 or so figures suddenly surged forth, each striking with precision. They did not immediately reveal their true forms, for in these frigid temperatures, doing so would only lead to their demise. They had to fight in this manner. The opposing orc warriors were taken aback by the sudden onset of battle, momentarily thrown into disarray. In that fleeting moment, the Silver Fox tribe's warriors gained the upper hand, as Ing Cheong landed 2 swift punches, toppling a warrior from the Blue Mouse tribe. Even through layers of thick pelts, her strikes resonated with bone-crushing force. A warrior from the Pegasus tribe found his limbs incapacitated and was brutally kicked aside, blood splattering onto Cabbage's face. Cabbage reacted swiftly, seizing a Silver Fox tribe warrior who approached to attack, twisting his hands violently, snapping the warrior's neck. The fallen warrior's face bore an expression of terror, blood splattering across Cabbage's visage, making him resemble a demon emerging from hell. He licked the blood from his face with a bloodthirsty grin. Delicious indeed. my little fox, come forth to meet your doom. Kakash lunged toward Ing Xiong, who regarded him coldly, her gaze devoid of warmth, as she executed a swift kick. Kakash, of equal level, was nearly able to evade. The pelt covering his body was torn as Ing Xiong's foot grazed past, creating a large gash. The sound of ripping fabric only heightened Kakash's excitement as he, along with his equally leveled orc companions, charged forward to attack. After over 100 exchanges, Ing Xiong, panting heavily, clutched her chest. Retreating alongside her remaining 9 brothers, the orcs from the 3 tribes aimed to wear down the warriors of the Silver Fox tribe through relentless attrition. This could not continue. Ing Xiong glanced back. Isiche and Yalan had already been escorted back by the 2 orcs she had dispatched. Thus, surrender was the only option. 11 of her brothers lay on the ground, yet still alive, while the remaining 9 bore minor injuries, which were manageable. This unexpected turn nearly blinded Kakash with astonishment. You harbor some scheme. If I had a scheme, would I disclose it to you? Kakash was momentarily speechless, commanding the orcs below. Hurry. Bind them! Though Ing Xiong's words were harsh, they rang true. If she had a scheme, she would certainly not reveal it. Ing Xiong was thrown to the back, next to Anan. Kakash waved his hand. Let us return to the Red Scorpion tribe promptly and report to our father. Yes. Ing Xiong followed behind slowly. This was the best choice. It not only preserved the lives of several brothers, but also allowed Acha and Yalan to seek help in time, even if they could not obtain immediate assistance. Should any unfortunate souls be captured or meet their demise during the escape, this territory belonged to her brothers, Ing Yu and Ruansuan. Just moments ago, Ing Xiong had noticed how close they were to Ruansuan's dwelling. They must have sensed the commotion outside. Ruansuan and Ing Yu would certainly come to their rescue. Bai Lu pondered. Why not let me charge out directly? Bai Ruansuan rolled her eyes, tapping his head. If you charge out directly, even if your level is high, dealing with so many orcs outside one by one would be troublesome, wouldn't it? Indeed, Bai Lu's level was on par with the chiefs of the Red Scorpion tribe, Blue Mouse tribe, and Pegasus tribe. The difference between a first and second tier is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Given his prowess, dealing with the feeble adversaries outside, who barely reach level 6, is an effortless task. Bai Lu nodded, acknowledging the sound reasoning. Bai Ruansuan glanced at the round, plump Bai Pang, arching an eyebrow and forcing a smile. Little darling, why not take the stinger out for a spin? It would be an excellent opportunity to experience the treachery of human nature that I absolutely refuse. Bai Pang promptly retreated, tucking its entire head into its cozy nook, leaving behind a short, round, fluffy tail and chubby, dark paws. Bai Ruansuan seized the plump little legs, pulling it out. Just teasing you, look at how frightened you are. Bai Pang is still quite young. Once it reaches a year and its teeth have developed, and its claws sharpened through practice, it will be ready for release. Now, however, is not the appropriate time. Yet, it is essential for Pang to build some courage. Bai Ruansuan stroked her chin and addressed Inu and Bai Lu. You two go out, armed with my stinger, and simply deal with them. But exercise caution. Do not harm our OWNT. Prevent any mishaps leading to friendly fire. Bai Ruansuan entrusted them with a stinger coated in tranquilizer rather than one laced with lethal poison. Inu, you should still recognize the attire worn by the orcs from your tribe, correct? Inu paused. I'm not certain. He could only recognize their faces, and now, from a distance, the orcs were swathed in thick pelts, appearing as large, indistinct forms. Who could tell them apart? Aren't those orcs bound? Bai Lu succinctly interjected. Bai Ruansuan nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The reason she refrained from participating herself was due to her past experiences of mistakenly injuring teammates during modern gaming. While she could manage in one-on-one confrontations, in a chaotic melee like this, she could not discern friend from foe. Bai Ruansuan lingered on her thoughts, concerned they too might make a misstep. Hitting one's own side would indeed be an awkward predicament. Although being struck by a tranquilizer would have no severe consequences, it certainly wouldn't appear dignified. Go ahead. Just as Inu and Bai Lu were about to open the door, they heard a commotion outside. Run. Why aren't you running now? The lewd voice of an orc from the Red Scorpion tribe echoed. Acha and Yalan pressed tightly against the cave wall. Warily eyeing the approaching figures, two warriors from the Silver Fox tribe stood in front of them, one with a wounded arm and the other nearly having his leg severed, blood dripping from their bodies. They had emerged alongside the two Silver Fox warriors, but were relentlessly pursued by the orcs from the Red Scorpion tribe. They could have escaped, but Yalan tripped and was caught by the pursuing orcs. Consequently, the two warriors who had been protecting them were inadvertently injured. 4 warriors from the Red Scorpion tribe, along with one from the Green Mouse tribe, were now relaxed, having realized that Acha and her companions could not flee. They leered, drooling as they gazed at Acha. This little lady is truly beautiful. Why not let us take a turn with her? You must be joking. She is the only daughter of the Snow Rabbit tribe's leader. Such an affront cannot be tolerated. What is there to fear? The Snow Rabbit tribe will eventually fall to us. The orc warriors from the Red Scorpion tribe wore expressions of arrogance, but we cannot eliminate them just yet. We still need to barter for tree bark with the Snow Rabbit tribe. Patience is required. Acha was incensed. To hell with you. A toad dreaming of swan meat should take a look in the mirror. A pug thinking it can bite the moon is utterly deluded. With your unremarkable appearances, you dare to lay a hand on me. Dream on. Her words ignited the ire of the Red Scorpion tribe orcs, and she retaliated with a punch imbued with boundless red energy, a force weighing 300 pounds. Just as Acha prepared to evade, she was abruptly shoved forward by someone beside her. It was Yalan. Acha's fury reached its peak, knowing there was no escape. She could only shut her eyes tightly, awaiting the impending doom. Suddenly, the cave wall behind them emitted a sharp, cracking sound, and both Acha and Yalan were hurled backward. Bai Lu sent one of the Red Scorpion orcs flying with a punch, while Inu adeptly launched the stinger, incapacitating several orcs with tranquilizers that Acha stared blankly at Inu and Bai Lu, as well as the defeated villains strewn across the ground. Finally exhaling a sigh of relief, Yalan. Acha glared at Yalan, delivering 2 swift slaps to either side of her face. Get lost. I never want to see you again. Faced with life and death, Yalan regarded Acha, convinced she had committed no wrongdoing. She furrowed her brow, now that her true nature had been exposed. She could no longer maintain her facade. We are all outside. Why should I leave and not you? Acha shot her a cold look. You nearly killed me. So what? Yalan retorted with a scoff, ready to respond, but was abruptly pushed aside by Inu. Inu furrowed his brow as he pulled Bai Lu along, sending Yalan tumbling. Move aside. You're in the way. They still needed to rescue Anan and Incheon. Yalan glared at Inu, who, along with Bai Lu, paid her no mind as they continued outward. Yalan longed to catch up with them, to inquire about nearby hiding spots, but felt too intimidated. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a small wooden door partially concealed by grass, and her eyes lit up. She dashed toward it. Acha's expression hardened as she forcefully shoved Yalan aside. Acha, being level 2, easily overpowered Yalan, who was level 1, sending her sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from her chin. Acha peered through the door. It appeared to be the dwelling of Inu. Someone as treacherous as Yalan could not be allowed to remain among them. Therefore, she could not enter. If she stayed with them, who knew what troubles might arise? In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. The survival of the fittest is the rule of life. Everyone relies on their own abilities to survive, indifferent to the fates of others. Acha would not blame anyone for this. It is simply how things are. However, while it is acceptable to disregard others' lives, one should never use others as stepping stones, especially not in times of peril, where one might push others forward to sacrifice themselves, even if she is the daughter of an elder from the Snow Rabbit tribe. That does not exempt her. Even the most ordinary orc from the Snow Rabbit tribe would never disregard their comrades' lives, allowing them to perish for their own sake. Acha hesitated, knocking on the cave door. What purpose did this wooden barrier serve? Why was it blocking the entrance? Was it merely to shield against the wind? Why couldn't she enter, just as she was about to inquire whether any orcs were inside? Yalan forcefully collided with her back, sending Acha crashing through the wooden door, both tumbling inside. Inside the cave, Bai Ruansuan exclaimed, "What the heck? I had no intention of letting these individuals in." Neither Acha nor Yalan are decent folk. As for the 2 injured Silver Fox warriors, although they bore no grievances, they were also not connected to her. Inu and Bai Lu had already taken weapons to rescue the Silver Fox warriors. They would soon be liberated, after which Yin Xiong could escort the injured silver fox warriors for treatment. It was unnecessary to bring them inside. Yet to her utter astonishment, her door had been smashed to splinters. How utterly shameless! The three little sprites widened their eyes at the unfolding scene, startled into a shiver. They hadn't even had the chance to hide. The two silver fox warriors, positioned farther from the door and taller in stature, had not noticed the small cave entrance until a cha was propelled inside, failing to bend at the waist. As a cha was thrust into the cave, her face smeared with blood, her gaze met that of the nearest flower. Their eyes blinking in unison, creating a scene of sheer horror. A cha yelped, jumping up. Yalan, who had also stumbled in and nearly knocked herself out, did not have time to look up before a cha inadvertently stomped on her head. A cha bouncing up and down while her nose rubbed against the cave floor, stars dancing before her eyes. What on earth is happening? The two orcs from the Silver Fox tribe hurriedly entered to investigate. Before they could fully step inside, ACHA immediately tucked Hua Hua in her sleeve. Bai Ruansuan's nimble hands and feet were only a fraction slower than ACHA's, and she too managed to conceal Hien and a Shui within her sleeve. Upon entering, the two orcs were greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar and beautiful female orc, her expression stiff with apprehension, accompanied by an adorably rotund panda. ACHA and Yalan struck peculiar poses, one standing upright. The other sprawled on the ground, the only connection between them being ACHA's foot perched on Yalan's head. Odd, yet somehow normal. Reflecting on Yalan's recent actions, the two orcs fell into a contemplative silence. Regretting their earlier plea on her behalf, this Yalan, so malevolent in heart, deserved her plight. Let her suffer. Their gazes shifted to the lovely female, ultimately resting on the chubby creature beside her. The atmosphere grew thick with tension, as Bai Ruansuan fixated on the two orcs, while ACHA stamped her foot in frustration, joining her in their scrutiny that, oh my goodness, it's a pangolin, it's so fat and adorable, one of the orcs exclaimed. Indeed, indeed, the other echoed, their eyes sparkling with affection as they longed to pet the plump creature. Bai Ruansuan sighed with relief as the pangolin, sensing their admiration, hesitantly feigned ignorance and began to roll on the ground. Capturing the orc's attention, both Bai Ruansuan and ACHA exhaled in unison. You may touch it and play with it, Bai Ruansuan said with a smile that, in truth, being discovered by the orcs posed little threat. Their capabilities were rather unimpressive, and they could easily be dealt with. However, there was no need to entangle them unnecessarily. Really? That's wonderful, the orcs exclaimed, their hearts aflame with affection as they gently lifted the rotund pangolin, cradling it as one would a child. SHA exchanged glances with Bai Ruansuan, having already caught sight of the two small elves hiding nearby, understanding that Bai Ruansuan had concealed them. Bai Ruansuan was momentarily taken aback as ACHA quietly passed the little elves from her sleeve in her hands, revealing three tiny beings. ACHA cleared her throat awkwardly to we're hungry. Bai Ruansuan nodded vigorously. I'll fetch you something to eat. With that, she dashed towards the cellar, where she concealed the three small creatures in a large vat tucked away in a dim corner, covering it with a lid. Inside the vat lay some vermicelli and pomegranate, and the three little ones exchanged glances, slightly startled. Fear not, I shall protect you. That I truly apologize for not noticing the outside commotion. Bai Ruansuan reassured them, do not say that, who would have anticipated they would barge in so brazenly. Hua Hua replied, recalling the moment she locked eyes with the sister outside, shivering at the memory. After securing the trio, Bai Ruansuan retrieved 10 pounds of meat from her space. Yalan had already risen, shaking off her disorientation, and angrily confronted ACHA. Why did you step on my head? ACHA leaned against the cave wall, rolling her eyes at Yalan, unwilling to engage with her. Despite wishing to expel Yalan, the broken door rendered that impossible. The cave was warm, and Yalan was not foolish enough to leave. Bai Ruansuan emerged from the cellar, her gaze softening slightly as she noticed CHA's bloodied head. She chose not to dwell on the damaged door. What happened to your head? Bai Ruansuan inquired, directing her attention to ACHA. ACHA pointed at Yalan. Sulking .it was her fault. I merely intended to inquire if there were any orcs inside, and she shoved me in. This plank shattered because of her. Bai Ruansuan regarded Yalan with a bemused smile. Yalin, feeling the weight of her gaze, immediately felt a sting of regret, her eyes welling with tears. I didn't mean to. I was just anxious to come in and accidentally pushed ACHA. Accidental. It's always accidental. You claimed the same before. Perhaps you should count how many times you've pushed me. ACHA retorted. And you weren't crying just a moment ago. Yet now you are. Look at my face. Covered in blood and nearly losing my life. Who should be crying, if not I? Who are you trying to elicit sympathy from? Yalin wailed, but my face is also covered in blood. I've endured so many steps on me and said nothing. That was your own fault for trying to push me out and send me to my doom. ACHA shot back unapologetically. Yalin fell silent, only able to sob, her tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. This time, no one came to her aid. Bai Ruansuan cast a glance at Yalin, disregarding her bloodied appearance entirely as she retrieved gauze and Yunnan bayao from her cabinet, along with freshly boiled water from the stove. You two should clean yourselves up first, Bai Ruansuan instructed the orcs, gesturing to the bloodstains on their bodies. Both orcs had sustained injuries to their arms and legs, the wounds too severe for Bai Ruansuan to treat completely. They would need to wait for Ing Qiong to arrive and escort them back to their tribe for shamanesque care. However, she could at least cleanse their wounds with warm water and apply a layer of medicinal powder before lightly bandaging them, which would suffice for the time being. After tending to their wounds, Bai Ruansuan turned her attention to ACHA. The injury on ACHA's head was minor, merely a scrape, but the impact had left her looking quite gruesome. Blood smeared across her face. ACHA hadn't expected Bai Ruansuan, whom she once disliked, to aid her. A smile crept onto her face, revealing her bright white teeth in a radiant grin. Bai Ruansuan's lips twitched as she regarded the bloodied figure before her, silently critiquing her appearance, truly unsightly. After wiping away the dirted blood with a warm towel and applying a generous amount of medicinal powder to the continuously bleeding areas, she wrapped ACHA's forehead in a bandage. The once crimson visage transformed into a pale one. Bai Ruansuan observed ACHA for the first time, realizing that ACHA bore a slight resemblance to Huiyin, after swiftly tending to the injuries of the three. Yalin gazed at their revitalized appearances, momentarily taken aback. The orcs marveled as they moved their arms and leg. Akati doesn't hurt anymore, and I'm not bleeding. Thank you, little female. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. Are you a disciple of a shaman? Bai Ruansuan did not respond. Yalin gingerly touched her nearly broken waist, still feeling the chill from sitting on frozen ground, her legs and buttocks icy. Her arms and forehead bore extensive injuries. Perhaps you could help me as well? I am the daughter of an elder from the Snow Rabbit tribe. If you assist me, I shall reward you handsomely. I do not require it, Bai Ruansuan replied, not sparing Yalin a glance. Though they had met only a few times, Yalin's demeanor had always been insipid. Bai Ruansuan held no fondness for her, especially after ACHA's earlier remarks, which had left her with a clear understanding of Yalin's character. Such a person was best avoided, especially after Yalin had damaged her door. After finishing the bandaging, Bai Ruansuan promptly stood to inspect the damaged wooden plank. Yalin hadn't anticipated Bai Ruansuan's swift refusal. Furrowing her brow, just as she was about to speak again, ACHA interjected with a scoff. Don't get your hopes up. She won't tend to your wounds. Just look at what you've done to their cave. Yalin sidled up to Bai Ruansuan, her voice softening. That I truly apologize for the damage I caused to your cave. Once we return to the tribe, I shall compensate you at double the rate. Would you consider bandaging my wounds? Bai Ruansuan surveyed the wooden plank, now marred by a substantial dent. Feeling utterly speechless, IT was rendered unusable. Turning her gaze back to ACHA's head, round and swollen, she felt a slight relief upon noticing the absence of splintered wood during her own bandaging. Why are you ignoring me? Yalin pressed. Yalin chattered incessantly. Bai pulled out a large bundle of grass from outside the cave, intending to block the entrance. The wind still whistled through the gaps, as she had just been busy tending to the wounds of 3 individuals. Despite the fire burning in the cave, the temperature had already dropped significantly. However, the others were well-clothed and felt little discomfort, except for Bai, who wore only a thin beast skin cloak. Before sealing the entrance, Bai turned to Yalin, her expression a blend of jest and menace. If you don't silence yourself, I shall cast you out. Yalin promptly fell silent, uttering not a single word. Despite the blood streaming down Yalin's face and her continued weeping, Bai Ruo and the others paid her no mind. When her tears had subsided, the wait for Inu and Bai Lu felt interminable. Bai Ruo glanced at the three people before her, deliberately ignoring Yalin. "Are you hungry?" she inquired. Asha and the two beastmen from the Silver Fox tribe nodded vigorously. Bai Ruo fetched a small stool, gathered some kindling, and set about starting a fire to roast meat, removing the beast skin covering from a small window in the cave, though she possessed a pot and coal and could have made things easier. The trustworthiness of those present was dubious. She could not afford to reveal her secrets. The food she had earlier retrieved from the cellar had been fresh meat, not potatoes, cabbages, or tomatoes. Bai Ruo quickly roasted some meat, skillfully cutting it into evenly sized pieces with her sharp claws. As the fatty and lean wild boar meat sizzled and oozed with juice, the aroma of the meat was irresistible. Thiche's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, all grievances between her and Bai Ruo were forgotten as she fixated on the tantalizing morsels. Moreover, Asha couldn't help but steal a glance at Bai Ruo, feeling somewhat hesitant. She actually thought Bai Ruo was quite nice for tending to her injuries and providing them with meat. Bai Ruo divided the roasted meat into 3 portions, handing them to Asha and the 2 beastmen from the Silver Fox tribe, deliberately omitting Yalin. When Yalin attempted to protest, Bai Ruo silenced her with the iron sword she had brandished. Inu and Bai Lu soon arrived. Inu, carrying the gravely injured Anan, made his way back to the Snow Rabbit tribe, followed by the beastmen warriors from the Silver Fox tribe. Upon their return, Inu and Bai Lu intended to search for Yalin and Asha, only to discover that they were already in their cave. After listening to Asha recount the events, the looks exchanged between Inu and Bai Lu were murderous. This woman truly had audacity, sneaky and cunning, daring to intrude upon their cave. "All right, you have returned. Inu, find a time to send her and the 2 beastmen from your tribe back," Bai Ruo instructed. Inu nodded in agreement. Bai Ruo added, "Upon your return, you must not disclose that you were here." Inu nodded again. "This is a cave belonging to our tribe, and we are keeping a secret from the outside. If I ever discover that this place has been exposed, you will all suffer the consequences." The 4 of them shivered in fear, Asha included, all nodding apprehensively. Yalin pouted, gazing at the dark cave, muttering to herself that it was just a few small, glowing objects and some peculiar pieces of wood. What secrets could there be? Perhaps it was merely that iron-eating beast that Yalin's eyes gleamed as she looked at the small, plump creature. Asha met Yalin's gaze, shielding the iron-eating beast, and said with a smile, "I warn you, do not even think about causing trouble. From now on, I will keep a close watch on you until we reach the Snow Rabbit tribe. You'd better consider how you will explain yourself to my father when we arrive." Inu and Bai Lu cast a glance at Yalin, both aware of the mischief she had caused by pushing Asha into danger. While Asha was often troublesome, she had her limits, and Yalin was not alone in the cave. There was also a talking plump creature and 3 little elves. The situation was perilous. Without delay, Inu escorted Asha and the others back. Once they departed, Bai Ruo let out a sigh of relief. She had not taken the opportunity to speak privately with Asha, urging her not to reveal the existence of the 3 little elves to anyone, as she knew Asha would remain silent. If Asha were a villain, she could have loudly proclaimed the discovery of the elves upon finding them. Moreover, if she were cunning enough to wish to hoard them for herself, she had the chance to do so when she could have taken Huahua without informing Bai Ruo. As long as Asha kept quiet, Bai Ruo would not dare to make a fuss out of course. Bai Ruo could defeat Asha, so those conditions were not valid. Asha's respect for Bai Ruo's higher level of skill likely led her to return Huahua, though the possibility was slim. When Asha fell into the cave, she had no opportunity to react. She could have immediately hidden the little elf and returned it to Bai Ruo. This indicated that deep down, Asha was a kind-hearted female. Therefore, Asha would not disclose the secret. With so many beastmen outside eager to capture elves for profit or to concoct potions, Asha understood well the high value of elves and the dire fate they would face if exposed. There was even a chance she would not tell her father and elder brother. Bai Ruo's perception of Asha shifted. The young girl, though mischievous, was not entirely wicked. as long as ACHA did not provoke her. Bai Ruo could still greet her with a smile. "Come out," Bai Ruo beckoned, as she and Bai Lu gently lifted the three little ones from the large barrel, stroking their soft heads. "You were frightened, weren't you?" The three little ones huddled together. Shui and Hua, with their plump white bodies, shrank back a bit, while Huiyan's fiery form extinguished in the process. The three elves bobbed their heads adorably. Their eyes, drooping, today had truly terrified them. Had the beastmen who entered been of higher level, surpassing Bai Ruo, they would have surely met a grim fate. The cave fell into silence as Bai Ruo and Bai Lu settled onto thickly padded stools, cradling the three little elves and placing them on the table. The plump creature clambered onto the little stool crafted just for itself, extending its paws to embrace the three little ones, nuzzling against their faces, exclaiming, "I was so frightened this time." The flames tickled the plump creature's fur, causing it to sneeze, as the three little ones were almost entirely enveloped in its black and white fur. Refusing to let go, Hua's face was squished against the plump creature's robust cheek, leaving a round imprint on the left side of her face. Bai Ruo couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. All right, Plump, let them go." In truth, Shui and Huiyan were both quite formidable. Shui had already accumulated 120 years of power after absorbing the essence of water plants, while Huiyan had 60 years. Unfortunately, they lacked significant offensive capabilities. Yet even so, when encountering beastmen below the 6th level, they had managed to avoid trouble. Shui nodded, adding, "As long as there aren't too many." The last group of assailants had been of mediocre skill, which allowed them to be captured so easily due to their overwhelming numbers. His eyes control technique had a cool-down period. Huiyan scoffed, "Isn't my fire powerful enough?" Hua and Shui stifled their laughter. "But you can only breathe fire. You can't do anything else." Huiyan, Bai Ruo, turned to Hua and said, "You're the one I worry about the most. The other two have considerable power and can hold their own against beastmen. But you only have 20 years of power and can only heal, making your offensive capabilities nearly non-existent." Hua's white petals immediately drooped, their edges turning yellow, her delicate face furrowing with concern. "If only there were a way to enhance my power," she murmured, pointing at her fingers, her voice weak. "All right, dear Hua." Bai Ruo gently rubbed her little petal head with her finger. "You all were scared today. Come, have some sweet syrup to warm yourselves." Yes, she spoke. Bai Ruo prepared 3 small bowls of thick sugar water and handed them to the little ones. Hua, who consumed nectar as sustenance, received a bit more sugar in her bowl than the others. Bai Lu raised an eyebrow at Hua. "Why does one of them have 120 years, another 60 years, yet you only have 20 years? This is merely a fraction of a Shui's worth." Shui calmly remarked. "You see, Hua is a little flower that fire and I stumbled upon 20 years tea that time. She was not yet a spirit. I simply found the lily of the valley enchanting and picked her up. To my surprise, as time passed, she transformed into a spirit." "I see. Hua, you all must hasten to enhance your abilities. Only by becoming stronger can we live without the constant dread that clouds our days." Shui shook his head. "It's easier said than done. Our progress in cultivation also requires the passage of time. For the most part, for each day you advance, we can only improve by a day. Unless we come across celestial treasures like the watergrass essence." Bai Ruansuan, propping her chin on her arm, suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Since the system rewards me with watergrass essence, could there also be watergrass essence in the system mall?" As she pondered, she took a leisurely stroll through the system mall. Indeed, she discovered it. The price was not cheap, 500 points per bottle. With over 10,000 points to her name, purchasing a few bottles of watergrass essence was a trivial matter. Now that Shui had joined her camp, having spent so many days as friends, she naturally wished him well. Merely a handful of points, Bai Ruansuan was more than willing to spend them on Shui. Without hesitation, she ordered 4 bottles of watergrass essence. Bunbao reports, successfully purchased 4 bottles of watergrass essence. 2,000 points deducted. Current host backpack point balance, 10,025 points. Since there is watergrass essence for Shui's cultivation, could there also be fire essence for fire and flower essence for Hua? Bai Ruansuan searched the system mall again and indeed found both fire essence and flower essence for cultivation. The prices were identical to that of watergrass essence, 500 points per bottle. Following suit, Bai Ruansuan purchased 4 bottles of fire essence and 4 bottles of flower essence. Successfully purchased 4 bottles of flower essence. Successfully purchased 4 bottles of fire essence. 4,000 points deducted. Current host backpack point balance. 6,025 points. Come you 3, follow me. Bai Ruansuan beckoned the 3 little spirits to the cellar. Bai Lu and Inyu understood that Bai Ruansuan wished to speak privately with the little spirits, so they discreetly stayed behind to tidy up on the upper level. Upon reaching the cellar, Bai Ruansuan's demeanor turned serious as she produced a dozen bottles, presenting the 3 types of essence to a shui. Fire and Hua, a shui, fire, and Hua stared in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the items Bai Ruansuan had conjured from thin air. Each received 4 bottles. A shui's bottle of watergrass essence was round and smooth, gleaming like sheep fat jade. Resembling a small guanine jade bottle, the fire's bottle was the same shape, but entirely red, its color akin to the blood of a pigeon, radiating warmth when touched. The flower essence bottle resembled a petal, releasing an irresistible fragrance that filled the air, adorned with vibrant floral patterns, exquisite like modern craftsmanship. "What are these?" Fire inquired, while Bai Ruansuan explained. Fire received fire essence, Hua received flower essence, and a shui has the familiar watergrass essence. "Yes, that scent is so familiar," a shui nodded vigorously. Hua suddenly embraced the leaf-shaped bottle, rubbing against it, her fair little face squished adorably. "Wow, so much flower essence," Bai Ruansuan added. "Each bottle contains 1 pound. It should last quite a while," Da Shui nodded. "Indeed, this will last a long time. These bottles are much larger than the last ones. Previously, the essence had been divided into 5 bottles, each containing only 100 milliliters. Now, 1 bottle held a full 500 milliliters of watergrass essence. Most importantly, 100 milliliters of watergrass essence equated to 10 years of cultivation, and now he possessed 2,000 milliliters. That meant 200 years of power. Adding this to his previous cultivation, a shui now had 300 years of power. But Shui's bright eyes sparkled with excitement, given that the average lifespan of a spirit was around 300 years. Possessing over 300 years of power made him a formidable figure among his kin. Clutching the precious watergrass essence, he could hardly contain his drool, already envisioning a future filled with admiration and reverence among the spirit tribe. Ruansuan is incredible, acquiring such a bounty of essence. However, he felt that such treasures must have come at a cost. After all, no reward comes without sacrifice, that it wouldn't feel right to take them without offering something in return. The 3 little spirits exchange hesitant glances, unsure whether to take the essence immediately, simply gazing at Bai Ruansuan. Understanding their unspoken thoughts, Bai Ruansuan smiled. "I am the flower fairy. For me, acquiring these is challenging, but far easier than for you. We 4 are the best of partners, so don't hesitate to take them home." With glistening eyes, the 3 little spirits nodded earnestly. Yes, they were the best of partners. After receiving the essence suited for their cultivation, they devoted themselves to day and night training in their little cave, prompting Bai Ruansuan and the others to feel a bit embarrassed and begin their own efforts. In the first month and a half of the cold wave, the Pikachu egg a shui had previously acquired began to show signs of life. Truth be told, had it not been for the egg's persistent wobbling, drawing their attention, Bai Ruansuan might have forgotten about it entirely. The Pikachu egg was smooth, about the size of a palm, resembling a chicken egg but with a pearly white hue, occasionally emitting a soft glow, making it quite enchanting. Bai Pang, seeing the egg's continuous movement, brightened with excitement and lunged at it. With such a hefty weight, he nearly crushed the egg. The egg reacted violently, protesting fervently, prompting Bai Ruansuan to swiftly lift the chubby little panda and toss him aside. If it were to crack, they would have no choice but to roast Pikachu omelets. A shui approached, gently stroking the smooth Pikachu egg, a playful smile gracing his lips. "This egg seems quite discerning. It never moved when it was with me. If not for the faint sound of breathing, I would have thought it lifeless." Bai Ruansuan replied. "It hasn't moved since coming here, but it has become lively these past few days." As she spoke, she recalled having taken out the red rock, or while tidying her space just yesterday or the day before. Perhaps the little Pikachu sensed the essence of the red rock. The remaining 4 types of orc would have to wait until after the cold wave to be collected. Gently, she patted the beautiful egg and wiped its shell with a warm towel. Thus, it would have to wait quite a while longer to emerge. Bai Pang was thrilled at the sight of the egg. Having always been the smallest in the cave, the thought of a little life hatching from the egg stirred the notion of having a brother or sister. With sturdy, furry limbs that could now stand firm, Bai Pang promptly nestled the egg into his little den, covering it with a thick hide blanket, completely ignoring the egg's protests. Bai Ruansuan glanced at the nearly suffocated Pikachu egg, covering her face in exasperation. Pang, you must understand that eggs also need to breathe. Bai Pang grinned broadly, his recently grown black and white fur obscuring his little eyes. That I know. They say to give a slap and then a sweet date. I must first scare a bit. If it behaves, I'll treat it well. That if it doesn't, I might just smother it. The Pikachu egg trembled, inching closer to Pang. Satisfied, Bai Pang nodded, patting his own fluffy belly, which jiggled with his movements. That's the spirit. Pang, you truly have it. In the Snow Rabbit tribe, upon hearing that a Nan was gravely injured, the leader of the Silver Fox tribe had already set out with the tribe's shaman. In the cave of the Snow Rabbit tribe, a Nan lay bloodied on a stone bed, his breathing irregular, by the time the leader of the Silver Fox tribe and the shaman arrived. The shaman from the Snow Rabbit tribe had already treated a Nan's severe wounds, ensuring he was out of danger, though a period of 10 days to half a month of rest was unavoidable. After a while, Xiong arrived with a cha at the Snow Rabbit tribe. Xiong briefly explained how a Nan had sustained his injuries. We both knew we were outnumbered, so we pretended to surrender, waiting for an opportunity. Subsequently, my brother and a valiant warrior from our tribe arrived, and together we managed to overcome them. We were on the verge of victory, yet the orcs of the Red Scorpion tribe employed their clan's secret arts, causing Kakash to enter a frenzy and inflict grievous injuries upon Anan, who then escaped from our encirclement. Xiong helped Bai Lu conceal his identity and refrain from disclosing the nature of the weapons in their possession. For if the Snow Rabbit tribe were to learn of this, they would likely covet them. Although Anan, the young leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe, had repeatedly sought the weapon crafting methods from Bai Ruansuan, he remained merely a minor chief. Moreover, Anan's inherently gentle disposition prevented him from pressuring Bai Ruansuan. However, if the leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe desired weapons, the situation would be entirely different. A leader would go to any lengths for the sake of their tribe. Naturally, with Bai Ruansuan under the protection of the Silver Fox tribe, she ought to remain unharmed. Yet, this could also incite the ire of the Snow Rabbit tribe against her. Additionally, Bai Lu, possessing a high level of skill, would be more than a match for Kakash, even in a frenzied state. However, Bai Lu was intent on concealing her true strength before others, thus allowing him to flee. Upon seeing Anan drenched in blood, Acha turned pale with fright, tears streaming down her face. Brother, please wake up, brother. Don't leave Acha all alone. The shaman of the Snow Rabbit tribe, witnessing Acha weep as though her brother had perished, could no longer contain himself. He is merely asleep. Acha gasped in surprise, her tears turning to laughter, her snot and tears trailing down in long strands. Xiong grimaced and subtly distanced himself from her. The leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. His son had been ambushed, and he had received not a whisper of news within the tribe, allowing his son to be injured to such an extent. As both a leader and a father, he had utterly failed in his duties. What on earth had transpired? The leader of the Silver Fox tribe turned to Xiong. How is it that the orcs from the Red Scorpion tribe, the Blue Mouse tribe, and the Heavenly Horse tribe fortuitously encountered you all during your outing? Xiong scoffed coldly. This is no mere coincidence. The combined number of orcs dispatched by those 3 tribes far exceeds that of the orcs accompanying Anan and me. The levels of those orcs are also significantly higher than those of our 2 tribes. Those 3 tribes would not expend such effort without ulterior motives. Who would believe otherwise? The expressions of the 2 leaders from the Silver Fox tribe and the Snow Rabbit tribe immediately darkened. Are you suggesting they acted with intent? But how could they have anticipated your movements? That is a question for our tribal orcs. Xiong's meaning was unmistakable. There was a traitor among their ranks. The leader of the Silver Fox tribe could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. We have already had a traitor among us, someone I never would have suspected. But how is it that we have yet another traitor? Is there no end to this? Do they not tire of their treachery? The leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe, however, considered that this was indeed plausible. Aside from our tribes, the other tribes that oppose us are not faring well. Some have succumbed to the cold, while others have starved. In such dire circumstances, if they do not prepare, they risk being devoured by us. Sha, filled with rage, pounded her fists against the cave wall, declaring fiercely, "We must uncover the traitors among our two tribes. Who is responsible for harming my brother? I will make them pay with their life." The leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe gazed at Acha with a sense of relief, glad to see her finally concerned with the tribe's affairs rather than merely indulging in frivolities and pursuing Inwe. However, he soon questioned, but how did Acha manage to leave? The leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe blinked in confusion, taking a couple of seconds to process. "I say, you little rabbit, what on earth were you thinking? Why did you go out? You were supposed to remain in the cave." Acha fell silent, feeling guilty. Ruansuan, maintaining a stoic expression, recounted Isache's sneaky escapade and Yalin's series of misdeeds. This was not to defend Acha, but because the Silver Fox tribe was currently collaborating with the Snow Rabbit tribe. If Yalin incited Acha to venture out again, it could lead to disastrous consequences. The leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe, infuriated, clutched his heart. Nearly collapsing from rage, he was filled with dread, for he had but one son and one daughter, and now one was grievously injured while the other had nearly perished. And then there was Yalin. Though she appeared meek and delicate, her thoughts were malevolent, repeatedly dragging his daughter into perilous situations. The leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe was nearly driven to madness, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. He could not afford to summon the elders and chastise Yalin at this moment. That would only provide fodder for ridicule among the other tribes. The leader of the Silver Fox tribe cleared his throat, attempting to divert the conversation. "Well, I shall have my son investigate whether any traitors have infiltrated our tribe. Who will tend to Anan, who has been gravely injured?" The leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Perhaps I shall summon a few elders from our tribe to investigate." Though Yalin was indeed malicious, her father had served loyally for decades and was a highly respected elder within the tribe. It would be a fitting opportunity for him to redeem himself, allowing Yalin's father to conduct the investigation. However, the leader of the Silver Fox tribe shook his head, clearly disapproving. "That will not suffice. The matter of a traitor's infiltration concerns the very survival of our two tribes. Today, Anan and my son were nearly captured. Who is to say they might not be captured again tomorrow? We must entrust this task to someone we can fully trust. Either you will undertake it, or we shall wait for Anan to awaken." The leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe nodded, recognizing the logic in this, but determined not to burden his son with worries until he was fully recovered. "Then I shall take it upon myself," he declared. "Very well," replied the leader of the Silver Fox tribe, suddenly furrowing his brow and speaking with utmost seriousness. "Do you recall that not long ago, the Heavenly Horse tribe, the Red Scorpion tribe, the Blue Mouse tribe, and the Leopard Cat tribe collaborated? Yet why was it that the Leopard Cat tribe was subsequently abandoned? No matter what conditions they proposed, the other three tribes refused to include them. Indeed, I remember, I had even sent my son to investigate. It was said to be due to a dispute over an elf." The leader of the Snow Rabbit tribe acknowledged, "I heard that the Heavenly Horse tribe and the Red Scorpion tribe managed to capture an elf together. The Blue Mouse tribe, being somewhat weaker, dared not speak up. However, the Leopard Cat tribe felt that since the four tribes had united, the benefits derived from the elf should be shared among all four, which led to their exclusion." "Precisely," the leader of the Silver Fox tribe replied, a smile creeping onto his face, his tone laden with significance. "However, we have received new intelligence from the orc spy we dispatched to the Leopard Cat tribe. It is said that they are secretly harboring an elf. I shall not eat. I shall not eat. I refuse to consume such disgusting food." In a dark, cramped cave, a plump figure, tightly bound by ropes, lay with soft flesh bulging under the pressure. Dressed in green leaf garments, from a distance, he resembled a Zongzi. Each day, orcs would deliver food to him, morning, noon, and night, yet this obstinate figure would always curse and complain, adamantly refusing to eat their offerings. Ultimately, he would consume all the food they brought. The orcs delivering the meals were at their wits' end, for this little chub was a precious acquisition of their tribe's leader, procured at great expense, and they could not afford to neglect him. Thus, despite their disdain and frustration with his capriciousness, they had no choice but to dutifully deliver his meals. The two towering orcs delivering the food wielded heavy stone knives, their faces adorned with 3 yellow stripes resembling whiskers, their glowing yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness. They impatiently lifted the little chub, exclaiming, "Eat if you want," as they prepared to slam him against the cave wall to intimidate him. One shouted, "Are you mad? How dare you harm him? If he sustains any injuries, our tribe's leader will have our heads. Put him down immediately." The other tall orc, trembling with fear, set down the dry, icy leaves he had retrieved and placed them on the table. He hastily lifted the chubby little one and gently laid him horizontally on the table. The food-delivering orc remarked, "Of course, I wouldn't dare. It was merely to frighten him. Look at your tense expression. You've lost all dignity." The orc, who was meant to scare the chubby little one, wore a gloomy expression. Subsequently, the two exited. The little one was slightly larger than the other elves, possessing 4 round leaf-like wings that seemed incongruous with his plump body. He donned a long garment made of leaves, which barely concealed his belly and his curvaceous little backside, tightly constricting him. His limbs and small face were as white as snow, exuding a soft, dumpling-like texture that felt delightful to the touch. His hair was curled, and his eyes sparkled a vivid green, reminiscent of a prince from a fairy tale. However, unlike the golden-haired princes of such tales, this chubby little one had green hair. Moreover, the prince was not as rotund. The vine elf pouted his rosy lips, his round head drooping in indignation, exposing the soft flesh of his chin. He had been captured and bound in this desolate tribe for many days. Due to his voracious appetite, he felt out of place among the delicate elven kin and had always lived in solitude. Thus, he deemed rescue impossible. He had to save himself. Yet, self-rescue appeared equally unattainable. Initially, he could only annoy the leopard cat tribe, hoping they would grow weary of him and release him. However, it soon became clear that this was futile. The orcs of the leopard cat tribe exhibited remarkable patience towards him, likely charmed by his plump and adorable appearance, intending to sell him off to the distant central domain forest, where he would serve as a pet for the foul-smelling orcs. Therefore, they provided him with whatever he desired, ensuring a constant supply of food and favorable living conditions, and no one dared to mistreat him or bind him for punishment, for if an elf were injured, their market value would plummet. Eventually, the leopard cat tribe grew tired of him and sought a swift resolution for the chubby one. It was then that he learned of a terrifying revelation. They intended to draw his blood to concoct a most dreadful and peculiar potion. Fortunately, due to their poor reputation, the Pegasus tribe refused to collaborate with them, and thus, the bloodletting for potion-making was thwarted. For the time being, the only purpose the chubby one served was as a source of income. From that moment on, he began to engage in limited mischief while quietly observing how he might escape. Alas, life was not easy for him. The chubby one sobbed softly while consuming the dry, frozen leaves that had been extracted from the ice. With each bite, he spat in disdain. "What is this wretched thing? It tastes so terrible. If only these ropes did not bind my magical powers with my abilities, I could procure any delicacy I desired. Am I truly reduced to eating this abominable fare? It infuriates me." Even confined within the tribe, he was aware that an unprecedented cold wave was sweeping across the beast world continent, freezing all vegetation, making it difficult to acquire sustenance. Thus, he had no choice but to eat. If he escaped but could not find any thawed leaves, he would have to resort to consuming vines as a vine elf. Summoning fresh vines was easy. However, having indulged in excess before, he had grown weary of them. Therefore, it was preferable to avoid transforming vines for sustenance and instead seek food outside. Who knows, perhaps these things would prove delicious in the future. Hesitantly, he gazed at the black leaves on the table. Ultimately leaving some uneaten, that he stretched his tightly bound little hands for what felt like an eternity before finally grasping a few, which he tucked in his trousers. But he was unaccustomed to this sudden shift from utilizing vines for everything to having such short hands. The ropes, crafted to specifically restrain an elf's magical powers, were a mystery to him. The chubby one's greatest asset was his vines. He could conjure them to great lengths. up to 500, capable of ensnaring all those detestable orcs, subjecting them to torment, fire, and ice. Even if numerous orcs attempted to capture him, he could easily manage, had it not been for those strange potions from the Pegasus tribe that rendered him unconscious. He would never have fallen into their clutches so easily. Sighing, he lowered his head further, his double chin threatening to become a triple. Who will come to rescue me? Yin Xiong settled Anan in the Snow Rabbit tribe and returned to the Silver Fox tribe, checking on the orc warriors who had accompanied him on the hunt, ensuring they were all well before making his way back to the warm, soft cave. He had taken the Silver Fox tribe orcs hunting to divert attention. But in reality, he had business with Bai Ruansuan. During the first month and a half of the cold wave, the outside temperature remained at a steady minus 50 degrees, fluctuating no more than 5 degrees. With hail and snow the size of a palm falling incessantly, there was a faint trend of being submerged outside. The sounds of footsteps crunching in the icy rubble and snowy mud were quite peculiar. Yin Xiong trudged into Bai Ruansuan's cave, his legs straining to move. The entrance, now adorned with a new wooden door, despite being surrounded by thick grass, was coated in a layer of ice and frost. However, the inner side of the door, facing the cave, remained relatively warm due to the higher temperature inside, particularly since it was close to the stove, feeling merely cool to the touch, not frozen. Upon entering the cave, Yin Xiong felt a brief discomfort from the temperature, shivering several times as he approached Bai Ruansuan. Baozi informed her of Yin Xiong's arrival. Bai Ruansuan, maintaining her composure, instructed a few little elves to hide. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, Yin had taken to boiling large pots of water daily, preparing copious amounts of hot tea or soup. Sometimes it was goji berry ginger tea, sweet apple slice soup, or tomato beef brisket soup, corn shrimp puree soup, clear stewed lamb bone soup, spinach mushu soup, or mushroom chicken soup. The type of soup or tea served depended on Bai Ruansuan's inclination to cook that day. Today, she opted not to cook and simply directed Inu to fetch an apple from the cellar along with some white sugar to prepare sweet apple slice soup. The sugar simmered in the pot, bubbling and turning a light brown color as apple slices were added in sought addition. Once the apple slices were evenly coated in sugar, water was poured in, creating a large pot of sweet soup. The apple slices tasted sweet like candy, and the soup appeared a simple golden hue, looking quite enticing that a sip was incredibly appetizing. When Yin Xiong entered, he caught the aroma of the sweet apple slice soup. He removed the heavy animal skins from his body, settled onto a bench, and stretched out, relishing 2 large wooden bowls of the soup. Having spent each day braving the harsh cold outside, he found even mediocre sweet apple slice soup, as long as it was warm, to be delightful. However, Bai Ruansuan's culinary skills were excellent. Even a simple combination of apple slices and sugar was prepared to taste like a feast fit for the beast god. Yin Xiong let out a contented sigh. He observed his brother's noticeably rounder face and the chubby little panda beneath him, while Bai Lu remained slender, since he did not know Bai Lu well. He paid no mind, instead feeling an indescribable envy towards his brother and the chubby one that how he wished to be here, constantly fed by Bai Ruansuan. Alas, Bai Ruansuan inquired, "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Yin Xiong nodded, then retrieved a leather pouch from the animal skin he wore, which contained several pieces of iron ore. The iron ore appeared substantial, irregularly shaped, dark brown, with the largest weighing over 3 pounds and the smallest weighing at least 1 pound. "Look, is this the type of ore you were looking for?" "Yes, indeed," Bai Ruansuan replied eagerly, nodding vigorously, clearly delighted. They had actually discovered iron ore. Yin Xiong hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Bai Ruansuan paused, realizing that the iron ore was undoubtedly good news, and wondered what the bad news could possibly be. Yin Xiong Dao. "The good news is that there is an abundance of iron ore. We can not only craft the traps you previously mentioned, but also forge iron knives and swords." "And what are the bad news?" "The bad news is that this iron ore has been discovered within the territory of the leopard cat tribe. We must first conquer the leopard cat tribe before we can extensively mine the iron ore." By Ruan. "The leopard cat tribe, she is aware. They're the adversaries of the snow rabbit tribe and the silver fox tribe. The red scorpion tribe, the heavenly horse tribe, the green mouse tribe, and the leopard cat tribe form an alliance. Thus, if the silver fox tribe were to attack the leopard cat tribe, they would inevitably have to contend with the other three tribes. Therefore, it seems that the mining of iron ore is a distant dream. The silver fox tribe remains oblivious to the value of the iron ore. They would not wage war against other tribes merely for the sake of a trivial iron deposit. However, In Xiong continued, and both In Yu and Bai Lu were taken aback. Bai Ruansuan could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "You can't just speak partway and leave us hanging." In Xiong suppressed his desire to tease them, barely maintaining his composure. The raw materials for such traps, while undeniably useful to us, can only be acquired through an assault on the leopard cat tribe. Why father initially contemplated abandoning this endeavor. But our tribe shaman performed a divination overnight, declaring that, by any means necessary and at any cost, we must secure this iron or mountain. The shaman of the silver fox tribe, she truly possesses some abilities. Prior to the arrival of the cold wave, she had already sensed its impending approach, which filled Bai Ruansuan with delight. The shaman was indeed impressive. So, when shall we launch our attack on the leopard cat tribe? In the third month of the cold wave. There remains a month and a half until then. A month and a half is a wait I can endure. As for whether the silver fox tribe can triumph over the leopard cat tribe. Bai Ruansuan harbored no concerns. Both the silver fox tribe and the snow rabbit tribe have made ample preparations for the cold wave, and after its onset, they dispatched numerous orc warriors to hunt and gather the carcasses of frozen beasts. Ensuring a surplus of warm clothing and ample food, with appropriate training in place. As for the other tribes, their plight is too dire to discuss. The silver fox tribe and the red scorpion tribe were initially evenly matched. But after a month of the cold wave, their overall strength has significantly dwindled. The leopard cat tribe certainly cannot withstand the might of the silver fox tribe. Nevertheless, Inu expressed her concerns. The leopard cat tribe has collaborated with the other three tribes for so long. Should you attack them, the leopard cat tribe will inevitably seek assistance from the other three tribes. What shall we do if all the tribes in our meteor forest engage in battle? Fear not, In Xiong reassured her, shaking his head. The leopard cat tribe is not trustworthy. They recently captured an elf and kept it for themselves, leading the other three tribes to reconsider their collaboration with them. If it were not for this significant piece of news, we would not be so eager to attack them. An elf? Bai Ruansuan gasped. Just then, a clattering noise echoed from the cave walls. Startling them, "Who's there?" In Xiong immediately turned his attention to the surroundings of the cave, while Bai Pang, frightened, released the foot he had been gnawing on and stammered, "I accidentally dropped my teacup." In Xiong glanced over and indeed saw a teacup beside Bai Pang, which eased his tension. Bai Ruansuan surveyed the area where Bai Pang was seated, noting a bee skin curtain beside him, behind which lay a small cave carved specifically for three little elves. With a sigh, Bai Ruansuan shifted the topic. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Allow us to treat you." Upon hearing Bai Ruansuan's words, In Xiong couldn't help but rub his hands together, fully captivated by her invitation. He had been fortunate enough to taste Bai Ruansuan's cooking on several occasions, and it was nothing short of divine, far surpassing any meal he had ever had. After savoring her dishes, everything else paled in comparison. "Let's have braised chicken and rice." "Excellent." Bai Ruansuan immediately headed to the cellar to prepare chicken, along with some other dishes. Seeing this, Inu quickly offered In Xiong some of Bai Ruansuan's homemade jerky. "Elder brother, try this. It's pork jerky made by Sister Ruansuan, and it's absolutely delicious." The jerky was about the length of In Xiong's palm and roughly the width of a finger, appearing somewhat dry yet enticing with its deep red color and a glistening layer of fat, promising a delightful texture when torn apart. In Xiong lifted a piece of jerky, inhaling its rich aroma. "It tastes amazing when torn." He tore off a piece and placed it in his mouth, savoring its dry yet flavorful essence. It was indeed delicious. In Xiong's mother also made jerky, which was quite tasty, but that was only before he had tasted Bai Ruansuan's version. After experiencing her jerky, his mother's seemed rather unpalatable, with a fishy taste and lacking any noteworthy flavor apart from salt. Bai Ruansuan emerged from the cellar, scratching her head as she only managed to bring back some vermicelli. Potatoes and sweet potatoes, the clucking beasts in the cellar had vanished. Bai Ruansuan felt a pang of despair. Before the cold wave arrived, she had frozen 13 chickens in her cellar and space. But aside from their usual stews and dishes, they had also developed a fondness for chicken meatballs, consuming dozens of pounds and quickly depleting her supply. However, it was of little concern, as they still had live chickens. Bai Ruansuan glanced toward the nearby cave and directed Inu, "Go fetch a chicken from the cave. Just kill it outside." In the left cave, they had quite a number of chickens, 14 in total, including 3 roosters and 11 hens, all of which were prolific layers. Since Bai Ruansuan and the others rarely ventured outside, they had carved a small tunnel from their cave that could accommodate an orc extending both hands, connecting to the chicken cave across from them. Through this tunnel, they pilfered eggs. The tunnel was so small that the unpleasant odor of the chicken coop couldn't permeate through, and they couldn't hear the daily clucking of the hens. After the cold wave, many leaves outside had frozen, leaving little vegetation for the chickens to eat. Bai Ruansuan had purchased ample modern feed for the chickens from the system mall, to her surprise. The chickens grew increasingly plump, with the largest one weighing nearly 20 pounds. Yet within just over a month of feeding the modern feed, they had gained so much weight. Bai Ruansuan found this phenomenon quite bizarre. In her modern life, she often consumed hormone-injected chicken. But why was it happening here? Upon hearing this, the bun remarked innocently, "The information in our system mall is highly nutritious, without any hormone additives. They must have overeaten and gotten fat." Unconvinced, Bai Ruansuan decided to stake out for a day. Ultimately, she discovered that the new chicken feed was simply too delectable, and the chickens were greedily devouring it. They consumed twice as much as they did of the vegetation feed. It was no wonder they were gaining weight. Contemplating the plumpest chicken, she thought that if it continued to eat, it would likely crowd out its own chicks and offspring. So she instructed Inu, "Kill the fattest chicken, it's a rooster, so it won't affect egg production." Inu quickly returned from outside the cave, holding a freshly killed chicken, along with 10 eggs he had collected. Inside the cave, Inu boiled water to prepare the chicken, while Bai Ruansuan peeled potatoes and chopped carrots. The chicken was cleaned thoroughly, and the boiling water was ready. She placed the chicken pieces into the pot to blanch, removing the impurities before rinsing them clean. Then, she prepared a sauce by combining salt, chicken essence, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and dark soy sauce in a bowl, adding a cup of water and mixing it well. In a hot pan with oil, she heated it until it was sizzling, adding sugar to caramelize it. Generously, she tossed in slices of ginger, scallions, and a lesser amount of garlic, stirring to release their fragrant aroma. After adding the blanched chicken, she stir-fried it until it acquired a caramelized hue, allowing the succulent juices of the tender chicken to flow forth. At this juncture, she introduced the sauce, followed by fragrant shiitake mushrooms, potato cubes, and carrot chunks, tossing them together energetically while adding enough water to submerge the chicken pieces, then bringing the heat to a vigorous boil to reduce the liquid. The pot emitted a bubbling steam. As Bai Ruansuan commenced cooking the Huangmin chicken, while simultaneously initiating another pot. In total, her household boasted 4 pots, 1 for frying, 1 for soup, 1 for braising rice, and 1 for stewing. The stewing pot and the rice pot were already occupied, leaving her with only the stewing pot to utilize. Bai Ruansuan prepared a stir-fried bamboo shoot with meat in the frying pan, followed by a large platter of tender corn and egg stir-fry, generously drizzled with a rich red braised sauce, exuding an enticing aroma. Meanwhile, the stewing pot simmered with pickled cabbage and large pork bones. Indeed, it was pickled cabbage with large bones, not ribs. The renowned killing pig dish from northeast China featured pickled cabbage, substantial pieces of both fatty and lean meat, along with blood sausage. Unfortunately, they lacked blood sausage, prompting Bai Ruansuan to use only the large bones. The pickled cabbage, with its tangy and refreshing flavor, stewed alongside the meaty bones, which, being plentiful in meat, offered a satisfying chew, more intriguing than ribs. Thus, Bai Ruansuan purposefully selected 6 or 7 large bones for her soup. The preparation of pickled cabbage with large bones is remarkably simple. As long as the pork is of excellent quality, a delicious dish can be achieved. She heated oil in the pot, adding the large bones to saute until fragrant. Once the moisture evaporated, she incorporated soy sauce for flavor and color. As the enticing aroma filled the air, she tossed in scallions, ginger, and garlic, allowing them to release their fragrance before adding the pickled cabbage, seasoning with salt, pepper, 5-spice powder, and oyster sauce, continuing to stir-fry vigorously. Even with the small window they often kept closed. The cave remained infused with the savory scent of pickled cabbage and meat, enveloped in swirling smoke. Fortunately, the stove was situated a good distance from the cave's interior, and the delightful aroma wafting from the stir-fry was quite loved by Pang Pang, so it posed no issue. After thoroughly stir-frying, she poured in enough water to fill the pot to about 8/10 full, brought it to a boil, then covered the pot to let it stew. The pickled cabbage with large bones allowed for ample broth to remain, enabling them to sip the soup while savoring the meat, which added to the enjoyment. This was precisely why Bai Ruansuan opted to use the soup pot for stewing. Though the soup pot was a moderate size, it was sufficient for their needs, as they had already prepared several dishes and did not require an excessive amount. After a while, the pot simmering with pickled cabbage and meat emanated a refreshing and appetizing aroma. While the pot stewing, the Huangmen chicken also released its delightful fragrance that a sumptuous meal was ready. Once the rice was cooked, Bai Ruansuan served generous portions in large bowls, each topped with a hearty spoonful of Huangmen chicken. The Huangmen chicken rice was served alongside the corn and egg stir-fry, and the pickled cabbage with large bones. Bai Ruansuan ladled a bowl of pickled cabbage soup for each person, allowing them to sip the soup while enjoying their meal. The Huangmen chicken was remarkably tender, with large chunks of potato and carrot rendered soft and flavorful, while the mushrooms absorbed the savory broth, plump and delightful, making it a perfect accompaniment to the rice. The pickled cabbage and bone soup was refreshing and flavorful, with a rich meatiness and tanginess that was utterly satisfying to drink. The large bones offered substantial meat, making it a joy to gnaw on. Even more so than ribs, the bamboo shoot stir-fry was equally delightful, with the bamboo shoots being crisp and tender, and the meat expertly cooked to tenderness. The sauce drizzled over the corn and egg stir-fry was exquisite, with the eggs being soft, tender, and sweet. Pang Pang devoured several large pieces, the bouncy and even slightly sticky corn and egg stir-fry, clinging to its fur, creating a rather comical sight. Bai Ruansuan, observing Pong Pong's little flower-patterned face, searched for its apron, while Inu raised a yellow leather apron. Here, S1. Quickly put it on. Bathing Pang Pang daily was a manageable task, given the ample water supply, yet it was quite labor-intensive. Pang Pang was simply too rambunctious. Another delightful lunch concluded. After the meal, Yin Xiong bid farewell to Bai Ruansuan and the others. As the small leader of the Silver Fox tribe, it was no exaggeration to say he was exceedingly busy. Having spent so much time in Bai Ruansuan's cave, he had already stolen a moment of respite. Before leaving, Bai Ruansuan presented him with 2 pounds of her homemade jerky, encouraging him to share it with his parents. Yin Xiong accepted it somewhat awkwardly as the cold wave approached. While other tribes of beasts faced scarcity, having enough to eat and such delicious snacks was a true blessing. Whoosh, 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 after Yin Xiong departed. 3 little sprites poked their heads out. Upon seeing them, Bai Ruansuan brought out the warm dishes she had set aside. I saved a little for you while I was cooking. It's still warm. So hurry and taste it. The Huangmen chicken, bamboo shoot stir-fry, corn and egg stir-fry, and pickled cabbage with large bones were each portioned out, occupying a quarter of a large plate. Even the broth from the pickled cabbage and large bones was saved in a large bowl. Bai Ruansuan nudged the bowl toward the 3 little sprites. Hurry up and eat, or we'll get cold. The 3 sprites nodded enthusiastically, deeply touched. Bai Ruansuan was truly kind to think of them at this moment. Previously, when Yin Xiong was around, they had not dared to show themselves, and thus had gone without lunch. The 3 little ones were indeed hungry, quickly picking up their miniature chopsticks to devour the food like a whirlwind. In no time at all, they finished their meal. The bamboo shoot stir-fry earned 20 points, and the points have been automatically credited to the host's attribute panel. Please check your rewards. The corn and egg stir-fry earned 20 points, and the points have been automatically credited to the host's attribute panel. Please check your rewards. The Huangmen chicken earned 25 points, and the points have been automatically credited to the host's attribute panel. Please check your rewards. The pickled cabbage with large bones earned 29 points, and the points have been automatically credited to the host's attribute panel. Please check your rewards. While Bai Ruansuan listened to the system announcing the points earned, she tidied up the remaining bowls and chopsticks. Bai Lu approached and gently pressed Bai Ruansuan's hand, encouraging her to sit on the stool. Hua Hua finished eating first, flapping her wings and circling around Bai Ruansuan, expressing concern. The leopard cat tribe has captured a sprite. Yes, as soon as Hua Hua finished speaking, Ashui and Huyen halted their actions, frowning as they turned to Bai Ruansuan. Who could this sprite be? Their territory was small, and they recognized the sprites from the neighboring hills, who had been captured. Ashui shook his head, his colorful aura emanating from his grass-like hair, his carrot-like face displaying worry in his bright green eyes. Ruansuan. We want to go to the neighboring forest to take a look. Bai Ruansuan was taken aback. That sounded perilous. Ashui insisted. I can go with Linda. I now possess 150 years of cultivation, and Huyen has 70 years. Together, we can handle ordinary beasts without difficulty. Hua Hua pondered for a moment, then nodded obediently. Brother Ashui and Brother Huyen have always been powerful. With their increased strength, they will surely be fine. But what if one of the sprites you know has been captured? What would you do? The three sprites fell silent at that question. Bai Ruansuan calmly inquired, Would you rescue him? Of course. They replied without hesitation. But what you are proposing is very dangerous. Bai Ruansuan shook her head. If a sprite you know has been captured, it would either be in the Tiamat tribe or the leopard cat tribe. Those two tribes are formidable, and with your current strength, you certainly cannot match them. Therefore, you must rely on your wits rather than brute force. Inyu nodded. My elder brother mentioned that the silver fox tribe needs iron ore. And in the third month of the cold wave, they will attack the leopard cat tribe at that time. We can take advantage of the chaos to sneak over. Bai Lu, Bai Ruansuan, and the three little sprites all turned to him with peculiar expressions. Inyu, oblivious to their gazes, asked, Why are you all looking at me? Bai Ruansuan couldn't help but chuckle, affectionately ruffling Inyu's hair. Inyu's eyes widened, and his face gradually flushed, his exquisite features reflecting a hint of bashfulness. What wrong, Sister Ruansuan? Bai Ruansuan replied. Your suggestion is valid, but it should only be employed as a last resort. Otherwise, we can never be friends again. The value of the sprites is exceedingly high for every tribe, and no tribe could possibly refuse them, not even the Silver Fox tribe. Bai Ruansuan has established numerous collaborations with the Silver Fox tribe, and if she were to stealthily snatch away the sprites, it would surely displease them, the young leader of the Silver Fox tribe, and you find herself caught between her own interests and those of her tribe. Whom should she choose? Thus, it is best to engage in an open and honest negotiation with them. Bai Ruansuan has a plethora of conditions she could discuss with the Silver Fox tribe. However, she struggles to conceive any immediate propositions that would compel them to offer the sprites in exchange. Ultimately, having received the mission to rescue the sprite clan, she must liberate the captured little sprites. This task is not only pivotal to her mission, but also stems from her fondness for the adorable sprites, who have been cruelly seized by unscrupulous beastmen for amusement. Some beastmen, in their depravity, even resort to using the blood of sprites as a potion. Having spent considerable time with the three little sprites, Bai Ruansuan naturally holds a deep affection for the sprite clan. The thought of sprites, as small as the three she knows, enduring suffering pains her heart indescribably. The trio, a person, a panda, and three sprites, along with an egg, after much deliberation, resumed their respective activities, cultivating, playing, and resting within the egg. After 3 diligent days of training, the snow and hail ceased. Once the snow and hail had stopped, the sun outside appeared exceedingly blinding. Having spent the previous days cooped up in the cave, even with delicious food and warmth, they were beginning to feel as if they might sprout fur. Thus, once assured of their safety, Bai Ruansuan, along with the panda and the 3 little sprites, ventured outside for a stroll. Upon stepping outside, they were taken aback by the sight before them, in the vast expanse of the sky. A golden sun hung round and radiant, illuminating the formerly gloomy atmosphere. The sun now appeared as a blazing fireball, dazzling and vibrant. The terrain here had subtly risen, with the snow and hail perfectly melding together, settling upon the frozen ground to form a rugged, icy surface that was treacherously slippery. Towering trees of various heights were sheathed in a layer of ice that bore an artistic quality, resembling candied hawthorns, enveloped snugly from the inside out, without a hint of exposure. Atop the trees, a thick layer of snow had accumulated. which would not touch the ground until the cold wave passed and the weather warmed enough for it to melt. Shui, upon emerging, made his way directly to the familiar riverbank, once lush and vibrant. The aquatic plants that once glimmered with iridescent colors were now entirely encased in ice. Their appearances varied. Some looked rather dry, while others were seemingly intact, as if abruptly frozen. Yet, some had withered beyond recognition, reduced to dry hay before being frozen. This is quite normal, considering the differing levels of cold resistance among aquatic plants. Just as some can evolve into sprites, others cannot. That Shui had grown up near this rainbow river, and, having been fortunate, transformed into a sprite one day. Witnessing this scene inevitably stirred feelings of melancholy within him. Bai Ruansuan gently stroked the wilted, colorful aquatic plants atop Shui's head, their softness exuding the scent of milk. And she couldn't help but caress them a few more times. The cold wave will soon pass, and our home will be rebuilt, she reassured him. Indeed, it will pass. Hua Hua and Huoyin ventured into their tree hollow to take a look around, discovering that without a source of warmth, many of their previously unwanted furnishings had been frozen solid. The hollow appeared desolate and frigid, resembling an ice cellar. Hua Hua silently shuddered. Among the three little sprites, Shui possessed ice control abilities and was naturally unperturbed by the cold. Even in such weather, his beast skin clothing was optional. Huoyin, true to her name, was similarly unfazed. Only she, with her weaker abilities, was susceptible to both heat and cold. A troublesome predicament. This place is so much fun. Bai Pang followed Shui and Bai Ruansuan to the vicinity of the Rainbow River, where he discovered a thick layer of ice covering the surface. The ice was crystal clear and appeared enticingly fun, prompting him to plop down onto it. With his layers of fat and beast skin clothing, along with the sun's glaring intensity slightly raising the ground temperature to around -30 or 40 degrees. Bai Pang felt relatively warm. Instead, he joyfully frolicked about on the ice. Once a small black and white bundle, he had now grown significantly larger, twice the size he was when Bai Ruansuan first encountered him. However, the vast expanse of ice made him appear smaller, as if he had shrunk. Despite the frigid weather, Bai Pang was unafraid of the ice cracking beneath him, and Bai Ruansuan felt at ease allowing him to play. Baozi and Bai Ruansuan remained vigilant, ensuring that no beastmen or large predators would disturb them. Shui, observing Bai Pang gleefully sliding across the ice, decided to join the skating party. Bai Ruansuan felt a twinge of longing, recalling the joy of ice skating in the modern world. However, the cold was too intense for her to skate directly on the ice. The onset of her menstrual cycle would surely bring discomfort. She searched for wood to construct a skateboard but found it difficult to chop, as everything outside was coated in icatio chopwood. She would need an axe. Ultimately, Bai Ruansuan opted to spend some points to purchase a simple skateboard from the system's shop, a mere plank of wood fitted with 2 wheels. The wheels appeared rudimentary, fastened together with a few nails. Thus, even if she displayed it openly, neither Inu nor Bai Lu, the 2 beastmen, would harbor any suspicions. Bai Ruansuan placed the skateboard on the river surface, then glanced at the banks, which were evidently wider than the river itself, but uneven. She decided it prudent to skate on the river for a bit, to indulge herself without being overly greedy. With a swift motion, the skateboard glided forward, the scenery whizzing by, and the chilly wind whipped against her face, sharp and biting. Yet Bai Ruansuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This exhilaration was distinct from the pleasures of feasting in the cave or cuddling Bai Pang. It bore a closer resemblance to the joy of binge-watching shows or shopping in a modern world. She hadn't felt so elated in quite some time. I'm flying, Bai Pang, noticing Bai Ruansuan's agility on the ice, widened his eyes in astonishment, his expression clearly conveying, I want to fly too. Bai Ruansuan glanced at Inu and Bai Lu, who were preoccupied beneath a large tree, deliberating which branch to use for their picnic. Seeing that they weren't paying attention, she cautiously redeemed a skateboard from the system's shop. This skateboard was the same size as the one she was using, but appeared sturdier. She had specifically purchased a reinforced version, fearing that Bai Pang's weight might shatter the skateboard or impede its movement, which would render the experience less enjoyable. Unaware of this detail, Bai Pang joyfully plopped down onto the skateboard. His weight of around 120 to 30 pounds caused the skateboard to emit a sharp crack. The icy atmosphere seemed to pause momentarily as Shui halted, fixated on Bai Pang. Fearing that Bai Pang might suddenly tumble off the skateboard or twist his foot while skating, Shui watched intently. Once it became evident that Bai Pang was unharmed and appeared to possess a natural talent for skating, smoothly gliding along, Shui finally diverted his gaze that Shui was the king of the ice. Moving like the wind with unparalleled grace, while Bai Pang and Bai Ruansuan reveled in their fun. Soon, they had attracted the attention of Yin and Bai Lu. Gazing at the solidified ice, curled his tiny feet, which were clad in ultra-small bee-skin shoes, in silent trepidation. "I'm frozen to death." Yin, exhilarated, turned to Bai Lu, his exquisite and handsome face bearing a noticeable blush from the cold, which stung upon contact. However, as a beastman accustomed to the rigors of hunting, he brushed off the discomfort, saying, "Sister Ruansuan and the others are having so much fun. Let us join them." Bai Lu's gaze fell upon the wooden board beneath Bai Ruansuan's feet. His expression clouded with hesitation, but he simply could not recall when these two items had appeared in their cave. However, the cavern is vast, and the cellar conceals such an abundance of provisions. It is entirely unreasonable to expect him to remember every single item. In summary, it is quite normal for him to forget. Bai Lu nodded in agreement as the two turned their gazes towards the flames and Hua, who instinctively shook her head. Yin scratched his head. Although he too yearned to join in the fun, the ice surface appeared to be quite delightful. Yet, with everyone else off skating, it would not bode well for Hua to remain alone. Yin shook his head, stating, "I shall not go. I have no fondness for ice." Very well then, that it was indeed rare to witness Yin expressing any fondness for icy waters. The others, unfazed, hurried over to inquire of Bai Ruansuan. "Sister Ruan, is there any of that wooden board left?" Bai Ruan replied. "None remains. You may use mine. I have nearly finished playing with it. Alternatively, you could simply skate using your feet, but if you do so for too long, your feet may become frostbitten." Yinyu's eyes suddenly brightened. Observing the frostbitten patches on his face, Bai Ruan fell silent, fully aware that he was indifferent to the presence of a skateboard. The essence of enjoyment was paramount. For reasons unknown, this child was perpetually careless. While he might heed her somewhat if she insisted he wear a hat, he dismissed the idea of a mask altogether, resolutely freezing his face in the process. One might wonder if anyone had ever experienced the sensation of watching someone else in pain. For instance, a face rendered raw and swollen, oozing pus and streaked with blood. If one were to slice open the frostbitten flesh with a blade, one could only imagine the agony, or consider the experience of a bruise inflicted by a doorknob, followed by the stubborn insistence of pressing it down. It was a sight that could induce sympathy in any observer. Bai Ruan felt her compulsions rising and hurriedly retrieved a leather mask from her pocket. "It is exceedingly cold on the ice. You ought to wear a mask while skating." Yin contemplated refusing, yet upon witnessing Bai Ruan's earnest expression, he complied and donned the thick leather mask. The mask felt stifling, making it difficult to breathe. He pondered that it might be preferable to allow his face to succumb to frostbite instead. Yin was thoroughly disheartened. Ultimately, Yin ventured onto the ice barefoot, while Bai Lu was gifted a skateboard by Bai Ruan and also took a turn. However, he struggled to adapt to the skateboard, stumbling and tripping throughout. Yin mercilessly mocked him. "This is the first time I've seen you lacking in a certain area. You finally have a shortcoming." The tall, agile beauty, Bai Lu, appeared oddly uncoordinated. Bai Lu shot him a glare sharp as a knife that Shui, Pang, and the others frolicked on the ice, while Bai Ruan, along with Yin and Hua, ventured nearby to seek out other sources of amusement. Hua's little wings could not spread and flutter due to the frigid air, which would freeze her delicate petals into ice flowers. Thus, she was compelled to walk obediently. "Just now, Brother Bai Lu and Brother Yin, you mentioned wanting to have a picnic nearby." A picnic? Bai Ruan's lips twitched at the notion. Did they think it was summer? A picnic? Cooking amidst a cold wave would surely result in their food freezing before it could even be cooked. Such a scenario was simply implausible. Surprisingly, Huyen expressed enthusiasm for the idea. "My flame shall never extinguish." Even in this icy realm, why do we not prepare a meal outdoors? I can cook swiftly, and we shall eat just as quickly. Bai Ruansuan, feeling helpless, recognized that they had never experienced such cold conditions and were as naive as children in this regard. Even if they could manage to cook something amidst the cold wave, the fierce winds would fill their stomachs with an unwelcome chill, which was anything but pleasant. Point 1 cannot merely pursue what appears enjoyable without regard for reality. You may attempt it if you wish. Bai Ruansuan did not outright refuse, but encouraged them to try for themselves. Only through personal experience would they truly comprehend the impossibility of a task and refrain from attempting it. Otherwise, they would remain perpetually preoccupied with the thought that, in the afternoon, Inu and the others stumbled upon a deer and 2 rabbits that had succumbed to the cold by the roadside. They skinned the rabbits, saving the pelts in the cave before enlisting Hoi Yan's assistance to start a fire and roast the rabbits. The rabbits were soon ready, and Bai Ruansuan generously sprinkled seasonings upon them. With Hoi Yan's help, the process of igniting the fire proceeded smoothly, save for the relentless winds that extinguished the flames thrice, dampening the mood. However, the dining experience left much to be desired. Inside the cavern, Pang Pang whimpered with tears in his eyes, rolling into Bai Ruansuan's embrace and softly mumbling as he pawed at her for a belly rub. Inu and Bai Lu squatted nearby. Their expressions dark, they resorted to using a wooden bucket inside the cave for their business, pouring its contents outside afterward. Previously, they would have simply ventured outside the cave, but the current weather made it likely for their waste to freeze into ice. Thus, they remained within the cave. The scent inside was far from pleasant. Bai Ruansuan covered her face, relieved that the droppings of the 3 little spirits never emitted a foul odor. If anything, they bore a hint of fragrance. Today, they all had a bit of mess on them. Bai Ruansuan regretted not having informed them. The Pikachu egg quietly nestled closer to Bai Ruansuan. Hidden beneath the blankets, she, Pikachu, would rather suffocate than endure any foul smell. In the 2nd month since the cold wave arrived, Bai Ruansuan advanced to level 4 that day to celebrate this momentous occasion. Bai Ruansuan resolved to prepare a delightful feast. Early in the morning, Pang Pang, the 3 little ones, Inu, and Bai Lu eagerly gathered around the table, watching Bai Ruansuan bustling about by the stove. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ruansuan declared, "Today, we shall make char siu. The ingredients for char siu are quite simple, requiring only 2 pounds of lean pork tenderloin. First, slice the tenderloin into slender strips, approximately the length and width of a finger, and place them in a wooden basin. Add salt, soy sauce, and cooking wine, along with scallions and ginger, and marinate for 2 hours. Bai Ruansuan had prepared this step the previous night. Due to the extended marinating time, she had used considerably less salt and soy sauce, resulting in a deeply flavorful marinade. Next, she retrieved the marinated pork from the basin, heated oil in a pan. And once the oil was bubbling, she added the pork, frying it until the exterior turned crispy and achieved a reddish-brown hue. After discarding the old oil, she heated fresh oil, added the fried pork, along with the marinade, and poured in a large bowl of water. Simmering over low heat for half an hour, the meat absorbed the flavors, filling the air with the alluring aroma of braised pork. After about half an hour, she added sugar and turned the heat to high to reduce the sauce that, "Shui, please help cool the meat," then played it nicely. The sweet and savory scent of char siu wafted through the cavern, enveloping it in its delicious fragrance. That Shui nodded, flapping his little wings, and brought a large bowl of char siu to the table, showcasing his ice-controlling skills. Pang Pang approached Bai Ruansuan, extending his chubby paw, and she picked him up at this age, still acting cute. Bai Ruansuan assessed Pang Pang's hefty frame, weighing around 100 pounds. That in her modern life, she would have found it impossible to lift him. Luckily, thanks to her orc strength, she could easily manage even a few 100 pounds. "Sister Ruansuan, I crave guobao ro." Guobao ro is a sweet and sour dish beloved by children. As a young panda cub, Pang Pang naturally adored it. Bai Ruansuan nodded, recalling that there was still plenty of wild boar meat in the cave. She retrieved 2 pounds of wild boar meat, along with 2 pig trotters, a large hock, and a head of pickled cabbage. First, she set about making soup with the pickled cabbage, tossing in a chopped bone for added nutrition and flavor. However, since they were enjoying a hearty meal today, Adding too many spare ribs might render the soup overly rich. Thus, she aimed for a light and refreshing pickled cabbage and bone soup. Bai Ruansuan seasoned the soup with a bit of salt and pepper, covered it, and allowed it to simmer for 2 to 3 hours before proceeding to prepare other dishes. For the guabao, she required very lean pork tenderloin, slicing it into evenly thick pieces, neither too large nor too small, and washing them clean. She then placed them in a wooden basin for later use. Next, she took a wooden platter, mixed some batter with salt, and cracked an egg into it, ensuring the pork pieces were thoroughly coated in the batter. The addition of the egg was crucial, as it yielded a crispy texture without the meat becoming overly tough. Moreover, there wafted a delightful aroma reminiscent of eggs. A large pot was heated, and once the oil reached the appropriate temperature, strips of pork loin, coated in batter, were fried until they reached a tender medium doneness before being retrieved. The enticing scent of frying filled the air, prompting the chubby figure beside to drool uncontrollably, while Hua attempted to wipe his mouth with a cloth. Though the drool seemed endless, in exasperation, Bai Ruansuan shoved a piece of fried meat, untouched by the sweet and sour sauce, into the chubby one's mouth. Turning her gaze, she noticed 3 little spirits, Inu, Bai Lu, fixated on her. Glancing down at the large basin of meat in her hands, Bai Ruansuan resignedly procured a small wooden bowl, filled it with 7 or 8 pieces, and offered them to the trio, inviting them to savor the dish that tastes wonderful right now. Inu nodded enthusiastically. The freshly fried pork loin was crispy, seasoned with salt and pepper, boasting a delightful crunch and a subtle saltiness that rendered it utterly delectable. There was also a hint of egg fragrance, akin to the flavor of fried, crispy meat. Bai Ruansuan mercilessly swatted away Inu's hand as it reached for the basin of fried pork loin, returning the meat to the pot for a second fried, twice fried. The meat was perfectly crisp, and the oil was drained until only a little remained. Sugar was added to caramelize, followed by vinegar, which released a tantalizing scent. Shredded green onions, carrots, and ginger were prepared and briefly sautéed, then thickened with starch. The pork loin was added, tossed until it absorbed the sauce's flavor. Wow, it smells amazing. Chubby's eyes sparkled at the sight of the sweet and sour pork, unable to resist its allure. Once placed on the table, Bai Ruansuan admonished, no sneaking bites, as she swatted Chubby's hand away, handing the dish to Hua. Hua swallowed hard, nodding, and carefully set the sweet and sour pork on the stone table. She then proceeded to stew 2 pig's trotters and a pork knuckle. In this beastly world, wild boars were immense, weighing 600 to 700 pounds each, and together with the trotters and knuckle, the quantity was substantial. With all this, Sister Ruansuan, can we finish it? Bai Ruansuan smiled brightly. The trotters are best enjoyed when cooled. After we finish cooking, we can savor them tomorrow and the day after. That sounds delightful. It had been quite some time since Bai Ruansuan last prepared trotters. Among those present, apart from Inu and Chubby, none had experienced the delight of cooled trotters. Sister Ruansuan's culinary creations were always exquisite, a source of great anticipation. Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Ruansuan affectionately ruffled Hua's soft little head. She contemplated stewing a fish and a platter of chicken feet, but given the abundance of food on the table, she decided to forego them. In the evening, when she had time, she would prepare a spicy and sour lemon chicken foot dish. As for the charming and delectable little fish, a fish soup would be delightful on cold days. A warm bowl of soup was an exquisite pleasure. Speaking of pork knuckles, the modern ones served in restaurants during banquets were truly delectable. The entire knuckle, slow-cooked over medium heat, became imbued with flavor, the meat tender and succulent, glistening with a reddish hue. The skin was soft and tender, yielding without being greasy. The meat within was juicy and tender, not tough at all. The broth was particularly savory, perfect for dipping the knuckle meat or soaking rice. Bai Ruansuan planned to prepare a uniquely flavored knuckle, rivaling that of any restaurant. She had all the necessary ingredients at home. Previously, she had discovered a good quantity of red dates, which she had been adding to lamb soup or sweet apple soup. After all her culinary endeavors, only 3 to 4 pounds remained. However, red dates were not frequently used outside of desserts, so they would suffice during the cold wave of the upcoming months. For this time, she needed merely 10 or so dates for the braised knuckle. After washing the large piece of pork knuckle, she placed it in a pot with cold water, bringing it to a boil to skim off the scum. The red dates were also cleaned and pitted, set aside for later use. Next, she purchased some rock sugar from the system shop, crushed it into granules, and prepared a syrup by melting it in 8p in the past. While making chicken meatballs, she had set aside several chicken bones. Some were fried, while others, devoid of meat, were kept for making soup. Enhancing the flavor, now was the perfect time to utilize them. Bai Ruansuan retrieved a portion of chicken bones from her system space, breaking them up, and placed them in the pot for blanching. Afterward, she added water and salt to extract a rich broth, separating the broth from the bones afterward. The broken chicken bones were laid at the bottom of a clean pot, topped with the pork knuckle, and the broth was poured in. Generous amounts of ginger and green onions, along with salt and sugar syrup, were added before bringing it to a boil, skimming off the foam, and then reducing to a gentle simmer. The ginger and green onions were cut into large chunks for easy retrieval later. As the pot simmered, a tantalizing aroma began to permeate the air, and she added the red dates and rock sugar to braise together. Covering the pot, it was not long before a delightful fragrance of dates and meat intertwined, creating a curious yet delightful scent. In the meantime, Bai Ruansuan fried 4 eggs and stir-fried some spinach in a separate pan. Once the red date braised knuckle was finished, lifting the lid released a wave of enticing aroma that enveloped the entire cave. The dates swelled with the rich broth, and when prodded with chopsticks, luscious juices flowed forth. The knuckle skin was smooth and glossy, vibrant red, and delightfully chewy. Gently prodding with chopsticks revealed the meat within was tender and infused with the sweet fragrance of the dates, making it incredibly succulent. The sauerkraut and bone soup continued to simmer, and after about an hour, the red braised trotters were ready. With a generous amount of braising sauce remaining in the pot, Bai Ruansuan retrieved the trotters, cutting them into small pieces and placing them in a large wooden basin on the table. The table was now adorned with sweet and sour pork, red braised trotters, fried eggs, red date braised knuckle, char siu, stir-fried spinach, and sauerkraut bone soup. The sweet and sour pork was delightfully tangy, the red braised trotters tender and flavorful, with a satisfying chewiness. The fried eggs were soft and fragrant, while the red date braised knuckle was savory with a hint of sweetness, leaving a lingering, pleasant aftertaste. The char siu was perfectly balanced in sweetness and saltiness, making it an excellent accompaniment to rice after it cooled. The stir-fried spinach was crisp and flavorful, and the sauerkraut bone soup was simply exquisite. Enjoying the preceding dishes, the trio, along with a panda and 3 little spirits, relished every bite, mixing rice and sipping soup. The clattering of bowls and chopsticks echoed continuously. Bun, in Bai Ruansuan's mind, incessantly muttered, "When I visit your world, I want you to recreate all the dishes you're cooking now, especially the red braised trotters. I want to. With all this, can you finish it?" Bai Ruansuan asked, taking a piece of sweet and sour pork. Bun snorted, striking a pose. "I'm a system. Have you seen a system stomach? Our stomachs are infinite, able to consume as much as we desire. All right, then I'll prepare even more delicious food for you when the time comes." Bai Ruansuan, seizing a moment when others weren't watching, stealthily patted Bun's head. Bun grinned, feeling quite pleased with his host. "However, you must help out," Bai Ruansuan playfully tapped Bun's head. "Eating my food isn't without cost. Since you systems never tire when you come to our world, you can help me with daily chores." Bun chimed in. "The sweet and sour pork is worth 15 culinary points, automatically credited to your attribute panel. Please check your account. The red date braised knuckle is worth 21 culinary points, automatically credited to your attribute panel. Please check your account. The fried eggs are worth 13 culinary points, automatically credited to your attribute panel. Please check your account. The char siu is worth 15 culinary points, automatically credited to your attribute panel. Please check your account. The sauerkraut bone soup's culinary points are..." Bai Ruansuan glanced at her points panel. Now, totaling 14322, she was becoming increasingly wealthy. Very well, very well. After everyone had eaten, half of the dishes remained on the table, except for the guabao roe, which had completely vanished. Guabao roe has always been a highly praised dish, and each time it is served, it is invariably the first to disappear. Bai Ruansuan carried the empty plate of guabao roe to the stove, contemplating making a larger batch next time. Sister Ruansoft, allow me to wash the dishes, said a little fox named Enu. Bai Ruansoft noticed that Enu had recently become increasingly enthusiastic, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging vigorously. Bai Ruansoft thought mischievously. Ahem, go ahead. Bai Pang Pang had overeaten and was feeling quite uncomfortable. Hua Hua's little hands gently rubbed his belly, bringing a sense of healing. Pang Pang, you mustn't eat so much next time. Bai Pang Pang curled up in his bamboo nest, covered with a thick fur blanket, a round ball of black and white fluff. His little hands, short and plump, lay pitifully outside the blanket. Understood, I might still dare to try again. Sister Ruansoft, I want to eat ham sausage. Seizing the moment while Bai Ruansoft was feeling sympathetic towards Bai Pang Pang, Bai Pong Pong's eyes sparkled, quickly requesting more. Ever since the last time when Bai Lu devoured the ham sausage, it had been quite a while since he had tasted it. The egg custard lacks treasures. It is utterly unappetizing. Just wait, Bai Ruansoft also yearned for the taste of ham sausage, be it in hot soup noodles, fried rice, dumplings, or stir-fried dishes. Adding a bit of ham sausage made everything extraordinarily delicious. Thus, without Bai Pang Pang even needing to mention it, Bai Ruansoft had been contemplating making ham sausage for some time. However, they had other matters to attend to first. To prepare a large stew pot, their household possessed a total of 4 pots, 1 for stewing, 1 for frying, 1 for soup, and 1 for steaming rice. They preferred stewed dishes, such as braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, stewed pig trotters, and lamb chops, while stir-fried dishes, though enjoyed, were consumed less frequently. Moreover, as their large family continued to grow and, after gathering minerals, to create potions, Pikachu cubs would eventually hatch out at that point. With an increase in dishes, their pots might not suffice. Therefore, it was prudent to first create a stew pot and then prepare some ham sausages and other food items, making things far more convenient. Since there was no clay left in the space, they would need to return to the bamboo forest to gather more. Upon hearing about the return to the bamboo forest, Bai Pong Pong's eyes lit up. In the past, he had not lived in the bamboo forest like the other little pandas. Instead, he had resided quite close to 3 little spirits. He often snuggled with them at night, falling asleep together, thus not feeling particularly attached to the bamboo forest. Yet the bamboo forest was filled with many of his favorite foods. For instance, tender bamboo shoots, although now they had frozen into popsicle-like shoots. Bai Pang Pang still wanted to venture out to take a look. Let him go. Pang Pang is familiar with the route and can guide you. Otherwise, in this icy weather, the altitude of the ground has at least risen by the combined height of the 2 of us, said a Shui. Many ground markers had vanished, but Pang Pang could still detect the nearby scents. The Bowsy system served as Bai Ruansoft's automatic navigation, though she could not articulate it. Moreover, since Pang Pang wished to go, Bai Ruansoft agreed to take him along. However, Pang Pang was not feeling very well at the moment. Hua Hua flew over to Bai Ruansoft and softly said, Sister Ruansoft, let Pang Pang wait a bit longer before going. All right, Bai Ruansoft shared the same sentiment. Yet, Pang Pang did not venture out. Not only Pang Pang, but Bai Ruansoft also remained inside, for in the afternoon, a fierce northern wind suddenly swept through outside the cave, and hail fell once again, crashing onto the ground. The sky appeared as if it had been torn open, with hailstones of various sizes being unleashed upon the earth. Although Bai Ruansoft and the others did not go outside to see the size of the hail, they could discern from the sound alone that if it struck a person, it would be painfully unbearable. Through a somewhat thick cave wall, the beastmen could easily hear the sharp sounds of hail battering against the cave. Outside, the wind and snow howled fiercely, causing the temperature inside the cave to plummet. Bai Ruansoft donned a very thick cloak and burrowed into her bed, which was covered with 2 layers of fur blankets. It still felt cold. Enu and Bai Lu could not withstand it either and burrowed in beside her. Bai Pong Pong's paws wrapped tightly around Hua Hua, who nestled against his warm, thick neck, the little flower petal head and the big panda head pressed together, creating an oddly harmonious scene that the Shui felt unperturbed, nor did the flames. The flames diligently approached the stove and turned the heat to maximum. The fire blazed brightly, and the jujube and goji berry soup in the pot continuously bubbled, bringing warmth to the cave. Outside, the hail continued to pelt down, creating a cacophony that was both distracting and distressing, rendering the cave eerily quiet in the harsh weather of the beast world. No one's spirits could remain high. Drowsily, Bai Ruansuan lost track of time, feeling an inexplicable pain in her head. Achoo! A sudden sneeze jolted her awake. She touched her cool head, yet her forehead felt feverishly hot. Bai Ruansuan sensed a slight breeze blowing against her head, as if the walls of the cave were exuding a chill. Glancing to the right, she noticed two large cabinets beside her. Although they appeared tightly sealed, how could there be a draft? Bai Ruansuan rose. The solar-powered lights on the cave walls illuminating just enough to make the dim cave seem less gloomy. Unable to discern the time, she decided to step outside for a look. Yes, she reached the entrance and slightly opened the door. A gust of wind and snow rushed in, forcing the door wide open. It slammed Bai Ruansuan's arm against the cave wall, causing sharp pain as if her bones had shattered. Damn it, I was careless. Gazing outside at what seemed like an 8 or 9 level superstorm, Bai Ruansuan was horrified and hurriedly shut the cave door. In an instant, all remaining warmth within the cave dissipated. Bai Ruansuan's arm had been struck by the door, and the noise startled Inu, Bai Lu, and the others awake. What happened, Sister Ruansuan? Nothing serious. With one hand bracing against the cave wall, she stood up. Help me bring over the largest box from the storage rack. In this beast world, the greatest fear was injury, as medical resources were underdeveloped. Thus, from the very beginning, medicinal supplies had been of utmost importance among the items Bai Ruansuan stored. She had nearly purchased every medicine available in the system's marketplace, except for those exceedingly expensive ones, such as the leg-stretching pill, which cost 10,000 points each, that seemed capable of truly resurrecting the dead. These medicinal supplies were neatly arranged in an exceptionally large box, crafted by Bai Ruansuan herself, measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height. Besides the medicines, it also contained some inconspicuous herbs. Most beastmen relied on herbs, while tribes like the Tiamat tribe and Shui tribe, which excelled in potions and various gadgets, might utilize some medicinal concoctions that, in contrast, Bai Ruansuan's direct use of pills was unheard of. Therefore, during her idle moments, Bai Ruansuan had ground any pills she could into powder, storing them in small wooden bottles for preservation. Ever since the 3 little spirits arrived in Bai Ruansuan's cave, her vigilance reached its peak. For instance, the solar-powered lights that had previously been exposed, she had even disassembled the glass outer layer and covered it with thin sheep intestines that she had cleaned. Through the translucent sheep intestines, the light could still shine through. As for the tiny metal components inside, they were made of heavy metals that, in any case, iron or had already been discovered. If her belongings were discovered by other ill-intentioned beastmen, she could simply claim they were made of iron. Bai Ruansuan rummaged through her large medicine box, finding cold medicine and fever reducers, which she mixed with sugar water and swallowed. Then she asked Bai Lu to help bandage her arm. It seemed to be fractured. Bai Ruansuan removed her cloak, revealing a long-sleeved fur top underneath, and clumsily rolled up her left sleeve. The area struck by the door was covered in a large, purplish bruise, and in the center, the skin had peeled away, stained with blood. Inu's eyes glistened with tears. How did it end up like this? Then she came over to assist with the application.